The year she graduated from university, she was ambitious and went to intern at a private elementary school in the city, hoping to teach and educate people and have many students all over the world. But under the triple blow of high rent, high prices, and low wages, she gritted her teeth and persevered for 3 years and finally returned to her hometown. From then on, Yanqi felt that his greatest pursuit in life was to run his parents' small supermarket, earn enough money for food and spending, and live a good life. It happened that the cashier at his local supermarket resigned. Although Yanqi disliked his parents' arrangement, he took the job without hesitation. She secretly comforted herself that the supermarket business was slow and the work was easy, which was a perfect place to relax and live a peaceful life. However, the drama of life often begins suddenly in the calm. On an ordinary afternoon, Yanqi was sitting at the cash register, browsing his phone out of boredom. Suddenly, the barcode scanner in front of her suddenly lit up with a dazzling blue light. Yanqi squinted her eyes and looked up and saw a blurry light and shadow gradually becoming clearer in front of her. "Hello, I am the trading system number 250, and I have been successfully bound to your supermarket." Guangying has the image of a cute little dumpling, but his eyes are extremely sincere. Yanqi sneered. "Idiot? I think you're only an idiot. Go back to that weird ad of yours, or I'll report you." Tuanzi didn't take it seriously and continued. "After the binding is completed, your supermarket has become a multi-dimensional trading hub. In the future, you can trade with merchants from different worlds. Food, crystal cores, magic materials, high-tech equipment, everything is available, as long as you dare to trade." Yanqi yawned and said, "Okay, if you are really that powerful, turn me into a purse." As soon as she finished speaking, a stack of ancient coins glittering with gold appeared on her desk. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't help but stretch out her hands to pinch the ancient coins, and then felt the cold touch on them. It was real gold, but her story has just begun. As the transaction progressed, Yanqi gradually discovered that those planes did not seem as simple as she thought. Behind the famine in the ancient world was a strange space crack. The crystal core of the apocalyptic world hides a terrible virus. And among those seemingly loyal teammates, some actually have ulterior motives. Finally, she realized that the real purpose of this transaction was to find a forgotten key plane. And her supermarket is the entrance to the key plane. What should I do? She was bound to a system for no apparent reason, and it was her supermarket. Yanqi's mind turned, and an idea suddenly occurred to her. Call the police. Hand it in. She looked down at the small ball in her hand and smiled meaningfully. First, she called up the supermarket surveillance video, then called her father and told him that she had to go out for something urgent and the supermarket was temporarily closed. She would tell him the details after she came back. After all, this supermarket is her parents' business. Although the system is bound to her, Yanqi always feels that the statement of being motivated and positive could never be directed at her. Yanqi drove all the way and arrived at the county police station. "Hello, I want to call the police. There is a major incident that needs to be reported." As soon as she finished speaking, the hall of the police station fell silent. A young male policeman nodded seriously upon hearing this and motioned for her to follow him. The male police officer asked, "Excuse me, what do you want to report?" "My supermarket has become a place for dimensional trading," Yanqi said seriously. The young policeman was stunned. His pen stopped in midair, and he looked up in disbelief and asked, "What?" Yanqi explained, "It's true." The cash register suddenly spoke. I leaned over to take a look, and a system claiming to be 250 crawled out of the cash register. I was scared to death. He also said something about plane transactions, and that any random items could be exchanged for gold and silver treasures. Yanqi became more and more excited as he spoke, completely unaware that the look in the young policeman's eyes opposite him had become subtle. "No, what I said is true," she emphasized with wide eyes. Seeing that the other party was still skeptical, she quickly took out a small round ball from her bag and handed it to him. "Here, this is 250, but he said he ran out of power and fell asleep now." The policeman took the small ball, looked at it over and over, frowned and said nothing. Seeing this, Yanqi quickly took out his phone and said, "I still have surveillance. If you don't believe me, take a look." She pulled up the surveillance video and handed it to him. The young policeman stared at it for a while, and his expression gradually became solemn. He was silent for a moment, stood up and said, "Miss Yin, please wait a moment." Then he left in a hurry. Not long after, the young policeman let a middle-aged man in. The man had a serious face and a serious expression. The young police officer introduced, "Ms. Yin, this is Director Zheng." Hello, Director Zheng. Yin, she was a little nervous. Director Zheng pointed to the large characters on the wall and said, "Little girl, read them. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony." Yin Qi finished reading and couldn't help but defend himself. Director Zheng, everything I said is true. I brought the evidence, and the surveillance is also real. You can verify it, but I don't have the ability to forge it. The system is also here, although it is asleep now. Director Zheng stared at the little ball for a moment, then looked up and asked, "What's its name?" 250. Yin Qi blurted out. The corner of Director Zheng's mouth twitched slightly. What a good name. Then he flipped through the notes in his hand and asked, "What happened in the afternoon? What's next?" Yin Qi swallowed and tried to organize his words. He said he bound me a month ago because I was motivated and positive or something. The transaction will randomly connect to a small world, and you can only come back if you complete the transaction amount within a week. If you can't complete it, you will stay there forever. After he finished speaking, he ran out of power, so I quickly packed up and came here. At this time, the young policeman pushed the door open and handed the phone to Director Zheng. There is no problem with the surveillance. Director Zheng glanced at the surveillance camera, then at the 250 yuan in Yin Qi's hand, and his tone softened. "Girl, very good. You chose to tell the country at the first time. We will not let you down. I'm going to make a phone call now. You sit down for a while. Xiao Lu, pour Miss in a glass of water." "Okay. Thank you, Director Zheng." Yin Qi breathed a sigh of relief and added half-jokingly, "I know myself well. By the way, should the supermarket be closed first?" Director Zheng smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll arrange it right away." Director Zheng made a phone call and said, "Lao Zhang, there is something you would never expect. You need to report it directly to your superiors. The thing is," he whispered a few words and hung up the phone. When Yin Qi came out, she returned to the supermarket entrance in a police car. A cordon had been set up around the supermarket, and police and armed police were deployed everywhere. The scene was in good order. She couldn't help but sigh. It's worthy of the speed of Huagua. "Dad, Mom, I'm here." Yin Qi saw his parents standing at the entrance of the supermarket and waved hurriedly. Old man Yin pulled Shang Meili forward and said, "Qi, why is our supermarket surrounded? Why did you come back in a police car?" "My baby, what happened?" Shang Meili looked worried. Yin Qi patted their hands to comfort them. At this time, the young policeman Lu and Director Zheng came over. "Don't worry, let's go into the supermarket first," Director Zheng said politely. Shang Meili and old man Yin looked at each other and pulled Yin Qi into the supermarket. After the neighbors were persuaded to leave, only a cordon and a few armed police officers were left outside the door. After entering the supermarket, Yin Qi recounted in detail what happened in the afternoon as they walked, and then took out the surveillance footage and 250 yuan to show the two people as proof. After hearing this, Old Man Yin and Shang Meili looked dazed. "So, our Wankai supermarket has become some kind of dimension trading supermarket?" Father Yin said in disbelief. "Yes, Mom, it's okay. The country is protecting us." Yin Qi pretended to be relaxed. Director Zheng smiled and nodded. "Yin girl, the superiors will be here soon. When will 250 wake up?" Yin Qi reached out and poked 250. "Director Zheng, I can't say for sure." Policeman Lu couldn't help but say, "Director Zheng, this supermarket does look a little small. If it really wants to become a hub for dimensional transactions, it needs to expand in size." Director Zheng nodded. "Well, you have a point. When the people above come, we can raise this suggestion." Not far away, social media was already buzzing. "Mysterious, there's such a big commotion in the county. I really want to know what happened." These discussions had nothing to do with Yin Qi for the time being, as her attention was completely drawn to the convoy parked in front of the supermarket. Several leaders got off the car. Among them was an old man with half white hair and beard. She looked very familiar. Leader Li, who often appeared on Channel 1 News. "Hello, Leader." When Yin Qi saw Leader Li, he was so nervous that he almost couldn't stand. Leader Li walked steadily, his eyes were sharp, and he smiled heartily. "Comrade Yin Qi, on behalf of the country, I thank you for your trust in the organization." "No, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Any Hua countryman would do the same," Yin Qi replied stutteringly. Father Yin excitedly stepped forward to shake hands. "Hello, Leader. Hello, Leader." Director Zheng took the opportunity to introduce them. "This is Leader Li. This is Minister Yu from the State Special Department. This is Comrade Luan from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." And, after some pleasantries, 250 suddenly woke up and uttered a faint mechanical voice. "Host, how long have I been asleep?" The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone stared at 250 vigilantly. Leader Lee's eyes darkened, and he was obviously observing carefully. 250 felt the gaze sweeping over him and immediately shrank back. Host, these people are you? You are not going to slice me up? Woohoo, I just came online. Is this life going to end before it even begins? Don't bother. With your level of technology, you can't tell anything even if you slice me up. Yen Qi suppressed his laughter and said mischievously, Slice? You're overthinking. I just handed you over. Hand me over? 250 looked confused. Host, I am bound to you. If you hand me over, isn't that the same as handing yourself over? Leader Lee interrupted the two people's bickering and said, System 250, I have a few questions. How do we conduct the transaction the day after tomorrow? What is the transaction amount? How do we confirm the world and location of the transaction? 250 replied seriously. Trading will start at midnight the day after tomorrow, and the transaction amount requirement is... As he spoke, the blue projection screen lit up. The total amount of the first novice transaction is 100 people. Where is the world where the other party is trading? Yen Qi asked. 250 tilted his head. Host, only you can see it. Everyone was stunned. Shang Meili asked, what does it show? It's this projection screen. Yen Qi pointed into the void. Everyone looked confused, and Yen Qi instantly understood that she was the only one who could see it. Comrade Luan from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs pondered. So, the transaction the day after tomorrow will be conducted in a random world, and the transaction location is limited to this supermarket? Yes. The transaction scope includes the entire supermarket, including the second floor, third floor, and the rear warehouse. 250 nodded and explained. Leader Lee narrowed his eyes. Minister Yu, is there anything you want to add? Minister Yu glanced around the supermarket, and his eyes stopped on a sofa in the corner. Father Yin observed the expression and quickly explained. This is where Qi usually studies and rests. It's not about studying, it's mainly about resting. Yin Qi added quietly, laughing dryly. Actually, it's mostly about playing sloppy. Host, how can you say that? The reason I bound you is because of your positive and progressive attitude. Before 250 could finish his words, Yin Qi covered his mouth with his hand. Director Zheng came to the rescue at the right time. Leader Lee, the supermarket is indeed too small, and the goods are not rich enough. In case there is danger during the transaction, we should prepare in advance. Leader Lee nodded and began to assign tasks. It was not until 2 o'clock in the morning that Yin Qi and his family were persuaded to go back to rest, and 250 were left for the special team to conduct further inquiries. The next day at noon, Yin Qi woke up and went downstairs to prepare to open the store. At the stairs, she was shocked by the scene downstairs. Oh my God, she exclaimed in a low voice. The originally narrow supermarket had been completely transformed into a large supermarket with a vast area. The supermarket shelves have been significantly expanded and all space is fully utilized. Yin Qi inspected the supermarket under renovation and noticed that there were workers installing some equipment on the wall. Father Yin came over and saw Yin Qi's confusion and explained. Director Zheng said that this is a protective device that can protect our personal safety. By the way, only 3 people can go for this transaction, so Mom and Dad will not go. Leader Lee has found 2 partners for you. Partner? Who? Did 250 say that only 3 people can go? Yes, the 250 system mentioned it last night. Leader Lee came over and said energetically, you will be able to meet them this afternoon. I will show you the progress of the supermarket's renovation first. Yen Qi nodded and followed Leader Lee to the cashier area. The cashier was surrounded by bulletproof glass, and a shelf full of medicines was added at the back. The entire supermarket's protection and material reserves are all brand new. Thank you. Thank you, country. Yen Qi expressed his sincere gratitude. System 250 suddenly flew over, looking aggrieved. Host, I have told them that the plane trading system has its own S+ grade protective shield, but they still don't seem to believe me. Yen Qi subconsciously caught 250, gently rubbed its head, and comforted it. Everyone just hasn't experienced it before, so let's think about safety. I know you are very good. Be good. Father Yin and the others were amused by this scene. Ha ha, our Chier has a really good attitude. In the afternoon, the 2 partners arrived on time. Leader Lee took them into the supermarket, and Director Zheng, Minister Luan, and others were also present. Yen Qi saw 2 people. One was wearing a white suit and frameless glasses. His eyebrows and eyes were gentle but aloof, and he looked clean and neat. The other was wearing a black sportswear. His eyebrows and eyes were cold, and he exuded a calm and solemn temperament. This is Yi Sun, the king of special forces in the 1st unit for 5 consecutive years. This is Kong Shengcheng, the all-round military doctor in the unit, who has mastered both Chinese and Western medicine. Minister Luan introduced briefly. Listening to their resumes, Yin Qi couldn't help but feel guilty, thinking to himself that he was just there to make up the numbers. Hello, my name is Yin Qi. Yin as in Yin Shu, and Sure as in the grass radical plus my surname. Yi Sun smiled slightly and replied. Yi Sun, alas, Sun, the one who doesn't believe me. Kong Shengcheng nodded. Kong and Kong Ming. Shengcheng has the same name as the famous scholar. The two men saluted Yin Qi, and Yin Qi saluted back in a somewhat flustered manner. Leaderly said solemnly, the superiors have classified the plain trading supermarket as a special national department. Comrade Yin Qi, you are appointed as the director of the National Plain Trading Department. Comrades Yi Sun and Kong Shengcheng will fully assist you in completing the transaction task. What? Minister? Yin Qi was shocked and refused subconsciously. No, no, no. How can I be the minister? Leaderly interrupted her and said firmly, Comrade Yin Qi, this is a responsibility you must take on. The plain trading system has locked you in, and only you can do it. Yin Qi hesitated for a moment, looked at his parents' excited expressions and the trusting eyes of everyone present, and finally nodded. Thank you for the country's support. I will work hard to complete the task. Leaderly then showed Yin Qi the weapons and equipment prepared by the country, including a box of light pistols, a box of grenades, a box of bullets, and even an AMS-30SA double-barreled self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. Yin Qi swallowed and couldn't help but take a step back. These are all true? Don't be afraid. These are all for your protection. This transaction is time-sensitive and is mainly for Yi Sun and Kong Shengcheng to use. Okay, thank you. Yin Qi suppressed her inner shock and secretly felt that the country valued her. Yi Sun and Kong Shengcheng checked the weapons and equipment one by one, and they were obviously very familiar with them and satisfied with them. Leaderly arranged for people to move the weapons to the warehouse and place them on specially designated shelves. Yin Qi suddenly realized that the shelf was specially used to store these equipment. She looked at the busy scene, took a deep breath, and silently made up her mind. She must complete this task well and live up to the country's expectations. Yin Qi recounted the whole story in detail from beginning to end. After listening to it, Yi Sun and Kong Shengcheng were shocked and could not close their mouths for a long time. Director Zheng stood aside, looking at the two men's expressions with satisfaction, and laughed in his heart. I had almost the same reaction when I heard these things. Yi Sun took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. That is to say, when it's midnight, we in the supermarket will travel to another time and space together. But there is a problem. Our time is early in the morning. What about the time and space over there? If it's also midnight, will anyone really come to trade? Kong Shengcheng pushed his glasses and thought for a moment before asking. 250. Can we not leave the supermarket for this transaction? Can we only wait for others to find us here and then make the transaction? Hearing this name, everyone present subconsciously twitched their lips. 250 flew to Yin Qi and circled around her. Yes, that's right. You can't go out, but don't worry. The main system will put the supermarket in a suitable location. Besides, there will be a whole week this time, so someone will come. Yi Sun frowned. Landing in the middle of the night? Will they really not be mistaken for monsters? And can you guarantee that someone will come? 250 seemed a little helpless. None of these things can be fully predicted. But don't worry, this is Tongxing's first transaction. Everything will go smoothly. Kong Shengcheng concluded. The first time we could only guard the supermarket. Does that mean we might have the opportunity to take the initiative to go out and trade in the future? That's right. 250 nodded vigorously. As long as we complete the transaction goal, we can start the next one. The three of them looked at each other. Although they still had doubts in their hearts, their attitudes had gradually adjusted to the state of carrying out the mission. Time passed quickly. Yin Qi looked down at his phone and saw that the time was exactly 23:40. She took a deep breath and hugged her parents goodbye. Although Old Man Yin and Shang Meili were reluctant to let her go, they were more proud and encouraged. Leaderly saluted the three men with a determined look in his eyes, and the three men saluted back in unison. Time is up, let's exit first. Remember, safety first. As the supermarket became quiet inside and outside, the three of them entered the closed area behind the checkout counter, holding their breath, waiting for midnight to arrive. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the numbers returned to 0, the supermarket was suddenly enveloped in white light, which became brighter and brighter. The researchers and experts outside were stunned. Some people shouted anxiously, "Report, all instruments have failed." The magnetic field data has disappeared. The supermarket, the supermarket is gone. After the light disappeared, the once bustling supermarket area was left with only an empty space. Everyone looked at the disappeared scene in shock, and discussions arose one after another. This is simply a miracle. Our flower country is about to rise, an old researcher said excitedly, with light in his eyes. Leader Li quickly regained his composure and ordered, Director Zheng, you are temporarily under your command here. All departments must pay attention to confidentiality. The network security team will take action immediately to ensure that the information is not leaked. We must prevent interference from foreign forces. On the other side, inside the supermarket, as the white light faded, Yan Shi felt a shock under his feet, and then came the voice of 250. Host, here we are. Time, Dakian Dynasty. Location, in front of Langyawang Street. Transaction mission target, 100 people. The system draws a commission, 55%. Mission reward, 10 years after traveling through this world for the second time. The location is optional. Yan Shi almost jumped up. What? 55% commission? This is a black-hearted system, right? 250 plausibly said. Host, you have to know that time travel transactions are risky. We have spent a lot of money to remove viruses and bacteria to ensure that all people and items entering the supermarket will not contaminate your world. Kong Shengqing nodded and agreed. This fee is reasonable. The threat of unknown viruses is immeasurable. Although Yan Shi accepted this explanation, he still felt that the system's commission was a bit unfair. Yi Sun raised a practical question. We are now in front of Langyawang Street, but will anyone really come here in the middle of the night? And this dynasty does not exist in history, so it should be fictional, right? Yan Shi recalled some historical knowledge. The Wang family of Langya was a top-level aristocratic family in ancient times. If this corresponds to a hierarchical structure similar to that of the Eastern Jin dynasty, then the task should be relatively easy to complete. Kong Shengqing leaned on the sofa and said calmly, Then wait until dawn, someone will definitely come. Yi Sun nodded and said to Yan Shi, You and Kong Shengqing take a rest first. I'll be in charge of keeping an eye on things. Tomorrow might be very busy. Yan Shi knew this was not the time to refuse, so he simply nodded, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. Early in the morning, a loud shouting sound came from outside the door. Yan Shi opened his eyes dazedly. Before he was fully awake, he heard Yi Sun whisper, Someone is here, but he's still wandering outside. He should be looking for the person in charge. Kong Shengqing added, still remaining calm. Sure enough, after a while, a man wearing a deep blue brocade gown and a jade pendant on his waist walked in. He had picturesque eyebrows and a calm temperament, and was obviously a man of status. He was followed by 4 attendants, each of whom looked curiously at the interior of the supermarket. The man's eyes swept across the shelves, finally stopping on the refined rice and refined noodles. A hint of shock flashed in his eyes. He suppressed his inner excitement and bowed respectfully, saying, Wang Min of the Wang clan of Langya, I am honored to meet several immortals. The immortals have suddenly descended upon me. What instructions do you have? Yan Shi quickly stood up and cleared his throat. Hello, Mr. Wang. We are the trading supermarket. It is presumptuous of us to visit you so suddenly, but we want to do business with you. We have everything here. No matter what you need, we can trade. Wang Min appeared calm, but in fact he could not hide his excitement. Can I take a look at these magical items first? Of course. Yi Sun interrupted, calmly stood up, opened the bulletproof glass door, and personally led Wang Min and his party to inspect the supermarket. Although Yan Shi wanted to follow, seeing Yi Sun's determined look, he could only choose to wait where he was. Wang Min and others exclaimed in the distance. Yan Shi listened and suddenly remembered that the price had not been negotiated yet. Not long after, Wang Min walked back to the front desk and pointed at the refined rice on the shelf. Immortal. I want to buy some immortal rice and bring it back for the master to taste. Yan Shi said briskly. Okay, 1 dough of rice for 1 silver, 1 gold for 5 dough of rice. Of course, calligraphy and paintings, jewelry, silks, satins, porcelain, etc. can also be exchanged. Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. 1 dough of rice, a little over 12 jin, was actually worth 1 silver coin. Wang Min, who was standing nearby, calmly took off the green jade pendant from his waist and handed it over. Immortal, how much can this jade pendant be exchanged for? Yan Shi's eyes fell on the jade pendant, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. This is a good thing. She immediately walked out from behind the cashier, took the jade pendant, looked at it for a few times, and smiled. Mr. Wong, this could be exchanged for 12 dough of rice, but since you were the first one here, I will give you 20 dough of rice. Thank you for your care. Yi-sun, pack the rice. Yi-sun raised his eyes to look at Yin-chi, but secretly sighed in his heart. This sister is really a ruthless person, exchanging 20 dough of rice for a priceless jade pendant. Yin-chi ignored their expressions and turned around to get busy, muttering, "Don't look at me like that. This is fairy rice you've never seen before." Yi-sun and Kong Shengsheng were speechless and could only mechanically move the rice and put it into bags. When the rice was packed, several of Wang Min's followers had already walked out carrying the bags. Before leaving, Wang Min bowed and said, "Immortal, may I ask, how many days can this miracle last? Can anyone come?" Yin-chi nodded. "Of course, let's get all your clansmen and neighbors here. We will only stay here for 7 days, and 2.5 hours have passed. We can't miss this opportunity again." Upon hearing this, Wang Min quickly said goodbye, turned around, and left quickly. After everyone left, Yin-chi touched his forehead and said to himself, "Will our supermarket block other people's roads?" Kong Shengqing couldn't help but ask, "Comrade Yin-chi, isn't this rice too expensive? You know, our rice is only 3 or 4 yuan per pound." "What do you know?" Yi-sun interrupted him and said meaningfully, "We are in the territory of Wang clan of Langya, so it doesn't matter if we sell it at a higher price. They don't think it's expensive, but instead think it's a miracle, the rice of immortals." Yin-chi raised his eyebrows and smiled after hearing this. "That's right, let alone other nobles. Even ordinary people around here may not dare to approach casually. We will definitely make a fortune in these 7 days." As they were talking, the guards outside the supermarket had surrounded the miracle tightly. Wang Min returned to the carriage and told the people around him the news impatiently. "Hurry up and inform each room. This is a miracle. The immortal will only stay for 7 days. 1 silver and 1 bushel of rice. Bring gold, silver, and jade. Don't hesitate." On the other side, the sons and servants of the various branches of the Wang family entered the supermarket one after another. As soon as the group stepped through the threshold, they were shocked by the scene in front of them, and even their breathing slowed down. Fairyland. It's really a fairyland. Yin-chi looked at the stunned people and handed over the basket with a smile. "Welcome, take a look, and put anything you want in the basket. However, we mainly accept gold, silver, and jade." After some guidance, those customers reluctantly paid their bills and left, but Yin-chi had already looted most of their gold, silver, and jade items. Later, Wang Min and the clan leader Wang Dao also rushed to the supermarket. After Wang Dao walked in, he asked directly, "Immortal, how much of this rice and flour do you have left?" Yin-chi led them through the shelves, explaining, 60 who have northeast rice, 40 who have pearl rice, 40 who have glutinous rice, 50 who have white flour, and 20 who each have mung beans, red beans, and black beans. Director Wang picked up a handful of pearl rice, his fingers trembling with excitement. What a pearl rice! It really is a fairy product. Wang Min couldn't hold back any longer, so he took a pinch of the white flour and tasted it, then hurriedly apologized. "Immortal, I'm sorry, I've never seen flour this white." Yin-chi smiled. "It's okay. After all, the noodles here are hundreds of years different from ours." As soon as he finished speaking, the servants behind Wang Dao brought up 2 boxes and opened them to reveal a full load of gold. Yin-chi tried to stay calm, but his heartbeat accelerated. "This is gold." Wang Dao bowed and said, "Sir, these 2 boxes of gold are the deposit. We want all the rice and flour." Yin-chi nodded and smiled like a profiteer. "Okay, but we have other things. For example, these 2 things." She held up one hand of potatoes and the other of sweet potatoes. "These crops have high yields, but they just need some time to adapt to your environment." As soon as these words came out, the people around her held their breath for a moment, staring at the potatoes and sweet potatoes in her hands, their eyes full of longing. The atmosphere in the supermarket was subtle. As Yin-chi explained, everyone's eyes became hotter. She held the potatoes and sweet potatoes and continued. "However, these potatoes are poisonous after they sprout and cannot be eaten. Eating too many sweet potatoes may cause gastric bloating. But in the eyes of everyone, these are just insignificant small problems." They only knew that the grain yield of the Dacian dynasty was only more than 2 dan per mu, and these high-yielding crops in front of them were simply God-given seeds. Director Wang's thoughts were already spinning rapidly. From these 2 crops, he saw a future where everyone in the Dacian dynasty would have enough food and clothing, And he also saw an opportunity for the Wong family in Langya to reach a higher level. Director Wong immediately knelt down and said sincerely, "Thank you, the Immortal, for giving me the immortal seed." Everyone around him immediately knelt down and said in unison, "Thank you, the Immortal, for giving me the immortal seed." Yan Shi was startled by the scene in front of him and waved his hands quickly. Hurry up, I'm selling it to you. Not giving it away for free. We are trading on equal terms." She was so anxious that she kept stamping her feet. What if this shortened her life? Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing laughed secretly at the side, watching her busy and helpless appearance. At this time, there was a whisper of discussion at the entrance of the supermarket. Several women in luxurious clothes stood outside the door. Seeing their grandfather, uncle, and brother kneeling on the ground, they exchanged glances and knelt down together. Yan Qi turned around and was immediately overwhelmed. He quickly ran over to help the leading woman up. "Sisters, get up quickly. This is a supermarket. There is no need to kneel. We are trading on an equal footing." The leading woman looked at Yan Qi curiously, her eyes lingering on her strange clothes, and a blush appeared on her face. Coincidentally, the young man in black came back again, picked up a lollipop from the shelf, peeled it open, put it in his mouth, and said vaguely, "Sisters, try this candy." "Wang Xia, don't be rude." A round-faced little girl quickly scolded, and then apologized to Yan Qi. "Fairy, I'm sorry. It's my brother who was reckless." Yan Qi waved his hand. "It's okay, but little brother, remember to buy it first and eat it later next time." She lowered her head and thought for a while, then pointed at Wang Xia and said, "Why don't you take these young ladies for a walk? I still have to discuss something with the clan leader. As a reward, I can give you 3 lollipops." Wang Xia was delighted and nodded repeatedly. Okay. Fairy, you are busy. I will take the sisters around." Yan Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to negotiate with Wang Dao. "Chief, I need all the books in your clan in exchange for these potatoes and sweet potatoes. If you don't have any, could you please ask someone to copy one?" Wang Dao frowned slightly, and after a moment's silence, he nodded. "It is our honor that the fairy values our collection of books. However, it will take some time to sort them out." Yan Qi smiled and said, Don't worry. Just start making arrangements first." "Oh, and here's this." She picked up a bag of salt, opened it, and asked everyone to pass it around to taste. Wang Dao took it, tasted it carefully, and met his son's eyes with a firm look. He asked in a deep voice, "Fairy, how much is this salt?" "Sold by the bag. We prefer calligraphy and paintings by famous people." "Oh, by the way, do you have a Wang Shiji in your family? His calligraphy is very good." Director Wang shook his head. "Forget it, take a look at these fast foods." Yan Qi hadn't finished speaking when Kong Shengqing ran over in a hurry. "There's someone coming to the door again." The supermarket was bustling with people throughout the afternoon, and Yan Qi was very busy, counting the bills while asking Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing to help greet the customers. From gold, silver, and jade to silk fabrics, even the small items brought by the entourage were collected. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening that the supermarket finally closed temporarily. The 3 of them hurriedly ate the self-heating rice, took a short break, and then began to count the inventory and sales. 65 boxes of gold, 50 boxes of silver, 10 boxes of calligraphy and antiques, 5 boxes of silk, 4 boxes of jewelry, and 3 boxes of jade pendants. Yan Qi picked up a bottle of Coke and smiled until his eyes curved in a crescent. "A good start." Yi Sun smiled slightly. "It's indeed a good start. But don't forget, the system will take 55%. Kong Shengqing glanced at the shelves. Yan Qi waved his hand. "Don't spoil the fun, we still have 6 days. By the way, 250, how many people did you trade today?" Small system 250 came over dragging a spicy bar. "Host, 31 people were traded today." Yan Qi frowned. "How is that possible? We have been busy all day." "It's the number of people that counts." Yi Sun explained. "Those young masters and young ladies ran several times, but their entourage was not counted." "Yes," Kong Shengqing nodded, "but 31 people alone are not enough. Tomorrow we have to ask Wang Clan of Langya to send 100 people to consume within 2 days. Otherwise, these sweet potatoes and potatoes will not be sold." Yan Qi nodded in agreement. "Also, ask them to help pass the news to the nearby small families. It's okay if they can't come from far away, but the news must be spread." 250 excitedly interrupted. Host, you can sell salt-making technology and how to use coal. I have all of these in my program." Yan Qi's eyes lit up. "Good Tongzi. Let me hug you." She grabbed 250, causing the small system to scream and protect the spicy strips. Host, be careful of my spicy strips. Late at night, the three finally finished their busy day and went their separate ways to rest. At this time, in the residence of Wong family of Langya, family members were having a heated discussion about the products in the supermarket. This shower gel is truly divine. Sister, please buy some more rose-scented ones tomorrow. It would be best if you can buy enough to last a lifetime. A leading woman whispered, her cheeks flushed. Fairy, are these things really as convenient as you say? Of course. Yan-Chi nodded and explained patiently. Using this is not only convenient, but also keeps it clean. You will know after you try it. The girls looked at each other, their shyness gradually replaced by curiosity. The leading girl asked tentatively, Fairy, how much does this cost per month? It depends on the situation, Yan-Chi continued. Each person probably needs about 10 to 20 pills per month. If you buy a few more, you can have them as a backup in case you don't need them in the future. A girl whispered, Fairy, if it is so useful, why not buy some and try? The others nodded and seemed to think that this novel object was worth a try. Okay, ladies, please wait a moment. Yan-Chi smiled and skillfully helped them choose different styles and specifications, and explained in detail the usage of each one. The group of girls gradually let go of their shyness, discussed their choices in low voices, and secretly exchanged some experiences. After everyone finished their selection, Yan-Chi took them to check out. The girls asked the servants to move the things, and blushed as they urged the carriage to take them back to the mansion. These must be kept properly and cannot be seen by others. Yan-Chi was delighted when he saw boxes of gold, silver, jewelry, silks, and satins entering the warehouse. After the girls went back, Yan-Chi leaned against the cash register and joked, Do you think we could change our business to sell these things? It seems that women's products are very profitable. 250 swayed beside him and complained, Host, you are too greedy for money. An immortal should behave like an immortal. Yan-Chi glared at it and said, I look like an immortal. What's wrong with that? At this time, Yi-sun came out of the warehouse and just heard it. He chuckled and said, Okay, stop making trouble. It seems that these girls have become our loyal customers. Next, we have to prepare to welcome other families. Yan-Chi nodded. Yes, today's goods are almost gone. It seems that I have to ask Kong Shengsheng to replenish some more goods tomorrow. By the way, I will think of other things that can impress these people. On the other side, in the palace, the girls' carriages carried the magic items from the supermarket back home one after another. Each of them excitedly explained to their families how to use these rare objects, and even brought their mothers and sisters to experience them personally. Mom, this shower gel is really amazing. It smells nice and makes my whole body feel refreshed after using it. A girl handed the rose-scented shower gel to her mother with a proud look on her face. Another young lady held a bag of sanitary napkins and whispered to her elder sister, Sister, this stuff is much better than cloth. We must buy more someday. The entire palace was in an uproar over these magic objects. Wang Dao also learned the details of these novel objects from his grandchildren, and he sighed deeply. It is indeed a gift from the immortals. My Wang family of Langya is blessed by heaven. Yan-Chi watched the girls buy all the sanitary napkins without hesitation, feeling secretly happy, but pretending to be kind on his face. Girls, you really have good taste. I guarantee that you will never be able to live without them after using them. After hearing this, the girls felt shy and curious, and quickly asked the attendants to pack their things and load them onto the carriage, for fear that they would be left behind. Yan-Chi looked at them busying around and had already started thinking about the next sales plan in his mind. On the other side, Kong Shengqing was busy receiving the heads of each family and the young masters. Occasionally, he could hear them boasting about the convenience and magic of these immortal objects. Yi-sun simply sat next to the cashier, quickly recording the transaction amount. He looked calm, but couldn't hide the slightly raised corners of his mouth. At noon, the three of them simply had a self-heating hot pot and rice. While eating, Yan-Chi looked at the young men and women standing by and staring at him eagerly, and he wanted to laugh. By the time they finished eating, the fast food was sold out in an instant, and even the stock in the warehouse was taken away. At night, the three of them were finally able to close the shop and rest. Kong Shengcheng took the initiative to prepare a simple meal, while Yan-Chi and Yi-sun began to count the day's harvest. After recording the accounts, Yi-sun smiled and said, Today I received 70 boxes of gold, 50 boxes of silver, 10 boxes of calligraphy and paintings, 20 boxes of silk and satin, and 2 boxes of ancient books. Yan-Chi listened and nodded, but our goods are basically sold out. Rice, flour, salt, instant food, toiletries, snacks, all gone. Even the warehouse is empty. Kong Shengqing sighed. Tomorrow there will be some small families and merchants coming. I'm worried that we won't have anything to sell on the last day. Yanqi thought about it and suddenly had an idea. Then sell the shelves, baskets, and the furniture on the second floor. Even the cosmetics and skincare products in our room can be sold. I have to apply for the expansion of the supermarket when I go back this time. Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing looked at each other, helpless. There's no need to fight so hard, right? Yin Qi said seriously. Don't underestimate these ancient people. Their purchasing power is beyond your imagination. At this time, 250 floated over and said in an excited tone, Host, 105 people have been traded today, and the total number has reached 136. Congratulations to the host for completing the transaction target ahead of schedule. Yin Qi raised his eyebrows. Complete ahead of schedule? What's the reward? 250 replied proudly. The host gets a reward of being able to travel through this world a second time, 10 years later, at a location of the host's choice. Yin Qi was stunned for a moment. Then he complained, Why can't we change the world? 250 confidently explained, Host, this is a benefit for novices. Besides, this is my first time trading, so I will naturally choose a simpler world. Yin Qi curled his lips. Okay, then can you bring a few more people next time? 250 was furious after hearing this. Host, how many people do you want to bring? 100 or so? 100 or so is just a joke, but 20 should be okay, right? 250 hesitated for a moment and said, Okay, I can apply to the main system, but there is no guarantee that it will be approved. Yin Qi nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work, 250. Yi Sun watched Yin Qi bickering with 250 and couldn't help but chuckle. You actually treat 250 as a human being. Kong Shengqing also agreed. You know what? It's quite cute that it changed color today. 250 turned around proudly. Tong Tong knows that he is cute. Host, you think Tong Tong is cute too, right? Yin Qi rolled his eyes and said vaguely. Cute, but you should watch less short videos or you will really become 250. As the night deepened, the three of them ended their busy day by cleaning and chatting. 250 soon received good news. Host, the main system has agreed. From now on, you can bring 2 extra people with you each time you travel, for a total of 10 people. Yin Qi was immediately delighted after hearing this. Great! Adding 2 people permanently, what a good deal. On the other side, the Wang family's residence in Langya was brightly lit. The library was filled with people copying books. Wang Dao sat outside the library and watched, thinking again and again. Although they have bought sweet potatoes and potatoes, it is hard to say whether these things can be popularized in a short time. They must complete the transcription of books as soon as possible to maintain this advantage. In the backyards of each room, the girls of the Wang family were also very busy. Boxes of magic items bought from the supermarket were carefully stored, and the girls excitedly showed these rare items to their mothers and sisters. Mom, this is shower gel. It could be used for washing your hair and taking a bath. It smells really good, a girl said excitedly. It's a pity that outsiders will be coming starting tomorrow, so we can't go anymore. Another girl said regretfully. The lady at the side was all smiles. It's okay. Send your brothers to buy it tomorrow, or let the servants go. We must take this opportunity to buy more. Overnight, every branch of the Wang family of Langya was thinking about how to use the next 4 days to stockpile as many immortal objects as possible. When Yin Qi and the other 2 woke up, they thought that today might be busier, so they even ate a little more breakfast. Not long after the door was opened, the palace's servants and guards rushed in, but the palace's master was nowhere to be seen. Yin Qi asked curiously, Why didn't your master come? A servant replied respectfully, My lord, the master and the gentleman were busy with the library yesterday and never left. The ladies were worried that there would be too many guests today, so they asked us to do the transaction on their behalf. Yin Qi nodded. In that case, you're already familiar with the rules of the supermarket. Just choose and check out. The attendants dispersed to select items, and the supermarket seemed a little deserted. Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing simply took the time to replenish the stocks and tidy up the warehouse. However, Yin Qi saw that it was already past 9 o'clock, but no one else had come, and his expression gradually became grim. What's going on? Has the news spread? Does Wang clan of Langya want to keep it all for himself? You have such a big appetite. Her voice became increasingly sharp. Several servants panicked and knelt down to explain. Fairy, the news has indeed spread, and we have personally notified each family, but for some reason, no one has come yet. Just as Yin Qi was about to speak, a few men in black wide shirts finally appeared at the door and walked in cautiously with their servants. Yin Qi's eyes lit up, and he quickly shouted, "Yi Sun, a guest is here. Quickly introduce him." As soon as the men stepped into the supermarket, they were stunned by the brightness and cleanliness inside. Looking at the dazzling array of goods on the shelves, they exclaimed in a low voice, "It really is a miracle of the gods, a miracle of the gods." Yi Sun walked forward and introduced the types and prices of the goods to them one by one, especially the food and daily necessities, which attracted great interest from the guests. Soon, several people told their followers to go back and move the gold and silver, and they began to shop in the supermarket. However, Yanqi clearly felt that there were many people outside watching and reluctant to come in. She knew in her heart that outsiders were probably wondering whether Wang clan of Langya was really willing to share this opportunity. By around 10 o'clock, the men had finally brought in several boxes of gold and silver and bought most of the supplies in the supermarket. At this time, a boy of about 13 or 14 suddenly pointed at the shelf in the corner and asked, "Fairy, what are those behind you?" Yanqi turned around and slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot. Those are medicines for fever, cough, and hemostasis, as well as safflower oil, anti-inflammatory tablets, alcohol, cotton swabs, iodine, etc." As soon as she finished speaking, the men, along with the palace attendants, rushed to the corner and surrounded the medicine shelf. Everyone rushed to buy and even started pushing and shoving. "Don't push, don't push. Everyone line up, otherwise no one can buy." Yi Sun acted decisively, glanced around coldly, and immediately made everyone quiet down. The servants then reluctantly lined up, and a clever servant immediately ran out, apparently to report the discovery to his master. Yin Qi calmed down and announced, "The medicine is sold by the box for silvers or 2 golds per box. Do you still want it?" "Yes," everyone said in unison. "Okay then," Yin Qi nodded. "I'll explain the usage of each medicine, and you can write it down. Go get some paper and pen." Several people nodded repeatedly, hurriedly found paper and pen, and began to carefully copy down the instructions for using the medicine. At this time, the head of the Wang clan came hurriedly with his men. As soon as he entered the door, he went straight to Yi Sun and said, "Immortal, our Wang clan wants all these immortal medicines." Yi Sun raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Are you sure? For silver or 2 gold per box, can you take them all?" The head of the royal family smiled and said, "Yes. Thank you, Immortal, for giving me the magic medicine." By noon, all the medicines were settled, and Yin Qi and the other 2 were so tired that their throats were dry. The 3 decided to close the shop for a while, have a meal, and then continue. However, the head of the Wang family was not idle. While he ordered people to transport the medicine back to the palace, he also ordered the area around the supermarket to continue to be blocked to temporarily prevent others from entering. He knew that as long as these medicines were handled properly, the Wang family of Langya would surely remain among the top families. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the supermarket finally welcomed groups of new customers. Kong Shengcheng stood at the door, looking at the crowded scene outside, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. So many people. Yin Qi and Yi Sun had already prepared themselves mentally, and the 3 of them threw themselves into the work together. As more and more people poured in, Yin Qi found that even such a large supermarket seemed a bit crowded. It was not until 7:30 in the evening that the 3 were forced to suspend business. Yin Qi collapsed on the sofa, and 250 also leaned his head on her chest. The 2 of them sang in unison, "I'm so tired. I'm exhausted." Yi Sun sat aside and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "There will probably be more people tomorrow." Kong Shengcheng frowned. "At this rate, we may not be able to hold on until the last day, and all the goods will be gone." Yin Qi sighed helplessly. "Why not sell shelves, baskets, and furniture? Anyway, if it's empty on the last day, we can't let these people make a wasted trip." 250 Weekly replied, "Host, 88 people were traded today. A lot of things were sold, but most of them were consumables." After hearing this, Yin Qi could only wave his hands helplessly. "Okay, keep working hard tomorrow. We have to make it to the end." Chapter 10. Trading on the 4th day. After Yin Qi and the other 2 finished their breakfast, don't ask why they still eat when they have 250 yuan. They are just greedy. They opened the supermarket door and saw a queue. They didn't know how long they had been waiting. Although Yin Qi couldn't go out, he could vaguely see a queue about 2 meters long outside. "Did you all come yesterday?" To answer the fairy, most of them should be true. Yin Qi and the other 2 followed a group of people to watch them shopping. Although she also didn't like having staff following her when shopping in a supermarket, She had to explain things at any time and anywhere, and she also had to replenish the goods at any time until every item was out of stock. 250 sighed. Today was another busy day for Tongsheng. Yin Qi and the other two were busy until noon and had no time to cook, so they made instant noodles, which attracted more customers. Who could resist instant noodles? Yin Qi noticed that the people who came to the supermarket yesterday and today were all wealthy or had high social status. At present, no ordinary people came into the supermarket, but there was nothing they could do about it. On various official roads, most people were rushing to the center of power to spread the news. Not only that, the news that Immortals had appeared on Langya Palace Street and the Immortals were doing business with the human world was also spreading around. At night, the store closed on time. Although everyone didn't want to leave, no one dared to disobey the three. No, we have to make some signs to guide them when we get back. 3 people are not enough. 250 opened a bottle of happy water and took a sip. Her post, this is our first transaction. It will become more and more convenient in the future. Maybe the reward after completing the transaction next time will be that we can clean up the supermarket just by moving our mouths and minds. Yin Qi looked at 250 helplessly and said, "That will be next time. I can't stand it anymore. Besides, you were just guessing." In order to save effort, Yi Sun cooked wonton noodles in the evening. After the 3 of them had their meal, they perked up and started to organize the supermarket merchandise. All the fruits are sold out, as are the instant noodles in bags and barrels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, white wine, and red wine. Soybean oil and beef are gone too. All kinds of notebooks, A4 paper, scissors, and kitchen knives are sold out. All the rice crust, meat jerky, and nuts are sold out. I don't know if the remaining inventory can last until tomorrow. Today we received 84 boxes of gold, 67 boxes of silver, 10 boxes of books, 10 boxes of jade ornaments, and 5 boxes of golden silk. Yen Qi asked 250 again. 250. Please tell us the number of people trading today. Okay, host. Today we will trade 133 people. Host, even if we sell out everything in the supermarket in advance, we can't leave. We still have to wait until the last quarter of the 7th day to leave. Yi Sun expressed an idea that had been lingering in his mind for the past 2 days. The remaining goods we have can only last until the 6th day at most. Why don't we work hard and open the store from tomorrow until 10 p.m. and stop selling on the 7th day? The 7th day happens to be the day when the palace will hand over ancient books to us, so we can sort them out and discuss a business deal with the Wang clan of Langya. What business? Yin Qi asked confusedly. Kong Shengsheng continued Yi Sun's words. Isn't the reward for this mission the second time that you can travel to the great Qian dynasty 10 years later and choose a location? We can tell the Langya Wang family that we will come back 10 years later, and it will still be the same location, or just do business with them. Yes, let's trouble 250 to find out where the domestic oil, natural gas, iron ore, manganese or chromite, copper or bauxite, potassium salt, and other important minerals are distributed, and compare it with the Great Qian dynasty. How? Mining, what it looks like, and how to effectively preserve and extract it. We will talk to the clan leader of their Langya Palace on the 7th day. They will definitely be willing to do this business with us. What a great idea. We'll tell them where it's buried and how to mine it, and give them 10 years. When we come next time, we can let them directly use these mineral resources to trade. They must have something they want. Yin Qi's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. The 3 of them smiled at each other. 250 felt a little sad. The other players are just playing games every day. Which player works as a cashier like me? I don't eat or sleep well. Now, they use me to cheat. The key is that I work so hard, but I don't know if the main system will give me points to change my skin. This is not cheating. We booked in advance. Yin Qi picked up about 250 and looked at them. It's okay. If the main system doesn't change your skin, I will. When you complete the mission and go back, I will have someone make you a custom-made dress for you. Women's and men's clothing, tang suits, hanfu, cheongsam, princess dresses, and ladies' clothing are all available for you to choose from. When I say changing skin, I don't mean changing clothes, I mean changing the look. However, I can try to feel what it's like to wear a princess dress. 250 began to imagine and browse the internet again, ready to pick out a nice skirt by herself. There are so many beautiful dresses. Host, can you wear a few more of them? Of course you can. When Yin Qi saw that 250's attention was attracted away, he breathed a sigh of relief. He cleaned the supermarket with Yi Sun and Kong Shengsheng, restocked the goods, and then went to wash up and rest. Yin Qi sighed comfortably while lying on the bed. What a fool! When can you have the function of automatically tidying up the supermarket? We are not high-tech at all now, and we still have to clean the supermarket manually. Alas, other counties in Shandong province already sell the products bought from Yinchi supermarket, but they are 5, 6, or even 10 times more expensive than those sold by Yinchi. I can only sigh that their merchant family is so fast. Due to the appearance of all these things, people from the other 3 major families could no longer sit still and began to rush over. And the news also reached the royal family. The Wang clan of Langya was undoubtedly under the national attention, but none of this had anything to do with Yin Qi and the other 2. After all, they couldn't even get out of the supermarket. The farthest way was at the entrance of the supermarket. Yin Qi and the other 2 fell asleep, but there were still various servants and even butlers, householders or family leaders queuing at the entrance of the supermarket. Originally, no one was queuing, but everyone stood up. It was only after Yin Qi sternly warned them that they developed this habit. On the morning of the 5th day, Yin Qi was so exhausted that he could hardly get up. He was tired. So what? Let it be. Let me go to heaven. I won't sell it anymore. It doesn't matter. Yin Qi lay on the bed and struggled until he went down 250 and came up again. Host, Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing have finished their meal. Host, I have finished my meal too. This morning I had glutinous rice balls with sesame filling. Host, it's already 7:20. Yi Sun is going to open the door. Yin Qi then got up in despair, washed, ate, and went downstairs within 10 minutes. Sure enough, someone had already come into the supermarket and bowed respectfully to Yi Sun and the other person, then went to choose their own items. Yin Qi closed his eyes in pain. When will this day end? I admit that I'm a bad guy. With resentment rising, he walked towards the customers. Chapter 11 Transactions on the 567th day. Yin Qi raised his lips in an official smile. Hello. What do you need to buy? Yin Qi and the other 2 were seen going in and out of the shelves and warehouses. Because Yi Sun said the store would only be open for 2 more days, people rushed to buy goods even faster. Passers-by and small vendors on the street saw horse-drawn carriages from various mansions coming and going and seeing the unique house. Hey, if I had that much gold, I would also like to go into that fairyland and take a look. Recently, many outsiders have come here to trade with that Immortal. Yin Qi and the other 2 continued trading until after 10 o'clock in the evening on the 5th day before closing the store. The people outside the supermarket continued to queue up. Yin Qi and the others did not cook and just ate some snacks. They started to sort the merchandise without taking a rest. After they were done, they found that 2/3 of the merchandise in the entire supermarket was gone. The revenue was also in the warehouse, so they really did not want to count it anymore and waited until the last day to do so. The 3 of them rested tiredly. The 6th day was as busy as the 5th. Yin Qi and Kong Shengqing helped Erbewood to be in charge of the cash register. But Yi Sun was the only one who went back and forth to explain to the newcomers because this day was the last day and everyone had learned about the various commodities. Moreover, everyone could see that only 1/3 of the things in the supermarket were left, which intensified their rush to buy. Yin Qi took advantage of lunch to say to Wang Min, who came to deliver the ancient books, tomorrow is the last day. I will close tomorrow and only let you come. You can deliver these books tomorrow. It just so happens that we have a business to discuss with you. Wang Min had a premonition that this must be a good thing that would allow the Wang family to take the lead again. So he suppressed his excitement, bowed, and left. Yin Qi and the other 2 were busy until 11:30 tonight, and the supermarket closed only when there was nothing left. Looking at the boxes of gold and jewelry of various sizes that could not be placed on the warehouse cash register, Yin Qi felt happy. Money, all money. Yi Sun also smiled and said, everything is sold out in the supermarket now. Those other noble families who came from other places really spent money without hesitation. Kong Shengqing patted his back and said, I'll go upstairs to cook first. Let's have a simple meal. Just put these aside for now. Since no one will be open tomorrow, we can sort out all the harvest tomorrow. After saying that, he went upstairs. Yin Qi, Yi Sun, and the other idiots only rested for more than 10 minutes. Hey, there's not even a bottle of happy water left. I think they want to move all the shells away today. Go back and apply to expand the warehouse. Luckily, we have 2 more people now. Host, we have really exceeded our target this time. I am so exhausted. I don't know if the main system will give me any reward. Itong chatted, cleaned the supermarket, and went upstairs to eat. After eating, he was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. Yin Qi said firmly, let's not get up so early tomorrow. There's nothing to sell anyway. Why don't we get up at 9 o'clock? There are only the ancient books of Wang of Langya and the sweet potatoes and potatoes he wants to exchange, and the need for idiots to repeat. Yeah, okay. I am indeed tired. The 3 of them rested. Yanqi still hadn't gotten up at 9 in the morning. Although he couldn't play with his phone because of the lack of internet this week, he was so tired every day that he just wanted to sleep, but there was no end to his sleep. Yanqi didn't come down until noon, mainly because Yi Sun and the others didn't wake Yanqi up. Yi Sun, Kong Shengsheng, and 250 others had already exchanged the ancient books, sweet potatoes and potatoes with Wang Shi of Langia. Although Wang Shi of Langia did not finish transcribing all the books in their library, there was still a little short of it. Wang Min said nervously, "There are still 200 disciples still copying. It is predicted that more than 40 books will be copied today. I hope the Immortals will forgive me." Yi Sun didn't say anything, but asked their clan leader to bring 2 literate people to listen to the idiot's retelling. When Yanqi went downstairs, Patriarch Wang, Wang Min, and several heads of the family were all sitting on the sofa, but the servants were not there. "I'm sure you know that what we're talking about today is an important matter." Wang Min was thinking hard, preparing to copy down what the idiot said. "First, write down everything he said, and then we can discuss how to make this deal in detail." Yanqi came down, leaned casually against the cargo shelf, and motioned for the idiot to start his speech. "You need help finding oil. Oil resources are concentrated in the 8 major basins of Bohai Bay, Songliao, Darim, Ordos, Yungar, Pearl River Estuary, Kaidam, and the East China Sea Shelf, which is located in your Dacian dynasty. Oil production depends on the natural ability of the formation itself, is equivalent to pushing out the oil. In this form, the oil recovery rate is very low. When the natural energy drops to a certain level, water is injected into the oil formation to increase the pressure of the formation. By increasing the pressure, it is equivalent to pushing out the oil. The oil is squeezed out of the formation with water. This is secondary oil recovery. The oil recovery rate is about 40%. The tin mine in Lengshui City, Hunan, contains antimony resources. The mining is... Wang Min wrote that it was lunchtime, and he had not finished talking about the 205. "I have to stop now and let others have a rest." Wang Min breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed his wrist, and put down the pen. The royal family leader and others listened in confusion. They only heard that these things seemed to be very important and how to mine them. But the royal family leader was about to speak. "Patriarch Wang, when we finish writing down the resources we want this afternoon, you can help us mine them, or you can cooperate with the court. Of course, we won't let you work for nothing. We will come again in 10 years. If you need anything, we will give it to you first. In 10 years, we will exchange what we have for the oil and other things you have mined. Of course, I think you would also like to have this light that can make the night as bright as the day. If you have anything you want, you can ask for it now. Oh, yes, we also have rice and wheat seeds that can produce 1,000 kilograms per mu. We didn't bring them this time, but I believe we can have a pleasant cooperation next time. We will give priority to the various resources you need to mine above." Yanqi finished all these words in one breath, without giving the Wang family a chance to react. As expected, they were tempted. They also understood that the resources to be mined were naturally very precious to the Immortals. But they didn't know how to use them, and rice and wheat with a yield of 1,000 kilograms per mu, lights as bright as daylight, and everything in the supermarket were more useful to them than resources. "Thank you for giving this opportunity to the Wang clan of Langia. We will work hard to mine within the next 10 years. Several people thanked him, but it was meaningless. After lunch, a new round of dictation began. It was not until after 3 o'clock that all the copies were completed. Patriarch Wang solemnly put them away and placed them in a box. The 2 sides discussed the specific details. In order to help their partners complete the task more carefully, Yanqi and the other 2 taught them many modern business concepts. They also talked to them about the decline of aristocratic families looking back at their own history. They hoped that they could persist for 10 years. They continued discussing until after 8 o'clock in the evening before leaving. Yanqi and the other 2 originally wanted to collect all their income, but then they remembered that the main system would take away 55% of the profits, and they instantly didn't want to move. Yanqi closed the supermarket door, and several people sat on the sofa. 250, you can settle the task now. Good host. Chapter 12, Returning Home. Host, this time I traveled through the Dacian dynasty. The mission target was to trade 100 people, and a total of 777 people were traded. I exceeded the task and received the task reward. The second transaction location is the Dacian dynasty. You can land at the specific location at will. The reward for over-completing the task. There are 5 trading staff in the supermarket. 55% will be taken from the profit settlement, and the reward system will be 200 points for the first completed transaction. After that, Yanqi and the three of them watched the gold and silver jewelry visible to the naked eye disappeared from under their noses. 205 is happy. I have points to change my skin. Yanqi was angry, really angry. Zhou Papi, no. Zhou Papi is at the mercy of your main system. Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing looked at each other, watching Yanqi jump to his feet and intuitively telling them that if they stepped forward at this time, they would definitely be scolded. The two of them silently counted how much profit was left. Yanqi looked at the idiot's sweet smile and felt extremely displeased. He grabbed the idiot's paw and said unkindly, "Are you so happy?" "No, not very happy. Tell me, is your main system really going to make that much money every time? We are all serving your main system, right? Is your main system a big businessman? You masters travel across various planes to conduct transactions and treat us as employees, right? Right? Huh?" Idiot was trembling with fear. What the host said seemed to be true, but this was not something that a small system like him, who was on a mission for the first time, could decide. Half an hour later, Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing interrupted the two men's quarrel. "Comrade Yanqi, our current income is 326 boxes of gold, 301 boxes of silver, and 100 boxes of various jewelry and silks. The ancient books have not been touched, still 44 boxes of ancient books, and 73 boxes of jade pendants and other ornaments." When Yanqi heard this number, he smiled, and his exposed white teeth blinded Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing. Yanqi breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, the main reason for her anger was that she had reported to the country, and the country had gathered so much manpower and material resources, and all departments were just to support her transaction. If it was too little, then she and the country would have made such a big fuss. Wouldn't it be in vain? Achievements must be greater than efforts to live up to the trust of the country. But when Yanqi thought about the 55% that had been taken away, that is to say, if it had not been taken away, there would have been 700 boxes of gold alone, he couldn't think about it. If he thought about it, he would collapse. The three of them looked at the clock and saw that there was only 1 hour left before they could travel back in time. They were extremely excited, and each of them was sitting or standing waiting for that moment to come. "By the way, idiot, we just successfully traveled through time. When will the next time be? Can we rest at home for a few days?" "Host, the next time you travel through time will be in 2 weeks. There is no need to rush. However, I don't know whether the next time you travel through time will be a week or longer. We have to wait until then for the main system to tell us. But what we can be sure of now is that next time it will still be this small world. It is relatively simple compared to other magical worlds and martial arts worlds." Although Yanqi wanted to go to the interstellar space right away to find the armor and bring it back to the country, he also knew that there was no rush. Director Zheng and others were already waiting at the entrance of the supermarket, but it was still under martial law, as usual. There was a lot of discussion online about what had happened in such a small county town and why it had been under martial law for a week. The authorities had not issued any explanation, and everyone had their own guesses. 5 minutes left. All units should record data. Following Chief of Staff Lu's words, everyone stared at the empty space nervously. Leader Li had too many things to do, so he couldn't stay here all the time. When they traveled to the next day, Leader Li went to reply to the big boss and prepare for the next thing. This week, the bigwigs from various academies of science were in an uproar because there was absolutely no scientific explanation. The experts, academicians, and researchers who came at the time spent a week analyzing everything from physics to chemistry to metaphysics, but they still could not find a reason why the supermarket disappeared out of thin air. There was another flash of white light, and when it faded, the supermarket appeared. Uproar! It's boiling. I believe there are aliens. Several special police officers on guard muttered to themselves. Yanqi saw the parents and familiar and unfamiliar comrades at the door and happily took Erbiwu out. She couldn't hold it in any longer. She stayed in the supermarket for a week. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she saw medical staff in protective clothing spraying her and Tongzi. We don't have any virus." Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing looked at each other and retracted their steps. Yanqi was confused. Help, there were so many handsome soldiers and academic researchers around, but he ended up getting wet in front of everyone. The medical staff and special police wearing protective clothing went into the supermarket separately and scolded Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing, and then disinfected and inspected the supermarket separately. Seeing that Yanqi could come out, father and mother Yin quickly answered, "Cheer, are you okay? Are you tired?" Yanqi smiled and said, "It's okay. It's mainly because we are in the ancient plane and we can't leave the supermarket. There's no danger." Chief of Staff Lu walked forward and looked at Yanqi carefully. Yin Qi was wearing a gray sportswear and white sneakers. Her long black hair was wet and hung on her scalp because of the disinfectant. The most striking thing was that she had a pair of bright eyes, bright and clear. Although there was depression in her eyes, she smiled at her parents with small tiger teeth, just like the description in the information. He was attracted by the idiot who kept shaking his head on her shoulder. Is this little round ball a system? The idiot noticed the sharp gaze of Chief of Staff Liu, shook his body, grabbed Yin Qi's hair, and turned around. Yin Qi also noticed the soldier in front of him, who was wearing a military uniform, had a strong and solid physique, a straight back, and a solemn face. Chief of Staff Liu saluted Yin Qi, Yi Sun, and Kong Shengsheng. Yi Sun and Kong Shengsheng saluted in return, and Yin Qi also saluted in return in a daze. Comrade Yin Qi, Comrade Yi Sun, Comrade Kong Shengsheng, welcome home. As soon as these 4 words were spoken, Yin Qi's eyes turned red. Feeling a little hypocritical, he quickly blinked in embarrassment. A smile flashed in Chief of Staff Liu's eyes. The information was still a little missing. Comrade Yin Qi was very emotional. I am the person in charge sent by the higher-ups to replace Leader Li. Everyone calls me Chief of Staff Liu. Comrade Yin Qi, I know you are very tired and need to rest, but for the sake of your health, you need to undergo a comprehensive physical examination. The 3 nodded, and Yin Qi touched his mother's hand as if to comfort her. Then a medical staff took them to the opposite side of the supermarket. Yin Qi then discovered that the opposite side of the supermarket had now become a small hospital. He was shocked. So the country wouldn't have done more than them in this week, right? After Yin Qi and the other 2 checked, Old Man Yin said excitedly, glad that you're back safely. I just heard that Leader Li will be here tomorrow. Let's rest first. By the way, this whole street has been requisitioned by the state, and various departments and units from above have occupied a part of it, but Leader Li still got us a house near the supermarket. At this point, Old Man Yin saw Yi Sun and Kong Shengsheng and expressed his gratitude. My useless girl must have troubled you. Thank you. Otherwise, come to our house to rest. Chief of Staff Liu specifically asked you to rest first. We'll talk about anything tomorrow. Old Man Yin was even more direct. She stepped forward, 1 in each hand, and pulled them out. Yi Sun and Kong Shengsheng were unable to persuade Yin's mother, so they reluctantly went to the Yin family's current house. Chapter 13 Leader Li's attention. No one touched the things in the supermarket. The medical staff and experts only disinfected and tested them. The results of the 3 people's physical examinations came out overnight, and there were no abnormalities. Except for fatigue, there were no other problems. This was too shocking. Everyone was waiting for the 3 people to get up and ask questions. Chief of Staff Liu also reported the news of the 3 people's return, as well as their physical data and supermarket data. Yin Qi slept well. Father and Mother Yin did not wake up the others. Yi Sun and Kong Shengsheng's work and rest schedule in the army allowed them to get up normally, and then the 2 of them went to answer questions from various units. Yin Qi slept until 1 p.m., but the idiot woke up because he was hungry, so he woke Yin Qi up as well. Mom, where are Yi Sun and Kong Shengsheng? They got up in the morning and reported to Chief of Staff Liu and others. Oh, don't worry. It's too late to worry now. Eat first. When Yin Qi thought about it and realized it was true, he didn't care anymore. After dinner, he took Tongzi and his parents out. That's amazing. Mom and Dad, you guys now have guards. Yin Qi was stunned when he saw the 2 soldiers standing at the door. Mother Yin rolled her eyes and said, this is for you. Amazing. Yin Qi greeted the 2 soldiers and was flattered but not used to having 2 soldiers protecting him. When Yin Qi arrived at the supermarket entrance, Yi Sun and Kong Shengsheng had just finished their enthusiastic questioning of each unit. Those experts saw the light in Yin Qi's eyes. No, to be more precise, they saw the idiot in Yin Qi's arms. Yin Qi and Wu shuddered at the same time. Hello. Ms. Yin Qi, can I study? Ugh, understand your system? Wu looked at those people's fiery eyes, and his heart trembled. Host, you are my dear host. Of course, you can ask it some questions, but you can't hurt it. Wu looked heartbroken. Host, don't you love me anymore? Yin Qi wanted to laugh when she saw Wu acting funny. Although she had only known this system for less than 10 days, it was still easy for her to see that Wu loved to eat, play, and surf the internet, and had a simple mind, just like a 14 or 15-year-old child. Idiot made this expression on purpose, because he felt that no one had any ill intentions. Ha, love you, O superscript 3C. Why don't you go and chat with these uncles, aunts, grandparents? Yin Qi handed over the 250 yuan without hesitation, then dragged his distressed mother into the supermarket. Chief of Staff Liu, good morning. Oh no, good afternoon. Comrade Yin Shi, have you had a good rest? Well, let's first take a look at the profits of this transaction. Yin Shi changed the subject. The few people did not move, but Yi Sun repeated the profit again, which was after tax. The staff also began to open the boxes one by one to inspect the goods. It must be said that the gold was so bright when it was opened that Yin Shi and the other two who had been dealing with it this week were dazzled, not to mention Father Yin, Mother Yin, and the staff. Yin Shi heard the sound of swallowing saliva and lying on the grass. Chief of Staff Lu was also surprised. After all, it was better to see with your own eyes than to hear how many boxes of gold and silver there were. The staff counted and inspected the goods box by box. It only took them one afternoon to go from initial shock to numbness. Yin Shi couldn't bear to look at it for a while. Chief of Staff Lu was responsible for making arrangements to send all of these to the capital. The people coming this time were scientists, so the ancient books and cultural relics still had to be sent to historians for research. This required careful planning. Yin Shi found that except for Director Zheng and Officer Xiao Lu, who had taken her statement, all the staff she had met before the first transaction were gone. Officer Xiao Lu told Yin Shi that they had all gone back to do their respective jobs. Director Zheng said to Yin Shi, "Yin Shi girl, you have done a great job this time. If you were not here, you would not know that recently the United States and other Western countries have been selling raw materials and the US dollar has appreciated. They only accept gold, which is really a choke point for us." Yin Shi was very surprised, but also very glad that he knew that gold was a circulating commodity. He only hoped that this transaction could truly help the country. Leader Li and his team boarded a plane to Yin Shi early in the morning. After knowing that Yin Shi and the other two had returned safely last night, several of the giants made a detailed understanding of the subsequent communication and confidentiality of this plane transaction department. It is no exaggeration to say that this department has already become a red-headed document. When Leader Li got off the plane, Chief of Staff Lu had already sent Leader Li and the capital the conversations of Yi Sun and Kong Shengsheng that morning and the surveillance footage of the supermarket. Leader Li knew that this was truly their opportunity, but the current international situation was grim. So, after Yin Shi picked up Wu, he heard the news that Leader Li was coming and went to the supermarket again with Wu in his arms. Leader Li looked at Yin Shi amiably and said, "Girl Yin, you have done a great job this time. On behalf of the people, I would like to thank you again for your selfless dedication." Li leads me. Yin Yato, I don't even call you comrade. Why do you still call me leader? Call me Uncle Li, ha 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 ha. But if you don't want to... No, I am willing, but I am so virtuous and capable. Leader Li nodded firmly. No, Yin Yato, you are fine. I also want to thank your parents for teaching you. Yin Shi's toes were on the ground as she listened to Leader Li's various compliments. In fact, she really felt it was nothing. Yin Shi quickly changed the subject. Li Ling, Uncle Li, our next time travel will be the Great Qian Dynasty, but we have asked the Langyuan clan to help us mine the oil and other materials we lack. Well, I already know and reported it. Now the key is to choose two more people who are absolutely loyal and capable, and who are in completely different fields from Comrade Yi Sun and Comrade Kong Shengsheng, as well as the expansion of supermarkets and the scarcity of various commodities. Well, we really don't have enough to sell this time. When Leader Li saw Chief of Staff Lu walk into the supermarket, he said to Yin Shi, "I have already given Yi Sun and Kong Shengsheng 3 days of leave. You also have 3 days. The first day is about to pass. You should go out for a walk, but remember to take them with you." Leader Li smiled and pointed at the two soldiers. Yin Shi was helpless and felt very embarrassed. "Don't worry, they are following you in plain clothes." Yin Shi then nodded, knowing that Leader Li and Chief of Staff Lu had something to say, and went out. Yin Shi didn't even know where to go, so he took the idiot back. "Host, we're not going to have the second transaction until 2 weeks later. Why are you only given 3 days off?" Leader Li must have his own intentions. "Hey, I'm also a public employee now, so I will do whatever the country tells me to do." When Yan's mother saw Yin Shi, she ran over and pulled Yin Shi. "Because of our supermarket, we haven't been back to see your grandma. I heard from Yi Sun's 2 children that they have 3 days off, so it's a good time for us to go back and see her." Yin Shi nodded. "Where's my dad?" "Your dad? Your dad is busy. The supermarket is going to expand. The leader specially assigned your dad as supervisor. Your dad is busy." Yin Shi and the 2 soldiers changed their clothes and headed south of the city. Yan's mother's family is in the south of the city, and Yin Shi is only an uncle, an aunt, and a cousin. "Oh my God! Look at this criminal who dares to come to our house." Yin Shi's face turned dark. Chapter 14. Aunt. Sister-in-law? What are you talking about? Yan's mother was unhappy. Why? You dare not let others say it. It's all spread everywhere. It's all because your supermarket sells contraband, and now it's closed. Didn't you also implicate the whole street? Shang Mei, you guys are still so nervous to come here? Why? Are you here to borrow money? The woman stood at the door, picking her teeth and looking up and down at Yin Shi and her daughter. No money. And that guy named Yin doesn't dare to come to borrow money. Yin Shi had actually prepared for her aunt's cold words when she came here. After all, when she was admitted to university, her aunt ran to their house and refused to let Yin Shi go to school. She also argued with old man Yin about what a girl should go to. Old man Yin just thought that this sister-in-law was unreasonable. Then Yin Shi's aunt let it slip that all the money belonged to her son. Because old man Yin and his wife only had Yin Shi as their child in their lifetime. According to her aunt's idea, old man Yin must need a potbreaker, so this supermarket should be reserved for her son. But Yan's father was so angry that he cursed her aunt and said it was impossible. After that, except for visiting Grandma during the spring festival, he only visited Grandma secretly when his aunt was not around. Yin Shi's uncle Shanda was a henpecked man. Yan's mother had thought about bringing her mother to live with them. Yin Shi's grandparents had passed away a long time ago, but the older generation thought that they would live with their sons, not their daughters. Besides, they didn't want to trouble their daughters. Because of her loud voice, the neighbors all poked their heads out inadvertently. Yin Shi held down Mother Yin, who was about to argue, raised her head, and looked as sharp as a knife. I think you are a good cook, and you are first class at adding oil and vinegar. I didn't know that you were plotting to make up stories about our supermarket's failure. My parents don't care, but I still have them in their old age. How can it be your turn? When her aunt heard this, she walked out the door, pointed at Yin Shi, and said sharply, Who are you scolding, you little bitch? I never name-call anyone when I speak. If you are in the wrong, just take responsibility. As soon as Yin Shi finished speaking, she heard sneering sounds from next door. Her aunt was so angry that she wanted to hit Yin Shi. Shang Mei pushed her aunt away and said, Sister-in-law, don't go too far. Yin Shi's grandmother also came out trembling. Daughter-in-law, what are you doing? My daughter has finally come to see me. Are you hoping for my death? Her aunt looked disapproving, but no one knew what she was thinking. Yin Shi walked forward and supported Grandma. Grandma, don't be angry. Let's go in first. Yan's mother also supported the other hand, and the three of them went back. Her aunt spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at the three men. Bah, why don't you take the old man away if you pretend to be so filial? The two soldiers looked at her fiercely. Her aunt was frightened and went out muttering curses. Yin Shi had sharp ears, and when he heard this, he was so angry that he almost exploded. Grandma, my mother and I came to tell you that we are safe today. Mom, I guess that my sister-in-law would say something shameless to you, so I came here. Mom, our daughter has made a name for herself. She is now a civil servant. The supermarket is also contracted by the state. Did you see outside that the state has hired 2 protectors for her? So, Mom, you don't have to suffer here anymore. Come back with us. Yes, Grandma, I miss you too. Besides, I may be on business trips from now on, and there will be no one to accompany Mom. Yin Shi's grandmother looked at Yin Shi happily at first, but when she heard the two asked her to leave, she was a little moved. After all, she knew what her son and grandson were like over the years. Seeing that his grandma's face was relaxed, Yin Shi immediately went to her room and started packing things. Of course, only some clothes. Yin Shi and her mother coaxed and deceived Grandma into following them. Of course, before leaving, Grandma went into the room and took out the passbook and other things and handed them to Yan's mother. But Yan's mother didn't want them. You take it, your brother, hey. Yin Shi was very happy today. The 3 of them and the 2 soldiers did not go shopping and went straight home. Mom, look, this is the house allocated by the state. Good. My daughter has really made progress. Grandma was relieved. Mother Yin and Yin Shi began to clean up the room for Grandma Shang and went to buy clothes and daily necessities. I called my brother again in the evening to tell him that my mother would be living with me from now on. In the evening, Father Yin also came back. Grandma Shang felt a little embarrassed. After all, she would have to trouble her daughter and son-in-law from now on. Father Yin noticed it and said with a smile, Mom, you can stay here with peace of mind, thanks to our cheer, who is now working for the country. Really? Yes, Mom. Old Yin and his father may be very busy in the future. We will be the only 2 left at home. If you hadn't come, I would have been so lonely. A few people chatted and laughed, and then went to rest. Host, I'm dying of suffocation. I haven't spoken a word all night. Why can't you let Grandma know of my existence? You idiot, my grandma is already so old. Do you want to scare her? Okay, so I can't talk at home anymore? I can't help it. I'm sorry. Otherwise, don't come downstairs tomorrow. I'll get you some snacks and your favorite spicy noodles with happy water. You can play games on your phone and let you stay comfortably for 2 days. The idiot turned into starry eyes. Host, you are so nice. The 3-day holiday passed quickly. Yin-Chi spent these 2 days chatting and taking walks with his mother and grandmother. Of course, there were no other people on the whole street except the special police force, decoration workers, and unit personnel. Urbe was spent 2 days in Yin-Chi's room, eating, drinking, and having fun. Day 4. Host, can I not go? It's still a long time before the next transaction. Idiot, you've changed. You used to be the one who woke me up. I just found the joy of life. Your fun is eating, drinking, and having fun. Well, host, you were the same, so let's not say anything about each other. No matter what, you have to get up. If it's really none of your business, come back. Okay. When Yin-Chi arrived at the supermarket, Leader Li, Yi Sun, Kong Shengcheng, and others were already there. Yin-Chi trotted over and said, "Hello, Uncle Li. Hello, Chief of Staff Liu. Hello, Director Zheng. Hello, Xiao Liu. Hello, Comrade Yi Sun. Comrade Kong Shengcheng. Hello, Miss Yin, and the idiot system, too. Ha, girl Yin, I have good news for you." Leader Li smiled and asked Yin-Chi to guess. Yin-Chi looked confused. Yi Sun and Kong Shengcheng winked at her. "Yi Sun, you two are having cramps." Both of them were confused. Leader Li handed a bank card to Yin-Chi. Yin-Chi swallowed and didn't dare to take it. "Uncle Li, you have exceeded the mission this time and brought back so much gold. This is a reward for you. There are 200,000 yuan in this card. The password is your birthday. Each of them has 100,000 yuan. Yin-Chi reached out to take it and thought to himself, I love my country, so I worked for the country for 7 days and got 200,000. Hey, don't complain that it's too little. We need the money right now. If conditions improve in the future, it will definitely be more than this. Don't worry about it. Yin-Chi finally understood the words often seen in novels. Woo, I didn't want to either, but he gave too much. That means she suddenly went from being a full-time daughter to having $200,000 in savings, a formal job, and the support of the country. Really, I am grateful again for handing it in directly at that time. Grateful to the country, grateful to the idiot, grateful to my parents, grateful. Yin-Chi's mind was dizzy. Uncle Li, don't worry. I will do my best. Chapter 15 Training. Leader Li narrowed his eyes. There is indeed a lot of noise here. There are people trying to take advantage of the situation. So the higher-ups have decided to tell everyone that they're going to build a scientific research base here. Of course, this is for external use. Yin-Chi nodded vigorously. You are both right. 200,000 the good days are coming. I didn't expect that a salted fish like me would have this day. Leader Li turned his gaze to Yin-Chi again. Your two teammates are still in the process of choosing. There is still more than a week before the next time we cross the border for trading. At this time, we can expand the supermarket. And Yin girl, you are the most important connector. The superiors have found 3 teachers for you, 1 to teach sales, 1 to teach basic fighting, and 1 to teach diplomacy. Your teammates also have their own learning goals. Of course, although your teammates can protect you, isn't it better to have the ability in your own hands? Yin-Chi exclaimed that the salted fish was about to turn into a king of rolls. Yin-Chi also knew that Leader Li and the others were thinking about him, so he did not complain. Leader Li and his group, together with Yin-Chi and the other 2, summarized and analyzed the last transaction and made a rough prediction for the next time travel. Then Leader Li told Yin-Chi and the other 2 to go back and pack up their daily necessities and wait for a special car to take them to the army for teaching, which is the safest place. When Yin-Chi returned home, he saw his uncle Shangda, his aunt, and his cousin Shang Pengcheng in the living room. I think they didn't tell their uncle their home address. So how could they find their house? Yin-Chi asked immediately after thinking about it. Uncle, how did you know we live here? Oh, isn't this our Xiaoqi back? Yin-Chi, I didn't expect that you were a civil servant now. Wow, you were even allocated an apartment. How much money was compensated for the supermarket that was demolished? You can't take it all, right? How much is your salary this month? Before Uncle Shonda could say anything, my aunt said a lot of things. Yin-Chi rubbed his eyebrows. Xiaoqi, your aunt saw on the internet that this area was going to be demolished to form a base, so she brought us to see you. It just so happened that she got some clothes for your grandma. Yin-Chi asked again, how did you know we live here? Shang Pengcheng glanced around at Yin-Chi and the 2 soldiers behind him in a frivolous manner. What do you mean? Cousin, can't we know? Cousin, you are amazing. You have 2 boyfriends? Yin-Chi's grandmother's face darkened. How can you talk like that? This is Yin-Chi's colleague. Yin Qi's mother also had a dark face. Our daughter is not like you. Xiao Qi, when we came in, we asked the police at the intersection, and they told us that you lived here. After we checked, I took them back. Shangda knew that Yin Qi's family did not welcome them, so he stood up after saying this. Why are you leaving, Yin Qi? You've made it big. Why don't you find a job for your brother? I think our Peng Cheng is smarter than you. Go talk to your boss and ask your brother to come work for you. Aunt Yin turned around and said to Mother Yin, Mei Li, I heard that the cost of demolition is several million. You give this money to our Peng Cheng, and our Peng Cheng will be filial to you in due time. That's right, Annie. How much money can a woman like my cousin spend? Yin Qi could no longer bear it. Please go out, uncle. Do you really not want to leave our relationship? What do you think my aunt said? Or are you going to be a good guy again this time? Stand behind a woman? Waiting for my aunt to take advantage of you? Aunt, do you really not know yourself? Shang Peng Cheng, don't you know what you are like? The minimum education level for civil servants is junior college. Did you pass the exam? Don't you know what you are doing every day? Shangda's face flushed. No, it's not. Aunt Yin slammed the table and yelled, No, I won't leave. Let's see what you were saying. Yin Qi, if you don't give my son and my wife some compensation today, we will stay here. Shang Pengqing also kicked the sofa and attacked Yin Qi crazily. Sorry to trouble you, but remember to tell the guards not to let them in anymore. Yin Qi turned and said apologetically to the two soldiers. The two soldiers looked serious, grabbed Shang Pengqing forcefully, and carried him out. It hurts, Mom. Mom, Dad, hey, my Pengqing, you guys are useless. Aunt Yin and the other two didn't care about Yin Qi anymore and went out to chase the captured Shang Pengqing. Grandma Yin came forward crying and pulled Yin Qi. Nan, it's all my fault that I didn't teach your uncle well. It's all my fault that I married her to your uncle. It's okay, Grandma. Yin Qi and Yan's mother comforted Grandma Yin for a while and listened to her complaints. Grandma, Mom, I'm going to training. What kind of training? Our unit requires us to undergo training. Grandma Yin was distracted. Well, the country has trained you, so you should work hard for the country. Are you leaving now? Yeah, it's okay. There's no rush. Grandma Yin said anxiously, I'm fine now. You should pack your things and go quickly. Mei Li, please go upstairs and help Nan pack. Yin Qi, Yan's mother, and Heir Bai Wu, who had been pretending to be dead, went upstairs. Yan's mother and Yin Qi were packing up. Heir Bai Wu said angrily, Host, I almost couldn't help it just now. How could your cousin and aunt be so excessive? Mother Yin and Yin Qi looked at each other and sighed. Who would have thought that they would go too far? It's okay, idiot, they won't come again. Herbe was stared at the two of them packing up. He just heard that the host and the others were going to study, and he didn't want to study. Host, I can't bear to leave Mother Yin. Can I help you take care of Mother Yin and Father Yin at home? I think you're reluctant to part with snacks and games. Oh, they're all the same host. Mother Yin smiled as she watched the idiot act coquettishly. Yin Qi thought about it and realized that he would only be gone for a dozen days, and besides, he wouldn't be able to play with Idiot. If Idiot followed him, he would have to act like an inanimate toy in front of others, which would really be a pity. Okay, then you are not allowed to show up in front of Grandma at home. You'll scare her, and you're not allowed to go outside. The patrollers and decorators outside don't know you exist. Got it? Host, believe me. I won't go out. Why go out? It would be better to eat, drink, and have fun in the room. Mom, I'm sorry to bother you. Yin Qi hugged Yan's mother and acted coquettishly. Don't tell Mom whether it's troublesome or not. You, on the other hand, should study hard, but don't tire yourself out too much. I know, Mom. Yin Qi went to say goodbye to Old Man Yin again, and then got on the bus to the city. 10 days can be said to be fast or slow. Yin Qi has 3 teachers taking turns to teach every day, which has sublimated my body and mind, both physically and mentally exhausted. When there were still 2 days left before the journey, Yin Qi was finally let go. Few will definitely have a good sleep when I get back. Yin Qi and the other 2 were sitting in the car on their way back. By the way, didn't you go home these days? Kong Shengcheng shook his head. No, normally we take a vacation every 6 months. For example, Yi-sun hasn't been back for a year, right? The second time is over, you should go back home. Otherwise your parents will be very worried. When the time comes, I'll talk to Leader Li for you. After all, we're in the same department now, and I'm your department head. Thank you, Minister. Haha, you're welcome. By the way, do you know who the new member is? The 3 of us are all in training. How would we know? But we'll know when we get there. 2. Chapter 16, New Teammates. When Yin Qi and the other 2 arrived at the street corner, they were stunned. They saw that the entire street, no, the 3 streets on the left and right were surrounded by walls, with only one gate to enter. There were already 10 guards in the few meters from the outside of the gate to the inside of the gate. Yanqi and the other 2 got off the car and walked. What came into view were identical buildings, including Yanqi's house. Yanqi and the other 2 first went back to Yanqi's home to say hello to his parents and grandmother, and then took the happy idiot out to the supermarket. Along the way, they saw the signs hanging at the door of each unit, which looked no different. But when we arrived at the supermarket entrance, "Oh gosh, is this a supermarket? Are you sure?" Kong Shensheng exclaimed. Yanqi and Erbiwu opened their mouths wide, and Yisun also looked them up and down. It seems that no one has been free for the past 10 days. Idiot burped and said, "Host, luckily you were smart and handed me and the supermarket over. Otherwise, we wouldn't have such a big supermarket." Yanqi also felt relieved. It is no longer a supermarket, but a real large shopping mall. On the basis of the original supermarket, there are 3 shops on the left and right of the street, up to 5 stories high. The exterior design weakens the collision of the street corners in the building with soft curves, making it more friendly and soft. The curtain wall grid gradually expands from bottom to top and from front to back to adapt to the scale of the building. The pattern on the base is the smallest, and the transparent glass is set on the 2nd and 3rd floors, which is very eye-catching. A petite girl about 1.55 meters tall came out and said sweetly, "You are Minister Yin Qian, right? I'm in Meng Meng from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, graduated from Capital University, 23 years old this year, and Minister Luan asked me to transfer here, just now." "Hello, Vice Minister Yi Sun." "Hello, Comrade Kong Shengcheng." Yanqi stared straight at her face. She had a round face and round eyes, and 2 dimples were faintly visible when she smiled. Yanqi screamed like a groundhog in his heart. How cute. "Hello, I'm Yanqi." "Hello, I'm Yevon." "Hello, I'm Kong Shengsheng. We will be colleagues in the future, so please take care of me." Deng Xiao is another colleague. He is from the Research Institute and should be calculating something there now. As he said that, he pointed to the house diagonally opposite the supermarket. "That's their Research Institute. I haven't been in there yet." And Meng Meng shrugged. Yanqi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw how talkative this little girl was. "Uncle Li is in the supermarket. You guys come in with me." Wow, this is the legendary system. And Meng Meng's attention was drawn to the idiot who was burping because of his overeating. Yi Sun and Kong Shengcheng entered the supermarket first. Yanqi smiled and handed Erbiwu to Meng Meng. "His name is Erbiwu, and he is also our colleague." "Hello, sister. I'm always an idiot." The idiot was embarrassedly hugged by Meng Meng. "And what a special name. You are so cute." "Thank you, you are so cute too." Yanqi and Meng Meng also entered the supermarket. Leader Li, Director Zheng, Foreign Minister Luan, and others were already waiting in the mall lobby. And Meng Meng began to introduce the mall. The mall consists of a warehouse on the underground 1st floor, a supermarket on the 1st floor, jewelry, perfume, watches and cosmetics on the 2nd floor, a drugstore and knitwear, bags and bedding on the 3rd floor. The 4th floor is temporarily closed and is where we store our trading items. The 5th floor is our dormitory and restaurant, thus achieving a new upgrade in leisure and entertainment experience. Minister Luan smiled and shook hands with Yanqi and the other 2. "Hello, and Meng Meng is our department's trump card. I believe she can bring you more help." "Hello, thank you, Three's nub," the 3 replied. Director Zheng also said, "We definitely have enough goods and categories to sell this time, but we are worried that the warehouse and the 4th floor may not be enough. After all, this time we are mainly buying and selling resources such as oil." Leader Li shook his head. "It doesn't matter. You can do as much as you want. The second transaction is mainly because the 5 of you are working together for the first time. We don't know how dangerous the next plane will be. Comrade Yi Sun and Comrade Kong Shengcheng, we didn't use the guns and ammunition last time. Although we are only going to the same place, we don't know what it will be like 10 years later, so this batch of guns is placed in the warehouse on the 1st floor below ground. Remember to equip yourself before you leave." "Receive." Chief of Staff Lu walked in and looked at the group. "Aren't there 5 people?" And Meng Meng quickly replied, "Colonel Lu, Brother Duncan is still working with his teacher team to study time and space transfer. This kid quickly asked him to come over and meet the teammates, and you can get familiar with this supermarket together." Leader Li was helpless, and Meng Meng put the idiot back into Yanqi's hands and ran out quickly. Kong Shengcheng hesitated. "Idiot system. There are 5 of us on the 3rd floor, including you. Aren't we tired? So, idiot system, you can apply to the higher level again. Why not add more people?" Erbewu thought about the last time when he was so tired that he couldn't speak and shuddered. I'll go ask. Everyone was looking forward to it. After all, one more person means one more security. Leader Li knew that among the five of them, only Yi Sun and Kong Shengsheng were in the army and had military power, while the other three did not. By the time Ming Ming dragged Duncan over, Erbewu also received a reply. Woo, no. The main system called me back saying that we are greedy. Okay. Yin Qi knew that Zhou Beiopi would not agree. What? No. And Ming Ming was puzzled. Just now, Kong Shengsheng proposed to apply to the main system to thank more people but was rejected. And Ming Ming was disappointed for a moment when she heard this. After all, such a big mall depends on 5 people? She couldn't imagine it. Hello everyone, I'm Duncan. Definitely Duncan. Duncan in front of him was still wearing a lab coat and greeting everyone. When Yin Qi saw him, 2 words were written all over his body. Academic Master. Okay, you guys go shopping first, try to get familiar with the supermarket today and tomorrow, and assign tasks to each other. Old one, let's go out and see what the people from the Research Institute have moved in and what they have researched. Leader Li and several others went out. Yin Qi and the other 5 looked at each other at the rest bar next to the cashier on the first floor and were stunned. Seeing this, and Ming Ming burst out laughing, and Yin Qi also laughed, laughing from the bottom of their hearts, bright and sunny. The 2 girls also looked at the remaining 3 people, and the 3 of them also raised their lips. Erbewu looked around, not knowing why he was laughing, but seeing that everyone was happy, he also laughed ha ha ha. Well, after hearing the idiot's laughter, everyone was quiet for a moment, and then started laughing. You are an idiot. In these short 5 minutes, although we were not familiar with each other yet, the awkwardness disappeared a lot. The 5 of them started the discussion from the cash register. There are 4 cash registers here. There's a direct elevator next to it. I remember there's an elevator inside, too. Yes, let's go in and get familiar with it first. Chapter 17, After the Supermarket Reconstruction. As Ming Ming led the way, she thought to herself that she was really lucky to have traveled through time and space. She glanced at Erbewu secretly again, and thought to herself that it was a good thing that she had fought hard for this spot. Duncan carefully wrote down the products. He didn't think much about it. He was present on the night of the first transaction. This was what he had earned with his outstanding scientific research results over the past 30 years. When you enter the first floor of the mall, there is a lobby. There are sofas, tables, and the like on the left, and trolleys on the right. Then there are 4 cashier exits, and next to it is the entrance. Inside are the normal supermarket categories. Cooked food, such as chicken, duck, and fish, daily necessities, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, etc., condiments, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, beverages, fruit drinks and cola, dairy products, soy milk, grains, whole grains, pastries, cakes and breads, alcohol, wine, frozen fish, shrimp and meat, snacks, candies, potato chips, instant noodles, scattered foods, vegetables, and fruits. Then there is a shopping mall elevator with jewelry, perfumes, watches, and various cosmetics on the second floor, and medicines and knitted men's and women's bags and bedding on the third floor. It was already noon when the 5 of them carefully browsed the third floor. The 5 of them also found that each type of product had the fauna of the Qin dynasty to introduce the name and usage. Yin Qi believes that historians and text researchers have thoroughly studied the Qin dynasty in these days. Leader Li invited them down, and everyone sat together to eat. Leader Li asked them if they had been to the warehouse, and Yin Qi shook his head honestly. Then go check it out this afternoon. There's a surprise there. I just don't know if the main system will allow me to exploit this loophole. They became even more curious. Yi Sun had some guesses in his mind as to what it was, but he didn't say it out loud. After dinner, the 5 of them followed Director Zheng directly to the warehouse. Robot! It's actually a robot! I knew it. They must be worried that the 5 of us wouldn't be able to handle it all. These 5 are responsible for moving and transporting goods. These 3 are responsible for cleaning, and there is also a cook on the 5th floor. I'll give these to you first, because I don't know if they can come with you when the time comes. Director Zheng sighed. Just like what Yin Qi complained, the main system is a Zhou Ba Pai. He heard the speculation from the Research Institute that the main system, which is located at an interface that is not known how much higher than ours, not only loves money, but also cannot let others take advantage of it. At present, with their technology, no, even in another 600 years, they may not be able to reach their level of traveling through various time and space planes and trading. When Ming Ming heard this, she looked at Erbewu pitifully and said, Our lovely and kind Erbewu. Do you know if you can take him with you? Erbewu looked at everyone and said, Then I'll go ask again. Yin Qi shook his head. Farewell if you don't ask. Maybe these robots won't be discovered. If you ask, won't you add a restriction in your weekly review? Yi Sun agreed. Duncan held back and said, I think with their technology, they can easily scan out the cheaters in our mall. But seeing the unfriendly looks from Yin Qi and in Ming Ming, Duncan changed his words, but it's possible that he doesn't care about these small, low-tech robots for them. The two men let him go. Kong Shengqing smiled and patted Duncan on the shoulder and mouthed the words, only women are hard to raise. The five people spent an hour separately to check the goods in the warehouse and another half an hour to master the operation of several robots. The idiot looked at the robot that was listening to the command curiously. Host, the level of these robots is so low that I can't monitor them. That's for sure, you idiot. You have your own super thinking system. And Ming Ming praised directly. Yin Qi discovered that Ming Ming liked Wu extremely much. Compared to Duncan's love for Wu, which made him want to tear him down, Wu was also very close to Ming Ming. The five of them went to the fourth floor together, and sure enough, it was empty except for a few large carts. Duncan answered everyone's questions. This is used to unload oil and other things when the time comes. They went to the fifth floor, where there was a living room, a small kitchen, a dining room, a robot, and 5 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. The idiot discovered that the middle bedroom even had a small pet bed. Wow, is this for me? The idiot flew onto the bed and rolled several times. Well, it should be for you, Yin Qi said as he opened a small wardrobe which was obviously prepared for the idiot. Inside it were all kinds of custom-made clothes for men and women, both ancient and modern. And Ming Ming also walked in. Oh my God! Is this clothing for an idiot? Is this small dressing table also for an idiot? Come and try on this little necklace, idiot. The idiot was touched. It turned out that the host really remembered what he said about buying clothes. It turned out that the host country also remembered this little thing, Yin Qi, and Ming Ming were immersed in the interest of dressing up the idiot. Yi Sun, Duncan, and Kong Shengqing stood at the door helplessly, and the three decided to pack up their clothes and other things first. Would you like to bring up your clothes as well? And Ming Ming reluctantly put down a small flower hat. Then let's go down first. Yin Qi was also reluctant to leave, but he still knew that business was more important. But Wu didn't want to get down, and he was unwilling to move no matter what, just asking Yin Qi to bring up all the food and drinks in the room. Yin Qi didn't say a word to his grandma when he got home. He just promised her to have dinner at home tonight, packed up his things, and went back to the supermarket. After packing up, it was already evening. After saying hello to Leader Li and saying he would stay at home tonight, Yin Qi went home. Sure enough, Dad, Mom, and Grandma were all there. Are you still leaving now that Nan is back? Grandma, I'm leaving tomorrow. How can I keep asking for leave? Grandma Yin was a little disappointed, and Father Yin quickly changed the subject. Cheer, I've found a good job now. The government has asked me to be responsible for supervising the housing of those staff members. I'm also involved in our supermarket, and I designed your room myself. Dad, you are really good. You have learned design and decoration. Your dad is just bragging. Mother Yin helped Grandma Yin sit down and started to add more dishes for Grandma Yin and Yin Qi. Oh, by the way, I left in a hurry last time, so I didn't tell you that the company has paid you 200,000 yuan. Really? My daughter is really capable. Cheer is awesome. Come, Daddy will give you a toast. My daughter now earns more than Grandma's savings. It seems that my daughter doesn't care about my savings. Ha ha, Grandma. You keep the flowers for yourself. The whole family had a happy meal and chatted. Yin Qi didn't know that in the past 10 days, her uncle and aunt came several times but couldn't get in. They called Mom Yin, but she didn't answer, and they didn't let Grandma Yin answer the phone. Later, they caught Grandma Yin and Mom Yin taking a walk at the door and started to act like a spoiled child again. But it has been resolved. After the security guards reported it, they were summoned. Yin Qi slept soundly until 11 o'clock the next day. Yan's mother said that she had asked her colleagues for her, and they would gather in the afternoon. After Yin Qi finished his meal, he lay on the bed and browsed his mobile phone. I built a base here, but it didn't attract much attention. After all, there are many bases in the Flower Kingdom. Yin Qi lay in bed until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, chatted with his grandma and mother for half an hour, and then wandered to the supermarket. Everyone in the supermarket was there except Duncan. And Ming Ming raised her eyebrows at Yin Qi. Brother Duncan is in their research institute now. Yin Qi gave him an understanding look. Leader Li asked Wu whether he had been notified of the duration of the next time travel. Idiot flipped through the message board and said, No notification, but I guess I will know the news in the evening. Leader Li said to Yin Qi and the others again, Safety comes first this time. Although the landing location is still at the intersection of Wang Street and Langia, we must also pay attention to safety. The few of them chatted again, and Meng Meng was in an extremely excited state. When Duncan arrived, he was added to the group. The two of them were visibly excited and worried at times, and kept asking her by Wu and Yin Qi how they had traveled through time. What does it feel like? How about that person from the Great Qian dynasty? Until the evening, Wu excitedly told everyone, here it comes, here it comes. The location of the second transaction is the Great Qian dynasty 10 years later, and the duration is 2 weeks. The mission goal is to trade 1,000 people, and the mission reward is the third. This transaction can be made out of the supermarket, and the host is asked to choose the specific transaction location. The transaction location was chosen for the first time at the intersection of Langia Wang family in Daqian dynasty. Okay, host, please confirm. Yin Qi tapped on Wu's screen again. Of course, in front of other people, Yin Qi was just operating in the air. Duncan, with shining eyes, surrounded Wu and Yin Qi and shot at them. Don't do this, I'm scared. Yin Qi hugged the idiot tightly. I just want to find out why we can't see it. Host confirmed. Please proceed with the formal time travel transaction in 6 hours. When Leader Li heard this, he told all units to start getting ready after dinner. Yin Qi and the other 4 also ate together, and then sat facing each other on the sofa to pass the time. Will we have business as soon as we travel through time? And Ming Ming couldn't help but ask. It wasn't the last time, but this time we made an appointment with the Langia Wang family in advance, but we only told them it would be 10 years later. Since we didn't know the exact day, we didn't know if they would be waiting for us when we went there. Yi-sun thought about traveling through time in the middle of the night again. Do you want to go up and rest for a while? If they are really waiting for us, they will definitely be busy at night. Yin Qi saw that there was nothing for them to do right now, and the various units at the door were busy placing instruments and meters, so he picked up the idiot and said, Ming Ming, let's go up together. Come down after 11 o'clock. Yeah, why don't you guys come too? Otherwise, how are we going to hold on in the middle of the night? Yi-sun went out to tell Chief of Staff Liu that everyone was going upstairs to rest, and then followed him up to the 5th floor. Yin Qi and Ming Ming played with Wu for a while, and then went to sleep. At 11:30, Yi-sun knocked on the door to inform them to get ready to go downstairs. Chi, I'm so excited. And Ming Ming held Yin Qi's hand, her hands shaking with excitement. Several people sat on the sofa again, and the staff outside began to count down. At this time, Yin Qi was still wondering if the robot could take him along, otherwise it would be really tiring. Everyone, please determine your respective division of labor. For now, let's tentatively decide that the cashier here will be Yin Qi, Wu, and Duncan. I'm in charge of the 1st floor, and Ming Ming is in charge of the 2nd floor, and Kong Shengsheng is in charge of the 3rd floor. Yi-sun mainly eased the mood of Ming Ming and Duncan. Yes, I understand, Yi-sun added, but if there's no one there later, I'll stay here, and you can go upstairs and sleep first. You can take my place tomorrow morning. I guess the Wang clan of Langia will still occupy the place on the first day and won't allow anyone else to approach. Kong Shengqing nodded in agreement. Those noble families are naturally superior to us. If we hadn't issued a clear order last time asking other noble families to come in, they would definitely not let anyone in. Yin Qi said solemnly. This is the world of adults. Everyone, host, aren't you an adult too? Well, me too, of course. Oh, there are only a few minutes left. I'm so excited. Yin Qi awkwardly changed the subject. Yin Qi remembered something again. Oh, right, we mainly sell to the big families, so the price is still in gold, silver, and various jewelry, books, calligraphy, and paintings and other valuables. Of course, the Wang family of Langia, and we give priority to using oil and other things. And Ming Ming rolled her eyes and raised her hand. I have a suggestion. Isn't it 2 weeks this time? We can mainly trade these resources with the Wang family of Langia in the 1st week. During this week, let them help us spread the news to the surrounding cities that we will open here for them for a week. This will also give people from other big families some time to rush over. That's a good idea, but we still have to see how much they have mined in the past 10 years. The 1-minute countdown had already begun outside, and Ming Ming stood up and looked outside. 10.9.8.7.6.5.4.3.2.1. From Ming Ming's point of view, the entrance was all white. From the staff outside's point of view, it was just like the first time. The entire supermarket, now the entire shopping mall was getting brighter and brighter. It was too bright, making this area as bright as day. Leader Li knew that they needed to give everyone a reasonable explanation, and believed that people on the internet would be curious. This still can't detect anything. The data of all parties, whether the supermarket is present or not, is exactly the same. There is no difference. How could this happen? If you have to believe in science, could it be that the machine is broken? Hey, I knew I couldn't see anything. Okay, everyone, go check the surface and surroundings of the supermarket. Report, there are robots here. Leaderly was also helpless. Okay, as expected, the bug can't be fixed. Various units were busy establishing the county, and Yin Qi and the others also successfully traveled to the Qian dynasty. Traveling completed, the transaction location is in the middle of Langyao Wangfu Street, Daqian dynasty. The transaction time is 2 weeks, and the transaction target is 1,000 people. Yin Qi heard a difference. Why is it in the middle of the street? Isn't it the intersection? Duncan explained, I guess they expanded the entire mansion outward. Yeah, I agree. But why is it so dark outside? And Meng Meng said as she walked out, but found that she couldn't get out of the supermarket no matter what. I really don't want to go out. Duncan also tried it, and felt like there was a wall in front of his feet, and he couldn't get out no matter how hard he tried. Hurry up. Go check if the robot is still there. Yin Qi carried the idiot and ran to the warehouse. As expected, I knew your main system was an idiot. No, they're all gone. I don't believe it. I'm going to go upstairs and check. I don't believe there's not even a cooking robot left. Yin Qi roared, then pushed away a few people who were a step slower and took the elevator to the 5th floor. Please. I hope so. Host, stop daydreaming. It's definitely not happening. I beat you up. Whose side are you on? You're such a jerk. Yin Qi patted the idiot's head. But the host, I seem to be on the main system's side. I don't want to hear it, you bastard. You were just chanting sutras. Yin Qi took a deep breath. No, my lovely robot, jo paopia. A few people who were a step slower got out of the elevator and heard Yin Qi's desperate cry. Looking closely, Yin Qi was kneeling on the ground, pounding the ground. Kong Shengcheng pushed his glasses up and said, Isn't this expected? But I'm unwilling to accept this. Chapter 19. 10 years, Second Plane Ancient Times. I took a look before I came up just now, and there is no one at the door yet, which means they are all resting. You guys go to sleep first. I'll go downstairs to take over the shift. Yi Sun pretended not to see Yin Qi's actions, went to the room to get a quilt, and went to the sofa to rest for the night. Sister Chi-Chi, there's nothing we can do. Just let them cook for the next 2 weeks. We definitely won't cook. In fact, I don't know how to cook either. And Meng Meng squatted down and patted Yin Qi on the back. Yin Qi went crazy for a while, then got up. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Hey, only sleep can comfort my broken heart. The two girls ignored the teammates who were standing there hesitantly, not knowing how to comfort them, and went to the room together. Host, don't abandon me. This has nothing to do with me. Idiot flew over to explain. Okay, let's take a rest. It might be very tiring later. Kong Shengcheng and Duncan waved and went to the room. In the morning, Yin Qi had slept for a long time in the first half of the night, so he couldn't fall asleep in the second half of the night. He didn't fall asleep until after 3 o'clock. Then, at around 5 in the morning, and Meng Meng knocked on the door and said someone had entered the supermarket. Yin Qi was very unhappy, and Baiwu was also unhappy. Although they all didn't need to sleep, it was not because they had been with humans for a long time and had developed good habits. As a result, the host didn't behave like a human last night. He couldn't sleep himself and didn't want to sleep for everyone. However, Baiwu looked at Yin Qi, who was going to wash up, with a feeling of unhappiness, and he consciously put on her little princess dress and put on a princess hat. When Yin Qi and Baiwu went out, only Kong Shengcheng, who had just cooked porridge, was left on the 5th floor. Good morning, Minister Yin Qi, good morning. Baiwu, are you a girl today? The idiot puffed out his chest proudly. Well, today is the princess day. Yin Qi then opened his eyes. Fuck, you idiot. You're so cute. Yin Qi kissed him several times. Kong Shengcheng, I'm leaving. The two of them went downstairs together and just happened to meet Wang's people. Yin Qi saw that they looked familiar. Who are you? The man was dressed in crescent white, looking at this fairy palace which was more gorgeous than 10 years ago. Yes, they all thought it was a fairy palace. Hearing Yin Qi's words, he saluted and said, Greetings to all the fairies and immortals. Wang Mi. I had the honor of meeting the fairies 10 years ago. Yin Qi remembered that this was the naughty and daring boy who ate the lollipop without paying. Yin Qi smiled and said, Kid, this time we have more flavors of lollipops. The man opposite and his attendants bowed again. Thank you, fairy. But in Meng Meng and the others looked very strange. Child? And Meng Meng winked at Yin Qi. Why do you call someone who is almost the same age as us a child? Hey, Isn't this the child from 10 years ago? Walmy looked up at the Immortals and was surprised to see. The past 10 years seemed to have left no trace on the faces of several people he knew. They were still the same as they were 10 years ago. Are they Immortals? Yi-sun thought that since they were here, the clan leader should be here too. Where is your clan leader? Walmy had a sad face and said, My grandfather has passed away. Yi-sun apologized quickly. Kong Shengcheng also asked, Where are your brothers, father, and uncles? They won't. No, my brother came back a month ago, but he didn't wait for the Immortals. He has returned to Chang'an now. My uncles and aunts are also in Chang'an. Yanqi couldn't help but ask, What happened in the past 10 years? Walmy was about to tell them when Ming Ming pointed at the sofa and said, Come and sit here, let's talk. Yanqi was helpless. You want to hear gossip, right? Thank you, Fairy. 10 years ago, after the Immortals left, our Wong family of Langya immediately asked my uncle to personally lead some clansmen to search and mine the oil resources provided by the Immortals, and then transport them back. My grandfather asked to stay at the landing site of your Immortal mansion, and built houses around it to store the mined oil and other things. At that time, because of the landing of your Immortal mansion, the influence of our Wong family of Langya was further enhanced within 2 years, but it was just as you said at the beginning. Walmy gave another respectful salute to Yin Qi. The conflict between the common people and the aristocratic families is getting bigger and bigger. Grandfather expected that the fate of our aristocratic families might be like what you said, and they would eventually die. Grandfather planted sweet potatoes, and later, the 2 immortal species were distributed to the people. When other families were in danger of conflict with the people, our Langya Wong family did win the hearts of the people. However, His Majesty the Great Qian dynasty was wary of us at that time, and His Majesty struck our family was eliminated within 3 years. In order to avoid being restrained, my grandfather used the medicine from the Immortal Mansion to send his brother to the army. Within 5 years, he conquered the entire army. The eldest sister married the then emperor as his concubine, and all of us Langya Wong clan members also became officials and went at the court. At this point, Yanqi could already guess that they and the emperor were definitely fighting to the death. Grandfather passed away 2 years ago, when the situation was at a stalemate with the emperor. He never forgot the instructions of the Immortals until his death. Grandfather also regrets not seeing you again. Yi-sun and Kong Shengqing knew that Wang Mi said this at this time because he wanted to gain the greatest benefit for them, but Yi-sun did not say anything. My father and uncles needed to observe mourning, but this would put them at a disadvantage. As expected, less than 3 months after my grandfather's death, the emperor showed his intention to suppress us. My brother had no choice but to start a rebellion. Before he ascended the throne, the border was in chaos again. My brother led his soldiers to fight again. They had just won a battle 3 months ago, but the result was father. Father also passed away due to illness. My brother has not officially ascended the throne to show his filial piety, but preparations are already underway. Wang Mi finished speaking in one breath. Everyone had mixed feelings. After hearing the end, they also felt that it was true. Wang Mi is not talented, so I stayed here to guard the country and took over my grandfather's title as the clan leader. Alas, the dead cannot be brought back to life, so please accept my condolences. Kong Shengqing looked at the man in front of him, who was crying bitterly, and comforted him. Although Yin Qi felt very sympathetic towards him, his brother was now the emperor. Although he had not officially ascended the throne, it was almost the same. Wouldn't it be better for them to do business? My dear Immortals, I am sorry for the inconvenience. Wang Mi took the tissue from Kong Shengqing and said, Don't worry, my Immortals. We have been mining nonstop for the past 10 years. I don't know how long the Immortals will stay this time. My uncle has been in charge of mining, and he also wants to see you. Duncan said, We'll stay 2 weeks this time. Wang Mi was overjoyed, as it was 7 days longer than last time. Yanqi looked at his watch and saw that it was already 7 o'clock. He was hungry and wanted to eat. Yi-sun received Yanqi's gaze. Wang Mi, we are also very happy to see you. It's time to have breakfast now. Why don't you join us? No, it's me who disturbed you. Immortals, please have your meal first. I also need to go and inform Chang'an's brothers and uncles. I will be here in half an hour. After saying that, he left. Chapter 20 Fairy Sister. The 5 of them went upstairs to eat, and Ming Ming served Erbewu a bowl of porridge. Yin Qi said, Our mission will be easier this time because the Wong family of Langya has become a royal family. Kong Shengqing said firmly, Indeed, with the support of the country's greatest leader, Our goal of 1,000 people will be easily achieved, and it is normal to exceed the task again. And Ming Ming joked, more people means we have to be more tired. Are you all ready? You idiot, I'm gonna have to work hard too. After dinner, everyone went downstairs, and Wang Mi and his men were already waiting. Wang Mi held the hand of a 16-year-old boy, who looked at them curiously. Hello, Immortals. This is my son, Wang Lang. The boy bowed gracefully. Wang Lang greets all the Immortals. And Ming Ming stepped forward and rubbed the small bump on Wang Lang's head. It's okay. Your son is so cute. 3. Wang Lang looked up and said with a smile, thank you for the compliment, fairy sister. Yan Qi also squatted down and whispered softly, pointing inside, little Wang Lang, you can go shopping with the servants in the supermarket. There are 3 floors. You can buy anything you want, and check out here we have something to talk to your father. Wang Lang turned to ask Wang Mi, and when he saw Wang Mi nod, he thanked him and then went into the supermarket with his attendants. Wang Mi said tactfully, my fellow Immortals, should I have people bring in barrels of oil now? Yi Sun nodded. Well, you need to go up from the elevator here. We will guide your people later. But what do you, the Wang clan of Langya, want to exchange them for? Wang Mi smiled. First of all, we need your rice and wheat seeds that can produce 1,000 kilograms per mu, as well as antipyretic, anti-inflammatory, cough disinfectant, Yunnan Baiyao, and Sushin pills. We will take as many as you have. At this point, he was worried that Yi Sun and others would be unhappy. Of course, you decide how much we can exchange. But if the oil is not enough, we can exchange it with gold, silver, and other things you want. Kong Shengqing motioned him and several tribesmen to sit on the sofa. Yan Qi looked at everyone, and Yan Qi spoke. Wang Mi, we want to know how much oil and other mineral resources you have now. My dear fairy, currently all the houses around your fairy palace are here. Yan Qi was shocked, and then Ming Ming exclaimed, so many? Wang Mi smiled and said, we have not dared to slack off in the past 10 years according to your instructions. Yi Sun continued, thank you. In this case, we will only trade with you in the first week here. Of course, we also ask you to spread the news that we are here to trade. Naturally, we will not let you suffer any loss. Wang Mi thanked him. Don't worry, Immortal. I have just spread the news. Thank you for being willing to trade with us alone in the first week. Do you want to start delivering oil now, or when? Now wait, didn't you say that your uncle is still in charge of mining? Go and tell him to bring his men back. This should be our last time here, and we don't know if we will have the chance to come to your world in the future. Yan Qi was a little melancholy. After all, he mainly dealt with them the first and second time. Hearing Yan Qi's words, Wang Mi felt even more sad. Immortal. Duncan saw that he looked like he was about to cry, and interrupted him quickly. Please let your people start transporting the goods. Be careful and wear a mask. He then went to the cashier and took 5 packs of masks and demonstrated how to wear them. Wang Mi was moved again and went out to organize the guards and attendants to start moving the things. And Ming Ming breathed a sigh of relief when she saw them leave. How can this person be so easily moved, Ningon? Many ancient literati were like this. I heard them say they have a few rooms, but I don't know if the large bungalow on the 4th floor is enough. Yan Qi asked this question. Duncan thought for a moment and said, of course it's enough. It's as big as a supermarket, and we can put 2 buckets together. Yi Sun nodded and began to divide the work. And Ming Ming, you and Minister Yan Qi will be responsible for sending them up at the telegraph port, and the 3 of us will help on the 4th floor. Idiots are flying around. What about me? Everyone laughed heartily. Yan Qi tried to hold back his laughter and said, you idiot, of course you were down there with us. And after Wang Lang finishes shopping in the supermarket, will you be in charge of the cashier? And Ming Ming pinched the idiot's hat and said, yes, we idiots will have to work hard today. Yi Sun and the other 2 went up to the 4th floor first. Yan Qi and Ming Ming discussed and decided to wait and see how many buckets the elevator could hold at a time. If it couldn't hold 2 buckets, then they would have to take the stairs one by one. However, they decided that 2 of them would take an hour each to take the stairs. Wang Mi came in with his men, and Yan Qi and the others all saw the half-height wooden barrel carried by the servants behind him, or the shoulder pole filled with or coal and tin. Well, we had to go our separate ways, one taking the elevator and the other taking the stairs. Yan Qi asked Ming Ming and 2 servants to go up with a barrel of oil, because they didn't know how and didn't dare to press the elevator button. An idiot maintained order at the door, while Yan Qi led 5 teams of 10 people to slowly carry the oil to the 4th floor. After going up, Yi Sun and the other 2 also helped. They only spent the whole morning. At noon, in order to repay the 30 people for carrying these things back and forth, Yanqi discussed with several people and gave each of them a bucket of instant noodles and a bottle of drink. The more than 30 people knew that these were sold to the master for a piece of silver or gold, so they did not eat them, thinking that this was the reward from the immortals. This resulted in more than 30 people becoming more active in the afternoon. Moreover, they already knew how to use the stairs in the afternoon, so the three of them only needed to maintain order at the elevator entrance and the staircase, so there was no pressure. They worked until 8 o'clock, and Yanqi asked them to come back tomorrow. Yanqi and his friends had a simple meal and went to the 4th floor to take a look. Yi-sun said, "We have already brought enough for 3 rooms today, but as you can see, it only occupies a corner. We will definitely have enough." And Mingming looked around and said, "Well, should we tell Wang Mi tomorrow to speed up the delivery to the surrounding areas? We have to sell all of them. We have such a big supermarket, and we also have things in the warehouse." Yanqi agreed. Another point is that we can let the young ladies and young masters of their clan come to shop after 8 p.m., and we will close the store at 10 p.m. "It's a bit nervous today," Kong Shengqing said. "I agree. This way, we and they can make better use of this week that is given to them separately." "I agree. Then it's settled. Now Kong Shengqing, Duncan and I are going to clean the stairwell and the 4th floor. It's too dirty from all the foot traffic today." After saying this, Yi-sun looked at the ground around him with disdain. And Mingming was surprised. "I didn't expect you to have mysophobia." Finally, and Mingming and Yanqi were responsible for the elevator and the door. Yi-sun and Duncan were responsible for the stairs, and Kong Shengqing went to clean the kitchen and restaurant, and then came to help Yi-sun and the others. We were busy until almost 10 o'clock, then everyone washed up and rested. The next time agreed upon by Wang Mi today is 7:30 in the morning. Chapter 21 Wang Min. In the morning, the 5 people still had a clear division of labor like yesterday. Yesterday, many people gathered around the Wang family of Langia. To be precise, the 5-story building could be seen from a long distance. Everyone was discussing whether the immortals had come again, because this time they were still in Langia Palace Street, which also gave Wang Min's smooth accession to the throne and the change of dynasty an appearance of conforming to heaven's will and what the people wanted. Wang Mi informed the people that the immortals' palace would be open to everyone in 5 days, so everyone was asked to be patient. After this was said, more people reported the news. Yanqi and the other 5 were busy until after 8 o'clock today. Then the ladies of the palace came in to look around. Seeing this, and Mingming quietly asked, "Why are there only women?" Wang Mi replied, "It is not convenient for my mother and others to go out on weekdays. Thanks to the kindness of the immortal, my female family can have a place to relax and broaden their horizons." Yanqi didn't expect Wang Mi to be so thoughtful and even think of his female relatives, so he naturally agreed. Seeing that it was not convenient for Yi-sun and the others to stay out with these women, they decided to ask Yanqi, and Mingming and were to accompany the other women to go shopping in the supermarket, while they would go and clean up first. It can only be said that the purchasing power of these women is really great, especially the various types of modern jewelry on the 2nd floor, which attracted them so much that they wanted to take them all home. Later, they saw Yanqi and Mingming personally doing their makeup, and each of them bought 10 sets. Their mother is still waiting to see how much of the items that Patriarch Wang wants can be exchanged for the oil and other things. If it is not enough, they will also contribute some of their own pocket money. Of course, this money is not given for free. Wang Min, who is about to ascend the throne, will definitely not let them suffer any loss. There were more than a dozen women between Yanqi and Mingming. When their eyes met, a knowing smile flashed in their eyes, as well as a hint of imperceptible empathy. Sure enough, no female friend could refuse beautiful cosmetics, skincare products, and fine jewelry. A dozen people stayed on the 2nd floor with the servants until 11 o'clock. Taking into account that they had to continue working tomorrow, Yanqi persuaded everyone to go back today and come back tomorrow night, as they still had to visit the 3rd floor. Everyone was reluctant to leave. Yanqi and Mingming still had 250 yuan to keep accounts for them. Yes, accounts, and they would count the money together with the medicines, improved varieties, and other things that Wang Mi wanted. After the girls went back, the older ones were fine, as they couldn't help but fell asleep. But the younger girls were so excited that they couldn't fall asleep. Yanqi smiled and spoke to Mingming. "I hope they can buy more tomorrow. After all, such a large 2nd floor is prepared for these noble ladies." "Of course they will. I wonder if all the oil can be lifted in 7 days? Oh, we have to get up early tomorrow. Let's go to bed quickly." "You idiot. Do you want to sleep with your sister today?" And Mingming hooked her finger at him and raised her eyebrows. The idiot whispered, "If the host is willing, I can do it too." Yanqi amusedly threw the idiot at Meng Meng and said, go up quickly. I'm going to close the shop. The next day, she repeated this life. In the evening, Wang Mi's wife was generous enough to buy half of the lipsticks, eyeshadows, makeup palettes, liquid foundation, and other cosmetics at the counter. She said she bought them for her sisters from her mother's clan. At noon on the fourth day after arriving in this plane, Yanqi and his companions met Wang He, who had been helping them to extract oil tirelessly for the past 10 years. When Yanqi and his 4 companions saw Wang He, everyone's eyes instantly turned toward them. Wang He was about 30 years old, with a tall figure. Although his skin color was dark due to being outside for many years, his facial lines were clear and he looked dignified. In order to express their gratitude, and also to spend more time with the most handsome man they had ever met, Yanqi and his companions specially used self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice and instant noodles to treat Wang He and the tribesmen who had worked hard with him in the mining. Kong Shengsheng also fried a chicken and also fried some frozen foods such as popcorn chicken and chicken nuggets. Everyone had a friendly exchange of feelings over this simple, but not simple in the eyes of Wang He and others, lunch. Wang He humbly asked what the extracted petroleum and other materials were used for. Yanqi also generously let him explain in detail how petroleum can be refined into LPG, gasoline, kerosene, and diesel through atmospheric distillation in industry, as well as what these were used for. Of course, it was Wang He who asked the idiot himself, and Yanqi and the other 4 naturally had to continue moving the things. It was not until the 6th day that Wang Min and his men returned here at full speed, and Wang He ended the trip with a sense of unfulfilled desire. After not seeing each other for 10 years, the handsome face of the young man back then was now reflected by the sunset, and his eyes were like an eagle in the dark night, shining with a warm light when he looked at Yanqi. Min greets all the immortals. Several people greeted each other, and the scene was somewhat intriguing. Yanqi couldn't help but say, as expected of an emperor, your temperament is completely different from your original one. Wang Min and everyone present laughed, and the momentary feeling of strangeness seemed to disappear without a trace. The 2 sides sat face to face on the sofa. Wang Min looked at the faces and bodies of Yanqi and others, which had not changed in the past 10 years. There was a flash of desire in his eyes. Which emperor didn't want to live forever? Wang Min asked calmly. I haven't seen the immortals for 10 years, and they are still so young. Min has already started to age. Yanqi waved his hand. Hey, it's not a big deal. 10 days for us is equivalent to 10 years for you. I see, isn't that immortality? And Meng Meng lowered her head and tried to hold back her laughter. Of course not. How could 10 days or half a month in the outside world be the same as the past 10 years here? But this emperor is really handsome. Yi Sun keenly noticed that the people on the other side were a little regretful, so he changed the subject. Your Majesty, we won't be here for very long this time. Why don't we start talking about oil and the improved varieties of medicines you need? Well, I wonder what price the immortals can accept. Is it still the same as 10 years? How much gold is this so-called oil equivalent to? And Meng Meng knew it was her turn to make a move. Our prices are still the same as they were 10 years ago, but now we focus on trading oil. 1 barrel of oil is equivalent to 5 pieces of gold, and rare minerals are equivalent to 6 pieces of gold, and so on. Do you want to exchange them all for medicine first, or for improved varieties first? Good breed. Wang Min made the final decision, and Meng Meng nodded. Okay. You have always been our first customer, so we also provide you with how to sow the seeds and provide some free fertilizers. If you want all the fertilizers, you still need to pay extra. If you don't need them, we will also provide you with how to make natural fertilizers for free. Duncan went on to say, if nothing goes wrong, the fertilizers we provide can produce 1,000 kilograms per mu here, but these fertilizers are non-renewable after use. Wang Min and the old man beside him exchanged a glance. We all need it. Then he smiled bitterly. Although the people have received the sweet potatoes and potatoes you have given them over the years, fewer people have starved to death, and more babies have been born, but there is not enough food. However, now we are in a time when everything needs to be rebuilt. If it weren't for the raids on the homes of several corrupt officials some time ago, we wouldn't even be able to pay the official salaries. Yanqi glanced at Wang Min. There was nothing he could do, which founding emperor didn't have to work hard. But this guy was born in an aristocratic family, and he also copied the aristocratic family? He was a werewolf. Chapter 22, Bargaining. The 2 sides bargained over the specifics of the exchange, the main situation being as follows. I will give you 1 gold for 1 bushel of rice or wheat seeds. No, let's count it as hardware. The immortals have come all the way here. How can we let them suffer a loss? This is an immortal seed that yields 1,000 kilograms per mu. It's even harder for you. What's more, you have just established your country, so you need to spend your money wisely. Stop talking, Immortal. It's just the hardware. This is what I gave to the people of my dynasty. Since it is for the people, then half the gold will do. We also want the people to be healthy. Finally, he exchanged 1.5 gold coins for a bushel of rice. And Ming Ming and Duncan used their extraordinary computing abilities to calculate the amount of good seeds that could be exchanged for the petroleum, tin, and other items that were sent to them, after deducting the cosmetics and other items that the ladies had bought in the past few nights. What made Wang Min happy was that the several hundred barrels, of things could actually be exchanged for all the high-quality rice and wheat seeds brought by the Immortals, and the expenses for the female members of the tribe were deducted. Under this premise, there were still 2 barrels of oil, and Yin Qi exchanged these 5 barrels of oil for medicines for them. Wang Min ordered the soldiers to follow Yi Sun and Duncan to move the good seeds. When they learned that they still needed any resources such as oil and coal, he ordered some soldiers to continue delivering the quantity for the remaining 2 rooms. The 5 of them were very busy in the last 2 days. Every day from day till 10 o'clock in the evening, Wang Min personally took his guards to the supermarket. Not only oil resources, but also gold, silver, and other valuables flowed into the warehouse continuously. Wang Min knew that they all liked ancient books and cultural relics, so he brought more than 40 boxes this time, and more were on the way. Yin Qi watched the goods in the warehouse shrinking and the boxes containing gold and other items expanding. He could not help but sigh that it was indeed different being an emperor. Wang Min was very interested in the down quilts and other bedding on the 3rd floor. He bought up all the cold-resistant items on the 3rd floor, including those in the warehouse. However, he was not interested in the things on the 2nd floor. After all, he had to leave some for others. Various stainless steel and ironware were also bought. Wang Min mainly bought practical things. On the evening of the 7th day, several people sat together again and had a small party. Wang Min also knew that this might be their last time here, and they didn't know which world they would go to next time. Wang Min released this news, hoping that officials, wealthy families, merchants, and common people would seize this opportunity. Wang Min clearly remembered that all the things in the Immortal Palace were bought by them last time. This time there are 3 floors. If his own private money had not been spent and the national treasury could not buy all of them, he would like to buy up the entire supermarket. Sure enough, because everyone knew that the emperor was also there and had a star effect, Yin Qi and the other 4 were gathered together on the 1st day of the 2nd week. As soon as they opened the door, they were greeted by a huge crowd. Yin Qi should be thankful that Wang Min specially called a few trusted aides to help introduce the products and to help maintain order at the door. Because there were too many people, they adopted the policy of letting 50 people in at a time. Most people kept their attendants waiting in line while they made their purchases. On the 8th day, we were busy until 11 o'clock in the evening before we sent everyone away. However, some people waited not far from the supermarket to continue early the next morning. Wang Min thoughtfully asked the servants to help with cleaning. Yin Qi and his companions ate instant noodles and thanked the servants and gave them some snacks. Yi Sun locked the door, and then Ming Ming and Yin Qi collapsed on the sofa. Now do you understand why I was so desperate when the robot disappeared? And Ming Ming nodded weakly. There are still 6 days left. Duncan shook his head. Let's go upstairs. I just want to get some sleep now. Kong Shengqing wailed. When will this day end? The idiot had already become wilted and couldn't even fly. It was all thanks to Yin Qi that he was carried upstairs. During these last 6 days, Yin Qi and his teammates felt both pain and joy every day, watching the warehouse become more and more full and the things in the supermarket become less and less. The 2nd and 3rd floors were empty on the 11th day. The next 3 days were all spent purchasing goods on the 1st floor. Without the pressure from the 2 floors above, and with the help of servants sent by Wang Min, they could relax a little. In the last 6 days, in order to break the record again, everyone brought a supermarket full of gold, silver, jewelry, ancient books, calligraphy and paintings, etc. Their work and rest schedule became that in the morning, if Yin Qi and Ming Ming could not get up, Yi Sun and the other 2 would be busy until 1 p.m. to replace Yin Qi and Ming Ming, and then until 8 p.m., when Yi Sun and the other 2 had rested enough, they would come down and join Yin Qi and Ming Ming. At 11 o'clock, Yi Sun and the other 2 went to sleep, and Yin Qi and the other 2 continued to work until 2 in the morning. They did not receive customers for the time being, and they and the servants packed up things in the warehouse until 3 o'clock. Then Yi Sun and the other 2 took over the work. Why is it so hard? Because Emperor Wang Min was so awesome. People from all over the country were rushing here, and those who missed the chance would send pigeons to ask their acquaintances to help buy it for them. In the next 3 days, Wang Min sent 4 more people to help, and Yin Qi and others finally had time to chat with Wang Min, Wang Mi, and others. Yi Sun, Kong Shengcheng, and Duncan discussed with Wang Min how the country should develop for a whole day. And Ming Ming sat on the sofa, looking at the endless stream of people. Despair. Will every plane be like this in the future? Yin Qi felt sympathetic. Idiot. I just want the reward for the next dimension to be 2 more people. If I can't add people, the reward will be those robots too. I agree. Wu also had a serious look on his face. Host, I think your request is very good. I will apply for it. Then he changed his expression to a pitiful one. Woo woo woo. I'm so tired too. Who sells things like a human being every day? Are you sure your other colleagues haven't sold anything? Seeing Yin Qi's suspicious eyes, the idiot stopped crying and asked, Hiccup? And Ming Ming rubbed Wu's belly soothingly. Don't worry. I'm sure everyone is like this. Wang Min, Yi Sun, and others discussed this and also benefited a lot from it. It's just a pity that the Immortals couldn't stay long. By the evening of the last day, the entire supermarket was empty. The warehouse was full of replacement goods, and a pile of boxes were placed on the first floor of the supermarket. Wang Min brought their food, Hu Bing, into the supermarket. The Immortals treated us to a meal, so this time it's my turn to treat the Immortals to a meal. Seeing this, Yin Qi remembered that his mother was afraid that it would be winter when they went there, so she insisted on getting a solar heater for the 5 of them. She said, this system is so unreliable. What if it is really winter? Even if you can't go out, what if the air conditioner doesn't work? Telling Wang Min that they also have gifts for him, Yin Qi, Duncan, and Kong Shengcheng went up and took down the 5 small solar heaters. Yin Qi discussed it with everyone, and facing the curious eyes of Wang Min, Wang Mi, and others, he told them how to use it and also demonstrated it. We'll give you 3 of them. We want to give these 2 to Wang Mi and your uncle Wang He. Wang Mi saw Wang Min nod and happily took it over. Don't worry, Fairy. I will definitely give it to my uncle personally. Duncan handed it to him. However, this can only be used for about 5 years, but you can't not use it, otherwise it will break faster. And don't drop it. Wang Mi wrote it down. After collecting their things, several people sat down to eat, drink, and chat. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that they reluctantly said goodbye. And Ming Ming took countless photos with her phone. It's a pity that I didn't bring a Polaroid camera. Otherwise, I would definitely take a few photos for you as a souvenir. Chapter 23, End of Transaction. Wang Min and Wang Mi were even more astonished by the photos on the phone. But in the end, they could only feel regretful. For the sake of the friends he made in this foreign world, Yin Qi asked Wu to modify some bows and swords, and told several people about the Grand Canal. Yin Qi knew that this would accelerate their development in advance, but Yin Qi just wanted them to take fewer detours. I believe Yi Sun has said a lot to them, and also hopes that they will become better. However, they knew their limits and did not tell them about gunpowder, because if gunpowder appeared, it would mean entering the era of hot weapons ahead of time. Everyone knew that taking too big a step could easily lead to problems. Yin Qi remembered that in the history of the Jin dynasty, the 5-stone powder was very popular from top to bottom. Although this was not his own history, he still told Wang Min solemnly, I don't know if anyone here takes Wushi sand, but I still want to tell you that Wushi sand is made up of stalactites, sulfur, white quartz, purple quartz, and red ochre. These are warm and dry mineral medicines. After taking them, people will have a fever all over their body and become manic. However, taking Wushi sand not only fails to prolong life, but makes many people crazy and hot-tempered, and many people have died from it. Wang Min and Wang Mi looked at each other and said, Reply to the Immortal, we do have the 5-stone powder here, but I didn't expect. However, Min has taken note of the Immortal's reminder. Min will issue a decree to inform the people of the harm of the 5-stone powder and prohibit its use. At 10:30, the servants finished packing, and Wang Min, Wang Mi, and the clan members said goodbye. The 5 people fixed their eyes on Air by Wu. They were too busy to ask about the transaction. But Wang Min came in again and bowed to them. My fellow Immortals, I shouldn't bother you, but my brothers and sisters want to say goodbye to you. Yin Qi's eyes lit up. Okay, come in quickly. 5 people stood up, and a group of beautiful girls came in. The women bowed, looking at Yi Sun and his men awkwardly. The clan leader's wife first said to Yin Qi and in Ming Ming, Hello, fairies. We don't know when we will meet again after the separation. Thank you to Fairies and Wu for staying with us those few nights. We sisters have each made some needlework to give to you. As she spoke, she carried in 2 screens from behind. The screens were made of 9 layers of cloud brocade, and both were embroidered with phoenixes. This is what I present to the 2 fairies. I hope you don't mind. And Ming Ming jumped in front of her, wanting to touch her, but afraid of hurting her. I don't mind, I don't mind. The clan leader then said to Yi Sun and the other 2, this is a purse I made myself. Men and women should not touch each other. I hope the 3 immortals will not despise it. Kong Shengsheng was surprised. He didn't expect that there was still some for them. Yan Qi quickly took it and handed it to the 3 of them. A woman behind him whispered, 2 fairies, this is the handkerchief I made. Then she handed it to An Ming Ming. As soon as An Ming Ming caught it, the woman said to Yan Qi, fairies, we like Erbu very much. This is the nest I made for Erbewu myself. As soon as this was said, the people behind rushed to say, fairy, fairy, this is the handkerchief I made and the skirt I made for the idiot. Fairy, Yena has made you a pair of socks and a pair of small hats. Fairy, fairy, this is the pillow I gave to you and the idiot. And Ming Ming, Yan Qi and the other idiot were busy collecting the gifts until they were all delivered. One girl sobbed, and then a group of girls sobbed. Yan Qi and An Ming Ming also had tears in their eyes. Thank you. Yi Sun and the other 2 asked, are your feelings so deep? A girl threw herself at him and gave him a kiss. I can't bear to leave you, tongue. The women surrounded the idiot. Each of them took a bite and touched him. Yan Qi and An Ming Ming were in a mess in the wind, so they were reluctant to be stupid. The tears they didn't have time to hold back. Tears. I'm leaving? It was not until 11 o'clock that they, under the order of the clan leader's wife, left in small steps, sobbing and looking back every few steps. Erbewu turned red, floating in the air with his belly up, mumbling dizzily, Tong Tong will miss you. Yan Qi said sourly, now that we all have other young ladies, have we forgotten who we are? Erbewu sobered up for a moment, flew into Yan Qi's arms, and said softly, I will never forget my host. Aw, idiot. How can you be so cute? And Ming Ming 3 also kissed idiot. Duncan smiled and said, I've observed that idiots receive the most gifts. And Ming Ming frowned. That's because we are so popular that everyone loves us. Yan Qi looked at the idiot in his arms tenderly, screaming in his heart, how adorable, because the idiot had begun to fade into pink. Kong Shengqing waved the purse in his hand and asked, are we taking advantage of yours? And Ming Ming looked proud and said, that's not right. Yi Sun turned on his phone and looked at the time. It's time for us to calculate our profits. 205 hurriedly flew up with a soft voice in the machine. Okay, the second trading plane is in Wang Street, Langya. The trading target is 1,000 people, and the total trading volume is 15,000 people. The task has been exceeded. As a reward for the mission, the clerk can go out to the supermarket to promote the sales for the 3rd time. The mission commission will be 5% more for the host, and the reward system will now draw 50% of the mission profit, and the collection is complete. The first time Duncan and An Ming Ming met, my innocence is that many boxes suddenly disappeared. And Ming Ming ran to the back of the supermarket and was extremely surprised. Host, please be prepared. This transaction will end in 5 minutes and return to the host world. 10.9.8.7.6.5.4.3.2.1. At the door of the real supermarket, there was another white light. Back. Duncan's face flushed with excitement as he held the timer in his hand. 0.001 seconds. It took me 1 second to get back, but it took me 3 seconds to travel back. Why? Why is there such a big difference between the two? No, the slowest time to travel across time and space is 3 seconds. This overturned my understanding. Duncan said this and walked out. He wanted to continue his research. Hey, don't. Before Yan Qi finished speaking, Duncan was sprayed with disinfectant. Yan Qi shrugged at the others. I said goodbye. Several people. It was another routine disinfection, and then I went to the hospital across the street for a full-body checkup. When Yan Qi came out, he found that there were many twinkling things in the night sky, but they were definitely not stars. Yan Qi pointed to the sky curiously and asked Director Zheng and Chief of Staff Liu, who were walking towards her. What's up there, Nub? No. Chief of Staff Liu raised his head and frowned. It is to prevent any inquiries from various parties. All parties are inquiring? Director Zheng shook his head, sighed, and said to the people who came out, go to bed first. Seeing that Director Zheng didn't say anything, Yan Qi and the others looked at each other, suppressed their doubts, and went to rest. When she got home, her parents were waiting for her. Without saying a few words, Yan Qi and Air Baiwu washed up and went to bed. Chapter 24 Attention. Before Yan Qi had time to catch up with his parents in the morning, He took Erbiwu to the supermarket. When Ming Ming saw the idiot, she asked, "Idiot, you haven't told us how long we can rest this time, when we will travel through time next time, and where we will travel to?" "It was too late yesterday, ahem. The third time of traveling will be 20 days later. The place of traveling is unknown, and the duration of traveling is 1 month." Yanxi looked at Air by Wu closely. 1 month? How come it suddenly changed from 2 weeks to 1 month? Could it be that we will take longer to take care of him as time goes by? 1 year? 2 years? Kong Shengcheng also shook his head. If that's the case, then the interval will be longer? Will it be 1 year of rest and 1 year of work in the future? I'm so confused. I don't know anything at all. Yi Sun frowned and looked at Leader Li. The next one is actually a month away. According to what Idiot said before, the first two were just novice tasks. So we have to doubt the danger of the next task, not to mention that we can still walk out of the supermarket. Leader Li stood up and walked around. Everyone has a point. In fact, someone in our unit has already raised this question. We can only protect your safety to the greatest extent possible. The closest one is the crossing in 20 days, and we are also worried that it will not be as simple as these two missions. Chief of Staff Lu stood up and said, "To be honest, on the night you traveled through time, the supermarket was so large and the white light it emitted was so bright that many people noticed it. We immediately added a 5-story cover to the outside of the supermarket, but after all, a 5-story building suddenly disappeared." Yanqi felt a chill in his heart and calmed his pounding heart. So what? Because they came back in a hurry, they had not yet gone online. Chief of Staff Lu continued. After the official announcement that this was just an experiment, the Chinese people had no opinion. However, there may be some spies who are creating momentum and causing panic. Don't worry. You have to trust the country. Our technical personnel are no pushovers. All those who made negative remarks have been arrested, and some little rats have also been caught. Leader Li smiled and asked several people to sit down. Yanqi asked again, "Then why did we suddenly come back this time? This is a 5-story building. We appeared and disappeared in an instant." Director Zheng said cheerfully, "Okay, don't worry, it's already been resolved." Yanqi and the others exchanged glances, all of them a little confused. Is it solved? The entire west part of the city has been acquired by the state, and there was news that a new district would be built in the south of the city and a university branch would be set up. Everyone's attention has been diverted. Leader Li also said, "Girl Yin, you don't have to worry about these. Now I'm a little worried about the place where we will cross next time. If it is dangerous, I hope you don't go out." Staff Officer Lu looked at everyone seriously and said, "This time, there is a 20-day transition period. You will be given 5 days to go home and spend time with your parents, and then you will go to the army to continue your studies." Yanqi and the others put aside their worries and said in unison, "Got it." And Ming Ming blinked. "Colonel Lu, we really sold out the entire supermarket this time." Staff Officer Lu and Leader Li smiled at each other. "We want to see you last night. You are really excellent. Okay, you don't have to worry about the supermarket now. Write a report on your experience in the past 14 days, then pack up and go home for a short vacation." Erbiwu heard about packing up and quickly pulled Yanqi. "I want to take some of the little nest and clothes that the ladies gave me back." Director Zheng interrupted. "Who else is giving these 250? Of course not. You don't know, but idiots are very likable. Not only idiots, but my sister Qi and I both received farewell gifts from the young ladies of Wang clan of Langya." And Ming Ming raised her head proudly, looking for praise. "Well, you are all excellent, especially Comrade and Ming Ming," Leader Li teased. Yanqi didn't say anything. She was already devastated by the desperate news that she had to write a guarantee. Why not let her tell the story now? "Uncle Li, how many or how few words should I give you in this report?" Leader Li waved his hand and said, "There is no limit on the number of words, just make it clear." Yanqi became even more desperate when he heard this. "Explain it clearly? Wouldn't this be even harder to write?" Kong Shengcheng looked disgusted. "It's just writing a report. Why do you look like you've been sucked dry?" Yanqi rolled her eyes and said, "You don't understand. You don't understand. God, this is making things difficult for her. Someone who couldn't even write a good review for CC." Yanqi followed the few people upstairs sadly, packed some clothes sadly, and bowed to them sadly. Yanqi and the others went back, but they didn't know that because Hua country had suddenly become generous in the international arena and always used gold and silver to buy things, some countries had already begun to investigate. Leader Li knows that this transaction that can allow time travel cannot be kept secret for long, but they're trying to keep it secret for as long as possible. I believe that if the news is really leaked that their Hua country can travel through time, some shameless countries can imagine what they will say. I have to say that literally had anticipated this. After Yin Qi and Air Baiwu returned, they accompanied their parents and grandmother for meals and chats every day. On the third day, they received a transfer of 200,000 yuan to their bank card. Seeing these 200,000, Yin Qi suddenly felt that the report would not be difficult to write. Of course, the other members each received 150,000. And Meng Meng specially called Yin Qi and expressed her happiness strongly. Yin Qi originally wanted to give some to his parents. His father now works for the state and earns 5,000 yuan a month. The supermarket was also acquired by the state, which subsidized more than 1 million yuan. So Yan's father asked Yin Qi to use the money as pocket money. Yin Qi had no choice, as he would have to go back to the army in just 5 days. Alas, he had no choice but to save it up. Yin Qi has been online for the past 5 days, but has not seen anyone discussing his supermarket. Regarding the establishment of a county, and most people are discussing how a certain 211 hospital can set up a branch here. Well, the country is still very powerful. Yin Qi also saw that the country seems to be very rich recently, and it buys back any technology or antiques that are lost without blinking an eye. Of course not. We now have more than 300 boxes of gold, not to mention silver and other things. The 5-day holiday passed quickly, and Yin Qi went directly to the army. This time she found that she was only responsible for learning Sanda, as well as how to hold and shoot a gun. What I mean is, who can let go of the free opportunity to improve themselves? Besides, according to Meng Meng, looking at so many little brothers every day is not tiring at all. Leader Li also renovated the 4th floor, dividing it into 4 parts: a flower shop, various solar energy appliances, a women's clothing store, and musical instruments. We came back the day before the time travel because Leader Li had returned to the capital to take care of his own business. So Chief of Staff Lu was in charge of the time travel this time. Yin Qi went home and kissed Wu, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. My little cutie Erba, do you want to go to the army with me next time? The idiot pinched the potato chips and shook his head firmly. No, I refuse. Chapter 25. Not a human leg, the end of the 3rd plane. Yin Qi was choked. You are such a heartless little thing. All you think about is eating and drinking. The idiot was not panicked at all. I also learned this from the host. Let's go to the supermarket and see how Chief of Staff Lu has equipped the 4th floor. No, it seems that Chief of Staff Lu is not the one who is specifically responsible for the installation. The idiot immediately ran to Yin Qi and said, "Hug me, Omega." Yin Qi carried Wu to the supermarket. On the way, she found that the martial law was even more strict. After the few people met, and Meng Meng grabbed Wu and took the lead to carry Wu to the 4th floor. Yin Qi looked at the 4th floor, which was divided into 4 areas. So, how do we sell it? Kong Shengcheng spread his hands and said, "Sell them separately." Yi Sun led a few people to walk through the whole place. "Why are there flowers?" The idiot flew over and smelled it. "Smells good, it smells good all over." And Meng Meng also stroked the flowers. "Maybe it's easier to make money from the nobles?" "Well, I guess so." The group strolled around, and then went to Yin Qi's house for dinner. And Meng Meng hugged Wu and said, "I don't know why I'm so nervous. I'll stay here with you tonight." Yin Qi's mouth twitched. "I think you want to accompany idiots?" "Oh, that's about right." With 2 hours left on the countdown, Chief of Staff Lu once again said carefully, "Be sure to pay attention to safety. If it is a dangerous plane, don't go out. Even if you go out, you can't separate." Chief of Staff Lu also knew that they would definitely go out, but he still looked at Yin Qi, hoping that she would promise him that they would not act separately. Yin Qi also knew that this was not the time to be willful. "Don't worry, I won't let us separate." By 11 o'clock, Yin Qi and Yi Sun couldn't help but discuss with a few people which plane it was. "Host, the 3rd transaction will last for 1 month, and the transaction target is 10,000 people. If the mission fails, you will be stuck in that plane forever. The host will take 65% of the mission reward this time. Note, the supermarket can be moved during this transaction. The countdown will start in 10 minutes. After everyone heard this, they said, "Wait, why haven't you told us which plane this is?" Everyone looked at each other, and Meng Meng swallowed and said, "I have a bad feeling." Yi Sun stood up at once, ran to the door, and said to the staff opposite, "We need weapons. We need bulletproof vests, quick. This plane is in danger." Chief of Staff Lu was shocked. He didn't know where to find any advanced weapons, so he quickly asked the armed police soldiers around him to take off their equipment and throw them into the supermarket entrance. Yin Qi and others also hurried to the door to answer it. "What can be done in 10 minutes? A lot could be done. For example, more than a dozen bulletproof vests were thrown in, and there were also more than a dozen guns. There was another burst of white light, and before the men could put away their weapons, they had already passed through. Everyone looked at each other at the door, and several people put their pistols and bulletproof vests on the sofa table. Before Duncan could finish his words, a man staggered in from the door. Everyone turned around, and Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing picked up their pistols and protected the remaining 3 people behind them. Why was Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing's first reaction like this when they saw the person? The person who came in was a middle-aged man, covered in blood. The most horrifying thing was his left leg. The left side was not a human leg, but a tree trunk. Yan Shi had excellent eyesight and could see that there were blood vessels on the tree trunk. Help! What is this? Ah! Yan Shi and Ming Ming and the other idiot hugged each other and trembled. The scream also startled the person on the other side. The man looked around at the people, and before he was surprised at how clean they were, he was attracted by the supermarket. He took a few steps forward, looked at the dazzling array of food that stretched as far as the eye could see, and smiled greedily. Don't move. If you take another step forward, I'll shoot. Yi Sun narrowed his eyes and stared at him like an eagle. The man came back to his senses and looked at the few people. In particular, he smiled lewdly when he saw Yan Qi and Ming Ming behind him. I am lucky today. As he said that, he took a step towards them. Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing secretly thought that the person who came was not friendly, and they fired their guns in tacit understanding. Result: an even more horrifying scene appeared. 2 bullets shot into the man, but were directly absorbed by him. The man even turned for his left leg to his right leg, then his body and head. He turned into a tree right in front of the crowd. Wrong. It's not a tree. It's a man's hands or human hands. Yan Qi and the others watched helplessly as the other party transformed. The pair of green eyes stared at them greedily. Ah, host be scared. Fuck. What kind of monster is this? And Ming Ming was so scared that she picked up the gun and shot at the other party. Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing also started shooting. Whether it was his legs, stomach, or head, it was all absorbed. He just walked towards the crowd step by step. Yan Qi knew that this gun would not work on him. He looked around desperately. Calm down. Calm down. What on earth could possibly fight him? I saw the fire extinguisher at the cashier counter. I moved to get it, but at this moment, the man seemed to be enraged. With his entire right hand stretched out, Kong Shengqing threw the gun at him and yelled, "Scatter!" Having said that, go forward. No, this is to die. No. The sharp voices of the crowd spread throughout the supermarket. Kong Shengqing raised his fist and hit the man, and the moment their hands touched, a light shield appeared over Kong Shengqing, and it also bounced the man away, directly out of the supermarket. Everyone was stunned. Kong Shengqing also stared at the light shield slowly disappearing from his body. I'm so scared. Brother Shengqing, I didn't expect you to. Yan Qi looked at Kong Shengqing with a touched face. The same goes for the other people. Yi Sun stepped forward and patted Kong Shengqing. Good brother, but I'll do it next time. You're a doctor. Yan Qi, Duncan, and Ming Ming slowly sat down on the ground. Brother Shengqing, I didn't expect you to have this ability. And Ming Ming clapped her hands. I don't know. Kong Shengqing touched his body. How did I get out just now? The idiot flew up and said, it's the protection shield for the supermarket and the protection shield on your body given by the main system. Oh my God. Is this true? And Ming Ming didn't expect this either. Duncan raised his hand and looked at himself and his companions. So Shengqing's defense mechanism was activated just now. Then he stood up with his eyes shining. What did you feel just now? I don't feel anything. At this moment, the man came in again. Several people looked at him warily. The moment he stepped in, he flew away in front of everyone. Don't worry, everyone. The system has detected that this person has bad intentions towards the host and others. Since he just threatened us, the supermarket has banned him from entering this life. Yan Qi found that the danger was over, picked up the idiot and turned him around. Good system. I will never say that your main system is Zhou Ba Pai again. It turns out that we paid such a high tax to your main system, and it was also used on us. Urbe was scratched his head. That's not possible. Chapter 26, No One Comes. Duncan asked the idiot, so do we always have the protective shield on us? Or can we only use it in the supermarket? It is valid for the time you complete the mission. If you return to the real world, it will be gone. Duncan touched himself all over. So where is it? Is there a chip implanted? Or something? Idiot pouted. How could you possibly find it? I have no idea at all. But don't worry, it won't harm you. And Ming Ming felt relieved knowing that everyone was protected. She watched Yi Sun sort out the gun and said, "Brother Sun, this gun is useless." Yi Sun's face was tense. When I saw that person just now, no, it should be a mutant, I knew how dangerous our plane is. From the way he was craving for the goods in the supermarket, I could tell that he hadn't eaten for a long time. The way he looked at us just now was not the normal murderous intent, but the look in his eyes that wanted to eat us. Yin Qi shuddered. Yi Sun continued, "I don't recommend that we go out. Only Kong Shengsheng and I have been trained here, and I have been training alone for many years. All of you are just beginners. We really don't know what it's like outside." Yes, I agree. Although there is also the factor of fear. We have to admit that we are all dragging our feet. And Ming Ming raised her hand. "Sister Qi, can you guess what this plane is?" Yin Qi had some guesses. "I suspect it's the end of the world. The end of the world. The end of the world." Yin Qi looked at everyone and exchanged a glance with Yi Sun. Yi Sun also nodded, and everyone's face became heavy. If it really is the end of the world, people will eat each other, social order will collapse, and what if there are mutated animals or plants or zombies? It's too dangerous outside. Kong Shengqing asked. Another question is, we don't know how many years it has been since the end of the world here. How many living and normal people are there? Can we complete the mission objectives? Idiot, if we go out, will the protective shields on our bodies still be there? Duncan asked this key question. Erbawa flew around and said, logically speaking, it is. We can go out and experiment. Yin Qi slapped it onto the sofa and said, what do you mean by go out and experiment? Are you stupid? The idiot didn't dare to speak. Shall I ask the main system? Go quickly. It's almost 1 o'clock now, but no one is sleepy at all. Nonsense. How can you sleep when you were almost killed by a half-human, half-ghost thing? Everyone was silent, looking outside the door in fear. Yes. The main system says yes. During the mission, as long as we are in this plane, the main system will guarantee our safety. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Yi Sun pulled down the door curtain and locked the door. Let's go upstairs and sleep. Now, we still have to remember what Leader Li and Chief of Staff Lu said. Safety first. Our purpose is not to explore, but to complete the transaction. After Yin Qi said this, he carried Erbewu upstairs. Kong Shengqing also continued. That's true. We couldn't leave the previous plane either, and we still exceeded the mission. Saving our lives is the most important thing. And Ming Ming rolled her eyes. Of course. Several people went upstairs one after another. Outside the supermarket, the man was very angry when he found that he couldn't get in no matter what. The man kept waiting. I don't believe you won't come out. Yin Qi lay there for a long time before falling asleep. A headless man came in from the window and threw himself on Yin Qi. Help! Yin Qi opened his eyes and said, Host, are you having a nightmare? Yin Qi got up and gasped for breath. He drank a glass of water, looked at the time, it was 4:30, and lay down again holding Erbawu. I just had a nightmare, idiot. I don't like this dimension. The idiot stuck his head in Yin Qi's face and said, All hate this plane too. All report it, and this plane will not exist in the future. Host, don't be afraid. All are here. Thank you, idiot. Yin Qi slowly fell asleep again. 7:10 in the morning. Host, wake up at 7:10. Yin Qi opened his eyes, sat up, washed and changed his clothes. After going out, I found that everyone was sitting in the restaurant. And Ming Ming rushed over and said, Sister Qi, I had a nightmare last night. It scared me to death. Yin Qi hugged back. I had a nightmare too. I saw several men. All of them looked pale. Several people finished their breakfast without getting bored. Let's go, we're open for business. Duncan sighed. 10,000 people. If we can't finish it, we'll stay here forever. After saying this, Yin Qi and his companions walked even faster. When the door opened, the 5 of them waited for the entire morning from the cashier counter to the sofa to the door, walking back and forth, and Ming Ming said irritably, No one came. No one came all morning. Yin Qi shook his head. No, there might be a guy from yesterday outside the door who wants to come in but can't. And Ming Ming squatted down in despair. So, are they forcing us to get out? Our guns are useless. We don't have any weapons. We don't even know if they have weapons or not. Every one of them looks like the same person as yesterday. Everyone was silent. Yi Sun said, Let's eat first. We'll just have to wait until today. If no one comes, several people looked at him and said, We can only leave. Idiot. I remembered you said this supermarket can be moved. After we go out, will the supermarket move with us? Yin Qi wondered. Erbawu opened the page and said, Host, you shrink the supermarket and bring it with you. When you find a suitable location, enlarge it. 6. Itana speed. Well, host, come and see the specific operation measures. Yen Qi and Air Baiwu were flipping through the pages together, but they couldn't see anything and became anxious. Duncan was mumbling again, getting bigger and smaller. How many dimensions is this? It doesn't conform to science. And Meng Meng was speechless. What time has it come? We have traveled through time and space, and there are still invisible protective shields on our bodies. Isn't this scientific? Yen Qi wrote down the formula. Tomorrow, if there is no one here tomorrow, we will go out. From afternoon to 8 o'clock in the evening, there was still no one, let alone people, not even an animal. We have to go out. Everyone pack a backpack with some food and water. Kong Shengcheng and I will go and carry out those boxes of weapons. Let's choose. Yen Qi then remembered that Leader Li had placed several boxes there. Although this gun may be useless, there really is no normal person here, so take it. Everyone chose 2 guns, loaded them with bullets, and each took a few magazines. They also chose suitable bulletproof vests and sharp daggers, and then went upstairs in silence. And Meng Meng said to Yen Qi, "Let's sleep together tonight, okay?" Yen Qi was extremely happy. Several people lay in bed, anxiously waiting for tomorrow to come. I hope that as soon as we open the door tomorrow morning, someone will come to do business with us. And Meng Meng was still hoping before going to bed. However, everyone knows that this is impossible. The next morning, everyone wore long sleeves and carried bags. After eating, they went downstairs. Open the door. Everyone opened the door. Yi Sun Duncan stood in the front with a gun. Yen Qi and Meng Meng stood in the middle holding hands. Kong Shengcheng stood at the back to protect the two. The idiot hid in the hood of Yen Qi's sweater. Chapter 27 Female Zombie. Yi Sun was facing the man. Yi Sun knew that the gun was useless to him and he couldn't kill them. So he replaced the gun with a dagger and ignored the man and slashed at him. The man turned into a tree again and attacked Yi Sun and Duncan, but the protective shields on their bodies prevented him from doing any harm. If he used more force, he would be bounced back. Yi Sun and Duncan's daggers were also useless. Kong Shengcheng walked forward from behind and joined the army of dagger-chopping trees. It only took Yen Qian and Meng Meng 20 minutes to go from being nervous at the beginning to being numb. That is to say, if they cut down the human tree, it will recover immediately and the other party will not be able to harm them. The man was enraged, and even his hands turned into branches. He used a powerful move on Yi Sun, Duncan, and the other two. The next second, he was bounced back and fell to the ground, and it seemed that he was seriously injured. Yi Sun and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Yen Qi said quickly, "Let's not waste our energy. Let him hit us. No matter how hard he hits, he will be hit back with the same amount of force." Yi Sun and the other two turned around and surrounded Yen Qi and the other two. And Meng Meng raised her middle finger and said, "Come here." The man turned back into a human, and knowing that there was something strange about them, and wondering what kind of supernatural beings they were, he fled in panic. Yi Sun followed him, and after making sure that the man had left, he said, "It's okay." Yen Qi closed his eyes, stretched out his hand, and chanted a spell. Dora Sai shrunk. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the supermarket became smaller and smaller until it became a palm-sized toy model. Duncan was the first to rush over, picked it up and looked around, but couldn't find the principal. However, he could tell the teacher about this problem and let the teacher study it. "Teacher, thank you. Are all the things in this supermarket still there? Hey, Brother Duncan, please stop shaking it. What if everything in the supermarket is scattered all over the floor like an earthquake?" And Meng Meng stopped Duncan from tearing his hands apart. The idiot shook his head. "No, now everything in the supermarket has stopped. Only when we return to the original state will the space continue to flow. In other words, this supermarket is now forbidden in time and space? My God, what dimension of system do you have?" Duncan was incredulous. This was contrary to the professional knowledge he had learned over the years. "It's a higher plane than yours anyway." The idiot shrank back again. Yen Qi carefully put the supermarket into his backpack and said, "Let's go, we still have to find a living person." The few people then noticed that the surroundings were barren, without even a weed. Kong Shengcheng kicked the stone and said, "It's strange that anyone would come here." Yi Sun and Duncan led the way. Kong Shengcheng stayed behind, and they walked out cautiously. After about half an hour, they finally saw the road. The crowd set foot on the road again. The road was overgrown with weeds, and there were patches of wild grass growing here and there all around, as well as unclear bottles and jars. It was completely silent. It was broad daylight, and the 5 people could only hear their own and their teammates' footsteps, breathing, and heartbeats. Everyone walked forward silently. and what came into view was the city. The dilapidated houses around them showed that no one had lived there for a long time. The desolate streets were filled with garbage and scrap cars, and the air smelled of death. And Ming trembled softly. I don't think anyone lives here. This is a dead city. Yanqi held her hand tightly with one hand and looked around with the gun in the other. It was clearly almost noon, and the cold wind was giving everyone goosebumps. The closer they got to the city center, the closer the bloody and sour smells became. The idiot had already huddled his entire body in the hood of his sweatshirt, wrapped up completely and not moving a single step. The strong smell of blood stimulated everyone's nerves. Yanqi heard a faint sound coming from the right front and pointed to the right front corner and said to everyone, I heard it. There's a sound there. Everyone huddled together and walked towards the bend. They all heard the shrill wailing, which was sometimes far away, sometimes near, sometimes high, sometimes low. Yanqi silently chanted Buddha's name in his heart. And Ming never opened her eyes and just relied on Yanqi to pull her around. She was suggesting that she play an escape room game so that she could suppress her desire to scream. What everyone saw was a nightmare. A man was lying in a pool of blood, wailing. His legs were strangely bent. He was trying to crawl to the other side. On the other side, a woman with her head and shoulders bent at 90 degrees was squatting in front of a girl who had her stomach ripped open. She placed her head on the girl's chest and gnawed on the fresh flesh as if it was some kind of delicacy. The gnawing and chewing sounds and the man's wailing became a horror song. Yanqi only hated why he had two eyes. His stomach was churning, and he tried hard to hold back the urge to vomit. And Ming beside him couldn't help but open her eyes and saw this scene because she heard the wailing. She turned her head and bent over to the corner to vomit. Yanqi and Duncan couldn't help but dry heave either. My brain is so full of blood that it's about to explode. I want to erase my memory. Yi Sun and Kong Shengcheng didn't say anything. They punched and stabbed the woman who was enjoying the food, which made her angry. She turned her head straight, and then Ming saw the woman's face. Her eyes were white, her hair was disheveled, and her face was covered with blood. Ah! And Ming couldn't help but scream. Yanqi quickly covered her mouth. Yi Sun and Kong Shengcheng attacked the woman. No, the zombie, nonstop, and the female zombie kept biting them but couldn't bite them. They were just fighting and being beaten at the same time. Duncan also stepped forward to help. After attacking for 20 minutes, Yi Sun inserted the dagger directly into her head, and the female zombie fell to the ground. The wailing man on the ground was still crawling towards the girl whose stomach had been ripped open. Baby, my baby, ah. Yanqi and Ming looked at this normal man and helped him to the girl who had been killed. He hugged the girl and cried. And Ming and Yanqi did not dare to look at the girl's miserable condition. Kong Shengcheng squatted down and checked the girl. It's no good. There's no hope. He checked the man's leg again. Your leg needs to be put in a cast. After hearing this, the man calmed down and said, Thank you very much, but don't worry about me. I want to stay with my baby. When Kong Shengcheng heard this, he knew that the man didn't want to live anymore. If you want to persuade them, you can join them. The man asked a few people. I see that you are not locals, but it doesn't matter. There are no normal people in this town anymore. Yanqi asked quickly, Uncle, we have been in the mountains for many years and just came down the mountain. Why has it become like this? What was that thing that attacked you just now? The man understood. He was a man from the mountain. Yanqi took out another bottle of water and handed it to him. The man wanted to take it, but he looked at his daughter in his arms and said, No, I will go to heaven with my baby. You can keep this water. Now a bottle of water can buy a woman. I can tell you what happened in these years. I would also like to trouble you to bury me with my baby after I die. I am afraid that my daughter will not be able to find her father in heaven, so I will bury her in the back. There are some grasses. My daughter loved flowers the most when she was alive. Now there are no flowers, some grasses will do. Yanqi and Ming and the idiot who crawled out of the sweatshirt and hoodie were all in tears. We have medicine that can cure you. The man pretended not to hear and continued. For years ago, Chapter 28 Cremation. 4 years ago, my wife and I went to pick up our baby from school as usual. The baby was already in junior high school. As we were about to go home, it suddenly rained and the whole sky was dark. Because it was the beginning of the month, my wife and I took the baby to the supermarket as usual to buy some food and daily necessities, and then went home. We ate and slept normally, and around 5 in the morning, I heard someone scratching the door with fingernails outside the window. I saw a creature that was neither human nor ghost through the peephole. My wife and I quickly blocked the door with sofas and cabinets. and the monster disappeared in an hour. My wife and I went online and found that zombies had appeared. Some experts analyzed that the rain yesterday was the cause. The authorities told us to stay home and not go out. My wife comforted the baby while I went to seal all the windows. We grew a lot of vegetables on our balcony, and we bought a year's worth of rice at once, so we stayed at home for a year. But we were out of supplies, water, electricity, and the internet. We asked the baby to stay home while we went out to find food. It was also during this time that my wife inexplicably awakened her superpower, the water superpower. Because it had been a year, there were no people or zombies in this building. We went to each neighbor's house to loot all the food and stayed at home. With my wife's water superpower, our family of 3 can still maintain drinking water and basic hygiene for the time being. At this point, Kong Shengqing noticed the girl and his arms moving. The man said painfully, "Can you help tie up my baby?" Yan Qi took the string from his sweatpants and tied her hands up. "Is this going to turn into a zombie?" "That's right, the one just now is a level 1 zombie, so my baby will also become a normal zombie or a level 1 zombie." At this point, he continued to talk about his family of 3. We survived another year, relying on food from our neighbors and vegetables from the balcony. When Yan Qi heard this, he could only say that the couple was really amazing. Last year, we could only leave our building and enter the unit next door. Fortunately, we didn't find any zombies until this year, 2 days ago, when we couldn't find any food, so we too left the community. My wife died trying to save me, and my baby was very afraid that I would die too, so she followed me no matter what I did. Just now, everyone understood after hearing this. The man saw his daughter start to struggle, and he quickly accelerated. In the first year when we could access the internet and the intermittent internet in the second year, I know there are currently 3 major bases. One is the official Dragon Country base. The destination is the capital, more than 3,000 miles away from here. One is a civilian base established by a Thunder-type supernatural named Zhao something and his team. Many people have come to him. The location is in the next city, but it is unknown now. There is another one that you must hide from if you meet it. It was originally a prison. The person in charge of the base is also a murderer. They have also committed many evil deeds in this end of the world. Zombies. Zombies are divided into ordinary zombies, who have no intelligence and crave blood and raw meat like wild beasts. Level 1 zombies have stronger bodies than ordinary zombies. Level 2 zombies have preliminary biological instincts and emotions. Level 3 zombies have mental power and can control ordinary zombies. Level 4 zombies are powerful zombie lords. Although they cannot speak, they can communicate with other zombies through brain waves and spit acid to attack humans and people with special abilities. I learned all this 2 years ago. Please help me cremate my baby in me. Zombie cremation is the best. When dealing with zombies, the most important thing is to break their heads. You can use axes, swords, or guns. The man finally hugged his daughter and said, "Don't be afraid, baby. Daddy will be here to accompany you soon. Let's go find Mom together." Yi Sun picked up the lighter, and Kong Shengqing and Duncan worked together to carry the girl to the open space. They found some dry grass, and Yan Qi and Ming even covered the girl with the clothes in their backpacks. Slowly, the fire grew bigger and bigger. The man cried heartbreakingly. Yan Qi and Ming and Erbu also sobbed quietly. "Little sister, I hope that you and your parents will be born in our world in your next life." After a long time, Yi Sun and 5 others helped dig the hole. The man held the girl in his hands, lay down in the hole, asked Yi Sun for a dagger, and committed suicide. Yan Qi looked at him with a smile on his face and finally couldn't help crying. What kind of world is this? This family that should have been happy ended up like this. Host. Oh, no one likes this plane. Even Yi Sun and the others had tears in their eyes. After they finished burying the bodies, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Except for the meal in the morning, no one had eaten or drunk anything. A few of them sat on the ground without any image, drank some water, and calmed down. Yan Qi asked a few people, "At present, it seems that there is no one here. Even if there is, there are just a few poor people. If we want to complete the transaction, we must go to a certain base. I think the official base is just fine. The problem is that the official base is too far from here. How can we get there? We don't even know the exact route. What if we go the wrong way? The one who appeared this morning should be the one with superpowers, right?" Everyone discussed one sentence at a time, but nothing was achieved after a long discussion. Yi Sun said, "Let's go out and look at the cars on the street to see if there are any that can be used. Let's go find the people's base first. From the name, we can tell that it is a legitimate base." Everyone agreed. The 5 men stood guard while trying each car one by one. But until 5 o'clock, they still hadn't found a usable car. And Ming Ming zipped up her pants and asked, "Do you feel that the temperature is getting lower and lower?" Duncan took out some water and took a sip. "It's normal. This is the end of the world. Rising and falling temperatures are normal weather reactions." Yanqi was exhausted both physically and mentally. He had been walking for a whole day, and there was nothing there except the people and zombies he met in the morning. "Let's find a spacious and safe place for the supermarket." "Agree." The few of them walked a few more miles and finally found a piece of land at around 8 o'clock. There was nothing around except a few empty houses. Yanqi took the supermarket out, placed it in the middle, and chanted a spell. The supermarket slowly grew larger until it returned to its original size. And Ming Ming was the first to rush in and turn on the light. "I can't take it anymore. I'm tired, hungry, sleepy, scared, and cold. Woohoo supermarket, I miss you so much." A few people went to get some self-heating rice and some food, locked the doors and windows, and went up to the 5th floor. Everyone sat together to eat and discuss what to do tomorrow. Where to find it? If you still can't find a usable car, what should you do? Walk. It seems that the only way is to walk. Their supermarket does not have any means of transportation, not even a bicycle. A few people drank hot water and could only pray silently to see someone tomorrow. Then everyone washed up and rested. Today was truly a thrilling day. Hundreds of miles away, a woman was flying in the air and saw a building suddenly appearing in the distance. She thought she was dazzled, but after a closer look, she confirmed that it appeared suddenly. Most importantly, the building is new. The woman quickly turned around and went back to inform everyone. Chapter 29. Zhao Hu. Yin Shi and his 5 companions got up in the morning, had breakfast, packed their backpacks, and went out, still preparing to shrink the supermarket. At this moment, they heard the sound of a car, and several people came back to warn each other. 3 minutes later, a woman flew over. She was surprised to see Yin Shi and his friends, but she was even more surprised by the supermarket. The woman stood 2 meters away from the people and said, "Hello, I am the second in command of the people's base. My name is Minnie. May I ask if this mall belongs to you?" Yin Shi and the others looked at each other. "Is this something that was obtained without any effort?" Yin Shi nodded. "Yes. May I ask, how did you know that there is a supermarket here?" At this time, the cars also arrived. There were 3 cars. 12 men and women got off the cars. They looked at the 5-story building in front of them. This was a normal shopping mall before the end of the world. But the problem was that it had been 4 years since the end of the world. Suddenly, this appeared. That's right, they were sure that this shopping mall appeared suddenly, because they had already checked all the cities near the base in order to find ordinary people. What's more, this shopping mall doesn't seem to have been affected by the apocalypse at all, and Yin Shi and his companions don't look like the people they have seen in the apocalypse. The woman named Minnie turned around and looked at the leading man, and Yin Shi and others also noticed that something was wrong. Both sides were very wary of each other, and Minnie asked with a smile, "Which base are you from?" Yi Sun said cautiously, "We are not from any base. But I think you will like everything in our supermarket. If possible, we can do business." The leading man heard this and asked, "Business?" "Yes, you can exchange what you have for anything in our supermarket." Yin Shi and Ming Ming, Duncan, Yi Sun, and Kong Shengsheng exchanged glances. The dates and locations of the items in their supermarket must be different from those in this dimension. So, and Ming Ming said with a smile, "Good morning, everyone. Why don't we come in and talk about how to exchange it?" The other party was eager to try, but they were all concerned about the leading man. The leading man nodded and walked towards the supermarket first. Kong Shengsheng opened the door and Yin Shi waved. "Welcome to the supermarket of surface trading." Minnie and the men and women behind her have been attracted by the clean snacks and other items in the supermarket. Only the leading man noticed the plain transaction. Planes? Transactions? Kong Shengsheng and Ming Ming took them into the supermarket and asked them to pick some food. Those people looked at the leader again, and seeing that the leader had a box of instant noodles, they also started to move. Yin Shi said to the leader, "You can go shopping first, and then we can discuss how to do this deal." Half an hour later, the leader, Minnie, and everyone else came eagerly to Yin Shi and Yi Sun. "Please take a seat. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Yin Shi, this is Yi Sun, this is Ming Ming, and here are Kong Shengsheng, Duncan, and my system idiot." The leader of the other side sat down, and the other dozen people stood in the back in an orderly manner with their food in their arms. After hearing Yin Shi's introduction, especially the word system, they asked, "You have the system in the novel?" The leader signaled the man to shut up and said to Yin Shi, who was obviously also the leader, "My name is Zhao Hu. and I am the head of the people's base. These are all brothers and sisters in our base. Then he asked Yin Qi tentatively, "You are not from this world?" Yin Qi pursed his lips and smiled. "You're right." Zhao Hu's guess came true. He said that there were few addresses and food names on the packaging bags that he could match before the end of the world. In addition, they had this supermarket overnight, which meant that they were most likely not from this world. The dozen or so people behind him exclaimed in surprise, looking at Yin Qi and others with burning eyes. At Yin Qi's signal, and Ming Ming spoke up, "We have only been here for 2 days. We have some questions for you. Are you all psychics? How many are normal people or psychics? Are there only 3 major bases? Can you contact the official base? How many people are there in your base? Oh, I mean, you probably can't eat in a supermarket as big as ours." This series of questions made Zhao, who on the opposite side, realize that these people were not easy to fool. It made sense that if someone could come from another world with such a large shopping mall, how could they be ordinary people? Zhao Hu answered carefully, "All the brothers and sisters who came here are psychics. In addition to our 3 major bases, there are actually some small bases and small groups. In addition to the psychics here, there are 10 brothers guarding the base. The official base should have more than 200 psychics, and the tyrant prison base has 15 psychics. The other small groups have no more than 10 psychics. Our base, including the psychics, has 830 people. The official base is not clear, but there should be hundreds of thousands of people. The tyrant prison base also has more than 600 people, and the other scattered bases have no more than 200 people." Kong Shengsheng was surprised. Are there so few people with special abilities? No, the entire country's population does not exceed 1 million people now. Everyone's superpowers started to awaken gradually in the second year of the apocalypse. In the first year, zombies unilaterally killed ordinary people like us. Many people died in the first year. After they gained superpowers in the second year, some superpowered people were even more cruel than zombies and treated people as if they were not human. In addition, there was a shortage of food, and people ate each other, so the global population dropped sharply. Yi Sun frowned, and Ming Ming also remembered the zombies and the father and daughter from yesterday. Zhao Hu continued, "We can contact the official base, but I don't know what you want to exchange for it." Yi Sun asked, "Can you psychics upgrade? How do you upgrade? How do you usually exchange things?" Psychics can be upgraded. Currently, they use zombie crystal cores to upgrade. Psychics are currently divided into water, fire, ice, wind, wood, lightning, spirit, space, flying, and invisible. I am a lightning, Minnie is a flying, and there are 6 water, 3 fire, 1 space, and 1 wood. We usually trade with crystal cores. Gold can also be traded, but it's not as valuable as crystal cores. Crystal cores also come in different categories, from level 1 to level 5. What Zhao Hu didn't say was that if you have 2 packs of instant noodles and a few bottles of water, you can exchange them for a child. Not everyone survived, and not everyone could drink clean water. Yin Qi raised his eyebrows. "Do you have the crystal core now? Can we take a look?" "Of course." The space ability user behind him quickly poured out a small bag of crystal cores. These are first-level crystal cores. Yin Qi and the other 4 gathered together, and each took a crystal core to play with. Yi Sun suddenly had an idea. "Did all your abilities appear suddenly?" Zhao Hu understood that this person was attracted by superpowers. Well, absorbing the crystal core can also give you a chance to gain superpowers. The scientists at the official base are still conducting research. I really don't know about this. Chapter 30 Crystal Core. Yin Qi looked at the people behind Zhao who were almost starving a hole in the food in their arms, and said with a smile, "You guys eat first. It just so happens that we didn't eat much in the morning. Let's eat and talk at the same time. There is hot water here." 5 minutes later, the smell of instant noodles swept everyone's taste buds. I almost forgot what instant noodles taste like. It's delicious. Most of them just lowered their heads and ate without talking. Yin Qi felt a little sad when he saw this scene. Zhao Hu also relaxed after eating instant noodles. "Excuse me, how do you want to change?" And Ming Ming quickly replied, "Crystal cores are best, but we can also exchange gold, silver, and jewelry." Duncan added, "If you have any technology, that can also be exchanged." Yi Sun followed up and said, "What we are thinking is that 1 first-level crystal core can be exchanged for 1 item. If it is exchanged for rice or flour, it is 1 kilogram. 1 second-level crystal core can be exchanged for 2 items, and so on." Zhao Hu looked a little embarrassed. "To be honest, we only have over 100 level 2 crystal cores in our entire base, and over 30 level 3 crystal cores. We don't have any level for crystal cores." Several people were surprised. "Is it so difficult to obtain?" Ordinary zombies don't have crystal cores. Only level 1 zombies have them. And most of them are ordinary zombies, so crystal cores are very difficult to obtain. In that case, then one first-level crystal core can be exchanged for 3 items, one second-level crystal core can be exchanged for 6 items, and one third-level crystal core can be exchanged for 10 items. The other gold and silver can be exchanged for 1, and large pieces of gold can be exchanged for 2. Okay, we need rice, noodles, various vegetables and fruits, as well as instant noodles, self-heating rice, and other fast foods. Lump, quickly take out all the crystal cores in the space. Lump came forward and poured out a table of crystal cores. The crystal cores were of different colors. These are all first-level crystal cores. The red ones are exclusive to the fire system, the white ones are exclusive to the ice system, the transparent ones are the spirit system, the blue ones are the water system, the green ones are the wood system, and the black ones are the lightning system. However, there are only a dozen lightning-type ones for our old ambassador. The sharp ones are the wind system. These square ones are invisible, and the flying ones are also in the hands of our second-in-command. Minnie nodded. Yeah, I've already laid out the bases. A few people counted and found a total of 105. This meant that they could exchange for more than 300 pieces of food, but there were still quite a lot of people in their base, so it was definitely not enough. We still have crystal cores in our base, and I will have everyone kill zombies to look for crystal cores and discarded gold. There is still a lot of gold in the base. Kong Shunqing stood up and asked them to pick out food. Sure enough, half of them are rice and noodles, and the other half are instant noodles and self-heating rice. More expensive, one crystal core can only be exchanged for 1 box. Yan Qi asked them if they wanted to go shopping on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. After they had finished shopping, they could make a list and decide what to buy when they got back. Zhao Hu asked Minnie to take Tumor back to deliver food and get the golden crystal core and other items. He also asked Minnie to leave only one of the others to accompany him, and the rest of them to go back and organize a team to kill zombies and find gold. Accompanied by several people, Zhao Hu visited the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. He was not interested in the 2nd floor, but was very interested in the clothes, quilts, and other warm things on the 3rd floor, as well as the solar heaters. Is it cold here at night? And Ming looked at Zhao, whose excited eyes curiously. Zhao Hu touched the quilt and said, You probably didn't stay out overnight. The temperature here started to drop at 6 p.m., and it dropped to minus 20 degrees Celsius at 12:01 a.m. Official scientists predict that the temperature may continue to drop in the future. And the daytime temperature has not even risen above 36 degrees. Everyone is wondering if we will eventually enter the Ice Age. So, some people have frozen to death in recent years. We really need these warm things. Freeze to death? Yan Qi shuddered. What kind of plane is this? People not only have to worry about food and water, but also have to guard against zombies and people with bad intentions. After finally surviving a day, they have to withstand the low temperature at night. Have the animals and plants here mutated? Of course they mutated. The rain 4 years ago not only soaked humans, but also most plants and animals. Plants are fine though. They just grew a lot bigger and started running around. Plants rarely hurt people, but we didn't dare eat them at first. Later, when we dared to eat them, they ran faster than humans. Animals can hurt people, including domesticated cats and dogs. Sigh, we really suffered in the first 2 years when there were no psychics. Minnie and Lump arrived in less than an hour and a half, and Minnie flew back, directly carrying Lump in her arms. Yan Qi also saw the 2nd and 3rd level crystal cores. The 2nd level was slightly smaller than the 1st level and looked more delicate. The 3rd level was also smaller than the 2nd level. Does it mean that the higher the level of the crystal core, the smaller it is? Well, for now, yes. After playing with them for a while, Yan Qi and Ming went to the room to find 3 nice-looking large boxes to store the crystal cores and put them in order. As for the gold, they were naturally put in the warehouse. Alas, gold is worthless after seeing too much. Host, the 1st level crystal core box is full. We still need to find a box. And host, I smell this crystal core and want to eat it. Yan Qi and Ming looked at each other and asked, Do you want to eat? Could it be possible that the crystal core has some effect on this idiot? Erbawood couldn't bear it any longer, so he picked up a level 1 crystal core and started sucking it. Yan Qi and Ming stared at the red crystal core as it became lighter and lighter until it disappeared. Yan Qi and Ming quickly held Erbawood and checked him out. How is he? Is he feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Erbawood shook his head. No, I just feel a little happy. Host, can I have another one? Of course you can, but you have to be careful. And Ming picked up the crystal core that Erbawood had sucked and looked around. Now it has turned into an ordinary crystal. Yen Qi picked one up and looked at the idiot sucking the crystal core. An idea flashed through his mind, but he didn't catch it. Yi Sun and the other two were responsible for following Zhao Hu to purchase and getting the goods for them. All day long, both parties were buying and selling things in the supermarket. The idiot sucked 5 level 1 crystal cores and stopped sucking. Host, I asked the main system. This crystal core is just a thing for our system to relax. So, I feel so comfortable now. I feel so comfortable that I want to sleep. And Mingming looked at the idiot staggering around and carried her upstairs. Yen Qi looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the temperature outside was starting to drop. I said hello to Zhao Hu and the others and asked them to come back tomorrow morning. Otherwise, it would be dangerous to go back too late at night. The danger here is not just simple, there is also the danger of zombies. Zhao Hu and his companions agreed to come back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and would ask someone to contact the official base tomorrow. Yi Sun locked the windows of the supermarket, and several people went up to the 5th floor to discuss while eating. Today, the idiot said that the smell of the crystal core was very pleasant, so he inhaled 5 crystal cores. Did you suck it? Chapter 31, it's hot. Inhaled? Yi Sun asked. Yeah, idiot said he wanted to eat it, but he only absorbed the energy inside, and then the crystal core turned into an ordinary crystal. And Mingming nodded, and then went to take the crystal that idiot had absorbed and the crystal that he had not absorbed. Several people looked at the crystal core, and the contrast was quite obvious. Duncan held the crystal core and kept comparing it. What's the difference between the two? How do you feel? He didn't seem to feel any different. He just said he felt very comfortable. He also asked the main system. The crystal core was something that made him happy. And because he ate 5 of them, he fell asleep comfortably. Duncan didn't even eat his meal and kept fiddling with the crystal core. Then he suddenly went to the room and got a dagger. Before the others could stop him, they saw Duncan cut his palm and press the blood onto a red crystal core. Yi Sun's hand that wanted to stop him paused. Everyone understood what Duncan meant. He wanted to see if it was absorbed with blood. Everyone stared at it for 5 minutes, but Duncan didn't react at all, and the crystal core didn't react either. It was just blood dripping. Yen Qi went to get the medical kit. Hey, give up. The authorities don't even know how to turn ordinary people into superpowers. How can it be like the dripping of blood to recognize the master in the novels? Duncan let go of the crystal core and let Yen Qi wipe the wound. We are thinking that we can cross the plane and do business with others. That drop of blood is also for verification. And Mingming scoffed. Oh my, our researchers who try to explain things scientifically every day are starting to believe this kind of thing? As soon as he finished speaking, Yen Qi screamed, Look! Everyone looked at Duncan's hand and saw that Duncan's wound began to heal, and the red color in the crystal core became lighter and lighter. Oh my God! It's actually true! Kong Shengqing couldn't help but be surprised. Yi Sun's eyes were deep. Is it true that the official base has never tried such a simple and crude method? Or is it that the official base is not really official? Yen Qi was anxious. Don't think about it. Look at Brother Qin's face. No, there's still hands. Deng's face and hands gradually turned red, and then his entire body turned redder and redder. Kong Shengqing stepped forward and said, Oh no, it's so hot. Duncan closed his eyes and couldn't help but roar, Hot, hot. Kong Shengqing was anxious. Quick, shui, no, carry him to the bathroom. Several people worked together to carry it to the bathroom, and Yen Qi was shocked by how incredibly hot his hands were. Yi Sun turned on the shower and poured water over Duncan. Yen Qi quickly opened the bathtub and filled it with water. Duncan was already unconscious, and Mingming took a basin of water and poured it on Duncan, but it was still very hot. Kong Shengqing said in panic, The temperature is over 40 or 50 degrees. It will kill people. Yen Qi saw that the water in the bathtub was almost full. Let him in quickly. Several people lifted him and put him into the bathtub. To their despair, Deng's skin was turning red as congestion, and the water around him was smoking. That's right, it was smoking. Yi Sun reached his hand in. The water is heating up. Fever. Yen Qi remembered the ice cubes in the refrigerator, so he ran out of the bathroom and brought in the ice cubes from the kitchen freezer. The ice cubes splashed into the bathtub. Kong Shengqing touched Duncan's body. It works. Quick, go get some ice. There are a lot of freezers on the first floor, and there's a lot of ice in them. If there's no ice left at the end, we can use those frozen foods or anything icy. Several people dispersed, and Yen Qi kept holding the ice cubes. Yen Qi's hands had no feeling, but Duncan was still feeling hot. Yen Qi took a basin to fill with ice cubes, but the ice cubes were still melting into water. Now the bathtub could only be said to be slightly warm. After a while, several people came up and poured the bathtub full of ice without saying a word. The ice was visibly melting, and Duncan's skin was not as red anymore. It really works. Everyone went downstairs to get ice cubes, and when all the ice was gone, Kong Shengsheng took his temperature. Huff 42 degrees. Yi Sun turned his head again and said, "There is ice cream downstairs. I'll bring some up." And Ming Ming followed him downstairs, panting. When Yen Qi heard the temperature was 42 degrees, he breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, it was just a high fever now. A wave of ice cream was thrown in, and everyone waited for another hour. During this time, Yi Sun and Kong Shengsheng fed water 4 times. At around 11 o'clock in the evening, Kong Shengsheng took the temperature again, 37.7 degrees. A few people breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh my God, I was so scared," I thought. And Ming Ming patted her face with lingering fear. "When he wakes up, I will definitely scold him." Yi Sun and Kong Shengsheng took Duncan out of the bathtub. "We'll go and look after him. You guys go to sleep first." Yen Qi looked at the two people's condition and said, "Okay, if you can't hold on any longer, remember to call us." Yen Qi returned to the room, washed up, and lay on the bed. He saw the idiot sleeping like a dead pig and touched his body. Well, he had no fever and no chills. Then I went to bed. The next morning, Wu woke Yen Qi up on time. After Yen Qi washed up, he went to knock on the door to see how Duncan was. Wu looked at Duncan on the bed, Yi Sun beside the bed, and Kong Shengsheng sleeping on the sofa, and was stunned. "What's wrong with everyone?" And Ming Ming walked in. "Hey, it was yesterday that Brother Duncan heard that you ate the crystal core, so he tried it himself. He was very brave and cut his hand with a knife until it bled. Then he started to feel hot all over. We tried to save him for more than 2 hours before his temperature came down." The idiot flew to Duncan's face and looked around. "Brother Kim looks fine now." He looked at Yi Sun again, "But you don't look well." Yen Qi also glanced at Yi Sun and told him to go back and rest for the morning. This morning, she and Ming Ming and 253 others had to trade with Zhao Hu. She also woke up Kong Shengsheng and asked him to watch Duncan. Yi Sun also knew that his complexion was not very good. After all, he was afraid that Duncan would have a fever again, and he kept feeding him water all night. Yi Sun went back to his room and slept, while Yen Qi and the others ate some bread and went downstairs. As soon as the door was opened, Zhao Hu, Minnie, and others were waiting. Zhao Hu came in and greeted the 3 of them. He looked around and didn't see Yi Sun and his group. "Where are Brother Yi and his group?" "Hey, Brother Duncan had a fever yesterday, and they were so tired after taking care of him all night that they are still asleep." Zhao Hu was a little confused as to why he suddenly had a fever, but Yen Qi didn't want to say more, so he didn't say anything. Wu is in charge of the cashier, while Yen Qi and Ming Ming are in charge of picking up the goods. The whole morning passed by like this, and Zhao Hu felt a little emotional. He really wanted to buy everything in the entire mall, but their base did not have that many crystal cores. They only had some crystal cores left for their own upgrades, as all the rest had been sent over. And because gold and other items were useless and they hadn't collected much in the past, they couldn't exchange them for much. At noon, Zhao Hu told Yen Qi that he had already informed the official base, and that the official base would arrive this afternoon or tomorrow. Chapter 32, Not Awake. Yen Qi thanked Zhao Hu and the others, gave them a discount, looked at Lu Zi with envy, and put half of the supplies into the space with a wave of his hand. The remaining half could not fit into the space, so they needed to put it in the car and carry it back. Before leaving, Zhao Hu told Yen Qi that he hoped to leave some food for them. He had already asked people to look for gold to exchange for gold and zombie crystal cores. Yen Qi naturally agreed. After he left, Yen Qi asked Wu to stay downstairs, worried that the official base might arrive at any time. So Yen Qi and Ming Ming went upstairs. Yi Sun had just woken up and was cooking, so the 2 of them went to see Duncan again. Kong Shengsheng shook his head. He is still not awake. His temperature, breathing, and heartbeat are normal. He seems to be simply asleep. Yen Qi asked Kong Shengsheng to go wash up, have a meal, and rest, while he stayed here to watch. Zhao Hu and the others have left, and they won't be here in the near future because they have already exchanged the crystal cores and gold in their base with us, and they need to go and gather some more. You should go and rest quickly, or you will fall down again before Duncan wakes up. After Ming Ming finished speaking, she forcefully pulled Kong Shengsheng out to rest. In the afternoon, Yi Sun and Ming Ming waited downstairs for the official base to arrive, while Yen Qi and Wu accompanied Duncan. At 8 o'clock in the evening, and Ming Ming came up disappointedly. No one came. Yin Qi consoled him. The official base is thousands of miles away from us. Even if they can fly, they can't get here so quickly. Yi Sun looked at Duncan. Still haven't woken up for a day? Kong Shengqing nodded. I checked many times. Everything is normal, and there is no fever again. I just slept all day today. Yi Sun frowned. He hasn't eaten for a day, but just keeps drinking water. Can he last for a day, 2 days, 3 days, or a week? What if he doesn't wake up? He won't be able to get up tomorrow, so we can only feed him some liquid food first. From now on, we can only rely on the medical equipment at the official base. After all, we have nothing now. He became like this because of the crystal core, so we naturally have to find someone here to treat him. I dare not prescribe medicine. And Ming Ming sighed. Brother Ken is too aggressive. Everyone was silent for a while and could only accept this method and pray that he would wake up tomorrow. On the second day, it was already the 5th day in this dimension. Yin Qi replaced Kong Shengqing, who had been guarding all night, while Yi Xuanan Ming Ming and Erbewu went downstairs and waited for others to come. A whole morning, but nothing was achieved. Not only did no one come, Duncan didn't wake up either. He was fed some liquid food at noon, and in the afternoon Yin Qi and Kong Shengqing took care of Duncan together, while Yi Sun and the other person stayed downstairs. What should we do? Our transaction target this time is 10,000 people. How many people are there now? And Ming Ming paced back and forth anxiously and irritably. Erbewu flipped through the pages and said, the number of people trading is currently 13. So little. Because yesterday it was Zhao Hu and his people who were trading with us. No other strangers were trading with us. Yi Sun thought for a while. If we still can't get people from the official base tomorrow, we will go to Zhao Hu in person and sell them to the people from their base, one by one. That way we can have 1,000 people and then go to each base one by one. And Ming Ming sat down dejectedly. This is the only way. At 5 o'clock in the evening, just when the two were about to give up, they heard a voice outside the door. Brother Sun, did I hear it right? Yi Sun stood up, took a gun, and handed it to Ming Ming. You heard it right, but we can't be sure who is coming. The two of them looked at the door nervously. An idiot shrank behind Ming Ming and covered his eyes. At the beginning, a man in his 45s dressed in formal clothes came in, followed by 4 men in military uniforms. The two sides looked at each other, and the 5 people opposite were attracted to the supermarket. The man at the beginning walked towards Yi Sun with a smile. Hello, I am Su Feng, the deputy chief of Longwa. Yi Sun shook his hand back. I am the deputy director of the Flower Country Plain Exchange. Ming Ming quickly called the director down, and Ming Ming glanced at the other person for a few seconds and then rushed into the elevator. Su Feng didn't care about Ming Ming's departure, but only noticed the Flower Country mentioned by Yi Sun. Flower Country. So it really is from another world? Su Feng thought about it and asked. Yi Sun nodded without saying anything. Everything would be discussed after Yin Qi came down. Yi Sun asked Su Feng and others to sit down. Su Feng sat down and looked around. He knew that Yi Sun was not the one in charge, and there was no need to chat anymore. 10 minutes later, Yin Qi and Ming Ming came down together. Erbewu then jumped out from behind Yi Sun. Host. Su Feng and his companions were so surprised that they were stunned. Su Feng's eyes flickered slightly. He didn't expect that the minister was actually a little girl. After the two introduced themselves, Yin Qi said directly, Deputy Chief Su, let's go shopping in the supermarket so you can decide what you want. The group started shopping from the first floor. Su Feng casually looked at the food locations, and sure enough, except for the same fonts, none of the locations were familiar to him. By 9 o'clock in the evening, everyone had finished visiting the 4th floor. Yin Qi emphasized once again that if there were any technologies, they would be given priority in exchange. Then he hoped that Deputy Commander Su would invite 2 doctors to examine Duncan. You mean your teammates put blood on the crystal core? Su Feng asked, and after getting confirmation from Yin Qi and the others, he was silent for a while. I don't want to hide it from you. In fact, we have already discovered this method a long time ago. That is, ordinary people can become superpowers. However, we did an experiment and only 10 out of 20 people succeeded, which means that the probability is half successful and half failed. Moreover, the process is too painful and few people can persist. You handled it very well, but I guess your teammate should have used a fire crystal core, which means that he may awaken the fire superpower, or he may never wake up. Yin Qi's heart sank, and Su Feng said, I'll ask someone to bring a doctor in a moment, but we can't be sure. Yin Qi forced a smile. Thank you, Deputy Chief Su. Are you going back? Isn't it very far away? No, we will set up camp nearby, and we will discuss the details of the exchange tomorrow. Yen Qi expressed his understanding. After all, they still had to explain the existence of their supermarket to the base, and then prepare a large amount of manpower and financial resources. This is not something that can be accomplished in a few days. After Deputy Chief Su and others left, they locked the door as usual. And Mengming's eyes turned red. Sister Qi, you said Brother Ken will definitely succeed, right? Yes, we have to believe him. Let's go upstairs and see if he has woken up. The fact is no, still not awake. Yi Sun replaced Kong Shengsheng to go to sleep, and Yin Qi and the others went to rest in disappointment. Deputy Chief Su Feng looked at the supermarket from a distance of 50 meters. Deputy Chief, we have notified the base and are starting to move. Well, remember to ask for 2 doctors. Receive. The next morning, Yin Qi and Ming Ming and the other idiots went downstairs. Yi Sun went to rest, and Kong Shengsheng continued to watch over Duncan. As soon as I opened the door, Deputy Chief Su Feng and others were standing at the door. Chapter 33 We Need. Good morning. Deputy Chief Su Feng was the first to greet. And Ming Ming and Yin Qi were worried about Duncan, so their smiles were a little forced. Deputy Chief Su Feng guessed, our doctor is in heaven now and will arrive this afternoon at the latest. Heaven above? Yin Qi and Ming Ming were a little confused. After thinking for a while, they realized that they had a person with the ability to fly. Yin Qi thanked Su Feng again. After they went in, they sat on the sofa at the door as usual. Su Feng took a list. Minister Yin, we temporarily need all your rice and flour, including seeds, oil and salt, all fresh vegetables and fruits, as well as sweet potatoes, instant noodles and rice porridge, sugar, canned food, compressed biscuits and other instant foods, as well as all your down quilts, cotton coats, cotton pants, quilts, and cotton shoes. Yin Qi and Ming Ming were excited and temporarily forgot about Duncan. This was a big order, and Ming Ming showed the cargo information. We have 70 kilograms of rice alone. Are you sure? They brought 100 kilograms each, but the people's base bought 20 kilograms yesterday, so several people discussed and decided to leave 10 kilograms for each of them. Su Feng, not that. I'm sure. Because of the worsening weather, we really need food and clothes. If we don't find a place by 10 o'clock at night, we might get frostbite or even freeze to death. What kind of transaction do you use? All is fine. We have crystal cores, gold, silver, and all kinds of jewelry and watches, but we don't know what kind of technology you need. Yin Qi pondered for a moment. What stage has your technology reached now? How should I put it? Do you have robots? What stage have the robots reached now? Can your weapons and equipment kill zombies? How much progress have you made in medicine? After hearing this, Su Feng thought about it and felt a little ashamed. In fact, in the 2 years before the end of the world, we only cared about ensuring the basic safety of the people. Due to the death of many outstanding scientists, there was not much development in these 2 years. However, we have a newly developed laser sniper rifle with a range of 8,000 meters. Because the main target is zombies, the impact of the bullet is stronger. I wonder if you need it. Because every time they go back, they attend classes and train in the army. They know that it is amazing to have a sniper rifle with a range of 2,000 meters. 8,000 meters. Take it back and see how the United States can still claim that they have the sniper rifle with the longest range in the world. Yin Qi and Ming Ming nodded excitedly. Yes, we need it so much. Yin Qi added, we not only need guns, but also your design drawings and the necessary raw materials. Yin Qi was afraid that some crystal core would be used. In fact, Yin Qi guessed correctly that a crystal core was indeed used, and the 8,000-meter range was used by the superpowers. Well, if you guys use it, the test range is 6 kilometers. I wonder if you guys... 6,000 meters is amazing, okay? Yes. Must do. Finally, it's no longer gold and silver. Yin Qi was ecstatic inwardly, and Ming Ming calmed down for a moment and said, I hope you can think of anything else. Don't worry, we all know that technology is the most important thing. We will definitely give you a satisfactory price. There is another model for ordinary people. As you know, the weather here is getting worse, so our scientists have made a bracelet that can increase body heat. In other words, wearing it when you go out can continuously provide heat to the body. The design uses fire crystal cores, but the downside is that this bracelet can only be used for 1 month, and there is no chance of a second use. Yin Qi's eyes lit up again. Such a good thing should be suitable for our border guards in Huagua. Buy it? Buy a lot. Let the border guards wear it on both hands. We need it. Excuse me, how many of these sniper rifles and thermal bracelets do you have? Su Feng shook his head. I need to ask, but don't hold too high hopes for the calorie bracelet. Because it was just developed and can only be used once, it's pretty useless. Yin Qi asked again, Can we buy all of them, including the technical raw materials and finished products? Su Feng was naturally happy about it, and the two sides started a price war over the two technologies. Mainly because Mingming was still thinking that there were only a few people in their entire country, and there was a real possibility that they would eventually become extinct, so she made a lot of concessions. Yin Qi and Su Feng naturally heard it, but Yin Qi didn't react to it. He just regarded it as praying for our flower country and doing a good deed. Su Feng just nodded secretly and decided to go to various departments to see if there was anything unique after returning. Yin Qi thought of something else. By the way, can you help us capture some mutated plants and animals? And Mingming also reacted and said, yes, I believe our botanists and zoologists are very interested in these things. Su Feng naturally agreed. Since these important technologies and finished products had not arrived yet, today he would be trading crystal cores and gold. Yin Qi and Mingming and the other idiot had been calculating all day long. Every time they saw the space ability user wave his hand and a bag of crystal cores came out, and wave his hand again and all the rice went into the space, Yin Qi drooled with envy. Of course, we cannot complete all the transactions today. After today's introduction, Yin Qi told Su Feng that he hoped to change some people tomorrow and trade with us separately, because their mission target is 10,000 people. Su Feng was helpless. But I just came here with only 200 people, and you 10,000 people. It's okay, it's okay. Didn't they say someone would come to deliver the food in 2 days? And you have to take all the food back. Yin Qi has already thought of a good idea, but his current task is to complete this big deal. The two doctors finally arrived in the evening, and Mingming invited them upstairs, and they came down after an hour. How is it? Yin Qi asked. The two doctors looked at the supermarket excitedly for 5 minutes before telling Yin Qi the result after he asked for the third time. It turns out that Duncan is a very good person, and he doesn't need to do anything. He will wake up within 3 days. Since today is the second day, he will wake up tomorrow night at the latest. They have encountered this situation many times. It is a normal physical phenomenon of successfully acquiring superpowers. After hearing this, Yin Qi breathed a sigh of relief, but still said that he hoped the two doctors would wait until Duncan woke up before leaving. After receiving their affirmative response, Yin Qi said goodbye to Su Feng and others and said they would see each other tomorrow. He closed the shop and went upstairs. How was today? Kong Shengqing and Yin Qi asked at the same time. Kong Shengqing answered first. The two doctors checked and found that Brother Ken is in good physical condition. Now we are waiting for him to wake up. What about you? We completed part of the transaction today. The big deal is that the sniper rifle with a range of 6 or 7 meters and the bracelet that can provide heat to the body have not arrived yet. I don't know if they can be delivered within 3 days. Today is relatively relaxing. But when will Brother Ken wake up? He's like a sleeping beauty. And Ming walked up to him and poked his face. Chapter 34 Awakening. Yi Sun walked into the room. I have prepared the meal. You guys go and eat. Cheer and Ming, you guys have worked really hard today. And Sheng, I will take care of him tonight. You should go and get some rest too. And Ming stood up and looked back at Duncan. Hey, when he wakes up, be sure to notify us immediately. What no one noticed was that Duncan's finger moved. Erbe saw it, but thought he was dazzled. He didn't care and ran to Yin Qi and asked for food. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, Duncan opened his eyes. Yi Sun stood up suddenly and asked, Are you okay? Seeing that Duncan could not speak, he gave him some water. Duncan sat up. Why did I sleep so long? What time is it now? You've been sleeping for 2 days. If you don't get up, we really don't know what to do. Yi Sun told Duncan what happened in the past 2 days and then got up to tell them. Duncan stopped him, feeling guilty. Don't go, let them sleep. It's all my fault for being so reckless. You must have been. You've all worked so hard. It's my fault for making you worry. Yi Sun patted Duncan's shoulder soothingly. Don't think too much, we are teammates. Duncan got out of bed and told Yi Sun to go and rest quickly, saying that he was fully recovered. Yi Sun did not refuse. Indeed, once Duncan woke up, the tension in his body relaxed. Yi Sun had been under a lot of pressure these 2 days. After all, he was mainly responsible for everyone's safety. Duncan looked at the time. It was only 1:30. He set an alarm for himself at 5 o'clock, preparing to make a hearty breakfast for everyone the next morning to thank them. The 7th day of arriving at the apocalyptic plane. Early in the morning, Yin Qi was woken up by the idiot as usual. Everyone washed up and was changing clothes when he heard in Ming's surprised voice. Yin Qi had a guess and changed his clothes quickly. Then I saw Duncan serving food to everyone. Brother Ken, you finally woke up? Are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Duncan answered them one by one. I'm fine. I don't feel unwell. I just made everyone worried. Yin Qi and the others were very happy. To express my gratitude, I specially made breakfast. Sheng Cheng and Yi Sun, don't go down today. Have a good rest for a day. Tomorrow it will be Chi'er and Ming Ming's turn to rest up there for a day. Knowing that Duncan must be feeling very guilty, they agreed. Yin Qi drank a mouthful of porridge, then picked up an egg with chopsticks. Suspecting that he had eaten something wrong, he changed to a plate of garlic sprouts. How could someone cook something so salty and bitter? The problem is that it looks good. Looking at everyone, I found that everyone's expressions were very unnatural. The idiot happily took a bite of Duncan's egg and spit it out the next second. Poison me all. The idiot drank a glass of milk. Duncan was very confused. He took a sip and vomited. Everyone was embarrassed, and Ming Ming couldn't help but say, "You did a great job. Don't do it next time." Duncan said awkwardly, "This is my second time cooking." Everyone finished their porridge at the speed of light and tacitly avoided the topic. Yin Qi was glad that he had never cooked for everyone, otherwise he would be a killer in the kitchen. Yi Sun and Kong Sheng became in Duncan's hearts and went back to their rooms to rest. Yin Qi and others went downstairs, and Yin Qi and Ming Ming explained to Duncan in detail the transaction of the past 2 days. "Oh, by the way, let the doctor check it out later." In fact, from morning till now, no one has asked Duncan whether he has become a superpower. The main reason is that no one believes it. Even Duncan himself doesn't think about it in this way. Everyone has the mentality of surviving a disaster. But in front of the doctors asked Duncan to relax and try to flow the energy in his body to his hands. Yin Qi and Ming Ming and Air Baiwu looked at a small flame coming out of Duncan's fingers as if they were looking at a ghost. And Ming Ming couldn't help but reach out to touch it, but before she could touch it, Duncan's flame went out. The doctor said it was normal because he had just awakened and needed to practice more. He then carefully explained to a few people how awakened people can practice and control themselves. Yin Qi and Ming Ming and Air Baiwu were also listening with great interest. Su Feng came over to congratulate them, and they temporarily stopped. Su Feng said that it would take 2 days to prepare the sniper rifle and the thermal bracelet from head to toe. But today they continued to trade crystal cores, gold, and silver. Su Feng followed what Yin Qi told them yesterday and asked all the 200 people he brought to trade. Until the evening, Su Feng told them that he would continue to send people. Yin Qi looked at the gold, silver, bricks, and jewelry placed randomly and could only sigh that the world is going downhill. The world is going downhill. There is nothing surprising about the abundance of things. He believed that his country would not have much hope if he took them back. Huagua, no, we still look forward to it. The crystal cores were better. Yin Qi sorted them out and put them in boxes one by one. Each box was neatly arranged. Currently, there are 6 boxes of level 1 crystal cores, 3 boxes of level 2 crystal cores, 1 box of level 3 crystal cores, and the rest are all gold and other items. It was not until they went upstairs and talked about the trade during dinner that everyone's attention shifted to Duncan. After all, Duncan is now a supernatural being. Duncan showed the small flame coming out of his finger to a few people, and everyone touched it carefully. The idiot took a piece of paper, and everyone watched as it burned. Brother Kin is now a portable lighter, ha ha ha, and Ming Ming said and laughed. Yi Sun's eyes were burning. Yin Qi saw it and understood it. In fact, Yin Qi himself was also moved. Duncan absorbed another half of the crystal core in front of everyone. Everyone was afraid that he would have a fever like he did a few days ago, but nothing happened. I feel like there's more energy in my body, so the cultivation of this supernatural power is not just about running it inside the body. I can also use the crystal core, but the feeling of using the crystal core is stronger. Duncan stood up, took his notebook, and began to record his feelings. Yin Qi and the others felt helpless when they saw that people still did their research at this time. Yin Qi said hesitantly, I also want to have superpowers. Idiot was the first to disagree. Host. No. Haven't you heard that the concept of this power is very low? Moreover, the people in this plane haven't figured out how to reduce the risk themselves. Although Ming Ming was also moved, she valued her life more. Kong Shengqing even said, "We don't have any medical equipment." I don't agree with that. Yin Qi had to regretfully give up this idea temporarily. In the morning, everyone went downstairs. Although Duncan asked Yin Qi and Ming Ming to rest on the 5th floor, and Ming Ming and Yin Qi only rested for the whole morning. It was really a habit that had been formed. Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing also met Su Feng formally. Today, I conducted transactions with the soldiers who came to deliver the goods, but there were only about 40 people who came a day. Yin Qi and his companions can only hope that the sniper rifles and thermal bracelets will arrive tomorrow so that they can quickly complete the transaction. Yin Qi told everyone at dinner that night, "I have an idea." Chapter 35, Dragon Country Official Base. What do you think? Even if we trade with them here, it feels like we can't trade with 2,000 people in half a month. Don't forget, our goal is 10,000 people. I think after we complete the trade of the 2 technical raw materials and finished products with Su Feng, we can follow them to the official base and trade at the gate of their base. Kong Shengchen was a little worried, but don't forget, our supermarket is going to be smaller and then bigger, right in front of them. Do they really have no ideas? Yanqi nodded. I think we have to trust the system on this point. We all have protective shields on us, which we got in exchange for half of the commission. They already know that we are not from this world, so it doesn't matter if we are a little different. And Ming Ming agreed, it's just right. This behavior makes them respect us more and also tells them what we are capable of. Yi Sun added, we can visit several bases, not only official bases but also civilian bases and other small bases. The prison base was not within the scope of their discussion at all. Several people discussed this issue and then decided on Yin Qi's method. That morning, Su Feng's troops brought dead and alive animals and plants in cages. Yin Qi was very satisfied, as there were not only dead but also alive ones. He was just a little worried about whether the main system would take the living things away. Is this succulent? And Ming Ming pointed at the green thing that was half a person's height and had legs. Yes, it's succulent. We trapped the succulent. In fact, succulent is not easy to kill. In the morning, 10 kinds of dead animals and plants and 2 kinds of living plants were delivered. One was a succulent and the other was a rose, a total of 12 animals and plants. As for the goods on the list that Su Feng wanted, half of them were still sold. At noon, Su Feng told them that the people escorting the sniper rifles and thermal bracelets would arrive tonight, and the transaction could be carried out tomorrow. On the 9th day after arriving in this plane, the sniper rifles and thermal bracelets that Yin Qi and his friends had been looking forward to the most were delivered to the supermarket early in the morning. Yin Qi and Ming Ming tried the heat bracelet first. After wearing it for less than 5 minutes, they felt the heat transferred from their wrists to their whole bodies. This is perfect, very suitable for all workers in extreme cold and water. Su Feng told them that there were 300 bracelets in total and 200 sets of raw materials were provided. Duncan looked at the materials and told them that except for the crystal cores, we can get everything else. Including technology, these 3 directly traded the remaining half of the food. Su Feng took out a list of food and clothes and made a sniper rifle transaction. The final 1,000 sniper rifles, the materials and technology for 500 of them, plus 100 first-level crystal cores, and the list of food and clothing also completed the transaction. Yin Qi took the opportunity to ask Su Feng if they could visit the official base and do some business with the people of your base at the gate of the base. You should know that their mission target is 10,000 people. Su Feng was a little confused. How could they do business at their base? Could they move such a large shopping mall there? Yin Qi nodded and moved over. Although Su Feng didn't understand, he was still very surprised and expressed a warm welcome. Then the next 2 days were spent delivering the items on the food list. On the 11th night in this plane, Su Feng had already left, leaving behind 10 soldiers to escort a few people to the official base tomorrow. Yin Qi and his colleagues sorted out the warehouse and all the proceeds. Now the hard currency such as rice, flour, and oil in the supermarket is gone. The vegetables have been bought up by them, and only the surface layer of fruit is left on the supermarket shelves. There is no instant noodles, and only a small half of all the warm things on the 3rd floor are left. Yin Qi stood on the 4th floor, looking at the unsold items and sighing, why don't they buy solar heaters or something like that? Naturally, it's because the sun is getting farther and farther away, and their weather is getting worse. Instead of buying these things, it's better to prepare more warm clothes. However, we still have to promote our products when we get to the base. In the morning, Yin Qi shrunk the supermarket and put it into his backpack under the surprised eyes of the 10 people who were responsible for escorting them to the capital base. The 5 of them said that each of them had 2 protectors, but the 3 cars were full, so they started to head towards the Longwa base. They were walking on the main road, and along the way, Yin Qi looked at the collapsed houses on the roadside, the throbbing grass, and the occasional corpse. But I didn't see any zombies throughout the day, which was fortunate. At noon, everyone ate their own food, but in the evening, Yin Qi asked them to find a spacious place to set up the supermarket and gave each of the 10 of them a portion of self-heating rice and a bottle of drink. Everyone took a rest. In the morning, I closed the supermarket under the curious gazes of 10 people and set off. After walking for 2 days on the 15th, and Ming Ming couldn't help but ask the soldiers, "Why are there no zombies along the way?" A soldier said, "They took the main road, and their cars were painted with a smell that zombies don't like, but we can't smell it." At noon on the third day, several people saw the appearance of a base, which was surrounded by thick walls with iron wires on the walls. After the announcement, 3 vehicles slowly entered the base. Yanqi looked around curiously and saw a street with people buying small things on it. There were houses on the roadside, and patrols were seen from time to time. Moreover, there are always people patrolling on the gate wall of the base, and there are also space ability users flying around. Everyone was wearing long sleeves, and their faces did not look numb. Yanqi could only sigh that the official base was doing a very good job. Although everyone didn't eat much, safety was guaranteed, and everyone had been working hard. The car kept going towards the center until it entered a large yard. When several people got out of the car, they saw Su Feng following an old man in formal attire. Yanqi and the others knew that this was Chief Zhang. "Welcome, everyone. Have you encountered any danger these past 2 days?" Chief Zhang asked them with a smile, but there was a gleam of brilliance in his smile. Yanqi also knew that he was the head of a country. How could he be so stupid? "Thank you, Commander Zhang, for sending someone to escort us. It's safe on the road. I just checked on the people at the base. Everyone seems to be in good condition." Commander Zhang is not wronging the people. Yanqi started the conversation with just 2 sentences. The remaining 4 people followed behind in silence. These words were just taught to them by Ming Ming in the car. Sure enough, what he said was very good. Several people walked into the hall while talking. "I'm here to thank you all for coming to our place and being willing to sell us food. It's a win-win situation for everyone." They chatted for a while and then had dinner together. Of course, this meal is just ordinary rice with a few vegetables and meat. "Please forgive me. I really need to save some money." Yanqi and the others looked at each other, smiled, and said it was okay. Chapter 36: Opening Supermarkets. After both parties had finished their meal, Chief Zhang learned that Yanqi and others wanted to open a supermarket at the gate of the base for everyone to trade. Chief Zhang still asked, "Open the supermarket?" Yanqi answered him with a smile that the supermarket was carried with him. Chief Zhang and Deputy Chief Su suppressed their surprise and asked, "When will the transaction start?" Yanqi and the others looked at each other and said, "There is no time to lose. Let's do it now, okay?" "Now." Looking at the determined expressions of Yanqi and the others, Chief Zhang nodded. "But we still have to tell the people in the base to prepare the items for exchange. Otherwise, how about an hour later?" "Well, of course, we just let the supermarket out." Chief Zhang signaled the people around him to go out and inform the news. He and Deputy Chief Su Feng were very interested in what Yanqi said about the open supermarket. Could it be that they also had something like space? Yanqi and his companions and Chief Zhang and his companions got in the cars respectively. They went to the gate of the base, picked and chose a place with a good location, which was only 100 meters away from the gate of the base. They couldn't really put it in front of someone else's gate. Amid the disbelieving expressions of many people, Yanqi took out a small supermarket and put it in the middle. Yanqi chanted a spell, and the supermarket became bigger and bigger until it returned to its original shape. Chief Zhang looked at the exterior of the entire supermarket, and his opinion of the value of several people was raised again because the 5-story building suddenly appeared, and the official base's notifications had not yet been fully issued, and everyone saw the supermarket. "What's this? Why did it suddenly appear? Was it built by the chief?" Everyone was standing at the door talking, and various psychics came to tell everyone that this was a supermarket from another world specifically coming to do business with them, so that everyone could go and have a look and buy some things, and the supermarket only accepted crystal cores, gold, silver, jewelry, and other items. Everyone was a little skeptical, but as soon as they followed the crowd out, they saw Chief Zhang and Deputy Chief Su Feng had already stepped into the supermarket. Everyone felt relieved and went back to prepare crystal cores or gold. Although each person had only a few crystal cores, every household still had some gold, which was not worth much. After all, there were too few crystal cores, and people usually used hard currency such as gold to trade with each other. Chief Zhang brought his guards into the supermarket and followed Kong, Shengqing to stroll from the 1st floor to the 4th floor. He also decided to buy some things. Kong Shengqing strongly suggested that the guards buy something as well. As for the remaining teammates, Erbewu and Yanqi stood at the door waiting to pay. Yi Sun stood on the 2nd floor, and Ming Ming stood on the 3rd floor, and Duncan stood on the 4th floor waiting to sell to everyone. But some brave people from the base still came in first. Because we were all here to try it out after shopping for an afternoon, we might just buy a little. Yanqi also said it was okay, and we would be here for the next week, so we all breathed a sigh of relief. It was not until after 7 in the evening that everyone went back because the temperature was getting lower and lower. I haven't been to the supermarket for a long time, and this familiar feeling is back. Yeah, it's really wonderful to just shop without buying anything. I see you don't have any crystal cores to buy. Everyone went back one after another, and Yin Qi and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. In the evening, they specially invited Chief Zhang and his companions to have a quick meal at the sofa table at the door, and no one objected. Chief Zhang even expressed his wish that they stay longer, but Yin Qi refused. After the two parties parted ways, Chief Zhang sat in the conference room and discussed with their colleagues. Minister Yin and his team really like new technologies. Commander, I suggest we start from this aspect. Listening to Su Feng's words, Commander Zhang remembered something. I remember that the heat bracelet has always been in the works, right? By the way, are there any innovations? A colleague nodded and shook his head. Indeed, we have been doing it, but I am afraid that there will be no innovation in the short term. Everyone discussed for a while, and Chief Zhang finally gave a few orders. One was for the psychics to actively hunt zombies or plants and animals, and the other was to ask the two research institutes to look for anything that had been done before but was of no use to them, which might be inventions and research that Yin Qi and others would like. On Yin Qi's side, the idiot was flying around happily. Host, can you guess how many people we traded with today? Yin Qi shook his head, and then Ming Ming shrugged. Anyway, no matter how many there are, we can't achieve our goal all at once. The total transaction volume is currently 2,300 people. We are one step closer to our transaction target. Several people were very happy to hear this. Kong Shengqing happily opened a few bottles of soda. Only a small number of brave people came this afternoon. More people in the base don't dare to come, but it should be fine starting tomorrow. Only one person bought one thing, and tens of thousands of people in the entire base came to buy the same thing. We not only achieved the goal, but also exceeded the mission goal. A few people celebrated for a while, and then Ming Ming lay on the table. I'm just getting tired again. Hey, I really want a robot 250. This is the reward for over-completing the task. Can we apply for a robot? Idiot. No, I've applied several times and was rejected every time. Duncan laughed. We haven't even completed our goal yet, and you're already thinking about applying for a reward for exceeding your target. Can you even think about it? Besides, we exceeded our mission targets last time, so let's try harder this time. And Ken, has your flame grown? No, let's not talk about this. We are still good friends. Just mention it, just mention it. After a few chats and laughter, they went to rest. On the 15th day of arriving at this plane, everyone was full of energy and ready to welcome customers early in the morning. Everyone dispersed tacitly, and sure enough, within less than half an hour of waiting, people had already arrived one after another. Yin Qi discovered yesterday that food and clothes were still the fastest-selling items, but Duncan worked hard to promote solar heaters on the 4th floor and managed to sell two. Today, the families of Chief Zhang and Su Feng also came, and everyone was here for food. In Yin Qi's place, everyone is equal, and no one would go through the back door just because they are relatives of someone else. Other ordinary people also saw it and purchased it with more confidence. We were busy all day today and didn't close until 6 in the evening. We didn't rest. We replenished the supermarket stocks and put away the gold crystal cores and other items in the warehouse. This was my life for 3 consecutive days. Although the daily transactions were not large, it was very complicated because there were too many people. On the 4th day, the 19th day since arriving in this plane, Yin Qi and Ming Ming were surprised to find that a small amount of cosmetics, watches, and bags had been sold. So, after satisfying their material needs, are people starting to pursue spiritual needs? Suddenly, a supermarket opened by an unknown person appeared at the entrance of the official base of Manhwa, and the news spread to all the bases, big and small, within 4 days. All the bases started to move, wanted to come over to discuss news or get a piece of the pie. The people's base also received this news. Zhao Hu's first reaction was the supermarket of Yin Qi and others. He was very curious how such a large supermarket was moved to the door of the official base of Manhwa in an instant. However, since they did not collect many crystal cores this week, they did not take any action for the time being. They just continued to lead their subordinates to kill zombies and capture plants and animals. Chapter 37 Passion. On the 20th day after arriving in this plane, Yin Qi and his companions were surprised to find that some unfamiliar psychics had entered the supermarket. After asking people from the official base, they learned that these were psychics from a nearby small base who had come to inquire about the accuracy of the information. Yin Qi was extremely happy. He didn't expect that someone would come to do business before he even arrived. and Mingming was responsible for receiving them and explaining to them the various categories of goods currently available in the supermarket. She then asked those psychics to leave the locations of their bases and told them that she would pick a few bases to visit. But after that day, people from other bases came to trade every day, and Yin Shi and his friends really counted the crystal cores and gold until their hands were tired. When Yin Shi said that he wanted to go to the people's base, Chief Zhang also traded a wave of food with his calorie bracelet. The few of them saw off the enthusiastic crowd with difficulty and rejected Chief Zhang's kindness to keep them, but still accepted the 4 psychics to follow the 5 of them. With 4 psychics leading the way in a car, the 5 of them arrived near the civilian base in 2 days. After Zhao, who received the news, he came to pick them up in person. The 4 psychics were in a hurry to go back to earn crystal cores, so they did not go in. Yin Qi felt relieved when he saw Zhao, whose unconcealed smile. Being in front of Chief Zhang all the time during that week was really stressful. Although it's good to deal with smart people, it's stressful. Zhao Hu and Minnie warmly entertained several people, and then Ming Ming suddenly became lively here. Brother Hu, Sister Minnie, can we visit your base? Sure. The people's base is different from the official base. The people's base is a whole circle of houses surrounding a small building in the middle, and this small building is full of elderly people and children. Zhao Hu, Minnie, and other psychics live at the gate and on all 4 sides of the base. The whole structure is a bit like a dormitory, with the elderly and children in the family living in the small building in the middle, and the men and women living in the outer houses. Yin Shi saw that ordinary men and women were in charge of daily affairs, while some of the psychics were responsible for going out to find food crystal cores, and some were responsible for patrolling. Yin Shi clearly felt that these more than 600 people were laughing really happily, and the hope in their eyes was no less than that of the people in the official base. No, in fact, more. Watching Zhao Hu introducing them door to door, Yin Shi and the others looked at each other and felt deeply moved. Zhao Hu was a good leader. In this relaxing environment, the mood of several people was much better. Later in the evening, everyone had dinner together. They still ate the natural rice that Yin Shi sold to Zhao Hu and others. Yin Shi put the supermarket directly at the entrance of the people's base, with the 2 sides facing each other, only 50 meters in between for people to walk through. Early the next morning, after breakfast, several people started trading. People from the entire base came one after another. It was not very noisy. Everyone went shopping in an orderly manner, and everyone took 1 or 2 crystal cores, or 1 or 2 pieces of gold or silver. Yisun told them at noon that it should be Zhao who gave the order in advance. Zhao Hu knew that they needed to complete the transaction goals, so he used this method to let all the people in his base come in batches. And Ming Ming was touched. Ah, how can it be so good? Sister Qi, can we sell it to them at a low price? Yin Qi was also very touched and nodded. Duncan pinched a handful of idiots. How many people are there now? The whole ball turned red again. Don't pinch me casually, I will be embarrassed. And Ming Ming and Yin Qi were suddenly overwhelmed by this person. It's really a mess. A master at ruining the atmosphere. Kong Shengqing looked at Meng Ming's eager hands and said quickly, I guess the deal is done, right? Erbe would put down his hands covering his face and turned on the screen. Sorry to disappoint you, no. Well, 9,100 people have been traded so far. Yin Shi thought about the official base of Longhua and realized that those who came in later were indeed repeat people. The rich could always come in, but the poor could only come in to buy a few handfuls of rice, or even just come in to take a look. Then we really can only rely on Zhao Hu's method. The problem is that his entire base, including children and elderly people, only has more than 600 people. Duncan calculated, we still have to go to other small bases. Then go ahead. As long as I don't run into any zombies that want to bite me on the way, I think it's fine. But if we continue like this in our small base, can we really accomplish our mission objectives? Why can't we complete it? Don't forget that there are still 900 people left to complete it. We have only traded more than 100 people today. If we trade the people from the people's base, there will still be 400 to 500 people. What's more, there will be people coming from other bases. I don't believe that we can't earn enough people in the remaining 8 days. After a few people encouraged each other, they took a break. As expected, the next day, Zhao still let different people enter the supermarket in batches, so Yin Qi and others had some breathing space during the day. Until the 3rd day, people who came and took the food in a hurry and left in a hurry. Yin Qi and Yi Sun looked at each other and signaled in Ming Ming and the others to watch the store. When they went out, they saw several trucks not far from the supermarket and the people's base. There were people sitting on the trucks, but they didn't get off and confronted Zhao Hu directly. Yin Qi stopped the person leaving the supermarket and pointed to a place not far away. Who are those people? They are from that prison. They're all vicious and cruel. Since they're close to our base, they always harass us. Alas, many people wanted to join our base, but they were intercepted by them on the way. Yan Qi frowned. Can Zhao beat him? The man holding the food shook his head and said, "It's not that we can't fight. It's that we can't fight. Did you see that? There are ordinary people behind the truck. Those people are targets. How could our leader Zhao hurt ordinary people? Alas." Yan Qi then noticed that there was a group of old, weak, and sick people tied up at the back of the truck. Yan Qi and Yi Sun's faces became increasingly gloomy. Scum! Yi Sun couldn't help but say something that wasn't really a swear word. Yan Qi covered his chest and said, "So, what should we do? We can't just stand there and watch. These people are definitely coming for us." Well, they didn't dare to do anything at the gate of the official base, so they are showing off their power here with ordinary people. Don't worry, let's go in and discuss it. This is definitely not the first time that Zhao has encountered something like this. If you look closely, he can handle it with ease. Let's go back and think of a solution, a permanent solution. Yi Sun's voice was cold. Everyone in the Flower Kingdom hated this kind of evil person who bullied the weak. Yan Qi stared at the people in the distance whom he couldn't see clearly, then entered the supermarket. He and Ming Ming and the other two looked at each other and shook their heads. They decided to put these things aside for the time being. After all, they had to distinguish the priorities, and completing the mission objectives was the most important thing. Sure enough, an hour later Zhao, who came in with a bad look on his face to greet everyone. But Yan Qi looked at Zhao Hu and saw that although his face looked bad, it was not urgent. So he temporarily put his mind at ease until 6 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 38. Boiling Human Flesh. What happened today? Why did the people from that prison base come here together? Is it because of us? What did they want to do? Yan Qi asked 3 times in a row. Minnie was angry and helpless. Lao Biao is their leader. He also knew that you opened a supermarket here. They wanted to rob it directly, but they still came to us first and asked us to tell him about you. But don't worry. Zhao Hu, am not the kind of person who would betray my companions. They don't dare to go too far. I have leverage over him before, and he is not as strong as I am. Yi Sun shook his head. It's not a good idea for you to keep doing this. I see he brought those ordinary people with him today. Kong Shengcheng continued. The brave ones will die of overeating, and the timid ones will die of starvation. Have you ever considered incorporating the people from his base into your base? People like that are deeply sinful. How can ordinary people live well under their hands? Won't they be tortured? Zhao Hu listened to what they said and exchanged glances with Minnie. I will consider your suggestions, but there is one hard goal. Our strength is not inferior to theirs, but they really treat humans like animals. If we confront them head-on, the people will suffer the most. Yi Sun tapped the sofa table with his fingers. Can you take me to see their base tomorrow? Zhao Hu thought about it and agreed. And Ming Ming raised her hand. I want to go too. Duncan slapped her hand away. Why are you going? To cause trouble. What about you? Go show your spark. Yi Sun was overwhelmed when he heard the two quarreling again. Tomorrow I'll go with Erbewu, and you can sell things normally. Minister Qi, is that okay? Yan Qi pointed at Erbewu and said, as long as it agrees. Erbewu naturally wanted to watch the fun, so he made the decision for the time being and ignored the fact that Ming Ming and Duncan were dissatisfied. Zhao Hu came to pick up Yi Sun early in the morning. After Erbewu, Yan Qi and Ming Ming kissed, hugged, and lifted them up high. They followed Yi Sun away. It was almost the end of the afternoon when Yi Sun came back with Erbewu. Erbewu's crying appearance made Ming Ming and Kong Shengxing feel heartbroken. Zhao Hu came in and asked the people in the base to go back first. What's going on? Why do you all look so unhappy? What's wrong with you, idiot? And Ming Ming kept comforting him. Yi Sun's face was dark. They are all beasts. Zhao Hu told everyone everything he saw today with a grim expression. It turned out that Zhao Hu was a dual-system psychic, and one of him happened to have the ability of invisibility. Zhao Hu took Yi Sun and Air Baiwu into the base, while Minnie and others hid nearby. Before the idiot could be happy about becoming invisible, he saw the scene he least wanted to see. The direction Zhao Hu and his companions entered was right in the kitchen. It was breakfast time, and they saw a huge pot of green mush that they couldn't make out clearly. It also smelled strange. They were surprised. Is this what they feed people? Zhao Hu and Yi Sun didn't care as much as idiot about what they ate. They just secretly determined this position. The management of the kitchen was lax, and there was nothing to see. Yi Sun was about to leave when he moved his ears and heard a whimper. Yi Sun stopped the jumping ball and said, "Wait there." The idiot shrank back in an instant. What nub? No. Several people sniffed, and slowly moved to the small door inside the kitchen. Unexpectedly, there was another small kitchen inside the kitchen. A chef was standing with his back to them chopping meat. The smell of blood was strong, but no one could see clearly. The chef next to him put the chopped meat into the pot and stirred it. As he stirred, he said, "Don't chop it too finely. The boss and his friends like to eat big chunks of meat." "Yeah, I know what? The thigh meat of this 10-year-old girl smells so good." When the idiot heard this, he was looking at the pot. He had turned sideways to chat, revealing his little feet on the chopping board. His whole face turned pale, and he screamed immediately, but Yisun covered his mouth in an instant. Then the two of them hurriedly left the kitchen, and the idiot broke free from his arms and retched hard, although he couldn't vomit anything. These people actually eat people. Yisun suppressed his nausea and shuddered as he looked at the kitchen. Zhao, who stopped talking about this. Yin Qi and Ming Ming, Kong Shengcheng and Duncan were shocked to the extreme. Really eating. Yin Qi was speechless. The idiot cried and said, "Wow, I saw everything. I saw it all while standing in the front. Host, you don't know the blood flowed down the knife to the ground, and those two people were covered in blood. The most frightening thing was that I saw with my own eyes that foot, and it was split in half. Oh, wow, 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 wow." Duncan looked at the chicken drumstick and Coke in his hands, which he had just picked up just to listen to them talk about this, and suddenly felt disgusted. What should he do? Following the description of the idiot, images appeared in Yin Qi and in Meng Ming's minds, and the two of them began to dry heave, one after the other. Kong Shengcheng stepped forward and pressed a few acupuncture points on the two people, temporarily relieving their nausea. Yin Qi and Ming Ming had tears in their eyes. "Go on." Duncan didn't want to listen anymore. "How about forget it? No, we want to listen to how these beasts who should have gone to hell humiliate people." And Ming Ming said with hatred. Zhao, who looked at the few people and continued talking. Yi Sun and Zhao, who trembling idiots, watched those ordinary people come to the kitchen yard one by one, each with a bowl of green porridge, and everyone's face was numb, eating this thing that was not food like zombies. They're treating people like pigs. Zhao, whose eyes were red, and he clenched his fists tightly. Lao Biao must die. The idiot covered his eyes and couldn't watch. Humans were too scary. Yi Sun grabbed Zhao, who was about to run away, and the two of them walked through the crowd and walked out. Yi Sun roughly estimated that there were less than 100 people in the kitchen. He remembered that Zhao, who told him that the number of people in this base was slightly smaller than his base. Plus, they capture people from time to time. So how could there be so few people? Yi Sun also noticed that the people who came to the kitchen to eat were middle-aged men, young men, and a few elderly people, but there were no women or children. Yi Sun could imagine where these women and children had gone. Even if those who were alive now might be living a life worse than death, and those who were tortured to death would become food for these people. The purpose of this time was to tour the entire prison base. Outside the kitchen, there were rows of prisons, and there was no one inside. The two carefully observed the place. Zhao, who watched Yi Sun finish his observation, and then continued to move forward. Yi Sun shook his head. "I think it's better to follow the two chefs who are going to deliver the food." The two waited for a while, and then two chefs changed their clothes and came out carrying 2 pots of food. The two of them followed behind them and passed through half of the prison. Yi Sun asked Erbawu to record the entire journey, and then they arrived at the door of a room with 4 guards at the door. The two chefs knew the 4 guards and let them in directly. Yi Sun and Zhao, who also took the opportunity to follow them in. Chapter 39, Human Experiments. I saw a burst of ice blades coming towards them. The two chefs in front of Yi Sun and the others knelt on the ground in fear. "It's us." The fat and big-eared Lao Biao came over in slippers, circled around the two chefs, and looked at Yi Sun again, but he couldn't see him. "Did you meet any strangers on the way in?" The two chefs looked at each other and held the basin. "No, we came in as usual." Lao Biao was silent, staring at the door without saying a word. Bai Wu closed his eyes, and the two of them dared not move. "I'm afraid I'm overthinking it." Lao Biao turned around and went to the table. The two chefs put the food on the table. Lao Biao waved to the woman and little boy kneeling in the corner. "Come and taste your daughter." Sorrow flowed from the woman's numb eyes, and she slowly protected the little boy and crawled to Lao Biao's feet. Zhao, who almost couldn't breathe steadily. The idiot covered his mouth and huddled on Yi Sun's shoulder. Lao Biao stirred the soup and said, "Look, this disobedient boy has become the soup, hasn't he?" Yi Sun saw with his own eyes that the little boy behind the woman had hatred in his eyes. Yi Sun secretly memorized the boy's appearance. The woman knelt on the ground obediently with her head down. A chef's eyes flashed with pity. "Boss, How can we let them eat this meat? If you want to reward us, why not give it to us two brothers? Lao Biao kicked the chef and said, I don't usually give you less food, do I? Another chef also spoke up. That's right, boss, we're tired of eating meat all day. I heard there's a big supermarket at the entrance of the people's base. We can grab it some time to eat some fruits and vegetables. Humph! How could Zhao honestly give us the supermarket? We need to think about this matter carefully. He didn't explain in detail. After all, how could he tell his plan to two cooks? The two chefs went out and waited tacitly. Seeing this, Yi Sun and the other two followed them out. It's not that we don't want to save them, but we can't lose the big picture for the small. After going out, Yi Sun and the other two took Wu and walked around Lao Biao's house. The invisibility ability does not work all the time, and they will be exposed if they continue like this. Then the two of them went out. After meeting up with Minnie and the others, everyone had lunch outdoors at noon. This prison was complicated, and no one had a thorough understanding of it. Yi Sun didn't believe there were no secret rooms in the basement. Zhao, who absorbed a few crystal cores, rested for an hour, and then took Yi Sun and Wu to another place. I don't know where I came in from this time, because I didn't see anyone there. The two of them walked out while looking around. 10 minutes later, a man who looked like a doctor appeared in front of them, followed by two guards. Zhao, who gestured to Yi Sun whether he wanted to go up with him, and Yi Sun nodded. The two followed the doctor through several prisons and entered an interrogation room, where they opened a door on the wall. What you think will come true? Didn't we find the secret room directly? The two of them followed the doctor and without saying anything. Wu looked at the darkness in front of him, with only one or two lights, and grabbed Yi Sun's collar in fear. The shock he encountered today was more than in his entire life. In just one day, he refreshed his worldview. The doctor went straight in without saying a word along the way. Yi Sun and the others followed him through the long corridor. He turned a corner and opened another door. His eyes suddenly lit up, and after a brief discomfort, Yi Sun opened his eyes with horror on his face. The idiot even fainted directly on Yi Sun's shoulder, and only twitched from time to time, and he seemed to be alive. The entire secret room was painted white, but there were patches of black and fresh bloodstains on the walls. There were large transparent glass containers around, and there were people soaking in the glass containers. No, not a human. It's a monster. Some people's limbs were replaced by various data cables. Some people's hands were turned into tree branches. Some had one hand as a snake body and the other hand as a rabbit hand. And some had their lower bodies pressed into potted plants, etc. It can be seen very clearly that they were forced to undergo the installation while still alive. Human experiments. Human experiments. Yi Sun had no idea whether these men and women were dead or alive, because he had his eyes closed, but the three beasts present must die. Yi Sun couldn't control himself and wanted to step forward to attack, but Zhao, who held him down tightly. He didn't want to alert the enemy and wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Because no one was out at the moment, Yi Sun and Zhao, who were forced to watch an operation. Looking at the wolf dog struggling on the operating table, the boy who was motionless after being anesthetized, and the three beasts carefully removed the wolf dog's calf, then removed the boy's calf, and then assembled the wolf dog's leg onto the boy's calf bit by bit. Yi Sun had a moment to sigh at the doctor's superb skills. The wolf dog's leg was very unconventional and forced to be on the human leg. The whole process was so horrifying and disgusting. The idiot woke up in the middle, watched for a while, then felt dizzy again, then woke up and felt dizzy again. Alas, another failure. The doctor said regretfully. The boy on the operating table was forced to watch his calves turn into wolf dog legs while awake. The boy could not make a sound, and his desperate wails echoed throughout the entire secret room. Some of the men, women, and children in the glass vessels also woke up and kept banging on the glass. The entire secret room was like hell on earth. The idiots couldn't bear it anymore and huddled together. Yi Sun and Zhao, whose eyes were red. Just when they were about to take action, a doctor went out. Seeing this, Yi Sun and the other two followed him out as well. The idiot used a camera to take pictures of the entire layout. Yi Sun and Zhao, who suppressed their sadness and anger and walked around again. They were the last to leave. When Zhao, who said this, he was choked with sobs. Wu hugged Yanqi and burst into tears, saying that Tongsheng was frightened. Yi Sun's eyes were red. Damn it, in this apocalyptic plane, I didn't encounter more than 2 zombies. It's all about the ugliness of human nature. Kong Shengcheng and Meng Meng had already stood up and started cursing. What the hell are these? They are not human. Not human. After a few people calmed down, Yanqi said, if we make a decision early, fewer people will suffer. Zhao, who smiled helplessly, Even if all our base members go out, we will both suffer losses in a fight with Lao Biao. And Ming Ming slammed the table and said, "Take the poison and poison them to death." No. How come you don't know whether they will let ordinary people test the poison? And if it fails, it will alert the enemy. Yisun raised his head and said, "I suggest cooperating with the official base and giving them some concessions. I also believe that if we tell them what these beasts have done, Commander Zhang and his men will definitely not stand idly by." Yin Qi and the others all agreed. After all, the official base had a real army. Zhao Hu also agreed to this method, so he asked Minnie to fly over now and inform Chief Zhang about this. When the time comes to fight those guys, I also want to see it with my own eyes. And Ming Ming and Duncan expressed their thoughts one after another. This time, Yi Sun did not refuse, and everyone decided to go together after the two bases had reached an agreement. Chapter 40, Execution. On the second day, everyone continued to do business as usual, trading with people from various small bases who heard the news. In the evening, Minnie came back exhausted. 3 flying psychics from the official base also came to the supermarket and conveyed Commander Zhang's anger when he learned about the matter and that he would not tolerate it. After receiving the news, he had summoned an army of 8,000 people to set off here, and they would arrive here tomorrow morning. Yin Qi and his companions felt much more comfortable after hearing what the official base did. They were originally worried that the base might not be willing to do so. At this moment, such worries were naturally unnecessary. At night, Yin Qi and Air by Wu lay in bed, looking at the stars outside the window. The army should be on the way now, right? Air by Wu, don't be afraid. I will witness the end of those bad guys with you. From yesterday until today, Wu has never left Yin Qi's side. Yin Qi also knows that Wu has the IQ of a 10-year-old child. The first target of the mission was himself. After handing it over to the Flower Kingdom, no one showed any malice. This child saw so much darkness in human society at once, and naturally he couldn't bear it. Yin Qi also regretted letting Wu go with him, and now he could only comfort him. Wu said gloomily, "I must see the end of the bad guys, host. Why are there such bad humans? Because this plane has already collapsed a bit, and there is almost no social law system. Even though there are now various bases of varying sizes, there are always people who take advantage of loopholes. Aren't there people in modern society who break the law unknowingly?" Yin Qi patted the little head of Wu and said, "It's okay. We just need to follow our hearts and be ourselves. And don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you. No one will slice you into pieces. Well, I believe in the host." On the 27th day since arriving at this plane, although Yin Qi and his companions have been frightened by the human experiments and cannibalism recently, they are still making deals. The person in charge of destroying the prison base this time was Deputy Chief Su Feng. He discussed it with Zhao Hu. Because Wu had recorded the layout of the entire base through video recording, Yi Sun brought Wu to join in. Yin Qi and the others were waiting to see their trial after the victory. Kong Shengcheng wanted to go over and see the kitchen and secret room, but Ming Ming and Yin Qi refused to let their eyes be hurt. Yin Qi and his men were nervously doing business in the supermarket, and the other side did not give Lao Biao and his men any chance to react. They directly used 8 or 9,000 people to fight against the 100 people, crushing them. Yi Sun and Air Baiwu watched those people being taken into custody, and then took Su Feng and others to the secret room. The 3 doctors were packing up to escape, and they were caught red-handed. The idiot couldn't help but kick someone hard. A doctor saw the idiot. His eyes were still shining at this time, and he looked like he wanted to go forward and slice the patient, which scared the idiot. Yi Sun punched him, picked up the idiot, and walked out. At noon, someone came to inform Yin Qi and others that they had won, and asked them to watch the execution of Lao Biao and others after dinner. As for why we went there after dinner, it was naturally because we were afraid that they would not have enough to eat when we got back. Yes, because the rescued people were so angry, Su Feng decided to execute 20 of the 110 people directly at the prison gate in front of everyone according to their confessions. As for the rest, Su Feng asked them to fight against the zombies. If they survived, they would go next time until they died. This barely calmed everyone down. Yi Sun saw the little boy who knelt behind his mother 2 days ago. The little boy walked in front of Su Feng, and Zhao Hu knelt down straight and kowtowed. "Can I kill him with my own hands?" Su Feng looked at him, pointing at the old man, a little bit because he was still a child and had a shadow on his heart from killing. Yi Sun stepped forward and persuaded Su Feng that perhaps only by letting him avenge his sister himself could he really let it go. Seeing the boy's stubborn eyes, Su Feng agreed. Now is the end of the world. The child just wants to kill his enemy. Yanqi and his companions arrived soon and met the old Biao. He had a very simple appearance, and one could tell at a glance that he had killed people before and was very cruel. Everyone formed a big circle, and Lao Biao was the first to be brought up. Lao Biao stared at Zhao Hu and said, "I didn't expect that you were the one who tricked me. But if you cooperate with Su Feng and the others, aren't you afraid that it will be you who will stand here next time?" Zhao Hu sneered. "I'm not you, a person without any conscience." The little boy couldn't wait any longer. Since he didn't know how to use a gun, he begged Su Feng to give him a knife. Yanqi didn't want to see what happened next. He pulled a Ming Ming and Air Baiwu and turned around, not looking at them anymore. Just by hearing a cheer and the cries of release, Yanqi knew that he was dead. He was sent to prison for murder and arson, but before he was executed, the end of the world happened. He awakened his supernatural powers and became the king, not taking human life seriously. Yanqi looked at the sky. He should have thought of this happening to him earlier. The surroundings gradually became quiet. Erbewu couldn't help but look back, then turned his head back again. "Well, host, I shouldn't have looked at that." When Yanqi heard this, he pulled a Ming Ming and refused to accept her and walked out, saying, "Stay away from me, nightmares. Stay away from me, nightmares." Yanqi and the other two stood at the outermost edge. After a while, Kong Sheng and Yisun also came out with pale faces. "Where is brother Shengcheng?" "He's not afraid. It's a good thing you didn't see it." The kid wasn't satisfied with killing Lao Biao with one knife, so he stabbed him several more times. As a result, some men and women below rushed up like crazy and stabbed Lao Biao with knives. Su Feng and his men couldn't stop them. The scene was too bloody. "We couldn't stand it." Although Ming Ming was terrified, she still agreed. "My relatives were eaten in front of me or used as human experiments. If I cut the culprit into pieces, it's possible." 20 minutes later, everyone gradually calmed down, and Su Feng began to shoot the dozen people behind him one by one. After all the main criminals were shot, everyone burst into tears again. Su Feng asked people to prepare clean water and food for everyone. After discussing it with Zhao Hu again, Zhao didn't want anyone from this prison, but he felt sorry for ordinary people, so he asked Su Feng to take the remaining less than 100 people into his base. Su Feng couldn't make this decision. He could only report it. Yanqi was helpless. Really, every decision had to be reported. Kong Shengcheng just wanted to take a look at the secret room. Since the doctors from the official base would not arrive until tomorrow, Su Feng also agreed to let Kong Shengcheng go to the secret room. Kong Shengcheng raised his eyebrows and asked them if they wanted to go. Yanqi and his friends were more curious than afraid, so they followed Yisun and Kong Shengcheng. Chapter 41, Chamber of Secrets. Everyone came to the door of the interrogation room together, and Yisun walked first and entered the corridor. After walking for a minute, and Ming Ming said tremblingly, "Is there a ghost?" Yisun replied, "I can't rule out this possibility. After all, there are so many wrong souls here, and most of them are incomplete." After hearing this, Yanqi felt a chill on his back. The others remained silent, and then they arrived at the gate at the corner. Yisun stopped and said to everyone behind him, "I'm going to push it away. If you regret it now, it's not too late." Kong Shengcheng couldn't help it and pushed it away. "Don't hesitate. Let me see how to combine humans, animals, and plants and still survive." Then he pushed Yisun inside. Yanqi held in Meng Ming's hand tightly, held the idiot in his arms, and walked in with his head down. "Fuck the grass! Oh my god! What kind of monsters are these?" Hearing this, Yanqi could not help but raise his head and look at the half-human, half-beast or half-human, half-plant creatures in the glass containers on both sides. For a moment, Yanqi forgot where he was. Yanqi has good eyesight and can clearly see the junction between the tree branch and the human body, but due to poor skills, the red flesh and white bones are exposed. Yanqi forced himself to look away and looked at the next one. It was a little boy with a pale face, half floating in the container, and his entire foot had turned into a rabbit's foot. And Ming Ming kept her eyes tightly closed. "How is it, Sister Qi? Is it scary? What does it look like?" Not hearing any reply from Yanqi, and Ming Ming opened her eyes, and after a quick glance, she stopped screaming and just sat down on the ground, shaking. Erba saw and Ming Ming sitting on the ground and wanted to pull her up. "Don't sit on the ground. Don't you see? The blood is all over the floor." And Ming Ming was so scared that she quickly stood up and took 2 steps forward. She raised her head and pointed at the glass in front of her with trembling hands. "What is this?" Kong Shengcheng turned his head and said, "This is a heart. This is a transplanted heart. They want to study whether the heart can survive outside the body." "But," Kong Shengsheng glanced at the lower body of the woman in front of him. It was a fish body. Is this a mermaid? Yanqi also came over holding Erbawu. From now on, I dare not look directly at the mermaid. Yanqi looked at these three and didn't dare to go on anymore. He carried Wu to the door, but it was pitch dark at the door again. Yanqi had no place to hide, so he had to squat and look at the floor. And Ming kept retching while watching. Yi Sun and the others were also feeling uncomfortable. Host, they're all feeling so uncomfortable. Why don't they come out? Because people are masochists. Yanqi pretended that everything around him did not exist, and he held Erbawu and looked at the floor. As he looked at it, Yanqi decided that something was wrong. Idiot, what do you think this is? Why does it look so familiar? Erbawu raised his head and looked in the direction of Yanqi's finger. It was a piece of floor. Host, is that the floor? No, look carefully inside the floor. The idiot was confused, so Yanqi carried him over, and the two of them looked at him carefully for 10 seconds. Wah! The screams of the two people broke the entire space. What's wrong? Yi Sun and the others turned around and ran over. Yanqi's legs were too weak to stand up, and he didn't dare to sit on the ground. Then, before she could point, she saw Duncan step on the floor. Yanqi's eyes went dark. What should she do? She wanted to faint. Brotherkin is stepping on a human eye. After saying this, Yanqi picked up the idiot and walked out. But looking at the dark corridor, he suspected that it was all made of human bones. The next second, he jumped up again and ran out without caring about anyone. He didn't calm down until he sat on the table in the interrogation room. Yanqi's actions took less than 3 minutes. Inside the secret room, before Duncan and his companions could react, Yanqi left. Everyone gathered at Duncan's feet. Duncan swallowed and asked, Minister Qi, what did you just say? And Ming was shaking like a sieve. They said there were human eyes on the floor under your feet. Duncan quickly moved away, and everyone looked down. The eye was mixed in the cement, and the black pupil was facing everyone. And Ming was the second one to scream and stumbled out. Duncan also felt that his brain was not enough. He felt dizzy, nauseous, and wanted to vomit. His whole heart was very uncomfortable. Yi Sun and Kong Shengqing looked at the secret room, shuddered, and helped Duncan out. The 5 of them walked out together, and only when they saw the blue sky did they feel the hair standing on end slowly fade away. I won't come again. No, I shouldn't be curious. And Ming wiped the cold sweat off her face. Yi Sun also said, it has been proven that curiosity can not only kill the cat, but also scare people to death. The 5 of them simply said hello to Su Feng and Zhao Hu and returned to the supermarket, away from this prison. It was already evening, so they locked the doors and windows of the supermarket and went upstairs together. No one was eating. Everyone sat on the sofa, and Duncan even sat directly on the floor. His subconscious thought was to see if there was anything strange on his floor. And Ming no longer had the mood to tease, and everyone was playing with their phones absent-mindedly. Seeing that the atmosphere was not very good, Idiot turned on the screen to see how far he had completed the task. He didn't want to stay here forever. Host, the target of this mission has been completed for 9,780 people. Please complete the transaction target with everyone in the next 2 days. Otherwise, we will stay here forever. After the idiot finished speaking, everyone came back to their senses. Stay here forever? And Ming and Yanqi resisted. No, we can't stay here. There are still 220 people. Let the army and the rescued people come to trade tomorrow, and it can be done in 1 day. Ye vun confortet. Kong Shengsheng shook his head. It's just that there will definitely be no reward for over-completing the mission this time. I'm still thinking about this. Now I just want to go home, miss my parents, Uncle Li, Chief of Staff Liu, and everyone. Yanqi became more and more sad as he spoke. Duncan chimed in, me too. Everyone was depressed for a while, and then Ming stood up. Tomorrow we will ask Deputy Chief Su Feng and Zhao Humani to give us some concessions and finish the task in 1 day so that we can go home. Everyone wanted to go home and recover, so they went back to their rooms one by one. Of course, they didn't have dinner, and no one could eat. And Ming, Yanqi, and Erbawu were originally going to get up and go to bed, but Duncan asked Erbawu to sleep with him because he was too scared. In this way, everyone spent the night half asleep and half awake. Chapter 42. Traveling at midnight. Early the next morning, Yanqi discussed with Deputy Commander Su Feng whether he could allow all the troops he brought to the supermarket to shop today. Of course, they would give him a big discount. After all, they would leave in a day. Su Feng was naturally very happy. Half of the people in the army had never bought anything from the supermarket because before, they mainly did business with ordinary people and those rich and powerful people at the gate of the official base. Starting from 7 in the morning, soldiers came in one after another and were busy until 8 in the evening. Brother Zhao Hu, do you know the nearest base to here? It's like this. We once promised some bases that we would go to them to do business. And we have to leave at 12 o'clock tomorrow night, but we still don't want to break our promise. Zhao Hu thought for a while and said, apart from Lao Biao, the nearest place is 500 miles to the west. You guys will definitely not be able to catch up. Yin Qi and the others looked embarrassed after hearing this. Yi Sun signaled everyone to be patient. Can you help us draw a map of the location? Zhao Hu was surprised. Are you sure you want to go? Are you going tonight? Yes. Thank you for your help. Yin Qi nodded. Zhao Hu drew a route and gave them an off-road vehicle to help them speed up. After Zhao Hu, Minnie and Su Feng, who knew the news, reluctantly said goodbye to everyone. Yin Qi and others locked the supermarket door first. Kong Shengcheng couldn't hold it in any longer, so we're leaving tonight. Why are you leaving now? Yes, everyone, hurry up and pack up. We will set off immediately. Ming Ming, the main thing is that everyone saw those human bodies yesterday. I guess no one slept last night, right? We're going to that base tonight. One reason is to fulfill our promise that our supermarket will not be completely empty. The other reason is for everyone to get together to cheer each other up. This is also something to do. Yin Qi held in Ming Ming's hand and explained carefully to everyone. The Hua people value their promises, so no one said anything and just went to pack up their things. Half an hour later, Yin Qi packed up the supermarket as usual, filled up the car, and drove along the route given by Zhao Hu. Yi Sun drove for a while, and Duncan asked Erbuo, have you completed the mission goal? Yes, it has been completed. Let me see the details. Oh, the number of transactions is 11,200. It exceeded the target by a little bit, and Ming Ming forced herself to look away from the pitch-black environment outside. Since this is a little over the limit, will we be rewarded? Yin Qi snorted coldly. You're overthinking. That Zhou Baopi, everyone also remembered the main system's working style. Kong Shengcheng remained silent. He and Yi Sun sat in the front seat so that they could exchange driving positions. It's only 9:30 p.m. now. Look ahead. You can see the road frozen by the light shade. The lights of the car allowed everyone to clearly see that the road was frozen. It was sunny during the day, but winter suddenly came at night. Everyone was silent. After driving for another half an hour, and Ming Ming sighed and said sadly, do you think this plane will really be destroyed? The weather has become more and more extreme. Will humans and all species become extinct in the end, ushering in the Ice Age, and then starting a new round of evolution, from apes to humans, from slave society to feudal society, and then to modern times? Yin Qi didn't know what to say. One thing was certain about Ming Ming's prediction, that is, if the weather continued to develop at the current rate, there would be no place for humans to survive. Duncan raised his hand and released the two small flames. After Duncan's efforts, the small flame had grown into two, one on each of his fingers. This is the end of the world, don't worry. We are just ordinary people, but can I bring this flame back to our world? At this point, Yin Qi perked up. If you, a fire-type superpower, can really be brought into reality, I will apply to my superiors. I also want superpowers. I have thought about it. I envy Lu Zi's spatial superpowers the most. When the time comes, I will awaken the spatial superpowers. In this way, if we go to some strange planes in the future and the supermarket cannot let us out easily, I will just wave my hand. And Ming Ming clapped her hands. What a good idea. When the time comes, I will awaken some special power. And then next time I encounter such an apocalypse, I won't have to stand there and wait to be beaten. I can only rely on the protection shield given by the main system. It's a bit cowardly. I think it will not be easy for you to convince the country, especially you, Minister Qi. Don't forget that there is a 50% risk of failure for ordinary people to awaken their superpowers. Yi Sun looked at the few people in the mirror with disapproval, although he was also very tempted. When Yin Qi heard this, he sighed. Ah. Duncan disagreed with Yi Sun's point of view. I have recorded all the awakenings this time. We have a lot of talented people in Hua country. We can always find a way to reduce the failure rate. Yes, besides, if all 5 of us awaken our special powers, it will also increase the self-protection power of the planes behind us. Kong Shengcheng raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Sun. Don't you want to have superpowers? Yi Sun didn't say anything, so Duncan changed the subject. Tell me, in this apocalyptic world, we only encountered one zombie, but we encountered a lot of perverts. At this point, He looked at the darkness outside the window. It's the middle of the night. This is the apocalypse, and the five of us are driving a car on the road. Will there be zombies? Yanchi swallowed his saliva. No way, Erbu was originally jumping on Duncan's shoulder. After hearing this, he quickly jumped into Yin Chi's arms. Host, put me in the backpack quickly. I want to stay with the supermarket. After Yin Chi put the idiot into his backpack, everyone waited for a while, but nothing happened. Duncan laughed and said, "How can I be so bad-mouthed? Besides, don't zombies sleep in the middle of the night?" Just as he finished speaking, he heard a bang on the roof of the car. What the hell? And Ming Ming hugged Yin Chi tightly. Ah, Duncan, you jinx, don't tell me there are zombies on the roof of the car. Duncan also trembled. Kong Shengqing picked up a gun and sat in the front row, signaling everyone to be quiet. Yi Sun whispered, "Everyone hold on tight, I'm going to throw this thing down." Yin Chi held the handrail with one hand and hugged in Ming Ming with the other. He closed his eyes and felt that the car suddenly flew up and made a big turn from time to time. After driving for about 20 minutes, he heard the sound of something falling from the side. Yi Sun slowly slowed down the car this time. Yin Chi had only one thought in his mind, and he said it out loud. "Were you a racing driver before?" "No, but I have flown a helicopter." And Ming Ming said uncomfortably, "I'm carsick, and I want to vomit." And Ming Ming was sitting between Yin Chi and Duncan. Yin Chi quickly exchanged seats with her, and then Ming Ming opened the window and vomited. 2 minutes later, he closed the car window and drank a few sips of the water that Yin Chi handed him. "Brother Sun, after this, I will not ride in your car anymore. There's no other way. This is to throw something off." Several people relaxed, but Yin Chi's hair suddenly stood on end. Chapter 43, 3 Zombies. Yin Chi was a little uneasy. Did it really fall off? "What do you mean, Sister Chi?" And Ming Ming drank a few more sips of water, then twisted Duncan through Yin Chi. "It was all because of your bad mouth just now." Kong Shengqing turned around when he heard this. Yin Chi saw with his own eyes that Kong Shengqing's expression gradually froze, and he looked stiffly towards the car window next to him, following Kong Shengqing's gaze. A man with half of his head missing was staring at her with his only eye, and Ming Ming noticed Yin Chi's stiffness and turned around. "Ah, don't panic. He can't get in." Yi Sun suddenly increased the speed of the car. This time, Yin Chi and Ming Ming didn't think the speed was too fast, and they wanted to go even faster. The zombie just threw it out hard at the first speed, and before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, he climbed up again and drooled at them. The idiot asked through the backpack what happened, but the others didn't reply. Yin Chi forced himself not to look at him at this moment. "Hurry up. He was almost thrown out just now." Yi Sun braked suddenly again, and the zombie hit the car. Several people only heard a thud. "He's on top of our car again." Yi Sun turned the steering wheel and accelerated suddenly. Yin Chi and the others staggered. Duncan spoke quickly. "I suspect he is a level 2 or even level 3 zombie." "Nonsense. What ordinary zombie would think of lying on the roof of a car to scare people?" "Ah, he's there." And Ming Ming pointed in front of Kong Shengqing. Everyone saw the zombie's head and neck slowly appear, and then he gave everyone a sinister smile. Yin Chi just felt cold sweat running down his face. "No, we can't hurt him like this. We must think of a way." But after looking at the entire car and the backpack, if I wanted to kill him, I would have to open the window and get out of the car, and I couldn't be sure of hitting him with one shot. Now it all depends on Yi Sun to throw him off the car. Finally, when Yi Sun made a sharp turn, the zombie fell off the roof of the car. Yi Sun continued driving towards his destination without stopping. But the zombie got up from the roadside and got angry. Several people in the car could hear the strange noises he made, and Meng Ming's face turned pale. Isn't this him gathering his accomplices? I don't think so. But Yi Sun still increased the speed of the car to the maximum. Yin Chi didn't know whether he was nervous because of the fast speed or because of the scream. Kong Shengqing looked out through the rearview mirror. He didn't move, as if he was waiting for something. Wow, I'm a crow's mouth. And Ming Ming wanted to cry, but had no tears. That is to say, although everyone knows that there is a protective shield on the body, they should still be afraid. We all grew up in a new era. Who has seen this thing, except in TV dramas and movies? Kong Shengqing suddenly raised his voice. "Oh no! 2 more zombies have arrived. The 3 of them are running towards us." Duncan wiped his sweat. "Fortunately, I thought they were coming in a group." Phoenix. Yin Chi and Ming Ming didn't think it was a good thing. One of them was almost overwhelmed, and 2 more came. Yi Sun didn't say anything and concentrated on driving. And Ming Ming and Yin Chi Duncan turned their heads and looked at the 3 zombies through the window at the rear of the car. "Ah, They're catching up. Oh, the distance is far. Ah, they're catching up again. And Mingming's heart almost couldn't bear it. Yan Qi's face was complicated. Why do I feel as if he is deliberately hanging us? Is this zombie really only level 3? As soon as these words came out, the car suddenly became quiet. Duncan's pupil shrank. He's smiling at us. A few people saw that the leading zombie was getting faster and faster, and he stood up and jumped onto the roof of the car. Here he comes again. The 2 zombies at the back were also attacking the entire car from both sides. What should we do? Are we going to die? No, we can't die. And Ming suddenly became excited. We can't die. Don't be afraid of him. Just drive to the destination. I don't believe they will follow us all the way. Several people looked at the zombies on both sides with vigilance. Half an hour later, and Ming propped up her head and commented in a dull tone, "This zombie is too ugly." Because the 3 zombies did not make any attacking moves, Yisun slowly slowed down and drove normally. So, they're just chasing us for fun? Kong Shengqing looked at the zombies on both sides and felt that it was not that simple. With a bang. Oh no! The guy on the roof is angry. He is hitting our roof. Yan Qi looked up, silently hoping that the car was sturdier. Duncan forced a smile. This roof is pretty solid, as long as he doesn't hit the window. There was another bang, and the car window next to Ming was hit, but it didn't break. Done. Ken, stop talking. And Ming hurriedly hid behind Yan Qi. The next second, the car window on Duncan's side was also tapped. The zombie seemed to have found some new toy and tapped all 4 windows 2 or 3 times. And Ming and Yan Qi also went from screaming at the beginning to watching him play in silence. Yisun slowed down the car again. So he is using us as toys? I think so. If you are too confident, you will get slapped in the face. With a bang, the car window on Ming's side began to crack. Oh no, my window is cracked. There was another sound, and seeing the car window shatter again, Yan Qi picked up the backpack to block it, but then he realized there were idiots in a supermarket in the backpack. And Ming picked up her bag to block the glass at the moment it broke, but her arm was cut by the flying glass and her sleeve was bleeding in some places. Of course, the bag could only block for a moment, and Ming was pushed away by the zombie's fist. The zombie reached out, grabbed Ming's arm, and pulled her out with such force that several people felt the car was going to fall apart. Where's the protective shield? Where's the protective shield? Yan Qi and Duncan panicked and tried to pull in Ming's other hand, and the 2 sides were in a stalemate. Kong Shengqing chopped at the zombie's hand from the front seat, but it was useless. He felt nothing. The zombie pulled again. Save me. Yisun stopped the car, picked up the gun, opened the door, and shot the zombie. The zombie dodged and let go of Ming's hand. Several people were still in shock, and Yisun had already started fighting with the zombies outside, but every time the zombies touched Yisun, the protective shield would pop open, and the remaining 2 zombies also surrounded him. You guys wait here, I'll go help Brother Sun. Kong Shengqing also got out of the car. Seeing this, Duncan also got out of the car with a dagger and a gun. How is it, Ming? Are you okay? Yan Qi opened her backpack and looked for iodine. She had specially packed iodine and band-aids. Wu also took the opportunity to come out. Sister Ming, are you injured? It's okay. It's just a minor injury. Are you okay, Sister Qi? While applying iodine to Ming, Yan Qi replied, What can happen to me? And Ming hugged Wu and looked out the window. The 3 of them were now fighting one-on-one against 3 zombies. Chapter 44. Transaction completed. Yisun and Kong Shengqing were fine. They just attacked the zombies normally, but Duncan just swung around with his eyes closed. Of course, he couldn't hit the zombies, and the zombies couldn't hit him either. They fought like this for more than 10 minutes. Kong Shengqing was the first to headshot a zombie, and then he went to help Yisun. The zombie that Yisun was fighting was the leading zombie who appeared on the roof of their car at the beginning. He was indeed not easy to deal with. The 2 of them fired several shots together, but none of them hit his head. He seemed to feel no damage to his body, so it was extremely tricky. And Ming and Yan Qi sat in the car for more than 20 minutes. And Ming couldn't stand Duncan waving the knife around with his eyes closed. Sister Qi, let's go down and help Brother Ken. If he keeps fighting like this, we won't be able to defeat him even if we fight for 3 years. Yan Qi held the gun in his hand and swallowed. Are we really going out? These are mutants. And Ming also remembered, isn't this equivalent to murder? Both of them were scared, and Wu quickly explained, Host, no, they are no different from animals now because they have no intelligence, can't speak, and don't even have normal human emotions. Yan Qi and Ming gave some psychological hints, but Yan Qi was still afraid. How about we open the car window and shoot from here? But my aim is not good. Mine doesn't seem to be very good either. The two had no choice but to come down. Yanqi attracted the zombies that were entangled with Duncan, and then Ming Ming found an opportunity to shoot them in the head. The first time they shot and killed the half-human, half-monster creature, both of them were very scared. And Ming Ming was shaking and didn't dare to shoot. Only then did she understand why Duncan closed his eyes and waved the gun randomly. It's really scary, because the zombies could not cause any harm to them, and Yanqi and his companions did not have any special abilities, special guns, or skills to cause any harm to him. Yanqi was in trouble. The situation with Yi Sun and Kong Shengsheng was much better. They cooperated well with each other. Once one of them stepped forward and swung his knife, the other would shoot from behind. When the zombies were close to his head several times, they felt threatened, roared at the zombies that were entangled with Yanqi and the other two, and then two of them retreated and left quickly. And Ming Ming wiped her sweat and said, "I'm so tired that I didn't even touch a hair." Plop! Yanqi sat on the ground, feeling really exhausted both physically and mentally. "Are you all right?" It's okay. They can't hurt us. But we are helpless whether to fight them or not." Yi Sun picked up the dagger, looked around, and confirmed that it was safe. It seems that after returning, everyone needs to train hard. Kong Shengsheng looked at the zombie he had killed. Is he an ordinary zombie or a level 1 zombie? What do you want to do? Yanqi looked up, then thought of something and was horrified. You don't want to take out the crystal core in his brain, do you? Help? It can't be that serious, right? We have so many crystal cores. And Ming Ming was also terrified, and then she stepped forward and pulled Kong Shengsheng. Not really goodbye. If he really took it out, I can't look Kong Shengsheng directly at him for the time being. Okay, I won't take it out. I don't know if he is a level 1 zombie. If he is an ordinary zombie, I will have to take out a lot of his brains. Stop talking. I beg you. And Ming Ming covered her ears and ran into the car. Yanqi also hid in the car. Yi Sun and Kong Shengsheng looked at each other and laughed. Duncan, how can you laugh in such a situation? Brother Ken, let's drag this zombie aside. Don't block our way. Kong Shengsheng and Duncan moved the zombie together. The car started again because one side of the window was broken, so the cold wind blew in. Coupled with the continuous fright, everyone hoped to reach the destination quickly, finish the transaction, and go home as soon as possible. God bless you, don't come to this kind of plane again. It's so difficult to go from the leisurely and comfortable Dakian dynasty to this place where you are always frightened. Yanqi needed 250. Please take it easy in the next plane. Host, I'm not sure either. I don't want to come to this plane in my lifetime. My entire life has suffered 10,000 points of damage. Hey, do you know what 10,000 points of damage means? And Ming Ming used her coat to block the broken car window, causing the temperature inside the car to begin to rise. They drove for another hour. This hour was peaceful. In addition, the fact that their teammates were together made Yanqi and Ming Ming feel relieved, so they both fell asleep directly. It was past 5 in the morning when the two woke up again. Are we there yet? Well, you see, those 3 buildings are a base. Minister Chi, please let the supermarket go so we can fix it up. Today's business will end at around 6 p.m. Yanqi and the others got out of the car and put the supermarket back to its original state. Duncan looked at Yi Sun's fatigue, saying, "Go and sleep for the whole morning. Otherwise, how can you hold on?" After Yanqi and the others fell asleep, Duncan and Kong Shengsheng also fell asleep. Only Yi Sun was concentrating on driving and paying attention to his surroundings. Yi Sun didn't force himself and went upstairs directly. A few people went upstairs to wash and change clothes and had a casual meal. When they went downstairs, it was already past 6 o'clock, and there were already people at the entrance of the supermarket. "Manager, did you come here last night? We just arrived. Today is our last day. We'll be back tomorrow. If there are any bases nearby, please let us know." After hearing this, several people turned back to the base to notify, while others went to notify other bases. Because Yanqi said it was the last day, and the discount Yanqi offered was too great, with buy and get one free, everyone was very enthusiastic throughout the day, and in the afternoon, Yi Sun and Wu also joined. The supermarket was supposed to be open until 6 in the evening, but it closed at 9. Oh, it's finally over. We can go home soon. As usual, everyone sat on the sofa to rest. Idiot, tell us what the mission objective is. Host, the total number of people for the third transaction is 12,200, exceeding the transaction target. The task reward is 65% of the transaction amount for the host, and the excess reward is 50 points for this system. The rest period is 2 months. Start to draw the share. When the drawing is completed, return to Flower Country in the early morning. So, he still hasn't told us what plane the next one will be? Oh, it can't be any worse than this, right? I think. Don't think it's a jinx. Seeing in Ming Ming and Duncan quarreling again, Yi Sun interrupted them and said, "Why don't we take a break and go tidy up the warehouse?" I don't want to move at all. And Ming Ming showed her arms, which were covered with 7 or 8 band-aids. How can you bear to let me work with injuries? Kong Shengcheng crossed his legs and said, "We have been hurt physically and mentally this time. It doesn't matter if we don't clean it up once. Besides, when have we cleaned it up once and the staff cleaned it up again after we returned? Yes, everyone should give it a try." Chapter 45 Going Back. Yi Sun compromised, and everyone sat on the sofa with their eyes closed. I have to review it again when I go back. I really think I need a psychologist. Yen Qi suddenly thought of the report he would report back. I need it too. I hope to quickly develop a method to reduce the failure rate of awakening superpowers and increase the success rate. Kong Shengcheng is now relaxed and wants this too. And Ming Ming sat up straight and said, "Brother Qin, your fingers are on fire. Do your teachers want to tear you apart to study you?" Duncan snapped his fingers and sparks came out again. "How is that possible? At most, you have to observe me all the time." We hope you can find some patterns soon. The 4 of us are waiting for you. We'll have a 2-month break this time. I believe everyone will be able to become a superpower within 2 months. I'll take a look at your research institute, Brother Ken. Everyone was joking around and looking forward to the time coming. In Lee County, all departments have been in place as usual because Yi Sun had said before the last time they traveled that this might be dangerous and asked for bulletproof vests and guns, so the higher-ups were very worried. Leader Lee also finished his work one day in advance and waited for them to come back. There was a flash of white light, and the supermarket returned to its original state. "Oh, I'm back!" And Ming Ming went out excitedly and was greeted by disinfectant again. Yen Qi and others standing behind her were not spared either. "Uncle Lee, I think this step can be omitted. The supermarket automatically filters out various viruses." Yen Qi weakly put forward his opinion. Leader Lee was relieved when he saw that all 5 of them were present. "Oh no, we have to follow the rules. Go check first." And Ming Ming couldn't help but say, "Leader Lee, Chief of Staff Liu, this time we went to the apocalyptic plane. It was very exciting, and we brought back something very useful to us. Yes, it's definitely not vulgar this time." Yin Qi agreed. Leader Lee and Chief of Staff Liu had heard about the end of the world and could already guess the danger that the few people would face this month. Director Zheng stood behind them and observed them with a smile. He noticed many band-aids on in Meng Ming's arms. "What happened? Are you injured? Are you all injured? Why don't these kids say anything?" No, it's just a small problem. Last night, there was a zombie." And Ming Ming rolled up her sleeves and was about to talk endlessly. Leader Lee and the others' faces changed drastically. "Zombie! Quick, push them in. Check them carefully." Following Leader Lee's order, without giving in Ming Ming and the others a chance to explain, several medical staff in protective suits dragged them in directly, not even letting the idiots go. This time, they checked carefully 3 times because Yin Qi and others fell asleep at the same time, which caused an uproar in the entire hospital. Although it was finally concluded that they were just too exhausted and did not sleep well, so they relaxed as soon as they returned to a safe place. Leader Lee still forced them to stay in the hospital for 2 days and put everything else aside after they woke up the next afternoon. Yi Sun wanted to report on his work, but Leader Lee simply refused to listen. Yin Qi met his parents and grandmother in the hospital, tried his best to comfort his grandmother, and then he and his teammates were forced to accept feeding for 2 days. 2 days later in the supermarket, "Uncle Lee, you guys are too careful. We are just too tired. You have worked hard. The country must put the safety of people's lives first. Can you start by telling us what is going on?" The things in the supermarket were only disinfected and tested, and nothing else was moved. Director Zheng specially moved the table from the interrogation room for record keeping. When Ming Ming saw the table, she suddenly remembered the secret room and shuddered. Director Zheng noticed it, glanced at the table, and motioned for them to carry it out. "What's wrong? What happened to you in the end times?" Although Yin Qi didn't want to recall, seeing the worried eyes of Leader Lee and others, as well as the set-up video camera and the comrades who were ready to take notes, he took the initiative to recall. "On the night we were teleported, before we could collect the bulletproof vests and guns thrown in by our comrades, a half-human, half-monster creature came in. The man's calf." When Yin Qi mentioned that Duncan had awakened his special powers, Duncan immediately showed 2 flames on his fingertips. Leader Lee and Chief of Staff Liu's pupils suddenly shrank. They looked at each other and said nothing. Yen Qi signaled Duncan to continue speaking, and Yen Qi asked two comrades to go with him to the warehouse to get the crystal core, sniper rifle, and heat bracelet. Duncan started talking from the time when he awakened his special powers to the time when he left the official base of Dragon Country. Yisun then talked from the civilian base to the successful capture of the prison base and the secret room. Everyone present was so shocked that they frowned, and Mingming added her own feelings and focused on the base. Then Duncan went on to talk about the 3 zombies who were on the road last night. Mingming's hand was injured at that time. After listening for a long time, several people remained silent. Everyone needed some time to digest it. Yen Qi also came in with the crystal cores. She placed a few of each type of crystal core on the table. This is a first-level crystal core. The red ones are fire type, the white ones are ice type, the transparent ones are spirit type, the blue ones are water type, the green ones are wood type, the black ones are thunder type, the sharp ones are wind type, and the square ones are invisible. The ones smaller than these are second-level crystal cores, and the ones even smaller are third-level crystal cores. Currently, no one has been able to successfully hunt fourth-level crystal cores. The first-level crystal cores are the most common. Brother Qin is a fire-type mutant who awakened a first-level fire-type crystal core. Several people touched the crystal core, and Yen Qi took out a sniper rifle and gave each of them a heat bracelet. The range of the sniper rifle is 6 or 7 kilometers, and it uses a crystal core. The heat bracelet is worn on the hand, and then it will transmit heat from the wrist. Yen Qi put them on for everyone and pressed the button. What's the principle behind this? Leader Li flipped through the heat bracelet. Yen Qi paused and took out the design drawing. The principal design drawings are all here. We also brought back the raw materials. The most important of these 2 things is the crystal core, and that's why we collected more crystal cores. Of course, I think specialized things should be left to professionals. There are also mutated plants and animals brought back from the apocalypse. Uncle Li, we may have to trouble zoologists and botanists as well. Leader Li smiled and said, I believe everyone will be very happy about this. Yen Qi and Yisun looked at each other from a distance. Uncle Li, we have a request. You are all heroes of our flower country. As long as it does not endanger the country and your safety, it's fine. Well, we also want to awaken a superpower. Yen Qi finished speaking and saw that Leader Li was about to speak. Uncle Li, don't refuse yet. We have our reasons. You have seen the danger this time. Idiot also provided the video. We actually relied on the protection shield of the main system this time. We hope that we can have our own abilities, different abilities, because we can't be sure whether the next plane or the next one, and every plane in the future will be safe. Chapter 46, Capital. Yisun also continued, Leader Li, in fact, this time we are facing people of a completely different type from us. Any skills we have learned will not be of much use to them. There are 3 zombies, and the 5 of us can only kill one. If they can directly break through the protection shield of the main system in some future dimension, we will really be at their mercy. Duncan showed them his special ability again. Although I can only set off 2 flames now, which is useless, it's because I don't have time to train. I believe that if we all awaken our special abilities and go through special training together, this will give us more opportunities in the future and a chance of survival. Yes, Leader Li, you really don't know the despair we felt at that time. We really couldn't win. It's not that we are incapable, but because we are no longer a species, the zombies will definitely crush us. As for the superpowers, those we saw didn't have any conflicts with us, and Mingming pointed to the sniper rifle. Even this sniper rifle has a range of 6,000 meters. We can't do it now, but I believe that our Hua country will definitely be able to do it with this template. Kong Shunqing also tempted everyone. Leader Li, Chief of Staff Lu, superpowers are good things. You just heard that the invisibility superpower allows Brother Sun to eavesdrop openly. What do you think of using these superpowers in our country's army? Leader Li and Chief of Staff Lu laughed out loud. You kids, we didn't say anything, but you found a lot of benefits. You can increase the security of your transaction, which is enough for us to agree. These crystal cores are indeed very useful, but they need to be studied carefully so that we can fight a prepared battle. We really want to have superpowers. I'm sure our researchers in Flower Country can find some way to prevent failure. Well, I believe it too. Uncle Li, Chief of Staff Lu, Director Zheng, please express our desire for superpowers to your superiors when you upload today's conversation. We really want to have a space. Yen Qi prayed. Don't worry, I will try my best to persuade you. But this is related to your safety, so we will not agree to it for the time being without any feedback from the Institute and 10 Solutions. This was a reassurance to Yen Qi and the others, so everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Leader Li asked Duncan to return to the Research Institute. Regarding this awakening ability, Duncan currently has the most say. After hearing the news today, all the people present had a great impact. Chief of Staff Lu touched the sniper rifle carefully. 6,000 meters. Of course, they have to give it a try. This time, Leader Li personally directed everyone to carry out the various crystal cores in different categories and took half of the things to the capital. There was nothing else for Yin Shi and the others, so Yin Shi went home and continued to lie down. The next transaction would be in 2 months. In addition, the dimension just now had given everyone too much shock and surprise, so they did not need to go to the army for training for the time being. It took 2 full days to get all these things done. The top leader attached great importance to it and asked Leader Li to report in person with these important information resources. After packing up, Leader Li and Chief of Staff Lu went to the capital. Because they were concerned about the psychological problems of several people, they brought a psychologist with them when they returned. In the past 2 days, Yin Shi and Air Baiwu fully demonstrated what a happy life of eating and sleeping is. Father and Mother Yin knew that the children had been frightened this time, and they were very doting on them. Because they had no bad relatives, they had no worries about food and drink. Every day, they would think about food with their grandmother, and Yin Shi became fat in 2 days. Several people stayed in their homes for almost 2 weeks, except Duncan, who needed to cooperate with the research institute. And Chief of Staff Lu finally came back in high spirits. The first thing Chief of Staff Lu came to look for Yin Shi and Erbiwu. Old Man Yin and Old Mother Yin specially took Grandma out shopping. Comrade Yin Shi, you have made a great contribution to the country this time. I am here to pick you up and take you to the capital. The leader wants to meet you, and idiot. When Yin Shi heard this, the only thing echoing in his mind was the big boss wants to see me, Mom. I've made it. No problem. What about Ming Ming and the others? Of course, I have also informed you. The leader has important instructions for you. Can we leave now? Yin Shi stood up and said, Of course. I'll pack my things right away. Please wait for me. I'm going to the research institute here to take Duncan away with me. Remember to inform your parents. Yin Shi asked cautiously, Are you telling the truth? Of course. I can't tell you unless it's necessary. I understand. Yin Shi sent Chief of Staff Lu out with great satisfaction. It would be so boring if he didn't tell his parents about this matter. Yin Shi called Yan's mother and asked them to come back. He left after a while. Fortunately, because they were with their grandmother, the 3 of them walked slowly, so they turned back before they had gone far. What's the matter, my baby? Yin Shi rushed in front of the 3 people, pulled Father Yin, Mother Yin, and Grandma to jump up. I've made it. Do you know why Chief of Staff Lu is here? He's here to take your daughter to the capital. Father Yin was puzzled. Go to the capital? Yes, the big boss wants to see me in person. What? Big boss? Ha, my daughter has made it. Father Yan's face turned red with excitement, and Mother Yin held Grandma's hand and almost cried with joy. Just to tell you, I'm leaving now. Okay, Mom will pack your things for you. When Yin Shi went out, Duncan also came out. Old Man Yin personally thanked Chief of Staff Lu, invited Chief of Staff Lu to come to his house for dinner next time, and then left. Host, who is the big leader? Well, you can think of it as your main system. No, it's more powerful than the system. Yin Shi and Duncan came to the capital with excitement. Not to the office, but to the home of the big leader. You are Minister Yin Shi, right? Yin Shi covered his chest and looked at the woman who appeared with the big leader on TV. Yes, hello, my mother likes you very much, me too, and my father too. Thank you for your interest. Please take a seat. Yin Shi and Duncan sat down separately. Since they told the idiot that he didn't need to pretend now that he was coming in, the idiot kept staring at the pastries on the table and drooling, making a slurp sound. Yin Shi's blood boiled, so embarrassed. The lady didn't care, but just looked at the idiot in surprise. Is this an idiot? So cute. Do you want to eat it? Then he took some cakes and gave them to the idiot. The idiot said shyly, Thank you. It doesn't matter. Chapter 47 Success. Yin Shi didn't have to wait long before Yi Sun and others arrived. Everyone sat on the sofa and didn't dare to move. After more than 10 minutes, the man came. Yin Shi shook hands with him in a daze and listened to his praise in a daze. She felt that her face must be as ugly as a monkey's, but it wasn't just him. Everyone was like this. That person asked in detail about some details of this plane and confirmed that Yin Shi and the others really wanted to obtain superpowers. He also assured them that he would notify them immediately when there were any research results. Before leaving, he gave each of them a certificate and an extra 300,000 yuan in their bank cards. Yin Shi, it was sent by the leader himself. Finally, he encouraged everyone again, saying that they had finally come here to play, so they should have a good time, and he asked a few people to protect them. Because that person was really busy, he left soon. Yin Shi and his friends talked cordially with the lady for a few hours and had a meal with her before they went out to play. Everyone didn't calm down until they got to a crowded place. They looked at each other's red faces and laughed. Because it was that person who let them play, they played happily for 3 days. While having dinner in the evening, and Ming looked at Yin Shi and said, "Sister Chi, thank you. Without you, we wouldn't have such a colorful life." Yi Sun picked up the juice and said, "Thank you, Minister Chi. We'll all toast you." Yin Shi was very embarrassed. They had not drunk any alcohol, and staying sober was a compulsory lesson. Of course, no one knew, except Yi Sun, that someone had been protecting them for the past 3 days. Yin Shi and his companions said goodbye to that person on the 4th day. This time they went back with Chief of Staff Liu and Leader Li. It turned out that the Research Institute in Li County had taken the lead in raising the failure rate of awakening superpowers by 10%, and each superpower had 30 countermeasures, and Duncan's teacher had experimented with it himself and succeeded. Yin Shi and Ming smacked their lips in amazement. It was indeed the speed of the flower country. The success rate could be raised by 10% in just half a month, plus the 30 countermeasures for failure, which meant that the success rate was about 90%. Yin Shi and his companions returned to Li County, said goodbye to their parents, and entered the Research Institute the next day. At this time, the medical staff were also on high alert outside. Yin Shi and the other 3 decided to start at the same time. Yin Shi chose the space power, Yi Sun chose the thunder power, and Ming chose the invisibility power, and Kong Shengqing chose the flying power. This time they were not as reckless as Duncan. Instead, everyone drew some blood and then dripped it onto the selected crystal core. Currently, everyone chose a first-level crystal core because of Duncan's success. Yin Shi watched her blood drip onto the crystal core and waited for 20 minutes before it began to be absorbed. She felt nothing and was about to speak when she felt a throbbing pain in her head. The staff member next to him comforted him. "We have only developed one type of helmet, but you can't wear it now because this is for when you are about to give up. It will be more effective if you wear it. Now you can only bear it." Yin Shi was speechless. "So, this is one of the 30 options you mentioned?" "Of course not." Several doctors fixed Yin Shi to the bed, and one of them poked his head with a needle. The pain gradually slowed down, and Yin Shi just breathed a sigh of relief when another pain came. It was a pain as if the brain was constantly churning. The silver needles were inserted continuously, and in less than half an hour, Yin Shi's forehead was full of needles. Yin Shi felt that she was fighting with her brain, and the silver needles on her head had only a little effect. Her brain was exploding, and she wanted to pry her head open. There was another violent pain, and Yin Shi wanted to bite her tongue, but the doctor was already afraid of her being afraid of him. Yin Shi only felt as if her brain was fried in a frying pan. She could vaguely feel someone massaging her feet and hands. She closed her eyes and persisted entirely by willpower. Yin Shi wanted to spit out dirty words. "Why don't you put the helmet on her?" She only felt that another century had passed, but in fact only 20 minutes had passed. She finally put on the helmet, and the frying feeling slowly faded away, which took as long as half an hour. Something in his brain was reorganizing. Yin Shi guessed that this should be the space, and forced himself to endure the pain and reorganize it bit by bit. Finally, he clearly felt the formation of space and could not help but faint. The doctors outside also noticed it at the first time and hurriedly conducted examinations and analyses. Yin Shi was fine, but several staff members and medical staff were injured at Yi Sun's place because Yi Sun was covered in lightning and indiscriminately attacked all people and objects. As for Ming, in the second half, her hands disappeared, then her head disappeared, then half of her body disappeared. She almost scared everyone to death. Kong Shengqing's situation was also okay. He simply flew up for a while, then hit the roof and fainted. Leader Li and his colleagues in the background were also terrified, fearing that there might be some problems. Chief of Staff Liu endured and endured. "So this is what you call a 90% success rate?" Dean, who played with the ice in his hand, and said, "Yes, look, they survived, didn't they? Do you want to try it too?" Dean, who was Duncan's teacher and the person who first succeeded in the experiment. Leader Li and his men were helpless, but still breathed a sigh of relief. They went out to inform the capital that everything was going well, and they were just waiting for the men to wake up. Just like Duncan did that time, this time the 4 of them slept for 3 days before waking up. Before they had time to discuss and experiment with each other, they were examined and given a full description of the process. After all the steps were completed, Leader Li and Chief of Staff Liu also arrived. Yin Shi took the lead in showing her own space. To be honest, it was also her first time using it. Listening to Duncan's instructions, Yanqi concentrated his attention and slowly waved at a sesame seed in front of him, and it went in. He waved again, and it came out. He tried from big to small until he got to a grapefruit, but it didn't work. Yanqi just felt sleepy again. Then Yi Sun and others also demonstrated that Yi Sun's lightning was just a small lightning that could only make a small light bulb light up. Kong Xingqing's feet could only be 10 centimeters off the ground for 4 seconds. And in Mengming's invisibility ability could only make 2 fingers invisible, or something the size of 2 fingers. But all 4 of them were safe and sound, and everyone was very satisfied. Dean, who didn't even know what he was muttering, he just turned around and left. Everyone has worked hard. Congratulations on your safety. You can have a good rest now. In fact, we have already found a new teacher for you. He has only one goal, which is to train all of your abilities. We will give each of you 1,000 first-level crystal cores and 500 second-level crystal cores for your training. Several people were very excited. Leader Li waited for a few people to calm down, and then told them that they would go to the army tomorrow, and asked them to have a good rest today. Yanqi's heart was so excited that his hands were shaking. He took Wu home. He didn't tell his parents because his grandmother was there. After Grandma had rested, he called Father and Mother Yin into the room and demonstrated it personally. The old couple were extremely excited. Idiot was also very happy that his host had new abilities, and his teammates also had new abilities, so he happily ordered 3 servings of fried chicken. Chapter 48, Hot Search. Yanqi got up early in the morning. The idiot pretended to be dead and refused to move. Yanqi packed some daily necessities, ate breakfast, and went out. The 5 of them sat in a car. This time, Leader Li personally sent them to the army. Leader Li introduced a teacher to them. It was obvious that the teacher was at the staff officer level. How could he be their teacher? Hello, my name is Gu Siyuan. I was transferred here from the capital and will be responsible for your training from now on. Gu Siyuan looked to be in his early 40s, with regular features and a righteous face. This is the teacher we invited specially for you. Staff Officer Gu is also a teacher at the National Defense University. He is just the right person to be in charge of you. I feel flattered, of course. I also have some ominous premonitions. Hello, Teacher Gu. After a brief acquaintance between the 2 parties, Leader Li left without saying anything. He had come to Lixing County with a few others for a mission, which was mainly related to the Crystal Core. Teacher Gu Siyuan already knew in advance about the awakened superpowers of several people. Although he found it incredible, he still taught them seriously. After both sides adapted for 2 days, Teacher Gu Siyuan also found out how to enhance their physique while improving their superpowers, as well as under what circumstances the absorption of crystal cores would be most effective. Teacher Gu Siyuan made a plan overnight, with each person having their own focus. In this way, Yanqi and the other 4 began their intense training. Maybe it's because they have awakened their special powers. Everyone's ability to withstand pressure has become stronger and stronger, and their physical fitness has also improved. Especially Yi Sun, his strength, speed, and mastery of special powers have improved the fastest among the few. The country has also made a breakthrough. First of all, the heat bracelets have all been delivered to the border guards, and relevant experts have copied them and produced bracelets that save more crystal cores. What I brought back from the end of the world was a thermal bracelet made of a crystal core that could last for a month. Now, the energy of half a crystal core can last for a month, and it is recyclable. Since we have not yet found a way to use the energy in the crystal core as we wish, like electricity, when it is separated from the crystal core, and there are only about 40,000 fire crystal cores in total, this thermal bracelet is not available to the general public. The second is the sniper rifle with a range of 6,000 meters. Because there was no way to improve the sniper rifle in a short period of time, but the experts were able to make an identical sniper rifle based on the drawings brought back by Yanqi and others. Everyone was very satisfied. In addition, strength is the bottom line. The superiors require that each special force and each of the Navy, Army, and Air Force select 100 elites, 50 men and women, to awaken their special powers. Under the personal supervision of Dean, who, among the 800 people, only 3 failed. One was from the lightning department, who failed to control himself and paralyzed himself with electricity. One was from the mental department, who has not woken up yet and is in a vegetative state. One was from the wood department, whose hand failed and turned into a flower branch. The rest of the people awakened successfully. They were specially approved by the higher-ups to be the fire team, ice team, spirit team, water team, wood team, thunder team, wind team, and invisible team. Like Yanqi and the others, they also received training in supernatural powers again. Crystal cores are extremely precious. Whether it is a heat bracelet, a sniper rifle, or an awakened psychic, they all need crystal cores. Now in the entire country, apart from Yin Shi, who has a little, Dean who has more than 30, half of the psychic troops have them, the heat bracelets and sniper rifles have 10,000, and the rest are heavily guarded. Regardless of the various requests from the various research laboratories and institutes, they just refused to approve it, which made Dean Hu very anxious. His research really needed it. Those few people were not enough to cause trouble. Law research. 2 months passed quickly, because everyone was tortured too much. Although their strength improved, they were very tired. So this time they returned to Lee County 3 days in advance. And Meng Meng did not live in the supermarket and lived with Yin Shi at home. Yin Shi and Meng Meng slept soundly before waking up. Old Man Yin asked Yin Shi to call Yi Sun and the others, and he would cook for them himself tonight. The look of Old Man Yin smiling brightly was really abnormal. Too abnormal. Cheer. You can tell by looking at the trending searches on your phone. Hey, my baby is awesome. When I go to the underworld with your dad, I should hold my head high and hold my chest out. Yin Shi looked at the couple, almost crying with pride. He inexplicably opened his phone and clicked on the trending searches. The first two were, our country will be conducting a live demonstration of a sniper rifle with a range of 6,000 meters at 3 p.m. What is a heat bracelet? Yin Shi clicked on the first hot search, read the introduction first, and then clicked into the live broadcast room. The test had already been completed. Yin Shi flipped through the comments again. Family members who understands? I just woke up and found out that our country has a sniper rifle with a range of 6,000 meters. There is no country in the world that has it yet, right? So the country is quietly astonishing the world behind our backs? The person above is almost enough to scare a certain American. Ha ha. Am I the only one who is useless? No, me too. The country has worked hard to take off with a little loser like me. I love the guy on the left shooting a gun. All the good-looking ones are turned in. No, I love my sisters. Love it, love it, love it all. +1. Plus 10,086. The building was getting more and more crooked, but Yin Shi and Meng Meng were still shaking with excitement. They were really happy to see that they could make a small contribution to the country. Yin Shi replied with tears in his eyes, +100,000. I clicked on the second hot search, which mainly introduced what the heat bracelet is, who it is currently used for, and then there were photos taken by reporters. My brother is a border guard. He came back 3 years ago with frostbite on his hands and face, but he never complained about the hard work. I am grateful that the country has not forgotten them. I believe my brother will not feel so cold now. Me too. I'm touched, but I'm afraid of the cold, so I'm begging for a heat bracelet. I want it. When can you sell it to us? The ones upstairs are only being supplied to border guards because the raw materials are scarce. So, when can we use it? And Meng Meng shook her head and said to Yin Shi, this can only be used by border guards. How can the crystal cores we brought back be enough for the Chinese people? But I'm still very happy. Yes, we all have a part in this. Yin Shi called Yi Sun and asked them to come for dinner in the evening, and also to invite Duncan in person, otherwise he would definitely stay in the laboratory and not come out. In the evening, everyone had a lively dinner together, and then Yi Sun went back. Yin Shi and Meng Meng continued to browse their phones while lying on the bed and looked at the comment section. Sisters, how come our country suddenly has all these technologies? And have you ever remembered that we suddenly became very rich a few months ago? We can pay directly with gold for everything we buy internationally. I agree, but don't think too much about it. I actually hope that we can become the #1 country. Chapter 49, Gate of Heaven, 4th Plane Journey to the West. Family members, let me tell you something in secret. There is more to this country than this. My aunt is an Air Force officer. She was called up to join some combat team a while ago. Anyway, I only know that she is very powerful. +1, my uncle is also like that. I heard that only the top talents in the domestic military can get in, and the confidentiality is super strong. Oh, forget about that. Go check the news. Some countries have started it again. Yin Shi also want to see, well, it turned out that some countries could not sit still and spread all kinds of rumors that our sniper rifles were fake. There was also a certain country shamelessly asking us to disclose the technology of sniper rifles and heat bracelets, saying that it was humanitarianism. Is this how humanitarianism is used? Yin Shi flipped through the pages for half an hour. I'm so pissed off. These countries are just jealous. I won't give it to you. Yin Shi and Meng Meng cursed at each other in bed until midnight. Before falling asleep, Yin Shi just thought that he must work harder in the future because if there was only a little progress, those people would just be jealous and go crazy. When our flower country reaches a level that is beyond our reach, they will all shut up. I stayed in bed until noon the next day because I had to move to the next dimension at 12 o'clock at night, so I tried my best to enjoy this hard-earned life of lying down. In the afternoon, Yin Qi and Ming Ming went to the supermarket. The five of them gathered together and walked around the supermarket first, and then checked all the goods in the warehouse. The leader even left them 5 sniper rifles with a range of 6,000 meters. I was so touched. At 6 p.m., Uncle Lee, we have seen what happened online. The United States and other countries are too shameless. You don't have to worry about that. Don't worry, our superpower team was not established in vain. Uncle Lee still didn't tell them, but because of the sudden appearance of gold, plus the sniper rifle and the heat bracelet, those countries were mobilized, and recently a lot more people came to the flower country to travel. But everyone is not afraid. Wu and Ming Ming played crazy for a while before they remembered to check the duration of this transaction. Host, the 4th plane transaction will take 2 months. The transaction target is 20 gods and immortals, and we need to gain their sincerity. As a reward for completing the transaction, you can deploy 2 robots. The host will receive a 55% commission on this transaction. Immortal! Immortal! Everyone was surprised. Duncan was excited. So, this is why we're going to the immortal realm? It's not easy. Finally. And Ming Ming cried, even more exaggeratedly, duh, winky face. Leader Lee and his colleagues were also very excited when they heard this, but they were also worried. This time we not only want to make a deal, but also gain sincerity. How do we measure sincerity? How can we gain it? Everyone calmed down. Indeed, trading was easy, but this was obviously not a simple trade. There was one more thing. What were they lacking? They seemed to have nothing. How could they trade with them and gain their sincerity? Leader Lee comforted everyone. Don't worry, we will use sincerity to exchange sincerity. Don't be too harsh this time. Just give them whatever they want. It's just some things. You still have to be careful. If you really are a god, humble yourself, but don't be too licking. I just don't know where the gods are. After everyone discussed it for a while, Leader Lee and his friends left with a worried look on their faces. It was really, the gods have lived for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. How can you do business with them and still gain their sincerity? Leader Lee and the senior leader made a report, and Chief of Staff Lu sighed. How can humans do business with gods? I just hope these kids come back safe and sound. And Ming Ming saw that everyone was a little panicked and waved her hand. It's okay. I don't believe that the gods don't like our hot pot snacks. They don't like other things, but these foods will definitely attract them. Besides, even if we really can't attract them, we can take 250 yuan and dance for the gods. If that doesn't work, the 5 of us can dance for the gods. There shouldn't be snacks with these kinds of additives in the fairy world, so it should be successful, right? Before anyone could come up with a perfect plan to do business with the gods, the countdown had already begun. Gods wouldn't hit people, right? Duncan suddenly thought of this. Shouldn't it be? Another flash of white light passed by, and the supermarket disappeared. Leader Lee turned around and asked someone to take him to the capital as soon as possible. He was really worried that no one would come back. Inside the supermarket, everyone sat on the sofa without moving, staring at the door. Oh my God, no, not a single god came. How about we wait another half an hour? If no one, God comes, we can go to sleep and go out tomorrow. After waiting for half an hour, no one came, so everyone had to go upstairs and sleep anxiously. At the gate of heaven, several gatekeepers had already seen the 5-story human building that suddenly appeared, but they did not care. Maybe it was just a toy of the gods in heaven, but they still told the Jade Emperor responsibly. The Jade Emperor didn't care about this thing that had no fairy spirit at all, so Yin Qi and the others could sleep peacefully that night. The next day, as usual, the 5 of them finished their breakfast, packed up their things, and opened the door. Are you ready? Yin Qi was about to take the first step, but someone bumped into him and knocked him to the ground. Hey, you are not immortals from heaven? You are human? A rough voice came. Yin Qi looked up. This face, this appearance, this figure. Yin Qi and Ming Ming and Kong Shengqing said in unison. Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji was also surprised. Little guys, how do you know my name? Yin Qi hurriedly bumped into something and was so confused that he saw Zhu Beiji. Kong Shengqing excitedly stepped forward and said, Brother Beiji, where is Sun Wukong? Zhu Beiji was even more surprised. You still know my senior brother? Yin Qi and the others looked at each other and said, Is this journey to the west? What journey to the west? This is heaven. So this is the aftermath of the quest. Zhu Beiji was getting impatient. What are you talking about? Explain it to me. Kong Shengqing diligently led Zhu Beiji to the sofa. Zhu Beiji sat down, looked around curiously, and touched the sofa. Oh, these things are from the human world? The human world has changed so much now? They're all good things. No, these are not the main points. The main point is, how do you know me, old Zhu? And the eldest brother? After saying that, he let out a breath, and Yin Shi and the others felt their breathing became difficult. In just 5 seconds, Zhu Beiji took it back. Brother Beiji, can I call you that? Kong Shengqing asked cautiously. Zhu Beiji didn't care about this, so Kong Shengqing began to explain. We are from the 21st century Hua country, or the future generations of the country where you, Master Sun Wukong, and the other 4 disciples, plus the white dragon horse, went to seek Buddhist scriptures. This time we are here to do business with you. Zhu Beiji only cared about the first half. You are the descendants of the human world? You all know me? How do you evaluate me? The old pig. Well, you are honest and brave. Chapter 50 Sun Wukong. You are upright and brave, hardworking, honest and loyal. You are broad-minded and not petty. You are a good god. Kong Shengqing picked some good words to describe him, and Zhu Beiji's face was squeezed together with laughter. In fact, we know you from a book called Journey to the West. The book describes many things you and your 5 disciples experienced during your journey to the West to obtain Buddhist scriptures. Zhu Beiji was even happier, and he liked Yin Qi and the others a lot more. Yin Qi remembered that he not only had to do business, but also had to win their true hearts. Then his eyes lit up. Are you Marshal Tianpeng now? Marshal, I really like you. Not only me, but everyone in our place, from the elderly to the children, likes you 4 masters and apprentices and the white dragon horse. I am so excited to meet you, the real Immortal. Can I take a photo with you? Can you sign an autograph for me? Zhu Beiji kept nodding his head as he was praised. Okay. Then he remembered that he didn't know what taking a photo was. What is a photo shoot? And an autograph? Taking photos and signing autographs are for celebrities in our area. They are people who are very popular and sought after by everyone. People who are obsessed with them will ask for photos and autographs. Yin Qi took out his cell phone and said, "This is it." Then he took a photo with Zhu Beiji carefully. Zhu Beiji was very curious about this square thing. Hey, the photo is really clear. Yes, look how handsome and pretty you are in this photo. And Ming and others looked at Yin Qi's actions in amazement. The idiot glanced at Zhu Beiji's pig nose and big ears, hesitated, and chose to turn his back. And Ming also responded quickly. Marshal, I also want to take a photo with you. My parents love you very much. Is that okay? Zhu Beiji just felt that today was the happiest day of his life in all these years, except for the moment when he successfully obtained the scriptures. Kong Shengqing and Duncan also joined in. Marshal, I also want to cooperate with you. Yi Sun finally came over. What could Zhu Beiji do? He could only helplessly take a photo with the 5 of them, because he was too popular. Before Zhu Beiji could react from his dizziness, Yin Qi started the next attack. Marshal, we are so happy to see you. You haven't eaten human food for a long time, right? We have a lot of snacks and water, as well as various wines. Yin Qi pulled Zhu Beiji's sleeve and introduced the food to him in a torrent of words. He even opened each type of food directly, and Ming and Yin Qi fed him on the left and right. Kong Shengqing opened a bottle of Matai himself, and Duncan and Yi Sun were not to be outdone and opened a bottle of red wine each. Zhu Beiji felt that his appetite was all aroused. He was so happy eating and drinking, especially when he smelled Mao Tai. What a good wine! He picked up the Mao Tai and took a sip from the bottle. Old pig, I haven't had such a strong drink in many years. My senior brother will definitely like it. The others were ecstatic, and Ming happily poured red wine for Zhu Beiji, asking him to taste the wine from the western regions. Yes, it was the western regions. Zhu Beiji would definitely love it. As expected, Zhu Beiji preferred the fine wine from the western regions. They ate and drank for 2 hours, during which the 5 people bombarded each other with all kinds of flattery, and everyone focused on providing happy service. An hour and a half later, a child's voice was heard. Where is this? Why is there this thing at the gate of heaven? Zhu Wuning. When Zhu Beiji heard this, he was so drunk that he shouted, Red boy, you are so disrespectful to me again. I will tell Monkey King that you bullied me. Red boy. Yin Qi suppressed his trembling heart and ran to pick up Red boy. Hello, welcome. Red boy was puzzled. You are humans? How did you come to our heavenly palace? Red boy, we came here specifically to do business with you. Business can be done in heaven? Does the Jade Emperor know? And how do you know my name is Red boy? Red boy looked at Yin Qi warily and saw Zhu Beiji's drunken appearance. What kind of wine did you give Marshal Tianpeng to drink? Why is he like this? There were too many points to complain about. Yin Qi didn't know how to complain. First of all, even if she couldn't see or understand the Red boy's iconic belly band and gold collar, Zhu Beiji had just said his name. Yin Qi smiled. The marshal just said your name. We all heard it. The marshal is drunk. Yin Qi then stopped Red Boy from speaking, quickly took out a lollipop and stuffed it into his mouth. Would you like to try our candy? Do you like it? Red Boy was immediately captivated by the sweet taste he had never tasted before. Is this candy? Lollipops. We also have fruit gummies, marshmallows, hard candies, milk candies, chocolates. Yin Qi tricked Red Boy into going to the candy area. Red Boy ate every one of them, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. This is so delicious. Yin Qi took him to eat potato chips, bread, and other food. Half an hour later, Red Boy also sat on the sofa, drinking happy water, eating potato chips, and playing the standalone game on Kong Xingqing's mobile phone. Yin Qi wiped the sweat off his face, and then Ming Ming gave a thumbs up. My sister is awesome. I just hope these two people really like the supermarket and them. No one came during the journey, so Zhu Beiji woke up after sleeping for 2 hours. He searched for the things he liked with satisfaction and put them into his sleeves. Facing the few people, she looked at him with sparkling eyes. Old pig, I haven't been so happy for a long time. Old pig, I don't have anything good to give you, but Monkey Brother planted a peach forest which happened to have a lot of peaches. They are much more delicious than the peaches you have here, and eating them can help you humans relax and remove toxins from your body. I'll go steal. Ahem, pick some for you. Then Zhu Beiji staggered out the door, and seeing Red Boy staring at the thing called a mobile phone and ignoring him, he pulled him out. Zhu Wuning. Zhu Beiji, put me down. I haven't had enough fun yet. No, you should go back. Sister Guanyin must be looking for you. No, let me go. After they sent Zhu Beiji and Red Boy out, and Ming Ming asked, so, the marshal went to steal Sun Wukong's peaches? For us? If Sun Wukong is angry, he won't cause a scene in our supermarket, right? Yin Qi wanted to cry, but had no tears. Although he liked Sun Wukong the most, Sun Wukong's temper was not easy to mess with. Everyone waited anxiously for Zhu Beiji to come, and an hour later, Brother Monkey, it hurts. Stop pulling. Do you see? This is it. I, the old pig, didn't lie to you. Along with Zhu Beiji's voice begging for mercy, several people also saw the true face of Sun Wukong. Even more handsome than on TV. Yin Qi and the others automatically put on 800 filters when facing Sun Wukong. Uncle Sun Wukong, no brother, no, I'm the immortal Sun Wukong. Hello, we are from the human world. This is the plain trading supermarket. Sun Wukong looked at them with a smile and let go of the hand that was holding Zhu Beiji's ear. Little guys, how did you get up from the human world? Chapter 51. Fairy Peach. Kong Shengcheng wanted to throw himself at Sun Wukong's feet. We were chosen to travel through various dimensions and use technology to get here. Technology? Not magic? Can you tell me what this is? Sun Wukong looked around again. Has the human world developed to this point? It looks more interesting than the fairy world. Zhu Beiji grabbed Sun Wukong and said, Big brother, I promised these little guys from the human world that I would give them peaches. You should take them out quickly. I am a marshal who values integrity. Yin Qi stepped forward and said, It's like this. We learned about you from a book. In the future, the dynasty will change, and we... Yin Qi spoke slowly for half an hour, and Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji were fascinated by his words. The human world is really interesting. I, the old pig, want to come down to earth. Sun Wukong ignored him and pointed at the shelf. So this is your supermarket now? Yes, would you like to take a look, Marshal? You haven't been to the second, third, and fourth floors yet. Zhu Beiji suddenly stopped a sneak attack on Sun Wukong and asked, Anything else? Sun Wukong walked in first with his hands behind his back. The mitai that Beiji brought tastes good to me. Yin Qi understood immediately, and immediately led Sun Wukong to the beverage area with Duncan. And Ming Ming and Kong Shengcheng led Zhu Beiji upstairs, while Yi Sun and Erbewu waited at the door for other customers to come. Today, our main goal is to make all the gods who come here happy. Sun Wukong was not that curious about snacks and fruits. He looked at Mao Tai with admiration. Good wine, good wine. Yin Qi and Duncan also gave him red and white beer to taste and asked him to give his evaluation. Sun Wukong was not like Zhu Beiji who drank like a cow. He really tasted it bit by bit, and Duncan was quick to give him some drunkard peanuts to go with his drink. Well, Sun Wukong simply stopped looking at anything else and sat leisurely on the sofa drinking. He also asked Yin Qi to tell him how people in the world evaluate him now. When Zhu Beiji came down, he changed into a suit, holding a bouquet of roses, as well as a set of perfume and a ring necklace. Beiji, what's wrong with you? Sun Wukong is worthy of being Sun Wukong. After drinking for 2 hours, he can still soberly talk to Zhu Beiji. Brother Monkey, I learned this from the human world. This is how people express their love now. Look how handsome I am. Fairy Chang'e will definitely like me. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to go find Fairy Chang'e. After saying that, he walked away with big strides. Kong Shengcheng held Mingming's hand. It's over. Sister Chang'e won't be so angry that she will destroy us, right? No, what if Sister Chang'e really agrees? What a sin. And Mingming and Kong Shengcheng spoke one after another. Yin Qi's eyes were almost twitching, but he did not stop them from speaking. It's okay. Chang'e is not that stingy, and neither am I. Sun Wukong waved his hand, half lying on the sofa, and just drank. Hey, your cups are not good. Tomorrow I will go to the Jade Emperor to get a few wine pots. Then I will feel better when drinking, but your food is good. How many do you want to take? Yin Qi doubted whether he would take them by himself. It was not until night fell. As for why there was night in heaven, it was naturally added manually by the author, otherwise it would be difficult to calculate the time. That Sun Wukong left with a bunch of wine and snacks. Of course, before leaving, he gave everyone 20 fairy peaches with great satisfaction. Yi Sun locked the door. Everyone stared at the 20 peaches and drooled. Are these the legendary peaches of the Queen Mother? No. This was planted by Sun Wukong himself. It smells so good. Yin Qi reluctantly shifted his gaze. This is our reward. Do you remember what Marshal Tianping said? Eating this peach can remove toxins from our bodies. There are many warriors and ordinary people in the Flower Kingdom who need this peach. Everyone came to their senses after hearing Yin Qi's words. Yi Sun, Kong Shengcheng, and Duncan carefully put the peaches into boxes and placed them in the best place in the warehouse. Yin Qi relaxed and asked the drooling idiot, Idiot, have you gained the sincerity of these 3 people today? Wu wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at the screen. Host, today I traded 3 gods and gained 3 true hearts. Everyone relaxed and said, Hey, I thought it would be so difficult. Kong Shengcheng said vaguely, I feel like I'm living in a dream now. Today I actually met Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, talked to them, and took a photo with Zhu Beiji. If I go back and tell my parents about this, they will definitely think I'm crazy. Me too, it's incredible. Do you think Sister Chang'e will come tomorrow? I think we can meet her. No, I would rather meet the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. This is a real god, the Emperor of the fairy world. Who wouldn't want to see him? And Mingming sat up and said, 7 fairies. And Taishang Laojun, the broom star? I want to see them all. Everyone was so excited that they chatted until dinner, then continued chatting after dinner, and were still very excited until they went to bed. The next day, everyone got up excitedly, washed and had dinner. Hey, apart from being so excited when I got up for the first time in Dacian Dynasty, this is the second time I'm excited. Duncan sighed with emotion. Then should we go out? Or should we wait in the supermarket for them to come to our door? After Yin Qi asked this key question, everyone had their own ideas. It's best for Yi Sun to make the final decision. Mingming and Shengcheng will go out to attract customers, and the 3 of us will wait here for them to come. Tomorrow, the 3 of us will go out, and Mingming and Shengcheng will wait at the supermarket. The few people didn't have any objections, and Mingming and Kong Shengcheng opened the door and went out carrying their small backpacks. Before Yin Qi had time to envy the 2, and Mingming and Kong Shengcheng came back dejected. The guards at the gate wouldn't let us in. Oh, that kind of aura almost frightened me to my knees. Kong Shengcheng agreed. The guard said that no human is allowed to enter the heavenly palace without orders. I wanted to sneak in, but a light curtain blocked me. There was nothing we could do after hearing this, so we had to wait in the supermarket for the right person to come. No one came all morning, and Mingming was depressed. This is more difficult than the end of the world. No one is coming. We can't move around freely, and we can't enter the heaven. We can only wait for the immortals who are destined to meet us. Yin Qi thought of the secret room in the end times and shuddered. No, the end times are scarier than this. At least it's incredibly safe here. Don't worry too much. Today is only the 2nd day. We have 2 months, and the number of people doing the transaction is 20 gods. 3 transactions were successful yesterday. Besides, I don't believe that Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji can resist not coming. When the time comes, we will ask them to introduce people. We will definitely complete the task. Chapter 52, Sister Chang'e. No one felt like cooking for lunch, so the 5 of us all chose to have a hot pot buffet. Yi Sun, the scheming boy, asked everyone to eat on the sofa on the first floor and left the door of the supermarket wide open. He didn't believe that anyone could refuse. The overbearing smell of the 6 servings of hot pot penetrated the noses of the 4 guards at the gate of heaven. The four of them remained expressionless, and their eyes drifted towards the supermarket from time to time. Zhu Beiji's attentive voice also came closer and closer. Fairy Chang'e, it's right at the door. Look at that tall building. The four guards straightened their minds after hearing this. Zhu Beiji and Chang'e flew to the entrance of the supermarket and said, "What a delicious smell." Chang'e had never smelled such an overbearing aroma. Zhu Beiji couldn't help drooling. He turned around and wiped it clean quietly. Fairy Chang'e, it must be their human food. Let's go in and take a look. Chang'e nodded and stepped in. Because they were eating and watching the variety show at the same time, they all looked unprepared. Kong Shengcheng raised his head and dropped his chopsticks on the table. Chang'e, everyone looked towards the door. Yan Qi felt as if his eyes were enjoying a beauty attack. Her eyebrows were like a crescent moon. Her eyes were like stars. Her nose was like a bright moon. Her lips were red. Her face was as fair as a lotus. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as moths. Her waist was slender, and she walked slowly towards them with a jade rabbit in her arms. So beautiful. Chang'e saw the dull expressions of the five people and laughed out loud. This laugh made even the idiot blush. It's no wonder that Beiji likes Chang'e. Who doesn't like this? I am Chang'e. How do you know my name? Chang'e walked in front of Yanqi. Yanqi looked at Chang'e's demeanor and thought, this is a real fairy. And Mingming drooled, her eyes full of red hearts. Who in the world doesn't know you? Sister Chang'e? Sister Chang'e, I like you so much. Can I take a photo with you? Zhu Beiji was very happy to hear this. Yes, let me take a photo with Fairy Chang'e. He turned around and said, Fairy Chang'e, can I take a photo with you? And Ming just wants to say, stay away from my Sister Chang'e. And I was the one who asked Sister Chang'e first. But because Zhu Beiji is Sun Wukong's junior brother, and Ming endured it. Chang'e stroked the jade rabbit. Oh, then let me try. Kong Shengcheng reluctantly took a photo of Chang'e and Zhu Beiji with his teeth bared. Zhu Beiji regretted that the painting could not be taken out for him to keep as a souvenir. Chang'e was very interested when she saw that this mobile phone could draw like a picture. No, it was clearer than a picture. I heard from Tianpeng that this was also made with your technology. After receiving affirmation from several people, he was amazed. The world has really changed a lot now, and then said, didn't you just want to take a photo with me? I agreed. Kong Shengqing jealously took a photo of Ming and Chang'e with her teeth bared, and also took a photo of Yanqi and Chang'e. As a result, Duncan and Yisun blushed and wanted to take a photo, and Chang'e naturally agreed. Kong Shengqing's sourness was almost drowning. Chang'e blinked and said, do you want to take a photo too? Kong Shengqing handed the phone to Ming. I'm very happy to do that. In the end, even Erbewu took a photo with Chang'e with his whole body flushed. Chang'e seemed to like Erbewu very much. She handed the jade rabbit to Zhu Beiji and carried Erbewu into the supermarket. Now it's not just Zhu Beiji. Even Yanqi is jealous and his heart is bubbling. He really wants to be a fool. Several people diligently introduced the flowers from the first floor to the fourth floor. Chang'e was very interested in the various flowers. Yanqi waved his hand and generously said that they could all be given to Sister Chang'e. Chang'e finally smiled for the first time today and sniffed the fragrance of the flowers. Can I really take all of them? Yisun, Duncan, and Kong Shengqing were no longer so excited. The three of them hesitated behind them and finally fell silent. However, Yanqi and Ming and Zhu Beiji were fascinated by them. And Ming held her heart with both hands. All for you, Sister Chang'e. You look so beautiful when you smile. The idiot rubbed Chang'e's chin and acted coquettishly. I like Sister Chang'e so much. Yanqi's eyes turned red with jealousy. Chang'e happily fiddled with the flowers, then frowned. How can I take your things for nothing? Let me think about it. Seeing this, Zhu Beiji patted his chest and said, Fairy Chang'e, these flowers are given to you by me, the old pig. When I return, I will go to my monkey brother to get some peaches to buy these flowers. No, these flowers are my gifts to Sister Chang'e. Yanqi was unhappy, and Ming also scrambled for it. I gave it to you. Baiwu was not to be outdone. Someone else gave it to you. Chang'e didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a while, she said, I don't have anything good for you humans. There are many things you can't use, but there is one thing I think you will definitely like. Then he produced colorful stones in his hand. These are the remaining stones from my garden last time. I went to the West Sea to collect them. Not only are they colorful during the day, but they glow at night. They can probably last for 1,000 years in your world. And Ming looked at those beautiful stones and said, I like them very much. Sister Chang'e's stones are as beautiful as Sister Chang'e. Chang'e waved her hand, and the entire fourth floor left for them to pass was covered with colorful stones. Kong Shengsheng looked dumbfounded. Except for the place where they were standing, the rest was all shining stones. This is too much, right? Chang'e waved her hand again, leaving a path. It's not much. Are you still willing to give me all these flowers? And Mingming started to praise again without thinking. Sister Chang'e, you are really beautiful and kind-hearted. Yin Qi also woke up. Thank you, Sister Chang'e. We will help you pick up all these flowers. Chang'e shook her head. No need to trouble you. I will just put them away. Chang'e pointed to the flower shop, and all the flowers in the shop were gone. Chang'e was a little ashamed. Don't worry, I will go back and ask the 7 fairies to come over. It's my fault that I'm too poor. I will go back and find out if there is anything else you humans can take away. I will come again tomorrow. Zhu Beiji felt distressed. No, Fairy Chang'e. You can tell me what you want. My senior brother is omnipotent. I will ask him to find it. Yin Qi and the others listened to Zhu Beiji calling him senior brother, one after another, with black lines on their faces. So Zhu Beiji is still a brother con? Chang'e went to the second floor again, where she picked out some perfumes, bracelets, and necklaces. She felt bad about it, so she flooded the second floor with colorful stones. Zhu Beiji knew that Chang'e liked these things very much, but Chang'e was very restrained and picked only a few of her favorites. Zhu Beiji made up his mind that after sending Chang'e back, he would go to Monkey King's peach forest and pick 50 or 60 of them. I believe that the eldest brother can understand this. Sun Wukong, no, I can't understand. Don't come over here. The biggest customer today is Chang'e. Yi Sun, Kong Shengsheng, and Duncan are sorting out colorful stones on the fourth floor, while Yin Qi and Mingming are accompanying Chang'e and Zhu Beiji to visit the second floor. Because Chang'e was so beautiful, they felt so distressed watching her pick and choose, so they naturally gave Chang'e everything she liked. Chapter 53, 7 Fairies. They strolled until the evening, and Yin Qi and his friends treated Chang'e and Zhu Beiji to some instant noodles and self-heating hot pot. That is to say, Chang'e also looked so delicious when eating these things. After eating, Chang'e said goodbye to several people and left, and promised to bring the 7 fairies with her tomorrow. After closing the door, several people packed the stones from the second floor into sacks and put them into the warehouse. It was already 10 o'clock, and Mingming carried Wu out of the warehouse and talked to a few people. Chang'e is too kind. We took advantage of her so much. She just bought flowers from the flower shop and some perfume and jewelry. Wu and Yin Qi also looked in agreement and felt distressed. Yi Sun twitched his lips. Chang'e had moved all the flowers from the entire flower shop, and it wasn't just some perfumes and jewelry. It was half of the flowers on the counter. Yi Sun and Duncan Kong Shengsheng looked at each other and reluctantly went to replenish the goods on the second floor. As for the ones in the flower shop, there was really no stock to replenish. Yin Qi and Mingming and some idiots went to the fifth floor to wash up, lay on the bed, and smiled foolishly at the photo with Sister Chang'e. The next day, another beautiful day came. Yin Qi and his companions opened the supermarket door. In less than an hour, Chang'e arrived, followed by 7 fairies. Yin Qi just felt that he couldn't see enough. He simply couldn't see enough. They were all beauties and fairies. It means that the Queen Mother is really good at giving birth. It turned out that Chang'e did not return to the Moon Palace yesterday, but went directly to the palace of the 7 fairies. She gave some of the flowers she bought to the 7 fairies, as well as the perfumes, jewelry, and some snacks she bought, which made the 7 fairies all moved. Knowing that Yin Qi and his companions were mortals, the 7 fairies searched the palace carefully and found something that ordinary people like Yin Qi could use, namely ribbons. The eldest princess took out the ribbon and said, "This is not an ordinary ribbon. It can bear a lot of weight. Let's put it this way, for ribbons can lift up your place." Yin Qi and the others looked at the ribbon in the eldest princess's hand with shining eyes. What a great ribbon! This ribbon can be used in many construction sites and dangerous places. The 6th princess glanced at Yi Sun shyly. "Can we exchange ribbons?" Yin Qi nodded. "Yes, of course." The 7th princess spoke softly. "How about we give you 4 for each of the 7 of us sisters?" Only then did Ming nod her head. You know, she liked the youngest of the 7 fairies the most. The 7 fairies separated from Chang'e, and Yin Qi personally took the eldest princess, the 2nd princess, and the 5th princess to the 2nd floor. And Mingming and Kong Shengsheng took the 3rd, 4th, and 7th princesses to visit the 1st floor, while Yi Sun and Duncan took Chang'e and the 6th princess to the 3rd and 4th floors, and they visited separately. At noon, they treated the 7 fairies and Chang'e to a quick meal. In the afternoon, They drank beverages and strolled around the supermarket. Finally, everyone gathered on the second floor. Who can resist cosmetics and skincare products? Yin Qi and Ming taught them how to put on makeup step by step, which was really fun for them. They usually played everything that could be played in the Heavenly Palace, and they would sneak away to the East Sea and the West Sea to play from time to time. Everyone enjoyed putting makeup on each other and didn't leave until the evening. Naturally, everyone took 3 different sets of cosmetics and skincare products. Today's harvest was various photos with the 7 fairies and 28 ribbons. Chang'e also brought 5 sacks of stones. Yin Qi suspected that all the stones in the West Sea had been collected by Chang'e. This time it's not that there's not enough food, but that there's not enough jewelry, watches, cosmetics, and skincare products. Kong Shengqing stretched and sighed with everyone. Of course, the 7 fairies will definitely plunder all of these in the end. I wonder what they will come back with tomorrow to exchange for them. It would be nice to have more of these ribbons. Our flower country is so big, and we need them all over the country. After dinner, everyone replenished their supplies and cleaned up the warehouse and supermarket, and that marked the end of another wonderful day. The 7 fairies did not sleep. They put makeup on each other and their maids, tried on modern jewelry, and had fun all night. After the door opened in the morning, the 7 fairies came in full makeup not long after. Chang'e did not come because she had to attend a banquet. This morning they were in the women's clothing store on the 4th floor, trying on all kinds of clothes with blushing faces. They had never worn revealing clothes or skirts before, so they were extremely curious. In the afternoon, Red Boy also came. He first complained bitterly about why he couldn't go out for the past 2 days and missed this place very much. Then Yi Sun and Duncan Kong Shengqing accompanied Red Boy to go shopping in the supermarket and play games. The 7 fairies began to match bags and shoes. It turned out that girls from everywhere pursue beauty and dressing up. At the end of the day, Ming, Yin Qi, and the 7 fairies established a good revolutionary relationship. The 6 fairies even personally invited Yin Qi and Ming to play in their palace. Yin Qi and Ming were so excited, but then they remembered that the guards at the gate of the Heavenly Palace would not let them in, but the guards did not allow us to enter. The second princess smiled cheerfully. It's okay, I will come to pick you up in person tomorrow. You are our invited guests, and they won't stop us. Thank you, princesses. Yin Qi and Ming thanked them in unison. Can I go? Wu blinked and circled around the fairies. Princess 5 hugged Wu and said, Of course you can. Yin Qi and Ming accompanied the 7 fairies to play in the supermarket more sincerely, and even invited a few fairies to the 5th floor to have a meal together, and also invited a few fairies to visit their rooms. The fairies were naturally surprised from beginning to end and were very curious about electrical appliances and other things. They all cuddled up in bed and watched a variety show together until after 9 o'clock in the evening when they separated. The 7th princess went out last and hugged Wu. Be sure to wait for us to pick you up tomorrow. Yes, we will. Yi Sun locked the door helplessly. It seems like you guys had a good day today. The 7 fairies even invited you to enter the Heavenly Palace. Yeah, we have a very good relationship. Hey, the 7 fairies each have their own style, but they are all very kind and sincere to us. I haven't met such sincere humans in a long time. Kong Shengqing was jealous. At this moment, I really envy you girls for being able to play with the 7 fairies. Unlike the 3 of us, we had to serve Red Boy for the whole afternoon. Did Red Boy give you anything? Or did he get something for free again? Duncan picked up the box on the sofa and opened it. There were 2 red fish. Is this fish? Yes, Red Boy said that if we humans eat this fish, our lifespan can be increased by 5 years. Damn, so awesome. But we only have 2 of them. Yin Qi and his companions immediately thought of those great scientists, politicians, Chinese and Western doctors, and old marshals who were forced to stay at home because of their old age and poor health. Some great men were still conducting experiments and calculations in the last quarter of an hour before their death. Take more of this fish. Yi Sun broke Yin Qi's fantasy. Don't think about it. I also asked Red Boy, and he said that this is not in heaven. They are at the junction of hell and heaven. There may only be one in 10,000 years. These are the birthday gifts that Guanyin Bodhisattva gave to his disciple. Chapter 54. One-day tour of the 7 fairy temple. Yin Qi and the others were disappointed, but they still comforted each other. If there are 2, then it's 2. I believe the country will definitely give them to those great people who need them. Will looked at the host and teammates in confusion. It knew that the average human lifespan was only 100 years, and that one might not even live to be 100 years old. Why didn't the host and the others think of eating them themselves? Idiot didn't understand, but thought it might be a small matter and he was overthinking it, so he let the idea go. As night fell, the few people washed up and rested. In the morning, Yin Qi and Ming Ming got up early just to go to heaven. The eldest princess didn't let the two of them wait for long. The three princesses came to the supermarket to pick them up at around 8 in the morning. Kong Shengcheng watched them leave with envy on his face. To be more precise, he flew away. The eldest princess pulled Yin Qi. The second princess picked up Ming Ming, and the third princess carried Wu and flew into the heaven. Yin Qi also saw the name of this gate, which turned out to be the South Heaven Gate. The eldest princess and her friends flew at a moderate speed, so that Yin Qi and her friends could see the heaven. I saw the South Gate of Heaven, made of deep green-colored glaze and decorated with bright precious jade. On both sides are placed 4 heavenly guardians, 4 of them supporting the beams and leaning against the pillars, holding millstones and holding flags. The gate has several large pillars, on which are entwined red-bearded dragons with golden scales and shining in the sun. What Yin Qi saw was clouds and mist. Looking down from above, white clouds covered the entire heavenly palace. The eldest princess introduced them carefully. There are 33 heavenly palaces in the sky, namely Qinyan Palace, Bishop Palace, Wuming Palace, Taiyang Palace, Huala Palace, and 72 treasure halls, namely Chaohui Hall, Lingshu Hall, Beoguang Hall, Tianwang Hall, Lingguan Hall. Over there is the Longevity Terrace, with famous flowers that have not been removed for thousands of years. Next to the medicine refining furnace here, there are evergreen auspicious herbs that have been there for tens of thousands of years. When the heavenly drum sounds in the pilgrimage tower, all the saints will pay homage to the Jade Emperor. Yin Qi listened and digested the story at the same time. The eldest princess led them through pavilions, towers, beautiful buildings, mountains, rivers, and plants. Palaces stood on waterside pavilions, and in the center of the lake stood a magnificent palace. It was very large, shining with rainbow-like light, surrounded by fairy mist, and dotted with spirit butterflies. All things were thriving. This is our 7 fairy palace. All 7 of us sisters live here. Just as I stood up and hadn't had time to take a closer look at the 7 fairies' palace, several fairies rushed out one after another. Big sister, you are too slow. We have been waiting for a long time. Come on, sisters. I remembered a makeup style today. I'll show you how to do it. Several fairies pulled Yin Qi and Ming Ming, and the 6th princess and the 7th princess rushed to hug Wu. The chattering at the palace gate could not be stopped for a while. The eldest princess looked at Yin Qi and Ming Ming apologetically and said, "I'm sorry. We haven't had any friends come to our palace for a long time. It's okay. We are very happy." That was not happiness. The two of them were surrounded by fairies and entered the palace with a look of enjoyment. Then they walked through the corridor and garden and came to the main hall. Several princesses introduced their rooms to them respectively, but most of their rooms were not lived in. Several fairies lived in the rooms of the eldest princess and the 2nd princess respectively, and they ate and lived together every day. Looking at the close relationship between them, Yin Qi and Ming Ming, the 2 only daughters, were envious. There was so much love. It seemed like there was no room for anyone else between them. So will the 7 fairies come down to earth? Woohoo! Such a beautiful girl, I don't want her to suffer in the earth. Yin Qi and Ming Ming accepted the makeup of several fairies with a look of being forced. They wore new clothes made by several princesses and swung on the swings in the garden with the princesses. Yin Qi and Ming Ming also taught them how to skip rope, throw sandbags, and throw handkerchiefs. After having a fairy-like meal at noon, the 5th and 6th princesses danced happily. Yin Qi held the eldest princess in his left hand and the 2nd princess in his right hand, and Ming Ming also hugged the princesses on both sides. They felt that their lives were complete all of a sudden. In the afternoon, everyone lay in the attic together. The princesses were very curious about the human world, so Yin Qi and Ming Ming told them about their own life experiences and history, knowing that little girls love to hear about love. With selfish motives, Yin Qi told the princesses stories about vicious mothers-in-law, unfaithful men, domestic violence men, and the bloody stories of real and fake daughters, and running away with the baby, etc. The princesses cried, laughed, and complained all the time after listening to this. And Ming Ming just felt that after all this, the 7 fairies would be able to get married, right? Yin Qi was very satisfied after witnessing the transformation of the 7 princesses. And Ming Ming then told them what happened in the 2 worlds they traveled through, and everyone lamented in fear at how terrible some people were. Yanqi told them some lighthearted and interesting stories and fairy tales. Seeing that it was getting late, before leaving, he told them a story about a broken family, betrayal, rebirth, and revenge. The princesses were in high spirits after hearing this. It was past 8 o'clock when Yin Shi and Ming Ming were sent back by the eldest princess and her two companions after eating and taking away their belongings. The sixth princess was even more reluctant to leave, with tears in her eyes. "We will go find you tomorrow." Yes, did the heroine succeed in her revenge? Yin Shi patted his full stomach and said, "Okay, see you tomorrow." Of course, on the way, the eldest princess and her three friends knew some of the plot first. The eldest princess personally sent them to the supermarket, conjured up the things for Yin Shi and the others, and then left politely. Yi Sun and the other two looked at Yin Shi and the other two with resentment. "Are you happy today?" Yin Shi and Ming Ming packed up the gifts they received today, including the warm jade from the eldest princess, the whip from the second princess, the skirt from the third princess, the cakes from the fourth princess, the fan from the fifth princess, the South China Sea pearls from the sixth princess, and the self-written poem from the seventh fairy. There were also idiots who received a lot of small purses and the like. Yin Shi and Ming Ming had no time to care about their resentment and went upstairs with the things in their arms. The country would not accept these private gifts. These were their own things, and what's more, they were given by the princesses, so the two of them cherished them even more. After this transaction is over, I don't know if I can see her again. And Ming Ming felt melancholy when she thought about it. "Oh, I have a small camera? Woohoo! I should take it over today." And Ming Ming regretted it so much. When Ming Ming reminded him of this, Yanqi also realized that he had specially bought a Polaroid camera for the room, and he regretted it so much. The two sighed for a while in the living room on the 5th floor before they realized that the three people who had been following them were waiting to exchange information. "Sorry, I'm so happy today." Yi Sun snorted coldly and sat on the sofa. "Today there is a new person here, Erlang Shun, who was also recommended by Zhu Beiji. He bought a lot of wine and snacks. The reward he gave us was a truth mirror." Truth mirror. Chapter 55, Mirror of Truth. Yes, as the name suggests, when you look in the mirror, the person in the mirror can't help but tell the truth. This truth mirror sounds like a good thing. Yin Shi and Ming Ming can already imagine how convenient it is to use in interrogations. How many truth mirrors does Erlang Shun have? Duncan took a sip of water. We did ask him about this. He only has two sides. We should be content if we can exchange one side. Hey, there are many good things in heaven, but we can only take a few back, and even less can we use in the human world. Several people also deeply felt the same way. For example, Yin Shi and Ming Ming were playing in the Seven Fairies Palace today. Everything in their palace, even the flowers and plants, were different from those in the human world. All the flowers were ones Yin Shi had never seen before. In the words of the third princess, these flowers, plants, and trees all had life. And after practicing for a certain period of time, they would all transform. After hearing this, Yin Shi instantly lost his sense of covetousness. He couldn't take back the flowers and plants that would soon turn into fairies. That would be such a sin. The only things he could take back were some dead things that didn't have much fairy energy. The next day, all 7 fairies came just to listen to Yin Shi's stories. In order not to disturb other customers, Yin Shi, along with 9 women and an idiot, gathered a bunch of snacks and drinks and went to the living room on the 5th floor to start chatting. Downstairs, Yi Sun and the other two began to entertain Red Boy, who came early in the morning to play games. After a while, Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong, who had not been seen for 2 days, also came. The two brothers came for wine, so they bought a bunch of wine and snacks. Sun Wukong also took 30 peaches to pay, and then left. Kong Shunqing sat on the sofa exhaustedly, playing Tetris, Minesweeper, Poker, Snake, Landlord, and other single-player games with Red Boy. Wouldn't this kid get tired of playing? At noon, Red Boy also ate instant noodles here, and then continued to play games. The 7th fairy and Yin Shi ate hot pot upstairs. It was not a self-heating hot pot, but a properly cooked hot pot. The 3rd princess and the 5th princess could not eat spicy food, so Ming Ming steamed eggs, fried shrimps, and stir-fried a few side dishes for them. Seeing the 7 princesses praising him endlessly, Yin Shi was very worried. He was afraid that after they left, the princesses would become too yearning for the human world, and he would be making a big mistake. However, Yin Shi also found a way to remedy the situation as soon as possible. He told them about various scams, gang rapes, arson cases, and serial killers. The princesses couldn't eat after hearing this, and their faces were filled with fear and terror. Only then was Yin Qi satisfied this was right. After dinner, everyone watched a TV series together, a costume romance, the kind that was both funny and sad. A day passed, and at 6 o'clock in the evening, and Ming Ming reminded them that it was time to go back. They pretended not to hear it. Well, they could only have dinner here, and they dawdled until about 9:30 before they went back together. Yin Qi and the idiot and Ming Ming cleaned the 5th floor before taking a break. Since today was just a pure hangout among friends, no one bought anything. Naturally, the people who went to sleep could not imagine that an unexpected deity would appear tomorrow. No, not just tomorrow, but every day thereafter. After the 7 fairies returned, they found the Queen Mother waiting for them in the main hall of the 7 fairies. Children, why didn't you pay your respects to the Queen Mother these past 2 days? I heard that you made friends with humans outside the heavenly palace, and even brought them back. No one said anything. The 7th princess was the youngest and was very good at observing people's expressions. Seeing that the Queen Mother was only a little bit angry, she felt relieved. The 7th fairy tugged at the Queen Mother's sleeve. Mother, Queen Mother, after so many years, we sisters finally met 2 friends who got along well with us. They are very nice people, good human beings. Yes, Mother, we finally made a friend. Please don't scare him away. Otherwise, we sisters will bother you every day. The 7 fairies surrounded the Queen Mother and acted coquettishly and threatened her in a sweet voice. The Queen Mother nodded helplessly. You guys, that's enough. I know. I won't look for your friends. Tell me what you have been doing these past 2 days. The 7 fairies were relieved to hear this and began to talk about their experiences and opinions. Mother, this is what happened. Sister Chang'e told us that people from the human world came to sell things, and there were many flowers that we had never seen before. And the diamonds on her head and hands looked so beautiful. We asked Sister Chang'e, and the next day, we went to a place called Supermarket. There were 5 people and a little kid with a small system in the supermarket. The talk continued until 12 o'clock, when everyone went to sleep. The Queen Mother did not say anything about punishment, but only instructed the fairy servants to take good care of the 7 princesses and then return to her own palace. I don't know what instructions were given, and I just took a rest. The next morning, Red Boy came in on time and conjured out 5 peaches, which were redder and bigger than the one Sun Wukong had given him. These are peaches grown by the Queen Mother. I specially took 3 from my master. They tasted delicious. No, all the gods like the Queen Mother's peaches. Red Boy thought about it in confusion. But if you ordinary humans eat it? Red Boy forgot what humans' reaction would be after eating it, whether it would be good or bad, but Yin Qi and the others still accepted it. Everybody was playing with Red Boy. None of the 7 fairies came this morning, so Yin Qi and Ming Ming and Air Baiwu were still a little uncomfortable with the situation. That is, why did he suddenly stop coming? Before I could figure out why, a new person came. The man who came was dressed a little tattered but very clean, and he looked to be about 40 years old. He was holding a big broom in his arms. While everyone guessed who he was at once, a broom. The broom star first looked around the supermarket with shining eyes, then saw Red Boy, saluted Red Boy, and then spoke seriously. I am here on the orders of the Queen Mother to ask you how you came here, what you want to do, and when you will leave the Heavenly Palace. Yin Qi asked why the 7th fairy didn't come this morning. It turned out that the Queen Mother stopped her. However, Yin Qi might have thought too much. The 7th fairy went to bed too late yesterday, so she was still sleeping. Yin Qi replied one by one, We are from the human world. We are from the 21st century. We are disturbing you this time to make a deal. We will use everything in the supermarket to make a deal with you. We will leave the human world in less than 2 months. After saying this, he exchanged a glance with Kong Shengcheng, pulled the broom star inside to stroll around, and after a rough tour of the first floor and trying a lot of drinks, he successfully aroused the broom star's interest. Yin Qi regretfully let the broom star go back and report to Queen Wang. The Jinx left reluctantly. One look at him, and you would know that he would find a chance to come back. Please take care. Yin Qi turned around and met the teasing looks of several people. Not willing to be outdone, Yin Qi replied, What's the matter? We are just trying to attract customers. Chapter 56, Unlucky Star. Sure enough, the Jinx arrived around noon. Of course, he still pretended to be calm and asked Yin Qi to take him around again. By the time he walked from the 1st floor to the 4th floor, it was already afternoon. However, Yin Qi also saw with his own eyes what a real Jinx looked like. It was a very normal walk, but a Jinx could still fall down. That was fine, but when he was standing in the elevator, it suddenly stopped. Yin Qi and Duncan were both shocked, because this had never happened before. The elevator had always been working fine, and this was the first time it stopped working. Yi Sun took a look and found that it had suddenly paused for no apparent reason. Then Duncan was a little scared and panicked, so Yin Qi and Ming Ming took over and accompanied Jinx to visit the second, third, and fourth floors. The surprise came again. The table where the jewelry was placed suddenly cracked. Yin Qi also cracked. Is this the power of Jinx? A good watch will break when worn on the hand of a Jinx. The two could feel that the Jinx was a little embarrassed, but they still smiled and pretended nothing happened, and continued to accompany him to the supermarket. Does this mean that the Queen Mother is expressing her dissatisfaction with them in an alternative way? On the third floor, after Jinx accidentally tore a coat, Jinx finally spoke. I'll buy all of these. Yin Qi shook his head. It's okay. Don't feel any psychological burden. The old won't go away until the new comes. The main reason was that Yin Qi's saintly heart broke out. She could feel that Jinx was like this all the time. She didn't know how lonely he was during these long years in heaven. I guess no one liked playing with him, right? Yin Qi saw that Jinxing's robe was covered with patches, some of which were not yet repaired, so he gave him a lot of coats and let him take turns wearing them. It had been a long time since Jinxue had met an immortal who was willing to get along with him without hesitation. No, it was a human. Are all humans so good? By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jingshuexing could no longer stay. He was also afraid that he would destroy the supermarket. Yin Qi and Ming Ming gave him a lot of things, from food to clothes to daily necessities. Before leaving, Jinx pulled off a handful of broom whiskers for Yin Qi and the others. I'll exchange these with you. These can bring bad luck to others. Just put them on people you don't like. Remember, one whisker can only be placed on one person, and it will last for about half a month. The worse the person's character, the worse the fate they will suffer. Well, Jingshuexing still has good stuff. Yin Qi took it with both hands and sincerely invited him to come again next time. Jingshuexing smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm afraid I can't have your supermarket next time. Then he left. This time, Red Boy had nothing to give them, but with the 2 fate-changing fish that Red Boy gave them, the supermarket was more than enough for him to sell them. In the evening, there are only 1 or 2 guests today, and Ming Ming was a little unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. They couldn't enter the Heavenly Palace, and the 7 fairies didn't come today either. Maybe they were restricted. Idiot. Let's see how much of the transaction goal has been completed. Well, there are currently 13 gods involved in the transaction. Wow. Host, we are almost completing the transaction. The idiot turned around happily. Everyone was happy too. It had only been a week since we came to the Heavenly Palace, which was the sequel to Journey to the West, and we had already completed most of the transaction goals. I hope to become a new god starting from tomorrow. This time we must not only complete the task, but also exceed the task quota. We want the reward for the excess task. Everyone's morale was high. The next morning was still a beautiful day. It should be said that every day in heaven was beautiful. Although the gods did not let them in, they did not drive them away. Moreover, every god who came so far treated them very kindly. Yin Qi and his companions did not want to recall the previous plan at all. In the morning, the internet-addicted boy Hong Haier came again. Yin Qi was confused. Didn't he say that Hong Haier was now worshipping under the Guanyin seat? How come a disciple can sneak out and play games every day? However, if Red Boy didn't say anything, they would pretend they didn't know. I only played the Red Boy game all morning today, and Sun Wukong also came in the afternoon. Hey, isn't this the Red Boy? Why did Guanyin Bodhisattva let you out? Could it be that you sneaked out? Hong Haier was evasive. Okay, seeing him like this, everyone knew that he must have sneaked out. Sun Wukong patted his head and said, Child, accompany me to the supermarket. I will take you back later and help you intercede with the Bodhisattva. In this way, Red Boy and Sun Wukong visited the supermarket together. Then Sun Wukong bought a bunch of wine and snacks, took Red Boy and left. This time Sun Wukong gave 10 peaches. Everyone put them away and waited to see if there were any more gods coming. The result was no. Hey, I've gained a little bit today, right? Don't worry. If someone we know comes tomorrow, we can ask them to introduce some customers to us. The next day, Red Boy did not come early in the morning. Everyone had expected that Red Boy would definitely not come out easily in the future. Everyone waited until lunchtime, but no gods came. Is there a gathering in heaven today? After dinner, hello. An old man with a white beard, no, not a very old man with a white beard, came in with his hands behind his back. Hello. Who are you? Yin Qi had really never seen him before. After all, he was a real person, not a TV actor, and he did not have obvious features to be recognized like Zhu Beiji, Sun Wukong, and Red Boy. I am Taishang Laojun. The old man stroked his beard and spoke with a smile. Taishang Laojun. These are the elixirs refined in the 8 trigrams furnace, such as the 9-turn golden pill, the 9-turn resurrection pill, the 7-turn fire pill, and so on. The king of the Black Chicken Kingdom was pushed into the octagonal well and drowned by the green-haired lion demon. Sun Wukong only used one 9-turn resurrection pill to bring the king of the Black Chicken Kingdom back to life. Moreover, magical weapons such as the golden cudgel, the 9-tooth rake, and the Vajra cutter were all made by Lao Jun. Everyone's eyes suddenly became hot. So you are Taishang Lao Jun. It's our fault that we didn't recognize you. Yi Sun raised his lips and spoke word by word. It's okay, he's just an old man. I was tempted by the wine that the great sage showed off yesterday. I heard you have it here, so I came to take a look. Yin Qi and the others quickly invited him to go inside. Yes, we have many kinds here. You can try whichever you like first. Then everyone went to the wine area, picked a bottle of each type, and went to the sofa. Duncan quickly found some snacks to go with the wine, while Yin Qi and Ming began to pour the wine and introduce them. As expected, the old immortal from the Flower Kingdom likes liquor the most, especially a certain Moutai. The Jade Emperor praised it repeatedly. While tasting the food, I asked them where they were from. This statement had been repeated many times by several people, so it was finished quickly. It's the 21st century. I haven't left heaven for the human world for a long time. It's not just me. I think no one in the entire heaven has ever left heaven. Chapter 57. Taishang Lao Jun. The world is developing very well now. Oh, I really miss the past. I think back then no matter whether they are human or immortal, once they drink too much, they start to reminisce and brag. However, this was Taishang Lao Jun, and everyone watched him talk about his past with shining eyes. Taishang Lao Jun also enjoyed it very much, and everyone echoed him from time to time, and the afternoon passed quickly. Taishang Lao Jun was very satisfied, knowing that they came from the human world to do business. After thinking for a while, he took out a small porcelain bottle and said, "Here are some leg-stretching and eye-staring pills I made. This is your reward for accompanying me today. Stretch your legs, staring eyes? Is it the one with the legs stretched out and eyes glaring?" Taishang Lao Jun, you are mistaken. This is the sequel to Journey to the West. I made these in my spare time. They're just right for you. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, just take one pill and you'll be fine. It can't bring the dead back to life, but it's very effective for all kinds of illnesses, big or small. Kong Shengqing took it and said, "Thank you. Will you come again tomorrow?" Of course I will come tomorrow. I still have a lot of various elixirs that I have recently refined that need you to taste. I hope you won't refuse me. Taishang Lao Jun looked expectant, and several people naturally nodded vigorously. They were very much looking forward to it, super looking forward to it, okay. After locking the supermarket door at night, everyone stared at the small, white porcelain bottle in Duncan's hand. Duncan gently opened it, and an indescribable pleasant smell came out. The 5 people who smelled it were all shocked. Even Yin Qi and the others who didn't know much about medicine could feel that this was a good thing. This must be the legendary elixir. After taking a sip, I felt that all the fatigue of the day was gone. Kong Shengqing quickly covered it up. What a good thing. It would be a waste to give it to us. I will keep it myself. When the time comes, I will ask the senior leaders to take care of this bottle of stretching legs and staring eyes pills. The idiot slurped his saliva. It was really torture for him. He couldn't eat peaches from the immortal world, and he couldn't eat the current elixirs either. If he hadn't eaten the delicious food from the Fairy sisters last time, he would definitely not be able to eat it now. Duncan said cheerfully, "I'm already looking forward to the elixir that Taishang Lao Jun will bring us tomorrow." Sometimes you can't say too much. It was almost noon the next day when Taishang Lao Jun arrived. As usual, he bought some things that interested him, but today he bought some medicines and was very interested in them. They also had lunch together at noon. Taishang Lao Jun was eating instant noodles and felt that the taste was very appealing. Let's ask the kitchen god to taste it tomorrow. Isn't this better than what he cooks? Yin Qi and his companions were naturally very welcoming, and they sincerely requested Taishang Lao Jun to introduce and promote their supermarket to other immortal friends. After dinner, Taishang Lao Jun finally wanted to hear their stories. Everyone sat together and told Taishang Lao Jun about the development of modern times and the worship of Taishang Lao Jun in the world. The main goal is to make Taishang Lao Jun happy. When the 5 of them said they were tired, Taishang Lao Jun took out 3 bottles of pills with satisfaction, and the 5 of them secretly suppressed their beating hearts. Taishang Lao Jun first picked up a bottle of medicine and introduced it to everyone. "This is what I made last year, and I named it Smiling Mouth Always Open." Several people were puzzled, and Taishang Laojun picked up the remaining 2 bottles. This bottle is the sadness pill that I made with smiling mouth always open. It was made 2 months ago. Because I can't find anyone to test the medicine, I don't know what the effect is yet. Yin Qi and the others were all confused. What was this? A smiling face, a sad frog? And something whose efficacy was unknown? Everyone was silent. After saying this, Taishang Laojun also looked at the few people with sparkling eyes. Do you want to try it? Don't worry, they are all non-toxic. How could I kill you? After saying this, everyone fell even more silent. Yin Qi's intuition told her that this was not a good pill. Kong Shengsheng gritted his teeth and said, "Let me try." Then he picked up the 3rd bottle, poured out a pill, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and put it in his mouth. As expected of Taishang Laojun, the pill melts in his mouth. Everyone looked at him, and 3 minutes passed without anything happening. Taishang Laojun was puzzled. This bottle of medicine has no effect at all? This is strange. Has my skill regressed? Kong Shengsheng was about to open his mouth to comfort her when there was a very loud burp. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Kong Shengsheng began to burp louder and louder, and after 10 minutes, it started to speed up. Tai hiccup master, this hiccup is what the elixir hiccup. Kong Shengsheng forced himself to stop, but he couldn't stop. Yin Qi wanted to feed him some water, but was afraid that he would choke to death. Taishang Laojun nodded. This should be the hiccup pill. It works pretty well. Kong Shengsheng was so upset that tears came out. Yin Qi and the others felt deep sympathy for him. Now everyone looked at the remaining 2 bottles with different eyes. Try this. Smiling is good for you. It not only makes you feel better, but some people who are depressed can take it. It is very effective, and it is also good for the health of healthy people. The same is true for the sadness pill. After taking it, you can strengthen your physical fitness. The effect of the smiling pill can last for a month, and the sadness pill can permanently strengthen your physical fitness. Then he opened his mouth and smiled, looking forward to them eating it. Smelling the special fragrance of the pill, Yin Qi was a little eager to try it. But hearing Kong Shengsheng burping beside him, he killed the idea. Everyone looked at each other, and Taishang Laojun's face began to become sad. Duncan was the first one who couldn't stand it. I'll eat it. Then he poured out a smiling mouth and stuffed it in. Just like Kong Shengsheng's first impression, it melts in your mouth. The next second, ha 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 ha, why ha ha ha. Aha, I can't stop, ha 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 ha. Kong Shengsheng suddenly felt that his hiccups were nothing. What was the difference between his laughter and that of a fool? Yi Sun was a little worried. Taishang Laojun, how long will you laugh and burp? Don't worry, just laugh for a quarter of an hour. That's 15 minutes. As for the hiccups, I don't know, this isn't the first time I've tried this. So, it's you who's doing the experiment. The laughter and hiccups of the 2 people sounded like a unique piece of music. Yin Qi and Ming quietly took a step back and motioned Yi Sun to come. Yevon, can I refuse? Before he could prepare himself mentally, the idiot started to slurp louder. All 3 bottles of pills smelled so good, and they were opened together. This was too much of a temptation for him. Host, the human world wants to eat. Yi Sun hugged the idiot and handed him to Taishang Laojun. It wants to eat. Taishang Laojun looked at Erbewu. He didn't know what species this little thing was, otherwise he would let him try it, which would also be a good opportunity to test whether the species is edible. Taishang Laojun personally handed a sadness pill to Erbewu. Thank you. Erbewu ate it in one bite and squinted his eyes happily. Yin Qi couldn't keep him. You idiot. Eating everything will only hurt you. Chapter 58. Sadness Pill. Everyone was staring at the reaction of the idiot. After the idiot narrowed his eyes happily, he turned around happily, and then, imagine a small ball shedding tears, and as it does so its body gradually turns purple. The idiot was panicking. Woo host, woo, why can't I stop woo? Yin Qi expressed his deep agreement, and Ming hugged Erbewu and patted him to comfort him, afraid that he would cry and pass out. It was so funny. Other people could listen to the sound of frogs, but we could listen to the crying, laughing, and hiccups of the entire supermarket. Yin Qi didn't want to look at it again. No matter how good these 3 bottles of pills were for her health, she refused to take them. No one has ever felt that 15 minutes is so long. The 2 of them almost fainted. It's so embarrassing. There are cameras here. Their superiors will have to watch it when they go back. Yi Sun said with concern, don't laugh, cry, or hiccup. The surveillance camera is recording it all. The unified voice of the 2 paused, and then became louder. Yin Qi felt that the laughter and crying sounded no different, and Ming couldn't bear to look at it. If she hadn't seen that Taishang Laojun didn't cover his ears, she would have covered her ears and ran away because she didn't want to be disrespectful in front of her elders. 15 minutes later, the two of them stopped one after another. Taishang Laojun even asked expectantly, "How is it? Do you feel good?" Kong Shengsheng silently clenched his fists, then released them. He was not angry, not angry. This was Taishang Laojun. Then he replied with a fake smile, "I don't seem to feel anything." Duncan was honest and felt it carefully. "My body seems to be a lot lighter." "No, it feels a lot lighter." Duncan breathed a sigh of relief and comforted himself that although he had suffered a little, he still got something good. Taishang Laojun nodded with satisfaction. "Of course, my things are of great benefit to you humans. But you should also feel something, right? How could this pill just be a simple hiccup?" Kong Shengqing forced himself to relax and feel every part of his body. Sure enough, his heart felt warm. He was too angry just now, so he didn't feel anything. "My heart is warm, and my body is warm too." Even though Kong Shengqing looked incredulous, Yin Qi and In Mengmeng were not moved at all. They were crying, laughing, and burping. So how could they be interested? "I don't feel anything at all. Maybe because we are not of the same species?" Taishang Laojun also knew that he was not kind. "I wanted to bring my old friends here today. Well, I finished the wine by myself, so they didn't believe me." In fact, Taishang Laojun often asked other gods to test the elixir. Everyone subconsciously suspected that whatever Taishang Laojun said was a lie. But Taishang Laojun had nothing to prove, so those old gods didn't believe Taishang Laojun's nonsense. Yin Qi and his companions somewhat understood the feelings of those gods. They were experimenting with all kinds of random elixirs all day long. If they were in his place, they would not believe in lousy either. Before everyone could complain for long, Taishang Laojun took out another bottle of pills and shook it. Yin Qi's eyes widened. "Again? It's never going to end, right? Look at your expressions. You're all as if you were facing a great enemy. This time I'm definitely using a genuine elixir with no side effects. As for the efficacy of the medicine, does it count as growing back broken limbs? But it won't grow back in a day or two, and I haven't tried the medicine on you humans, so I don't know how long it will take to restore the limbs." Well, this is actually a good thing. She knew that Taishang Laojun was a good old man. I don't know who was the one who kept muttering before. "After using these pills, won't you cry, laugh, or burp?" Kong Shengcheng restrained his hands that were eager to check. Needless to say, our Taishang Laojun has certainly kept his word. "Thank you very much." And Mengmeng rolled her eyes at Kong Shengcheng, then happily bowed to Taishang Laojun and continued, "Now those of us who have been disabled due to bomb disposal or drug enforcement will be much better off." Taishang Laojun was surprised. "Then you also left the leg stretching and eye staring pills I gave you before to others?" Everyone nodded as a matter of course. Yisun thought that they were going to give others something that Taishang Laojun was not willing to give them. "Taishang Laojun, we are in good health now, but there are many people in our country who need these things. Moreover, we came here to trade, and in addition to the support of the system, we also have the strong support of the country, so we decided to distribute these things to the national treasury. If you don't like it, no, the things are given to you, and how you use them is up to you. I just feel a little bit moved about what kind of country you love so much." Everyone smiled and said in unison, "A country where the people come first." Taishang Laojun left all 4 bottles of elixir to them, and they were also very considerate and sent many boxes of wine, including white and red beer. Taishang Laojun couldn't stay any longer, so he put away the wine and went to argue with those old friends that he didn't lie this time. Yin Qi and the others also put the 4 bottles of elixirs and the stretching legs and staring eyes pills together. No matter what the side effects are, it is really good for the body. Ahem, they're not using it anyway. The next morning, soon after the door was opened, several gods came in. Yin Qi and the others began to breathe harder. Taishang Laojun was really awesome. He said he would invite them, and he really did. "Hello, I am the kitchen god. I am the god of wealth. The kitchen god and the god of wealth are here, so that one isn't far away." As expected, the one who came late was the god of fortune, bringing both wealth and fortune. The glittering god of wealth looked at the somewhat restrained appearance of the people opposite him and said with a smile, "We thought that Taishang Laojun was fooling us again, but we didn't expect that the supermarket in the human world would also open in the heaven. Oh, I'm craving for that sip of wine. Kids, don't just stand there." Lucian couldn't wait to speak. Everyone was a little confused. Why did these 3 gods seem so familiar with the supermarket and not be curious about the incompatible environment? "Ha, don't be nervous. We are just here to go shopping in the supermarket." The kitchen god walked in, and the god of wealth and the god of fortune followed him into the supermarket. Several people came back to their senses and hurriedly followed. The god of wealth also explained why the three of them walked into the supermarket so naturally. Because the human world has always been offering us sacrifices, whether in temples or at home, so we can secretly come down to the human world from time to have some fun. But it's just the spirits that come down to the human world, so we can only eat incense and can't eat human food. The wine is only brought out once or twice a year. As soon as Taishang Laojun took it out, I could smell that it was from the human world. Hey, I can finally eat openly. It feels so good not to have to watch. Then the three gods didn't even give Yen Qi and the others a chance to introduce the items on the shelves, as they were very skilled at it. Chapter 59, 100 Flavor Liquid. Yen Qi and the others were just following behind and pushing the cart. Well, everyone was still very surprised because this way there was less trouble. It felt really good not to have to introduce it again. The three gods of wealth were also interested in wine. Yisun secretly felt lucky that the supermarket had expanded and that all kinds of wine were available. After walking from the first floor to the fourth floor, everyone became a little familiar with it. Mainly because the three gods were still dealing with the human world, they could still understand some of the words said by Yen Qi and others. When the three gods sat on the sofa and began to taste the wine carefully and chat with Yen Qi and others, Yisun also observed the personalities of the three gods. The god of wealth may be the reason why he speaks generously and buys 5 or 10 portions of anything. The god of fortune is similar, but not as arrogant as the god of wealth. The god of kitchen is humorous and approachable, and you can even play a joke on them to make them laugh. The 5 people all respected these 3 gods carefully. If they were disrespectful, their parents would know about it when they got home and would beat them to death. But they are the god of wealth, the kitchen god, and the god of fortune. Yen Qi and his companions believe that even if they could offend the Jade Emperor, they must not offend these 3 people, which made the 3 people very satisfied. The children from the human world still respected them when they came up. You are all good kids, but why haven't we noticed that modern society can already connect with the heavens? It's like this: I was chosen, maybe I'm from another planet. This is stupid. It took Yen Qi and others to explain it once before the 3 gods' doubts were dispelled. As the kitchen god was chatting, he became inspired and said, "Over the years, fewer and fewer people have paid attention to me, the kitchen god." The god of fortune also echoed him. The god of wealth was very proud. He now had more and more merits, and the incense he received was 4 times more than that of the kitchen god and the god of fortune combined. The kitchen god and the god of fortune looked at the face of the god of wealth and became so angry that they drank 2 more sips of wine. Yen Qi also knew that the development of modern society had made it so that no one cared about visiting Yu Lao's door, and people had to kneel in front of the god of wealth temple for a long time. Ahem, of course, she herself was also one of those people who had to kneel in front of the god of wealth temple for a long time. In today's society, there is no one who doesn't like the god of wealth. However, I still try my best to comfort the kitchen god and the god of fortune, and make sure they come happily and leave happily. It was not until after 3 in the afternoon that he said goodbye to a few people. Because the 3 of them had close ties with the human world and could not stay in heaven for a long time, he said goodbye to them. The god of fortune liked the children very much and knew that this was their mission. So he took out 20 white jades and said, "This jade figure can increase the fortune of the wearer, but a person can only wear 1. Too much is as bad as too little. If you wear too many, it will backfire." The kitchen god took 3 small jade bottles. Yen Qi and the others shuddered. They were frightened by the pill bottles of Taishang Laojun. The kitchen god laughed happily. "These are not the defective products of Taishang Laojun. These 3 bottles of Baiwei liquid are for you." The god of fortune and the god of wealth were surprised. "Oh, don't be polite to the old man. This is a good thing that the old man has researched. If you put half a drop of it when cooking, no matter how bad your cooking skills are, you can make delicious food." Listening to the explanation of the god of fortune, everyone felt itchy. Isn't it much better than the ever-smiling Taishang Laojun? Duncan accepted it with surprise. "Thank you, kitchen god." The god of wealth first drew a few gestures with his fingers and condensed them into 2 talismans. "This is what I converted with my incense energy. 1 is a fortune talisman. We know that what you love most is the country. This can be posted anywhere in the power center. It can improve the country's fortune for 3 years. This one." Lu Shun complained that the god of wealth had a bad taste again. It's called the bad luck charm. It can bring a certain area some minor bad luck, but it won't affect the people. No matter where it is, the people are innocent. Good stuff. But this is exchange for the incense of the god of wealth, and I don't know how much incense is needed. Will it have any effect on the god of wealth? And Ming Ming and Yin Qi looked at the god of wealth with tears in their eyes. The god of wealth felt a little uncomfortable, touched his nose, and said uncomfortably, I have been exposed to a lot of incense in the human world over the years. These two talismans are just the incense of a few years. It won't affect anything. The kitchen god also agreed. The god of wealth has a lot of incense burning in his heart right now. If you really feel embarrassed, you can burn more incense for the god of wealth when you go back. Of course, it would be even better if you can also burn some incense for me and the god of fortune. Yi Sun and his companions did not know whether to laugh or cry, but they could guess that the aroma of incense was very important to them, the immortals who were connected to the lower world. Don't worry, after we go back, we will mobilize many friends to burn incense for you three every day. After collecting the talisman, Yin Qi and his companions sent the three gods of wealth out. God of wealth, god of kitchen, and god of fortune, we will stay here for 2 months, and we can stay for more than a month. Will you come again? The three gods of wealth also promised to come back and chat with them whenever they have time. The three gods had all stepped out, and Ming Ming remembered that she hadn't taken a photo. She begged for a group photo of the three of them, and everyone took photos for more than 10 minutes before they really left. Just as the god of wealth and his companions left, Taishang Laojun came again. How is it? Taishang Laojun, keep my word, right? I brought you 3 friends in one go. Then he opened a bottle of soda very naturally and blew into it. I've drunk too much these past 2 days. This drink has a different taste. Thank you. To express our gratitude, we specially sent you some drinks. And Ming Ming smiled. It was almost 6 o'clock in the evening, and Taishang Laojun came again. Could it be that he wanted them to test the medicine again? No way, no way. Of course not. Taishang Laojun was just bored and wanted to show off recently, and also wanted to tease them. So he came. Taishang Laojun knew that the kitchen god gave them the baiwei liquid, and he was very envious. I asked him for it, but he refused to give it to me. This is a good thing. Hey, the kitchen god's cooking skills are beyond reproach. If he could put the energy he put into studying food into making pills, he would definitely be as good as me. After hearing what Taishang Laojun said, Yin Qi and the others became even more curious about how powerful this baiwei liquid was. 2 hours later, the old naughty boy and Taishang Laojun were finally sent away. Everyone locked the door and went upstairs together. There was only one purpose, which was to try the food cooked with baiwei liquid. Kong Shengcheng and Duncan were the cooks again. They cooked 3 dishes, and only 1 dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was carefully added with a drop of it. After adding it in and stir-frying, the whole kitchen, no, the whole 5th floor was filled with fragrance. That wonderful smell, the aroma was so fragrant that the greedy people couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. It was time for dinner. All 5 of them couldn't wait to taste the tomato or egg. Yin Qi tasted the tomato, and the moment he swallowed it, the life of a tomato appeared in his mind in the form of happiness. Yin Qi also felt that he was infected with happiness. So, delicious, I can't think of any words to describe it. It's not just the taste of the food itself, but also the happiness that this bite brings to me. Chapter 60, Barefoot, Immortal. Duncan took a bite of egg, and in his mind there were little wings on the back of the egg, dancing nonstop, and the joyful mood was conveyed to him. Everyone was restless for a long time. They didn't expect that the kitchen god's 100-flavor liquid not only made the whole dish taste 100 times more delicious, but also made them feel happy. Food should indeed make people feel happy, and the kitchen god has achieved the ultimate in this regard. No one was talking, and even the idiot started eating a lot faster. It was just a pot of food dripping with flavor, and it was not enough for 5 people. After finishing this dish, Kong Shengcheng directly ate a bowl of rice with the leftovers from the tomato and egg plate. However, one bad thing is that after eating this dish with baiwei liquid, the gap between eating ordinary stir-fried dishes is too big. And Ming Ming poked at the rice and said, "What do you think? Can we write a report and ask for a bottle of baiwei liquid? I feel like I won't be able to eat ordinary food anymore." "It's okay, let's try it when the time comes." Yin Qi was thinking about putting a drop of it in the rice he was going to eat tomorrow. How delicious it would be if the rice had a drop of it. Do you think adding a drop of this would make rice taste better? Yin Qi thought about it and said this. Idiot burped. "Host, I support you. It will definitely be delicious." Everyone agreed. "Tomorrow, we will put 1 drop in the rice and none in the vegetables. 1 drop a day of ham." Everyone is looking forward to the kitchen god's return. Everyone is very satisfied today. On the 2nd day, the god of wealth, the god of kitchen, and the god of Lu were not there, but Red Boy came. and he came with Erlang Shun and Roaring Skydog. Red Boy, did Guanyin Bodhisattva let you out? Yin Shi and others were really surprised. You know, Sun Wukong said that Red Boy ran away secretly. So how come he came out again in less than a week? I came here with my brother Erlang Shin, and the Bodhisattva also agreed. Hong Haier was very unconvinced. She pointed at Erlang Shin and explained to everyone, then went straight to Kong Shengcheng. Where's your phone? I haven't played with it for a long time. Kong Shengcheng twitched his mouth and took out his phone. You said, we are going to die. What should we do with you? An internet-addicted teenager? Before Red Boy could be happy, he received the bad news. What? You're leaving. Not now, but in a month and a half. Of course you can play now. Although Erlang Shun was surprised, he also thought it was natural. How could mortals stay in heaven for their entire lives? Besides, they only had a short 100 years. Red Boy burst into tears, very dissatisfied. Kong Shengcheng quickly pulled Red Boy aside and tried to comfort him. Erlang Shin was relieved to see that Kong Shengcheng could coax Red Boy and pointed at Roaring Skydog. My Roaring Skydog likes your sausages very much, so I brought him along to buy them this time. And Ming Ming Yin Shi gave a standard business smile. Okay, come this way. They still remembered that Erlang Shun had given them a mirror of truth last time. Although it was impossible for him to give them a second one, they were still looking forward to seeing what they could gain from the generous Erlang Shun if he satisfied them. Xiaodian Dog not only liked sausages, but also all meat products. Erlang Shun bought a lot, or you could say he bought all the ones on the shelves. He also bought some for himself that he liked. Erlang Shin must be very busy, as he would leave at noon. The payment was also the Queen Mother's peaches, 7 peaches. Well, although it's not a true mirror, the peaches are also very good. This transaction was mutually satisfactory. Red Boy was still here at lunch. Erlang Shun wanted to take Red Boy away, but Red Boy thought, since he was already out here, why not have some fun? He got scolded every time anyway, so it didn't matter if he had to wait for a while. In the afternoon, a deity that had never been seen before came, but Yin Qi and his companions knew who he was when they saw his feet. Hello, Barefoot Immortal. The Barefoot Immortal paused and stopped looking around the supermarket. Oh, do you know who I am? Your feet are so big without shoes. We are not blind. However, everyone was still very respectful, and Yin Qi started to flatter him again. Of course I know you. Who in the world doesn't know you? The Barefoot Immortal? I like you very much, and I am so happy to see you in person this time. Yin Qi and Ming Ming chattered so much that not only did the Barefoot Immortal calm down, he also started chatting with them and was very interested in what was happening in the world. The most important thing that the Barefoot Immortal bought was liquor. I don't know which Immortal promoted it. Yin Qi would like to thank him first because the Barefoot Immortal bought all the liquor in the warehouse. Before leaving, he generously gave them a basket of 40 or 50 peaches from the Queen Mother of the West. When Red Boy left at night, no one came. Host, the deal has been concluded with 17 people, and 17 pieces of sincerity have been obtained. I found that the gods are very friendly to us, even friendlier than humans. Hearing what the idiot said, and Ming Ming couldn't help but sigh, and suddenly thought of the apocalyptic plane again. Duncan replied, he's an immortal. How can he be so petty as a human? We've only been here for less than 2 weeks, and we've already completed 17 people. We're only 3 short of the goal. Everyone was excited to celebrate in the evening by having a hot pot. Yin Qi drank some wine and shook his head. Oh, if we have 1 immortal today, we can still exceed the task if 40 immortals come in the remaining 40 days. Even if 1 immortal comes every 2 days, it will be fine. I feel like there is a bright future ahead. Several people also agreed very much, but they should not be too confident. The whole second day, no deity came, not even those who had been there before, let alone Taishang Laojun, who would come from time to time to join in the fun. And Ming Ming couldn't help but leave the supermarket and walked around the gate of heaven again and again. No gods came over. She shamelessly asked the guards, but they pretended not to see anything. Yi Sun stopped in Ming Ming's anxious questioning. A deep look flashed in his eyes. Go back first. It's so infuriating. Not only did no gods come out, but even the guards at the door pretended not to see us. And Ming Ming slammed the table angrily. Yi Sun folded his hands across his chest and lowered his head to think. Brother Sun, have you found any problems? Yin Qi pulled Yi Sun to sit on the sofa. Everyone fell silent, waiting for Yi Sun to speak. There's a problem. The last time you went out, the guards were still talking and looked at us from time to time. But this is too strange. I suspect someone has banned the gods from coming to our place. Banned? What have we done to offend anyone? Can they forbid us from doing business? Kong Shengcheng paced back and forth anxiously. Then he remembered, the Jade Emperor. Everyone in heaven listens to the Jade Emperor, right? What if the Jade Emperor doesn't allow us to contact the gods? But why? Yanqi had a guess, feeling a little guilty. Could it be? Could it really be because of that? Chapter 61 Iu Lao. Meng Meng. Could it be because of the 7 fairies? What 7 fairies? Sister Qi. Do you mean because we stayed in the 7 fairies' palace for a day? Yanqi was speechless. The main reason shouldn't be because we went to the 7 fairies' palace, right? We have been telling the 7 fairies some, things that refresh our worldviews. Kong Shengcheng was very curious. So what did you talk about that day, Neb? No. I just talked to the 7 fairies about vicious mothers-in-law, domestic violence men, and so on. Seeing Yi Sun's expression, Yanqi hurriedly made up for it, and told a lot of fairy tales about our living habits, and so on. So you're afraid that we'll tempt the 7 fairies into worldly desires? Want them to descend to Earth? That shouldn't be the case. We're deliberately saying this because we don't want them to fall in love. No one could figure out the reason. Now even the gods in heaven can't get in. Well, no one could get in from the beginning to the end. No god has come to the supermarket. The Queen Mother's bedroom. The immortal servants walked around the center without looking around. The Queen Mother sat upright, but her eyes were looking aimlessly at the scene in the center of the hall where Yanqi and others were being broadcast all the time. What are the princesses doing these days? Replying to Queen Mother, several princesses are still clamoring to leave. The second princess reacted the most. She smashed the gate of the 7 fairies' palace. The Queen Mother frowned and sighed helplessly. You are still so bad-tempered. I am doing this for their own good. Fairies are fairies. How can they play with a few humans? Queen Mother, we can't force all the gods to stay at the South Heaven Gate. It's okay, just a small warning to a few humans. They won't stay long. If Yanqi were here, he would specify a bunch of symbols to output. For whole days. It was fine that no immortals came into the supermarket, and no immortals came in or out of the gate of the Heavenly Palace. Yanqi and his companions wanted to drag the 4 guards into the supermarket to shop, but of course they couldn't touch the immortals. I walked around the circle around the entrance to heaven several times, but I couldn't find a loophole to get in, and no gods came out. Sai and Ming Ming sighed for the 108th time in these 4 days. During these 4 days, the idiot specifically asked the main system what to do. Since the host and other humans could not compete with the gods, the main system just replied that they should figure it out on their own. I give up. I don't know which god did this. If they keep doing this and we can't complete the mission, we will stay here forever. Could it be that they just want to keep us here? Kong Shengcheng was a little upset. Yanqi raised his head and replied weakly. It must be the Jade Emperor or the Queen Mother. Only those with high positions and power can do this. Other gods have no objection. During these 4 days, everyone felt like no one cared about them, as if the entire heaven was deliberately ignoring them and pretending that they didn't exist, but they were powerless and couldn't change anything. The next day, no one had much hope, but they still opened the door, as usual. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji. Great sage. Marshal. Yanqi's eyes were almost filled with tears. Sun Wukong stopped several people from talking and said, Go inside and talk. When Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji entered the supermarket, everyone discovered that there were 2 old gods following them, one dressed in red and the other in white. Yanqi and the others subconsciously bowed and greeted. Hello, may I ask who you are? Haha, people in the world call me Yu Lao. I am Tai Bai Jinxing. Sun Wukong dodged and sat on the sofa. This sofa of yours is really comfortable. Can you sell it to me? Of course. All 5 Monkey King fans agreed. And Ming Ming was very tactful and asked Yu Lao and Tai Bai Jinxing to sit on the sofa. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. Kids, get us some good wine. Duncan rushed to the shelf. Zhu Beiji jumped up and down. Brother Monkey, what are you talking about? We are not here to drink this. Then he turned to Yanqi and the others. The day before yesterday, I wanted to come out to buy some wine from you, but the fairy at the door wouldn't let me out, so I went to find Monkey Brother. We 2 brothers went together, but they wouldn't let us out either. So Monkey Brother and I made a big fuss at the South Heaven Gate. Oh, it turns out that Monkey Brother had a lot of fun making a fuss at the Heavenly Palace. Monkey Brother, picked up the golden hoop and hit the South Heaven Gate with it, and I helped Monkey Brother hold back the guards from behind. When the stick went down, the South Heaven Gate shook, and it suddenly reminded me of the time when we were on the way to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. And Monkey Brother, seeing that Zhu Beiji's words were getting more and more off topic, Sun Wukong slapped the pig's head from a distance. Idiot! What are you talking about? Zhu Beiji then continued. Then we alerted the Jade Emperor, who promised to open the South Heaven Gate the next day. Then the Queen Mother held a banquet, and we brothers went to drink. We accidentally got too drunk and woke up in the early morning of this morning. Yu Lao smiled and said, Tai Bai Jinxing and I are very curious about the wine in the human world that Tianping mentioned, so we came here uninvited. No, no, no. I'm honored that you guys like our human wine. Duncan also took all kinds of wine. Sun Wukong conjured up 2 wine jugs, poured some wine into them, and shook them. Smelling the fragrance of the wine, Tai Bai Jinxing exclaimed, "It is indeed a good wine." Sun Wukong directed the wine pot and poured a cup for everyone present, even the idiot. Yin Qi also took a sip carefully. Spicy. Sun Wukong smacked his lips in satisfaction. It was the Queen Mother who forbade us to go through the South Heaven Gate. I don't know how you managed to offend her, but the South Heaven Gate will not be closed in the future. You can just sell your wine with peace of mind. Maybe because we were playing with her daughter? After finding out who it was and knowing that no gods would stop them in the future, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong had contributed a lot to this matter. Although they might have just wanted to drink, even Yin Qi and In Meng Meng, who didn't drink, gratefully toasted the gods with wine. After drinking for a while, Yu Lao and Tai Bai Jinxing were very curious about the supermarket. Yin Qi and In Meng Meng took them from the first floor to the 5th floor attentively, while Yi Sun and the other 2 continued to accompany Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji to drink and listen to Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong talk about the journey to the west. At noon, in order to thank Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, Yi Sun invited several of them to the 5th floor and treated them to authentic hot pot. After the meal, everyone's relationship became closer, and Yu Lao also started his job, which was to match people up. Don't worry, you have great merits. I will definitely find a good match for you. Let me take a look at your birth dates. Thank you, matchmaker, but we are not planning to get married at the moment. And Meng Meng politely refused. Then what are you doing? Oh, my job is getting harder now. The incense has also dropped a lot. That fellow god of wealth has robbed me of so much incense. Ahem, it shouldn't be considered a robbery. I really do like the god of wealth more. Chapter 62, Crimson Pearl Fairy. Listening to Yu Lao's complaints, several people looked at each other. This was indeed a difficult situation. The 5 of them were now traveling through various dimensions very freely. They had no worries about food and drink, their work went smoothly, and they could also gain different experiences. Who would be willing to get married? Yu Lao cried for a long time, but when he found that no one paid any attention to him, he became bored. Don't worry, Yu Lao. When we get back, we will burn incense for you ourselves. Not only will we burn incense for you, we will also invite our colleagues to burn incense for you. Yes, yes. Everyone knows your name. We in Flower Country have always respected you for so many years. If I find someone I like, I will tell you in person. A few people chattered and said some comforting words, and Yu Lao finally felt a little satisfied. Everyone finished chatting until the evening. Tai Bai Jinxing seemed to prefer happy water and bought a lot of drinks. The reward they gave was peaches. Okay, although I was a little disappointed, I didn't dislike the fairy peaches grown by Sun Wukong at all. The next day, Red Boy and Erling Shin also came together. Kong Shengcheng resigned himself to taking out his mobile phone and started playing games with Red Boy. Erling Shin came to buy food for Roaring Skydog again. Without staying long, Erling Shin took Red Boy and left without caring about Red Boy's ugly expression. In the afternoon, "Excuse me, are Yin Qi and In Meng Meng here?" A soft voice came in, and then a fairy walked in gracefully. She had a fair face and soft skin. Her eyebrows were long and slender, and her eyes were twinkling like stars. Under her small nose was a small mouth with thin lips, and the corners of her mouth were slightly curved upwards, with a slightly sad smile. Her whole face was delicate and beautiful, and extremely refined. Wherever she walked, there was a faint fragrance. Seeing such a beauty, Yin Qi couldn't help but soften his voice. "I'm Yin Qi. Who is this fairy?" The fairy nodded to Yin Qi and said, "I am Fairy Jiangzhu, and I am here on the orders of the 7 princesses to apologize to you." Fairy Crimson Pearl? The one from Dream of the Red Chamber? No way. Is this a different show again? Isn't this Journey to the West? But Yin Qi looked very natural. It's okay. We were rude too. We shouldn't have casually talked about human affairs with the princesses. The 7 princesses are so sorry for making you worry here for 4 days in vain. If it weren't for the great sage, I don't know how many more days you would have been worried. And Meng Meng asked hurriedly, "Are the princesses okay? Why didn't you come in person? Is there any reason?" The Crimson Pearl Fairy frowned. I don't know what happened to the princesses, but they were confined by the Queen Mother. They haven't come out yet, so they quietly asked me to come. Well, the case has been solved. It was the Queen Mother. But I'm also puzzled. What is wrong with the Queen Mother? She confined her own daughter? And it has been several days? Even if you don't want us to contact you, there's no need, right? The princess missed you guys very much and brought some gifts of apology. As she said this, Fairy Crimson Pearl conjured up a row of things that floated in front of Yin Shi and in Ming Ming. This is the pair of vases that the eldest princess gave you that she liked in her palace. The second princess gave you 2 slingshots. The third princess gave you 2 hairpins. The fourth princess gave you embroidered shoes. The fifth princess gave you a poem she wrote. The sixth princess gave you 2 bouquets of flowers. The seventh princess wrote 2 letters. The 2 accepted it, and Ming Ming remembered that they were only 1 fairy away from completing their goal. Jiangzhu Fairy, we also have things to give to the princesses. Can you trade some things in our supermarket? We have to complete our goal before we can go back. Fairy Crimson Pearl naturally agreed, and she was indeed very curious about the supermarket in the human world. The 2 of them accompanied Fairy Crimson Pearl to visit the 1st to 5th floors, and the 3 men naturally waited at the door for the next fairy to arrive. I never thought that there are so many kinds of food in the human world. What is the difference between the human world and heaven? I really think that the human world may be happier, but there is no immortality. After the 2 of them got to know each other, Yin Shi asked cautiously, Fairy, do you live by the river from time to time? Fairy Jiangzhu was surprised. Yes. How did you know? Before you transformed, there was a messenger who watered you every day and asked you to repay him. Fairy Crimson Pearl thought about it, nodded, and became even more confused. Then don't go. His goal is to make you die of tears. Died from tears? How can I die from tears when I am in heaven? And Ming Ming also knew what Yin Shi was talking about. No. It's when you come down to earth to survive the calamity that you need to die of tears for a man. Fairy Jiangzhu only heard the word down to the mortal world. She thought, especially after shopping in the supermarket, facing all kinds of jewelry and different perfumes, she was really looking forward to the human world. But he still asked them, how do you know that I will come down to earth and die of tears in the human world? Yin Shi hesitated for a moment and still told her something in a vague way. However, seeing that Fairy Jiangzhu didn't care, he didn't say much. This was other people's business, and maybe it was destined to happen in her life. Besides, if she really listened to him, how could the famous book come into the world? Of course, Fairy Crimson Pearl didn't care. She thought she was going to the modern society of Yin Shi. How could she know that she was going to the ancient times? Fairy Crimson Pearl not only picked out some things she liked, but also bought them carefully when she heard in Ming Ming and Yin Shi say which things the princesses liked. Adding the gifts given by Yin Shi and in Ming Ming to the princesses, Fairy Crimson Pearl also had a great harvest. Before leaving, she thought for a moment, waved her hand and handed something to Yin Shi. This is what the Queen Mother gave me when I helped her with something a few years ago. There is no use for me to keep it. Wear this pair of bracelets, and you can avoid all poisons and poisons. Yin Shi didn't dare to accept it. If the Fairy Jiangzhu came down to the mortal world, wouldn't this thing be more important? Fairy Jiangzhu also comforted them. I have another pair, look. Yin Shi and Ming Ming saw with their own eyes that Fairy Jiangzhu also had a pair of bracelets, so they accepted them with peace of mind. The Flower Kingdom also needed this thing. After seeing off the Crimson Pearl Fairy with a smile, and Ming Ming and Erbu jumped for joy. In this way, they had completed their mission. But you still have to check the official news. Host, the mission target is 20 immortals, and we have obtained their sincerity. We have completed it. There are still 33 days before leaving this plane. Please continue to work hard and try to exceed the mission. 33 heavens. That's too many? Ha 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 ha. Now we are stable. If any acquaintances come tomorrow, we will ask them to introduce us to new gods. By the way, I haven't seen Taishang Laojun for a long time. I missed him terribly. A few people were grumbling, but everyone was indeed very happy. Without the pressure of mission objectives, the next 33 days would be pure profit. Chapter 63, Peony Fairy. With this mood, when no gods came the next day, the 5 of them didn't care at all, as the mission was accomplished anyway. Yin Shi and Ming Ming sat together watching the variety show, while Yi Sun and others went to the warehouse to check, and then went out with their mobile phones to take pictures of the Heavenly Palace and take a group photo. This time, they walked around the Heavenly Palace gate, and their mood was different. The 3 of them were very relaxed and at ease. In the evening, everyone was in the mood to sit together and make dumplings, joke around, and practice their own special abilities at ease. Main system, just wait for me. The next plane will definitely not be so easy. The main system was also helpless. Among the systems he created, he found traders from so many dimensions, but Yin Qi was the only one who encountered a bug. First, he did not do it himself, but brought his teammates with him. Secondly, he handed it in. This made it seem that the main system was not big enough. The five of them spent 2 uneventful days together. On the afternoon of the third day, Fairy Crimson Pearl came again, this time bringing a round-faced fairy with her. Hello, I am the Peony Fairy. After a round of greetings, Yin Qi and In Ming Ming took the 2 fairies to the supermarket tacitly. The Peony Fairy was lively and cute, and she liked Herbewu very much. After getting Yin Qi's permission, she kept holding Herbewu and refused to let go. Fairy Peony was very fond of chocolates and all kinds of candies and gummies, but knowing that Yin Qi and the others would have to stay here for more than 30 days each, she didn't buy much. She just took a part and prepared to share it with her friends. Fairy Crimson Pearl mainly brought things to the princesses. This time, the things they traded were 3 leaves that looked like phoenix tree leaves. Fairy Crimson Pearl told everyone that if one held the leaves and concentrated, one could hear the thoughts of the person you wanted to hear. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Ming Ming handed it to Yi Sun carefully, signaling him to put it away. The things obtained in this plane are much more useful than gold. Well, I don't mean to dislike gold. When Yin Qi and In Ming Ming were sending the 2 fairies out, they happened to meet Taishang Laojun, who walked in hurriedly. Taishang Laojun, why are you here? And in such a hurry? Xiaoyao was surprised and greeted Taishang Laojun with a smile. You are here too? Taishang Laojun spoke calmly after seeing the Peony Fairy and the Crimson Pearl Fairy. Fairy Crimson Pearl nodded respectfully and said, We are leaving now. It looks like you have something to do, so we won't disturb you. After saying that, she took Fairy Peony and left. Yin Qi waited until the 2 fairies left and looked at Taishang Laojun curiously. Taishang Laojun, is there something that makes you so anxious? Or is it that we have life problems? Could it be that the Queen Mother dislikes us again? Or is it that Sun Wukong is causing trouble in heaven again? Several people were thinking in confusion. Ouch, the snacks I brought here last time are gone. They were eaten by my little disciples, so I hurried to buy new ones from you. So that was what happened. It really scared them, and they thought something had happened. Taishang Laojun bought a lot of food and drinks and handed over a bottle of elixir in exchange. Kong Shengcheng had a physiological reaction when he looked at the bottle of medicine. The idiot had already hidden himself. Although it tasted good, the side effects were also quite obvious. Humph, this is good stuff, your favorite pregnancy pill in the world. What pregnancy pills are there? Yin Qi and In Ming Ming looked at each other. Could it be that? The legendary pill that can make you pregnant after taking it. The problem is, isn't this a must for palace fighting and house fighting? What does it have to do with their strong country writing? What? You don't like this? This pregnancy pill can be used not only by humans, but also by animals. And as long as there are no accidents, a baby can be born safely. Can it be used on animals too? Kong Shengcheng's eyes lit up. Our precious protected animals. Well, it's really good stuff. Seeing that Taishang Laojun was a little unhappy about being questioned, Yin Qi used his eloquence to coax him. At dinner in the evening, everyone was very happy and excited. It was really a good deal. One bad thing about dealing with gods is that it is very time-consuming and requires you to keep praising them, but the rewards you get are not comparable to the previous 2 times. These are really useful. In this way, during the day, they leisurely received 1 or 2 familiar or new customers, such as the disciples of Taishang Laojun. The guards at the gate of heaven also came in quietly to buy some snacks, and the maids of the 7 princesses also came quietly to deliver messages and buy things. Everyone tidied up the warehouse when they were free and went to the 5th floor at 7 o'clock in the evening. Everyone practiced their supernatural powers together. There was no need to worry about not being able to complete the task, because for the gods, possessing these things were icing on the cake, so they were not busy. After 3 weeks, all the jewelry and cosmetics on the 2nd floor of the supermarket had been bought up by the maids of the 7 fairies and other friend fairies, and of course the rewards were very generous. The fairies racked their brains to give them something useful and usable. The rest are in stock, which is fine. On an ordinary afternoon, the person Yin Qi least expected came back. God of Wealth, are you back? God of Wealth, are you the only one back? Or are all 3 of you back? God of Wealth, we miss you so much. The God of Wealth was also very satisfied, and several people saw how happy he was. I'll come back first. After all, I have the most incense. How have you been doing recently? Kong Shengcheng looked at the God of Wealth with shining eyes. It's okay. I just miss you guys. The corners of Yin Qi's mouth twitched. Brother, are you so straightforward as a boy? Kong Shengcheng understood their expressions and replied, What's the matter? I just missed the god of wealth, and I just like the god of wealth. The god of wealth told everyone that the three of them did not go to the same place, but patrolled separately to solve everyone's troubles. Since you have accepted the incense and offerings from the human world, you should naturally do something for humanity instead of just waiting for others to give you inconspicuous assistance. Oh, I missed that self-heating hot pot. I saw someone eating it outside this time, and it made me ravenous. Duncan quickly went to get 2 boxes. God of wealth, do you want to eat now or? Eat now, and give me some dessert, and that happy water. It's the perfect match for the hot pot. Several people accompanied the god of wealth for dinner, and the god of wealth told them about his experience while they ate. Humph, that person has done so many evil things, and all the money he made was illegal. It's a fraud. He even burns incense for me every day, hoping that I can bless him to be rich and prosperous for the rest of his life. It makes me mad, but all the money they make is wasting their lifespan. God of wealth, let me remind you that you should behave yourself from now on. The heavens are watching you. Yin Qi couldn't help but ask, so doing bad things does have consequences? Right. Chapter 64, No Disdain. After hearing the affirmation from the god of wealth, they thought carefully about whether they had done anything wrong and felt relieved. This time, the god of wealth exchanged the peaches he had previously obtained from Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong certainly would not be dissatisfied with the peaches. The more the better. The next day the kitchen god came, because they now put a drop of byway liquid in their meals. The 3 bottles were not enough at all. They didn't have enough, not to mention that they had to take them back for research. The kitchen god came at the right time. The kitchen god looked at them expectantly and said, I saw people eating wontons in the human world. Do you have any here? Yes, we have it, but it needs to be cooked. Why don't you guys go shopping first, and we'll cook it. What kind of filling do you want? Any filling? I'm just greedy. Several people accompanied the kitchen god to the supermarket and bought some food. Kong Shengcheng also cooked some wontons. Everyone invited the kitchen god to go to the 5th floor to eat and chat. Kitchen god, we really like your byway liquid. It is so useful. Yin Qi said with a smile. Yes, kitchen god, we can't live without your byway liquid now. Do you have any more? The kitchen god took a mouthful of the chaos slowly and raised his eyes. Well, yes, I still have quite a lot. How much do you want? We don't want much. We can accept whatever you give us. Okay, will 5 more bottles be enough for you? My 100 flavors liquid is not easy to refine. I gave all the previous ones to Taishang Laojun. Now I'm too busy. There are 7 bottles left. I'll give you 5. I have to give the remaining 2 bottles to the gods. Naturally, Yin Qi and the others had no objection, but in order to prevent the kitchen god from suffering any loss, they stuffed him with a lot of food and then sent him out. Everyone was still happy when 2 fairies appeared at the door. To be precise, they were the guards of the heavenly gate, whom Yin Qi and others had seen before. Since they were guests, Yin Qi and his companions still showed their standard smiles and invited them in. The 2 guards also felt a little embarrassed. After all, not only did they not let them in, but they also pretended not to see or hear them. What would you like to buy? Or should we take you around and then decide what you want? You've only been here for 2 days. We smelled a very nice scent at noon. It smelled very overbearing. What is that? We bought it. Everyone was confused, and Yi Sun suddenly had an idea. You mean hot pot? No, self-heating hot pot, right? In the first 2 days after I came here, I did eat self-heating hot pots several times at noon on the sofa at the door. Duncan wanted to get 2 boxes of hot pot, and just to make sure it was what they wanted, he heated it up. The hot pot is still heating up. Why don't you pick some food first? 10 minutes later. This is the taste. We want it no matter how you sell it. Well, how much do you want? What do you want to exchange? We look at the value of the item you want to exchange. The 2 guards resisted the urge to eat, and each took out a dagger. This is the dagger we made from Taishang Laojun 400 years ago. Although it is not very effective in slaying demons and monsters now, if you humans use it, you can still cut iron like mud. Yin Qi and Ming looked at each other. 400 years old? Can it really be used? But since the other party said so, and it didn't seem to be a lie, Yin Qi accepted it. While the 2 guards were eating hot pot, Yi Sun checked them with a dagger, then waved it at the corner of the cash register. Snap! A corner of the cash register fell off. Except for Yin Qi and Kong Shengcheng, who were still chatting with the 2 guards, the other 2 saw it all. Good stuff. Fortunately, I didn't show any disgust just now. And Ming covered her mouth and said in a low voice, Duncan was also surprised. This was not an exaggeration. It was really like cutting through iron like mud. He picked up another dagger and chopped at the other corner of the cash register. Similarly, a corner fell off all of a sudden. No. What did the cashier do to offend anyone? Idiot felt sympathy for the poor cashier. Yi-sun ignored the idiot and walked eagerly to the two guards who were eating hot pot and drinking happy water. Hello, do you still have this dagger? We really need it. The two guards looked at each other and shook their heads. No, we each have one, and it's hundreds of years old. But you can ask Taishang Laojun to help you refine it again. Yes, I remember that Taishang Laojun often comes to your place, right? Yi-sun thought of a question. How long will this dagger take? We can't stay here for long. The two guards thought for a long time before speaking hesitantly. It should have taken half a month, right? And it seems that 5 daggers were used together to make it. If Taishang Laojun comes to the supermarket within a week and we ask him to make 5 for us, the timing is just right. Yi-sun and his friends ended the topic and talked about other things with the two guards, such as whether they were at the gate of the Heaven Palace every day. Did they get paid? What did the gods do every day? Did any demons break into the Heaven Palace? Well, except for Sun Wukong. The two guards were not interested in anything else, so they changed to a lot of spicy food. After today, in the next few days, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Peony Fairy will take turns to come. So, why hasn't Taishang Laojun come these days? Hey, he doesn't come when I want him to, and Ming Ming was interrupted before she finished her words. Shut up. What are you talking about? Yen Qi interrupted, looking around to make sure there were no strangers. Erbewa nodded. We still have 23 days. Taishang Laojun will definitely not be able to resist coming to our place. Everyone was relieved and started to practice their supernatural powers. By the way, I don't know if it's because of the reason in the fairyland, but after more than a month of practice, Yi-sun's supernatural powers have improved rapidly. Don't underestimate these 2 levels. These 2 levels can make the air conditioner work. We haven't tried how much damage it can do to people yet, and we will know after we go back. The others were also at level 1, and Yen Qi's space was finally big enough to fit a tablet computer. Brother Kin, you can finally condense into 1 ball of fire instead of just 2 clusters of flames. Because the speed of cultivation in this heavenly palace has been accelerated, everyone closes the door at 6:30 in the evening and goes upstairs to practice. Improving strength is the most important thing. The Jade Emperor also came late in the midst of everyone's daily chatter. This time he came with the God of Fortune. Long time no see, kids. Long time no see. After another round of warm conversation, we learned that Taishang Laojun and Lu Shen mainly wanted various drinks this time. We don't know. Could it be that the heavenly palace is still short of water? For Yen Qi and others, as long as there is a demand, they can negotiate the conditions. Chapter 65 Leaving. Taishang Laojun, please take a look at these 2 daggers. Yi-sun handed the daggers to Taishang Laojun. Taishang Laojun took a look and found that they were made by himself. He was very surprised. Didn't I make this a long time ago? How come it's here with you? Oh, did a god exchange them with you? Yes, don't be angry. We like these 2 daggers very much. We also hope that you can help us refine more. Of course, this is a big hassle for you. If you want half of the items in this supermarket, we won't say a word. Taishang Laojun looked at the dagger and thought carefully. I haven't made a dagger for a long time. If I were to make one now, I would need to prepare materials. Currently, the materials are insufficient, and this kind of dagger is not suitable for you. If you want something that can cut through iron like mud, I have 2 long swords. Can you accept them? Long sword? A long sword is fine, a long sword is fine. Thank you. But I'll have to look for it when I get back. It's been a long time since I last saw it, and I don't know where I threw it. I'll come and get it for you the day after tomorrow at the latest. Several people thanked him again. Taishang Laojun didn't want anything, but he remembered that they were leaving soon, and he didn't know when they would meet again, so he told them to leave some of their food for him. Yen Qi also agreed to leave him the remaining 1/3. In fact, they could close the supermarket now, because the supermarket had taken advantage of all the gods who had come so far. What they got were just some ordinary things in modern society, but they were exchanged for things that were very important to them and to the entire Flower Kingdom. But that's not the case. If we leave this plane and never see it again, then the things they have in their supermarket are also very rare to the Heavenly Palace. 2 days later, Taishang Laojun brought 2 long swords. The handles of the swords were made of white jade, and the whole sword was white in color. It looked ethereal and I loved it. Yen Qi and Yi-sun stepped forward and held one each. She was sure that these 2 long swords would never be used to cut iron, but would be kept for admiration. These were swords made by Taishang Laojun himself. Yin Shi and his companions also kept their promise and cleared out the remaining one-third of the supermarket and gave it to Taishang Laojun. For the rest, how about we divide it into 5 parts, 2 for the god of wealth and the god of kitchen, 1 for Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong, and 2 for the 7th fairy, the Crimson Pearl Fairy and the Peony Fairy. As for Red Boy, can we leave him a cell phone and solar power? I'm sure he'll like it very much. The immortals mentioned above are the ones that Yin Shi and his companions believed had taken great advantage of them. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was a good idea because these 2 months were really a long time for this plane and the gods and immortals who came and went were just the same people. They had thought that in the last few days there would definitely be many new and different gods and immortals coming. Idiot. First tell us how many immortals are there in the current mission transaction? Host, there are currently 26 people trading with immortals, which is not enough to receive the excess completion reward. There are still 18 days before leaving this plane. 18 days. Several people believed that those familiar people would come during these 18 days. And because there was no more white wine, even Sun Wukong rarely came, as they did not like beer and red wine after all. Yi Sun and the others discussed it again. Let's do as Minister Qi said. We will classify the goods in the next 2 days and give them to them when they come. We will use the rest of the time to practice. We don't know what the next plane will be like or whether there will be any danger. After the 5 people determined their goal, they acted separately. Within 10 days, they gave away the gifts to the god of wealth, the god of kitchen, Zhu Beiji, and other gods. Of course, the gods were not the kind of people who would take advantage of others for nothing, and they also gave some gifts to Yin Shi and the others, among which Sun Wukong received the most peaches. The only thing missing is the gift for the 7 fairies. I don't know why Fairy Jiangzhu and the others haven't come in so many days. And Ming Ming held up her chin and said, 7 fairy sisters. Is it true that I will never see them again? I really want to say goodbye to them in person. Yin Qi also remained silent. In fact, they all knew that it was impossible. The Queen Mother might be eager for them to leave immediately. Why would she release 7 fairies at this time? The supermarket didn't receive any gods in the last week, except for Red Boy, who came and left pitifully. It looks like this remaining portion can't be delivered. On the 3rd day before last, oh my, why is this supermarket so empty? Hearing the voice of the Peony Fairy, Yin Qi was both happy and sad because this meant that the 7 fairies would not be able to come out. This is for you and Fairy Jiangzhu. These are for the 7 princesses. The rest have been given to other fairies. We will leave in 2 days. Fairy Xiaoyao was silent for a moment after hearing this. The 7 fairies knew about this, so they specially asked me to come. Fairy Jiangzhu came down to Earth 2 days ago. Then the 7 fairies still can't come out? The Crimson Pearl Fairy has descended to the mortal world. Yin Qi and Ming Ming both asked. Yes, the 7 fairies can't get out, and the Crimson Pearl Fairy has also come down to Earth, saying that she wants to repay her gratitude. But the 7 fairies have a letter for me to bring to you. Yin Qi and Ming Ming received the letter, but did not open it. They just chatted with Fairy Xiaoyao. How long will the 7 fairies stay locked up? Or will they really have to wait until we leave before they can come out? Yes, the Queen Mother has placed a ban on the 7 fairies' palace. The 7 princesses cannot leave no matter what. It seems that she will let them out after you leave. But don't worry, the princesses have everything they need in the palace. They just can't leave. Yi Sun and the others quietly moved away to let them have a good chat. Oh, I didn't expect it, but we still don't understand why the 7 fairies are not allowed to get close to us. We didn't do anything, right? That is beyond my comprehension. After chatting for an hour, Yin Qi and Ming Ming also wrote letters to several fairies. And Ming Ming also gave a copy of the Polaroid photo of everyone and the photos of their rooms, the entire supermarket, etc. to Fairy Xiaoyao, hoping that Fairy Xiaoyao could take it back to the 7 fairies. After all, they were truly good friends from another world. Xiaoyao didn't stay long before leaving. Yi Sun closed the supermarket completely and would not open it for the next 3 days. Anyway, those who needed to say goodbye had already said goodbye, and the entire supermarket was empty. The 5 of them stayed in their respective rooms and practiced hard, hoping that they could each reach the next level before the next time they crossed over. 250. Let's start the settlement. Okay, host, teammates. The 4th plane transaction lasted 2 months. The transaction task involved 26 gods and immortals. The transaction target was completed, but the reward for exceeding the target was not reached. The results of the task transaction have begun to be drawn. Extraction completed, leaving this plane in 1 day. This transaction will last for 2 months. Please look forward to the next transaction. Chapter 66 Negativity. Yin Qi waited until the main system collected its commission and then began to check how much was left. This transaction was about quality, not quantity. There were 58 peaches for Sun Wukong, 40 kilograms of glowing stones from the Fairy Chang'e, 10 ribbons from the 7th Fairy, 2 fish from Red Boy, the true mirror of Erlang Shun, 10 peaches from the Queen Mother, 6 broom whiskers from the Broom Star, half a bottle of Lousy's stretch leg and glare pills, a bottle of smiling pills, a bottle of sadness pills, a bottle of hiccups pills, half a bottle of growth pills, a bottle of pregnancy pills, 2 long swords, 6 bottles of the kitchen god's 100 flavor liquid, 20 jade pendants of the god of wealth, 2 talismans of the god of wealth, a bracelet from the fairy of the crimson pearl, 3 Polonia leaves from the peony fairy, a guard dagger, and so on. As for why it feels like a lot is missing, isn't it Zhou Baopi from the main system who did it? The countdown starts in 10 minutes. Yin Qi had mixed feelings about this plane, but overall, it was his favorite plane among the 4 planes. Keep all those group photos. I believe that Leader Li and those researchers, experts, and scholars will be crazy. Ha ha ha. They will definitely be very envious of us. And Ming Ming was very proud and was already looking forward to it. The 5 people's supernatural power training is almost reaching the 2nd level, and Yi Sun is only 1 opportunity away from the 3rd level. This heaven is really a good place. Lee County. All departments, please pay attention. The supermarket will be here soon. The familiar white light flashed again, and the supermarket stood there safely and steadily. The familiar 2-piece set, skin disinfection, and full body examination. Uncle Lee, Chief of Staff Liu. We went to a great place this time. Don't sleep yet. We can't wait to tell you tonight. Leader Li and his men heaved a sigh of relief. After hearing Yin Qi's energetic words, they knew there was no danger this time. However, a good place? Because the place was becoming more and more complete, several people came out half an hour later. Come on, let's go to the supermarket and talk. It was the familiar camera and the person taking notes. Yi Sun spoke first. This time we were going to the journey to the west, or more precisely, the heavenly palace after the journey to the west. After letting everyone present digest the story, Yi Sun continued. The first immortal we traded with was Zhu Beiji. It was like this. Yi Sun, Kong Shengcheng, and Duncan finished talking about their experiences in the supermarket over the past 2 months, while Yin Qi and Ming Ming added about the day in the 7th palace. The staff member who was taking the statement was stunned. Yin Qi and others then carefully introduced the items that had just been traded one by one. These are much more valuable than the first 3 planes. Director Zheng didn't dare to touch these things, but just looked at them. You can't say that. Every dimension is valuable to us. It's already 3 o'clock. You should go to bed first. Chi girl, don't go back. It's the middle of the night. I've already asked your parents to rest. The usefulness of these things needs to be verified again. Let's ask some people from the research lab to come over, sort all of this out, and send it to the capital. Following Leader Li's order, everyone present became busy, and Yin Qi and others also went to wash up and go to bed. He slept until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Idiot overslept and didn't wake Yin Qi up. After Yin Qi woke up, she held Air by Wu in her arms and played with him on the bed for a while. She really hadn't played with Air by Wu for a long time. Then she got up to wash up. Ming Ming was still not awake, and the other 3 who woke up at some point had gone downstairs. Yin Qi and Wu were leisurely eating bread and browsing their phones. Mainly read the news and trending searches. A certain country accused my country of being selfish and failing to take responsibility as a major country. Seeing this, Yin Qi clicked on it, and 3 minutes later, he burst into laughter. What does it mean that we should publish the development process of sniper rifles to the United Nations so that the world can share it? What is a heat bracelet should also be open to the world? What the hell are they thinking? Why don't they show everyone their research and development results? And Ming Ming also came out. And Yin Qi and Ming Ming began to criticize these remarks, saying what a mess they were. Half an hour later, both of them came downstairs refreshed. The first floor was very quiet, with only 2 people on duty at the door. Leader Li asked us to inform you that you will rest for a week this time and then resume training as normal after a week. Yin Qi's 2 bodyguards came over, said this, and followed Yin Qi. Let's go to my house and play. Yin Qi took in Ming Ming and went back. Anyway, I don't have to write a report. I explained everything I needed to explain as soon as I got back, and I handed in all my belongings. There's not much to see in this small county town. Besides, there are 2 people following me all the time, so it would be so awkward to go shopping. It would be better to go back and play. Yin Qi and Ming Ming stayed at Yin Qi's house for 3 days, eating, drinking, and having fun. Only then did they reluctantly say goodbye to Yan's father, Yan's mother, Yan's grandmother, and the other idiots. The idiot is acting like a dead person again. He just doesn't want to go out with Yan Chi and the others, and wants to stay at home and stay there for 2 months. After joining the army, the teacher was very surprised. In just 2 months, he went from the entry level to almost level 2, and Yi Sun was almost at level 3. However, the training tasks for several people were increased. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. When there were still 4 days before the next crossing, the 5 of them were finally allowed to leave. Although I'd made rapid progress, I'm really tired. I've always wanted to give up in the past 2 months. Anyway, I have the protection provided by the main system. Yan Chi sighed and said listlessly, and Ming Ming turned her head and agreed. Me too, but seeing how serious you all are, I feel embarrassed to give up. I feel like the teacher really overestimates us. Yi Sun was also helpless. Have we forgotten the powerlessness of the apocalyptic plane? What if we encounter it again? Although I will protect you, what if I'm not paying attention? What if you encounter a great danger? Improving your own strength is the most important thing. Everyone, be patient, and it is best to overcome it. Hey, this is just like the college entrance examination. I understand the principles, but it's really tiring, and I want to give up. Yan Chi remained silent, not knowing what to say. They soon arrived at Lee County. I'm going to go back and report my safety to my parents and grandma. Yan Chi got off the car. Brother Sun, Sister Chi is indeed in a difficult situation. You know, she had always been happy running a small supermarket, but suddenly she encountered something like this. Sigh. And Ming Ming watched Yan Chi walk into the building. She could feel that Yan Chi was not very happy. What's wrong, my baby? Yan's mother immediately noticed that Yan Chi's expression was not right. She put down her phone and pulled Yan Chi to sit down. Yan Chi didn't say anything, just hugged Mother Yan. She didn't know what was going on. She suddenly felt very irritable and didn't want to do anything. Mother Yan held Yan Chi in her arms and comforted him for a while. Why does my baby look so negative? This is not your style. I have always been like this, haven't I? I came back to escape society in the first place. Chapter 67. Honor and Prosperity. How could that be? Cheer, you can't think like that. Look at the past 6 months. On a small level, you have changed our family's life. On a large level, the country is also developing. Yan Chi suddenly remembered that he was still a minister and pushed his mother away. I know, Mom. I've come to my senses. After all, I'm still a cadre. Then he left with a confused idiot in his arms. When they arrived at the supermarket, and Ming Ming looked at Yan Chi and breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Chi, look, they turned this corner into a fast food area. I think it's great. Not only can we sell food, but we don't have to go upstairs to cook or eat instant noodles. It is a small bar next to the sofa and by the door where you can eat fast food that only needs to be heated up. Didn't you say that you always have no time to eat when you are too busy? So we made this fast food. If you are busy, you can just heat it up in the microwave. We also added a freezer in the warehouse to store these. Currently, there are 6 types of food: braised chicken with rice, 4 happiness meatballs, twice cooked pork, spicy chicken cubes, braised meat strips, and potatoes and pork. The main thing is that this supermarket is still not big enough. Next time we come back, we will expand it a little bit. We have also monitored the animals and plants brought back from the apocalyptic plane and found that they all have the energy to enlighten the mind. Experts are also preparing to bring out all this energy to see where it can be used to the greatest extent. After Leader Lee finished speaking, his smile got even bigger. The things you brought back from the journey to the west have been appraised. They're all good things. Don't worry. Leader has specially approved 2 bottles of Byway liquid for you to take with you. The supermarket's merchandise has been displayed. Let Xiao Lu show you around. Also check out the goods in the warehouse. After that, you should spend the next 2 days gathering your strength and getting ready for the next transaction. Yes. This time the plane directly rewarded us with 300,000. Oh my God, if I come a few more times, I will become a millionaire. And Ming Ming saw the text message reminder and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I insisted on coming to this department. Sister Chi, thank you. An idiot, thank you, and Ming Ming hugged Idiot and kissed Yan Chi. Yan Chi was also very excited. Just like Ming Ming said, if they did it twice more, it would be 1 million. If they did it a few more times, that would be several million. Moreover, their food, drink, and training were currently paid for by the state. She secretly despised herself for being emo just now. It's just not enough. The 5 of them carefully confirmed the supermarket and the warehouse before leaving. To be precise, they went to Yan Chi's house for dinner. Before the beginning of these 2 planes, Going to Yin Chi's house for dinner had become a habit. And Ming Ming picked up a piece of fried pork with peppers and squinted her eyes in delight. Uncle Yin, your cooking is so delicious, isn't it? Oh, yes, next time I come back, my parents also want to come and see where I work. I've already submitted a report, and my superiors have given permission. I may have to trouble Uncle Yin and Aunt Yin when the time comes. It's okay. Otherwise, all four of your parents will come. You are all my daughter's closest colleagues, friends, and comrades in arms. I haven't thanked your parents yet. Thanks to old man Yan's eloquence, Yi Sun, Kong Sheng, Chung, and Duncan were successfully persuaded to promise to report it tomorrow and let their parents come over next time. At night, Yan Qi and Ming Ming slept at home. Duncan went to the laboratory, and Kong Shengsheng and Yi Sun rested in the supermarket. The next day, Yan Qi and Ming Ming took Yan's mother and grandmother to walk around the entire research base. They keenly discovered that there were more guards, almost one guard every 2 meters, surrounding the entire west area of the city. There are alerts within a 10-kilometer radius around the supermarket, but it is necessary to be alert. After all, scientists from various fields are traveling back and forth between here and the capital. 6 hours left until the next transaction inside the supermarket. Stupid guy, has the next trading time been announced? If not, please go out and urge us. We have been cooperating with the main system for half a year. It's okay to know it in advance. After hearing what Ming Ming said, Air Baiwu quickly urged the main system. 10 minutes later, the main system also quickly gave the time. Is it so fast this time? Isn't this its style? Yan Qi and others were incredulous. Why was Zhou Paopi so kind as to let them know the transaction duration 6 hours in advance? Host, teammates, the duration of the 5th transaction is 2 months, the same as the 4th transaction. The location has not been told to us yet. Yan Qi turned around and said, Mom and Dad, see you in 2 months. Uncle Lee, Staff Officer Liu, and Director Zheng, see you in 2 months. Okay, let's have dinner together first. As I said before, safety first, don't be reckless. Leader Li stared at Yan Qi and Ming Ming closely. In the previous plane, Yan Qi and Ming Ming followed the 7 fairies directly. This behavior has been severely criticized by Leader Li. Fortunately, they are fairies and good fairies at that. If they were not good, wouldn't they be in danger? I understand. We will never follow others rashly again. Kong Shengqing tried to smooth things over. It's not because they are our own gods. We didn't think so much. If it was the end of the world, we definitely wouldn't let them go with others. Yes, let's go, and eat. Yisun also asked Leader Li. Leader Li, what level has our special ability team been trained to? It shouldn't have been exposed yet, right? They are generally at the 2nd level. Because the crystal cores are limited, they mainly practice and improve their combat and team capabilities. These psychics are one of our trump cards. Don't worry, they will not be exposed at the moment. Even if they are exposed, it's okay. It will just make those people more afraid. Oh, by the way, of the 2 fish you brought back, we gave one to the chief designer of our atomic bomb and kept the other one. The elixirs were also given to those who were retired or injured. The effect was very good. The truth mirror was used to interrogate spies and criminals. 4 spies and 2 criminals have been arrested in the past 2 months. At the same time, we also tracked down the whereabouts of a batch of drugs. Ha 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 ha. Some of them involve confidential information, so I won't tell you. However, the leader praised you very much. I've been too busy in the past 2 months, otherwise I would definitely invite you to the capital. Leader Li was very satisfied, and Yan Qi and the others were even more satisfied. They added some other people who were very excited, and they were like chicken blood. Don't worry, Leader Li. These are just appetizers. We will start from this plane to find more good things for you. Okay, we'll all wait. But as I said before, safety comes first. If we can't win, we'll just run away. Life is more important than anything else. 2 hours countdown. Leader Li and the others had all gone out, and only Yan Qi and the others were left in the supermarket. I downloaded a lot of variety shows this time. If they are as relaxing as the last plane, we can watch them. And Ming Ming waved and held Erbawu and turned on a new variety show. No hurry. We can watch a variety show. Let's look at each other, okay? Chapter 68, Dark Night, 5th Plane Chocolate World. Everyone watched the variety show for an hour and a half. Idiot, hasn't the main system given us a trading location yet? Idiot flipped open the screen and said, not yet. It should be available in about 10 minutes. Yes, the apocalypse plane is the stuck point. It made us extremely anxious. To be precise, we were not told which plane we were in until we were teleported to that plane. However, after saying this, and Ming Ming still put away the tablet, cleaned up the melon seed shells and other things, and waited for the transmission from the main system. The last half hour felt like a year. Idiot, do you have 249 systems above you? How many systems do you have below you? Yanqi was so bored that he teased the idiot. Erbewu answered Yanqi's words sincerely. Host, I do have 249 systems in total. When I bound you half a year ago, it was the last system, but now there should be more than 20 systems. Oh, that means your main system can only create 20 systems in half a year. Then your main system is not very good. What's wrong? Our main system is very powerful. Host. Yanqi raised his eyebrows. How long can your leader live? A long time, right? Then your main system only started to create your small systems 5 or 6 years ago, which means that not only are you a newcomer, but your main system is also a newcomer. That's right. No wonder he was so shameless. It turns out it's only been a few years since the beginning. And Ming Ming also complained. It was true that the 4-plane main systems gave them the impression of being stingy. The idiot can't be convinced and just keeps going around in circles. By the way, idiot, do you systems need to get married? Are you a boy or a girl? I remember you seem to be genderless, so you can't find a partner? Idiot jumped up. No. We are advanced systems. We can fall in love. So are you a boy or a girl? Duncan looked the idiot up and down and concluded, you are a girl, right? I also want to be a girl, but if I find true love, our system won't care about gender. Well, it is indeed a high-tech product. So, do you have a favorite, Tongzi? As soon as Kong Shengqing said this, the ball of the idiot began to turn red visibly. Yanqi made the final decision. This is definitely the case. I like System 25. She's very cute, but she's a scumbag system. I don't know if we're compatible. And Ming Ming opened her eyes wide. Didn't you say you were a girl? And the 25 as well? Yes, but if Sister 25 wants me to be her boyfriend, I can do that. Are you guys in a relationship? Even I, the host, don't know. As soon as Yanqi finished his complaint, the idiot's ball stiffened and its color returned to normal. Host, we haven't talked to be exact. 25 doesn't know anything about me. The idiot bit the small handkerchief and threw himself into Yanqi's arms with tears in his eyes. So, it's still unrequited love. She doesn't know you. So how do you know her? And you've fallen in love with her. Idiot sobbed. I saw the selfie of 25 and her host on our system forum. 25 is so pretty. Her body is rounder than mine, the prettiest I've ever seen. I just added her as a friend, but she hasn't agreed yet. 6 Yanqi and the others couldn't help laughing. Ahem, don't worry. Your boyfriend, girlfriend will definitely add you as a friend. And then you can pursue her, and you two will definitely be together, and we 5 will help you. Right. How about you check the main system to see if there is a release location? No, host, teammates, countdown is 3 minutes. Please get ready. Sure enough, time passed quickly when we were chatting about gossip. Countdown 10.9.8.7.6.5.4.3.2.1. The long-lost white light enveloped the supermarket. Arrive. Host, the 5th transaction location is Chocolate World. The transaction duration is 2 months. The transaction target number is 200 people. The transaction excess reward allows 2 robots to follow. The system will receive 200 points. The host will receive 65% of the profit from this transaction. Chocolate World. Chocolate. What do you mean? Is it what we thought? The whole world is full of chocolate? Yanqi calmed her excited heart. She loved eating chocolate the most. Is it true? Won't we know when we go out tomorrow? No. Can I go out now? Yanqi looked at them expectantly. Yisun opened the door, and everyone stood at the door and looked out. The light from the supermarket only illuminated within 1.5 meters outside. Beyond 1.5 meters, it was completely dark. The deep blackness came over them. They always felt that something was laughing coldly in the dark, and there were rustling noises. The darkness was so dark that they couldn't see their hands in front of them, which always made people tremble. It was like there was a monster hiding in the dark, and if you dared to step over, it would tear you to pieces. The ground where the light shines is covered with lush green grass, which sways in the wind. The difference between seeing the light and not seeing the light was too big. And Ming Ming took a step back and said, Sister Qi, do you really want to go out? I don't really want to. Yanqi also took a step back. I don't want to think about it now. Why don't we go to bed and talk about it tomorrow morning? I agree. Everyone locked the door again and went upstairs to have a good sleep. Because of curiosity about the new dimension, even Yanqi, who loved to stay in bed, woke up at 6:30. At 7 o'clock, everyone was already standing on the first floor of the supermarket. I'm open. A ray of sunlight happened to hit the eyes of several people, and what they saw was lush grass and flying birds. The grass was emerald green, So green that it was smoky, and so green that it was dripping with emerald green, as if it was a flawless green felt, lightly leaping onto the ground without any blemish. Wow, so beautiful. Is this grassland? And Ming Ming was the first to step out, and the four of them followed. Yanqi and Air, Bai Wu couldn't help but squat down and touch the grass. Everyone was immersed in it. Yanqi closed his eyes and felt it. The sun was shining brightly, and the breeze was blowing gently, bringing a smell of chocolate. It smelled so good. Wait, chocolate flavor? Yanqi opened his eyes. Do you smell it? The smell of chocolate. Yisun walked around the supermarket, his face a little serious. It seems that the place we are teleporting to is an uninhabited area. Look, it's all grass all around. There's not even a tree, let alone people. Everyone stood up and looked around. Something's wrong? The main system always puts us in the exact location. Maybe it's only until we leave the grassland ourselves that humans will appear. Duncan lowered his glasses and said, "It seems that no one will come here at the moment. There is no one here, not even a small animal. So, we go out? The question is where? These four directions are the same. Will we get lost?" Chapter 69, Forest. Indeed, everything looks the same, but idiot, you choose a path. Use your smart little mind. Anyway, there's no choice but to use some idiot to make the calculation. Erbo flew up, stood on the 5th floor of the supermarket, looked around, and flew down again. "Host, let's go from the direction behind the supermarket, because we can see there is a forest over there. The other 3 directions are nothing but grassland." Everyone agreed, so the 5 of them went back to the room and packed up their things. Half an hour later, Yanqi skillfully shrunk the supermarket and put it into his backpack. "Let's go." Yi-sun and Duncan were still walking in the front. Yanqi Anfu Erbiwu was walking in the middle, and Kong Shengcheng was walking at the end. "Idiot, didn't you say there was a forest? Where is it? We've been walking for 2 hours and still can't see the end." And Ming Ming was so tired that she sat on the ground. "I can't do it anymore. Let's take a break." Erbiwu flew up again and looked around. Yanqi also sat on the grass and then lay down. What a nice smell. The smell of chocolate. But where's the chocolate here? Yanqi lay on the ground and smelled the smell. It was the smell next to Ming Ming. Yi-sun looked at Yanqi crawling around with a frown on his face. "Minister Qi, what are you doing?" Yanqi ignored him and said, "Found it." Then he picked up Ming Ming's hand that was on the grass, and Ming Ming spread her hand innocently. "Why is there nothing?" And Ming Ming moved her body, pointed at Yanqi, and asked a few people, "What happened?" Yanqi buried his face in the grass again. It tasted like chocolate and had a hint of grass. Looking at the few grains of grass that Ming Ming had just accidentally pulled apart, Yanqi picked them up and put them in his mouth. Yi-sun and others. "Sister Qi, are you starving? This is grass." And Ming Ming hurried forward and tried to pry her mouth open. No, this is grass-flavored chocolate." Yanqi turned his head. "If you don't believe me, try it now." And Ming Ming looked at Yanqi's intoxicated expression and plucked a blade of grass doubtfully. "Oh my God, it really tastes like chocolate." Since Ming Ming said so, Yi-sun and the others also squatted down to pull out the weeds and stuff them into their mouths. "So the chocolate world is the grass that is chocolate?" Yanqi asked a few people while eating. "I suspect it's not just grass. Maybe the entire plain is made of chocolate." When Erbo flew down, he saw a scene that shocked him. The host and his companions were squatting, sitting, or lying on the ground, eating grass. No, it must be that his data is disordered and he saw it wrong. "You read that right. They're eating grass." The idiot screamed, "Host, what are you doing?" Yanqi pulled out a blade of grass and said to the idiot, "Eat grass." Before Erbewu could stop him, he saw Ming Ming beside Yanqi, his favorite sister besides the host, digging up a handful of soil, taking a bite, and then said to her host with shining eyes, "Try the soil. It's delicious." What is wrong with this world? Idiot's mind was spinning, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Kong Shengqing stepped forward and asked, "Are you dizzy? You really are dizzy. You must be scared by us." "Silly commander, I'm afraid you think we're crazy." "Ha ha ha ha. When he wakes up, I'll feed him myself and then scare him." "Good idea." Yi-sun brought the topic back to the topic. "Should we pick some grass and bring it back?" "Take it with you. There's a forest outside this grassland. We probably won't come here again. We must take this grass back to study it." Kong Shengqing started to pull faster as he spoke, and Ming Ming stuffed a mouthful of dirt and said, "Do you want to get some dirt and take it back?" "Get some. I have plastic bags." Yanqi took out a few plastic bags and distributed them to a few people. Everyone was pulling weeds, eating weeds, filling soil, and eating soil all afternoon. In the afternoon, Idiot woke up. Idiot, you little fool. These are all chocolates. Have you forgotten? We are in the chocolate plane. Yanqi said as he forced a mouthful of grass into the idiot's mouth, and the idiot chewed it for a few times. It really is chocolate. Then this soil. It's also chocolate, or you can try it. Idiot tasted it again and said, I think it tastes better than the chocolate sold in our supermarket. I like Xiao Chow chocolate. It has a very refreshing taste. After several plastic bags were full, everyone put them in their backpacks and continued on their way. If we keep going forward, we will definitely reach the forest. We will definitely be able to pass through this grassland tonight. Host, we have to work hard. Another 2 hours passed. Although the sun was not very bright on the grassland in the afternoon, after walking for so long, everyone had finished their water and the shadows of the woods could be seen ahead. I saw it. It's about half an hour's walk away. Yi Sun pulled Yin Shi, who couldn't walk, and Kong Shengqing pulled in Ming Ming. Aren't we all training in the army? Why can't you two walk? I don't know. I don't want to know. Let's get to the forest intersection quickly and release the supermarket. Let's not leave. Half an hour later, the forest came into view with normal trees and leaves. And Ming Ming walked around a tree at the edge of the tree and asked, Do you think this tree is edible? Whether it's edible or not, just try it. As he said that, Duncan jumped up, grabbed a leaf, smelled it, and put it in his mouth. He gave everyone a thumbs up and said, It's really chocolate. You can eat it. Upon seeing this, the idiot flew up and grabbed a few of them to share with Yin Qi and the others, and everyone tasted them. And Ming Ming patted her bulging backpack and said, What should we do? We can't just cut down the tree and bring it back with us. The backpack can't hold it all, and we still haven't seen anyone. I think there are people in the forest, or if we pass through the forest, but shouldn't we take this chocolate tree? Yin Qi thought for a moment. Why don't we go into the woods and look for it together? If there are still no people or nothing to find at 6 in the evening, we can turn back and set up the supermarket here. Or we can find an open place in the forest and set it down there. Everyone agreed, and they moved on again. This forest consists of trees and weeds and grass on the ground. Yin Qi and his companions tasted the grass from time to time. Have you noticed a problem? We have walked in 5 meters, but we haven't seen a single flower, let alone animals like birds and insects. If you look around, all you see are trees, weeds, and land. There are indeed no bright colors, let alone life. I think it's a bit weird, so strange, a forest without flowers, no insects, not even an ant. And Ming Ming knelt on the ground, dug the soil, and took a closer look. It's just soil. There are no microorganisms visible to the naked eye. Herbe withdrew himself into Yin Qi's arms. Host, everyone feels that this plane is not an ordinary chocolate world. Everyone feels bad. I don't feel good either. What should we do? Should we go? Duncan stood silently behind Yi Sun, and no one spoke. Chapter 70 Silence. The only sounds in the entire forest were the breathing and heartbeats of a few people. Quiet. Too quiet. After everyone got over the initial novelty of these plants being chocolate, they just felt it was weird. It's only 5 o'clock now, but Yi Sun decided to follow the original plan and walk until 6 o'clock. If he can't find any people or open space, he will turn back. Let's go. We'll walk for another hour as planned. Everyone be careful and keep in formation. The 5 of them were observing their surroundings in unison, marking as they walked and counting the time. Host, we've already reached 6 o'clock. Should we go out? I'm all scared. The whole way there was nothing but trees. Perhaps because no one had ever walked on this path, there wasn't even a proper road. Yin Qi and his companions walked through the trees and made their way to the center of the forest. Unfortunately, there was no open space for them to set up the supermarket, so everyone compromised and decided to go back. The sky gradually darkened, and the leaves cast shadows on the ground. The 5 of them left cautiously in the direction they were going back. Wait, do you think we have been walking for too long? After Yi Sun said this, he touched the mark he made on the tree trunk when he came here. Logically, we should be out by now, right? But now we're still wandering around the entire forest. Duncan's face turned pale. Could it be that I've run into a ghost wall? And Ming Ming slapped him angrily. You are still in the research room. You can't be so superstitious. Yi Sun shook his head. Not necessarily. The plane we are in now cannot be explained by science. If before yesterday I said that grass is chocolate, who would believe it? Yi Sun carved a cross again. How about this? I will carve it again. We walk a section of the road and carve a section of the tree. If they are really the same, It means we have indeed encountered a ghost wall. The few of them rearranged themselves and walked out. Half an hour later, Yanqi pointed at the tree with a cross with a trembling flashlight. We are back again. There was no moon in the sky, and the night fell. Except for the light from the 5 people's flashlights, there was no other light. The surroundings were strangely quiet, as if it was an ancient time with no one. The silence was like a devil, swallowing up all sounds. The leaves were rustling in the wind, suspended in the air. It was hard to tell whether it was water vapor or breath. But when it touched the skin of Yanqi and the others, it aroused a small burst of goosebumps. If you were stuck in a ghost wall, you need a person or a ghost to pat you on the back before you can get out. Duncan said this tremblingly. So how do you, a scientific researcher, know all this? And Ming Ming held Yanqi's hand tightly. And even at this time, she did not forget to retort to Duncan. And Ming Ming was holding the trembling idiot. After hearing this, she couldn't help but keep turning her head to look behind her. Behind them was Kong Shengsheng, which made Kong Shengsheng keep looking back as well. Yanqi was really about to cry. The 5 people were divided into the first 2 people and the last one. The distance between Yi Sun and Kong Shengsheng was less than 1 meter. They were really walking closely together, and the light was where the flashlight shone. Everyone was lighting the road ahead. Because of Duncan's words, and Ming Ming and Kong Shengsheng turned their heads from time to time, and the 2 flashlights were shaking back and forth, sometimes shining on the trees next to them, making it look eerie. 2 warriors, please consider my feelings. Are you really not afraid? Yanqi said, glancing at his side. It was pitch black. Scared. That's why I looked back, because I was scared. Kong Shengsheng said as he turned his head. Yanqi held a flashlight in one hand to illuminate the road ahead, and held in Ming Ming with the other hand. He lowered his head and closed his eyes tightly. He couldn't see anything. No matter what, he couldn't see anything. He couldn't see anything. Closing your eyes can amplify your hearing. The footsteps of the 5 people were irregular. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Yisun spoke in a heavy voice. No, we are back to the starting point. Brother Ken, what should we do? Duncan was desperate. How do I know what to do? I'm not a monk or a Taoist priest. What should I do? Yanqi closed his eyes and said, Brother Ken, didn't you just tell me how to get through the ghost wall? We will follow your instructions on how to get through and how to get out. I just know that the ghost wall is when someone or a ghost pats you from behind. How about you pat me? And Ming Ming patted Ding Ding's back, but it didn't seem to work, so she patted Yi Sun's back again without giving up. It's no use. Everyone was in a stalemate. Yanqi lowered his head and closed his eyes, wondering what to do. He couldn't just spend the whole night like this, right? Help, my God, isn't this a sweet chocolate world? How did it suddenly become a suspense horror? And Kong Shengsheng is so scared, right? Why does he keep touching my back? Thinking of this, Yanqi twisted his body, and 3 minutes later, he started touching again. Kong Shengsheng, are you sick? Why are you touching my back? If you want to pat it, just pat it. What's the matter with touching it all the time? Yanqi closed his eyes and scolded Kong Shengsheng. He only heard Kong Shengsheng say in a trembling voice, I didn't touch you, I never touched you. If it wasn't Kong Shengsheng who touched him, then who was behind him? Yanqi's hair stood on end. His legs couldn't help but tremble. He was really afraid of these things. Idiot screamed in Meng Ming's arms and wished he could shrink into Meng Ming's clothes. Yi Sun turned around and decisively protected Yanqi behind him. Together with Duncan and Kong Shengsheng, the 3 of them stood back to protect the 2 girls and the system in the middle. And Ming Ming hugged Yanqi with one hand, and Yanqi also hugged Ming Ming, and the 2 of them hugged each other tightly, closing their eyes. Yi Sun and the other 2 also hugged each other tightly. Who is doing this? Come out, Yi Sun said as he swept left and right with his left flashlight and held a dagger in his right hand in an attacking posture. After the words fell, everything seemed to fall into silence. All they could hear was each other's heavy breathing and heartbeats. They maintained this position for 10 minutes, and there was still silence, deathly silence. And Ming Ming moved her feet. My legs are weak. Kong Shengsheng stretched out a hand into the darkness, unable to see anything. He spoke with difficulty. It seems that there is no one or anything. Minister, are you too nervous and feel it wrong? No. I can't feel it wrong. And I touched it twice. Let's just go like this, okay? I'm really scared. I don't believe you can touch me. The 5 of them walked cautiously in this position, and Ming Ming wanted to relax. Idiot, do you want to play a song? This is too depressing and scary. I refuse all of them. Playing music is even scarier. Okay? Sure. Don't talk. Did you hear anything? Yisun lowered his voice, and the others listened carefully. Nothing. Yin Qi couldn't hear anything, nor did he want to hear anything. But 5 minutes later, everyone really heard it, and it was a whoosh sound that could not be ignored. It sounded like the wind, like an animal moving, like an object being moved, and like the sound of leaves. No, to be more precise, it was the sound of twigs. Chapter 71 Emergency. All the flashlights of the 3 people outside could illuminate were trees, and there was nothing unusual, but the sound was definitely ringing in everyone's ears. Everyone was on high alert. With a whoosh sound, Yin Qi felt his hair being grabbed and pulled down. Yin Qi couldn't help but let go of Mengming's hand to protect his hair. Ah, it's pulling my hair. Yi Sun and the other 2 quickly shone their flashlights towards Yin Qi. Yi Sun could not help, but his pupils constricted. From his point of view, it was a tentacle that was pulling some of Yin Qi's hair underground. The tentacle also appeared from underground, which meant that they were guarding the wrong place. Yi Sun used a dagger to chop the tentacle, and the next second after it was cut off, it reconnected. Kong Shengcheng and Duncan tried to grab the tentacle. Too slippery. Like a loach, it was impossible to catch it. Yin Qi was forced to kneel down in pain and fell backwards. Yi Sun and his friends tried to catch the tentacle even faster. And Meng was horrified to see Yin Qi's feet sinking into the ground. Oh no, it's going to drag Sister Qi into the ground. As she spoke, she started to pull it. Yin Qi was in so much pain that she burst into tears. She was so anxious that she flew up to hit the tentacle. Where is the protective shield? The protective shield might not have detected the danger of the impact force for the time being, so it did not appear, but everyone could see that Yin Qi's entire foot had sunk into it, and Yi Sun and others were trying their best to grab the tentacle. The tentacles seemed to be teasing them, always slipping away the next moment after grabbing them. My leg is also stuck in it. Yin Qi loudly informed them in horror. Yi Sun made a prompt decision and chopped Yin Qi's waist-high hair. The hair fell off, and the tentacles were stunned. Yi Sun pulled Yin Qi out from the ground with another fierce tug, and then retreated. Yi Sun shouted, "Everyone step back. Separate." Several people reacted quickly and dispersed in 4 directions. The tentacle froze for a moment, as if it was angered, and waved its body towards Yi Sun. Yi Sun protected Yin Qi behind him, raised his right hand, and sent out a bolt of lightning, striking the tentacle. The tentacle trembled a few times, and Duncan and the others slapped their heads in annoyance. We forgot that we have superpowers. Duncan and his companions also launched an all-out attack on the inky tentacles. 5 minutes later, the tentacles saw that they were no match for the crowd and fled. And Meng and the others hadn't breathed a sigh of relief yet. The idiot was about to cry to Yin Qi, but Yi Sun pulled Yin Qi and looked at the ground with sharp eyes. "Hurry up and leave here, follow me." Everyone left without stopping, and 20 minutes later, everyone was out of the forest. "We are out of danger for now." Yin Qi, still frightened, hugged Meng and cried bitterly. Duncan also sat on the ground, gasping for breath. "I'm so desperate. What is that thing? Isn't this the chocolate plane? Why are there tentacles in my hair?" Oh, Yin Qi touched his hair, which was now a mess of long and short strands. Yi Sun was embarrassed. The situation was urgent at the time, so I just chopped it off. "I'm so sorry." Yin Qi waved his hand. "I don't blame you. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been dragged away." And Meng looked around, and it was pitch black again, so dark that she felt as if she were blind. "Let's find a place to open the supermarket. I'm tired and scared." A few people walked forward. Yin Qi enlarged the supermarket, and everyone quickly entered and locked the door. Duncan brought iced happy water to everyone, and everyone sat on the sofa to rest without any image. "We have been walking for a whole day today. The problem now is that there are strange creatures in this woods that can be seen with the naked eye at night and will attack people. In front of us is nothing but grassland and woods, and we haven't seen any people all day." Yin Qi scratched his hair, took out the grass and soil that he had packed all day from his backpack, and analyzed it briefly. Yi Sun and his companions also took out the grass and soil they had packed up. "The purpose of our coming to this plain is to trade with people, so we must pass through this forest. But there are ghost walls in this forest. We can't stay trapped here forever, or in a loop. But if we don't leave, do we have to turn back? Go to the other side of the grassland?" Idiot retorted, "No, I've looked everywhere. There is only a forest here. The rest is grassland. We can only know what is on the other side of the forest after we pass through it. No, this ghost wall today also appeared after 7 p.m. We should set out at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning and walk nonstop until night. I don't believe we can't get through this forest. We have to leave. We can't waste time at the beginning. Don't forget that if we can't achieve this goal, we will have to stay here for the rest of our lives. Yi-sun paused and looked at the others. If it's really so big that we can't walk through it in a day, we have to prepare to sleep in the forest in advance. The four of them were somewhat resistant when they were united, but just like Yi-sun said, the result of stagnation would be that everyone would stay in this strange dimension forever. Now, no matter what the road ahead held, they had to move forward. There was no turning back. Don't worry, everyone. This was a complete accident. We didn't expect there to be danger underground, which caused us to forget that we have superpowers. But we will be walking all day tomorrow. We can't really be unable to get out, right? If we really can't get out, why don't we look for things we need to camp outdoors tomorrow night? Kong Shengqing stood up and said, "It seems there is no tent, but let's go to the 4th floor to see if there is any bedding that can be used outdoors." And Ming also thought about it. Let's divide the work. I'll be responsible for bringing food for all of us tomorrow, and even the day after tomorrow. Sister Chi will be responsible for bringing 2 days of water and toiletries. Brother Sun, you guys will be responsible for sleeping bags. If you don't have one, just get a down quilt. Sister Chi, and I will only need 250 yuan per bed. You guys can prepare the rest. Oh yeah, and everyone has to hold their own dagger, and one person has to hold a gun. After that, several people acted separately. First of all, this backpack was not big enough, and everyone needed to change to a large backpack for traveling. Yanqi packed 10 bottles of mineral water, 6 bottles of sports drinks, disposable toothbrushes, and other items. Yanqi tried to carry it on his back. Oh my god, it was really heavy. Yanqi quickly finished packing and prepared long clothes and long pants for tomorrow with Erbiwu. He also went to wash his hair. Looking at his hair, he felt really sad. The idiot was in tears. Host, I am completely useless. You have black hair, and now whoa. Yanqi's hair was originally long, black, and straight, reaching his waist. Now, it was cut to the shoulder by Yi-sun's knife. Because the tentacle only pulled 1/3 of it, mainly concentrated on the back of the head, the hair was cut off, while the hair on both sides of the ears was intact, which looked very strange. Yanqi blew his hair dry and tried to tie it into a ponytail. It's okay, don't be sad, idiot. Being alive is the best thing. And you were great today. Thank you for protecting me today. Chapter 72, Spatial Power. Erbiwu touched Yanqi's hair. If it was tied up, some hair would be long and some short, but it wouldn't be so strange. I'm sorry, host. I'm so useless. Yanqi patted the idiot's head and said, How are you useless? If there is anyone who is useless, it's me. I was caught by the tentacle, and when they were all using their superpowers to fight against the tentacle monster, only my superpower was useless. If I had known earlier, I would have chosen one with more offensive power. After saying this, Yanqi felt dejected. His spatial ability could only hold a few things now. How it seemed that he had never used it officially. Yanqi carefully checked his space in his mind. It was empty. The space was about the size of 3 24-inch suitcases. I don't have to carry water with me. Come on, idiots, let's go to the living room and take out all the water in the backpack and put it in the space. This will also reduce the burden on my teammates. Erbiwu also nodded. Yes, host, your ability is very useful. You are also very useful. Yanqi and Erbiwu put the entire travel backpack into the space together. It was not full, and there was probably enough space for 2 more identical travel backpacks. Ming, are you done packing? I remember that I have space now. Now there is still room for 2 travel bags. Give me your backpack and I will put it in. This way we can both be more relaxed. And Ming was also very surprised. Yanqi put the backpack full of food into the space and opened his eyes. There is still room for another travel backpack. Where are Brother Sun and the others? It's on the 4th floor. Let's go talk to them. Haha. After putting 3 travel backpacks, our pressure is much less. Can't 5 people carry enough things for a day of camping? The 2 of them went downstairs excitedly and told the 3 worried-looking people on the 4th floor. Yi-sun and the others immediately calmed down. Kong Shengqing handed his bulging travel backpack to Yanqi. Yanqi easily received it in the space and looked at Yi-sun and the others' backpacks with regret. It's a pity that the space is still too small, otherwise it would definitely be full, and we can go in a battle easily. It's okay. Our burden has been lightened a lot. I was worried that everyone would carry too much and too heavy, which would definitely affect our trip tomorrow. Fortunately, you have space. Yi-sun picked up 2 more mats and said, We don't have sleeping bags. There are only 3 quilts in the 3 travel backpacks. There is no room for anything else. These 2 mats are for the 5 of us to sleep together at night. But we don't have to be so frugal now. These two quilts are very light. You and Ming Ming can carry one each. I'll carry the two mats. Brother Ken, go get a travel packing quilt. Sheng Sheng, you'll be responsible for carrying our daggers, and take the 10 flashlights, guns, and ammunition. Seeing this, and Ming Ming and Yin Chi looked at each other and asked, "So are we really going to sleep outdoors tomorrow night?" Don't think too much. This is all for the sake of having no worries. I still have room in my space. Do you want to go to the first floor and get some fast food? But it's cold. Then heat it up tomorrow morning and put it in my space. I agree. By the time everything was cleaned up, it was already 11:30 in the evening. Everyone then realized that they had not eaten all night, nor had a proper meal all day. They ate something casually, then washed up and went to bed. Yin Chi overslept in the morning, probably because he was too tired, and woke up at 7 o'clock. He hurriedly washed, dressed, and ate, and it was almost 7:30. After putting away the supermarket and putting it directly in their own space this time, the five of them looked at each other and the woods in front of them. Let's go, keep in formation, and walk quickly. We'll try to get out at night. The five of them rushed into the woods together. Instead of following the route they took yesterday, Yi-sun led everyone to a different direction. Yi-sun still made marks as he walked. The few of them didn't speak. They kept their strength and walked in silence until noon. The five of them only stopped once. Yin Chi took out some water, 1 bottle of sports drink, and 1 bottle of water for each person. After everyone had drunk enough, they continued on their way. At noon, Yi-sun and the other two were in charge of alert, while Yin Chi and Ming Ming took out the 6 boxes of fast food and water that they had heated up in the morning. The five of them didn't say a word, ate quickly, and continued to move forward. Of course, after eating, they walked much slower. After walking for an hour, Yi-sun led everyone to start walking quickly again. They walked until 4 o'clock. Although they were very tired, they still couldn't see the end of the forest. They subconsciously sped up and even ran in the end. Yin Chi finally experienced what it meant to race against time. After running for an hour, Ming Ming stopped and asked Yin Chi to get some water. "I can't do it anymore. I can't run anymore. It's already 5 o'clock. I think we have to sleep here. Let's walk slowly. We're really tired. Don't give up. There are still 2 hours until 7 o'clock. Maybe we can get out in half an hour." Everyone slowed down, drank some water, and continued on their way. During the 1 hour of running, Yi-sun did not make many marks because it was getting late, so he made marks very carefully. At 6 o'clock, the five of them were moving slowly through the woods. At 7 o'clock, the five of them were still moving slowly in the woods, but their expressions were very serious because it was beginning to get dark. At 7:30, we could still see light, and we held our breath and continued walking. At 8 o'clock, the 5 men had already turned on their flashlights, with daggers in their pockets and guns in their right hands. "No, let's take a break first. I can't walk anymore. Let's." And Ming Ming looked around and swallowed. "Are we really going to sleep here?" Yin Chi looked up at the sky. There's not even a star. Yi-sun stopped and looked around. The distance between the trees was less than 1 meter at most. Among the 5 of them, at most 2 people could move together. How could they sleep? Where can we sleep here? Let's hold on for a while and find a slightly larger place in front. Even if we can't all lie down, we can at least sit down and rest. After saying that, Yi-sun turned around, but Duncan pulled Yi-sun's arm and said, "We all forgot one thing. The tentacle came out from underground yesterday. Not to mention that we lay down to sleep. It can take us down even if we stand." Too bad everyone forgot about it. Everyone stopped and looked at each other. There are 2 ways. One is that we must get out of this forest. Everyone should follow each other closely. We travel overnight and rest during the day tomorrow. But if we can't get out overnight, we rest in the morning and travel again in the afternoon. The second way is to climb a tree. Climbing up a tree is not safe either, and we don't know if the tentacle monster can reach the tree. Yin Chi's mind was spinning. It was all over. He was really convinced. He had to travel overnight. If he didn't travel, he would die. If he traveled, he might also die. What kind of plane is this? 10 minutes later, everyone unanimously decided to hurry on. 3 flashlights were shining, but Yin Chi and Ming Ming didn't, because no one was sure if they could only travel one night, and they didn't know if 10 flashlights would be enough. Chapter 73. Out of the Chocolate Forest. The 5 of them continued to travel through the forest with 3 flashlights as guides, but their speed slowed down at night. One reason was that everyone was very tired after walking all day, and the other was because of the unknown darkness and unknown dangers. Yi-sun continued to make marks as he walked. Yin Chi walked until his feet were numb and asked him what time it was. Host, it's already 12:30 at night. Fortunately, we arrived safely at midnight, but sadly, we still had to walk until morning. At this point, everyone was able to maintain their speed, but everyone was paying close attention to their feet. At 2 o'clock, Yin Qi and Ming Ming could no longer walk, so Yi Sun and the other two slowed down to accommodate them. At 3 o'clock, Yin Qi and Ming Ming had to hold Yi Sun and the other two together to move around. Of course, Yi Sun and the other two were not much better off. Why isn't it dawn yet? My legs are no longer my legs. And Ming Ming said weakly. She no longer cared about the tentacle monster. She just felt like she was about to die. Yin Qi was speechless, and he only had 2 bottles of water left. Although the nights in this dimension were not cold, he was still hot and tired from walking. Yi Sun stopped and said, "Everyone, sit down and take a rest. Watch your step." After a few thumps, everyone sat down heavily on the ground and gasped for breath. After resting for about 10 minutes, several people started to beat each other's legs again. Some of them felt numb and weak from their thighs to their toes. "Brother Sun, I'm so sleepy. Are you guys sleepy? We really can't walk anymore. How about we sleep for a while with our backs to each other?" And Ming Ming put her head on Yin Qi's shoulder and asked them in a low voice. "That's indeed a solution. We'll stand back to back, and I'll watch the surroundings. You can go to sleep first. After an hour, I'll wake you up, and we'll continue on our way." Yi Sun said as he moved back. No one was trying to hold on, and they wanted Yi Sun to rest tomorrow. Everyone had also gotten into position, but the idiot had already fallen asleep in his backpack. Yin Qi and the others fell asleep in seconds, and Yi Sun listened to the movements around him more vigilantly. In the distance, a thing that blended into the night was observing carefully. It was very angry. This was the first time it had been injured since it became conscious. It spent a whole day repairing itself and searched for a long time at night before it finally found them. But it remembered very clearly that the shiny thing on its body was very powerful, and it almost hurt it to death yesterday. But it just didn't believe that this thing didn't sleep. At about 3:30, the tentacle monster lost its patience. It turned around anxiously and was surprised to find something lying on the ground. It decided to pull it down for some fun. The tentacle monster slowly hid underground. Yi Sun was very alert. He sensed danger and wanted to stand up, but Yin Qi was on his left and Duncan was on his right. They were both sleeping soundly, and if he moved, he would definitely wake them up. There was no choice, but Yi Sun could only sit still and stare at the ground nearby with the dagger in hand. What he didn't see was that Kong Shengsheng, who was standing beside him, had already fallen asleep on the ground and was sinking into the ground bit by bit. Because there was one person left, and Ming Ming, who was leaning against Kong Shengsheng, fell down all of a sudden. With a bang, Yi Sun instantly turned his head and shone the flashlight over there. He saw that Kong Shengsheng was covered with tentacles and was being dragged down. Kong Shengsheng was sleeping soundly, and the others were even more confused. Yi Sun controlled the lightning and aimed it at the tentacles. "Everyone wake up! The tentacle monster is coming again." The tentacle was electrocuted and its entire body shook. Yi Sun took advantage of this gap to jump in front of it, attacking it while pulling Kong Shengsheng upwards. When Kong Shengsheng opened his eyes, he found that he was being dragged downwards and kept struggling to move upwards. Yin Qi and the others also woke up completely. Yin Qi pulled Kong Shengsheng, and the others used their supernatural powers to attack the tentacle monster. But because most of the tentacles were on Kong Shengsheng, they all shrank back. Kong Shengsheng gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry about me, just hit me. I won't die now, but I will definitely die if I'm dragged down." Several people looked at each other and used their superpowers on Kong Shengsheng without reservation. Kong Shengsheng also activated his superpowers and flew upwards with all his strength. After trying for more than 20 minutes, everyone finally broke free from the tentacles. Kong Shengsheng flew up and left the place. It was really scary, attacking with a pistol from a distance. The tentacle couldn't withstand such a fierce attack, so it fled away in disgrace. Several people were really exhausted and sat on the ground in a mess. After everyone took a break for more than 10 minutes, Yi Sun supported himself and stood up. "We can't be sure whether it will come back, so let's hurry up." The last 2 bottles of water, Yin Qin and Ming Ming drank 1 bottle at a time, and Yi Sun and the other 2 drank 1 bottle and really finished it. "But we have no water left. What if we still can't get out?" "Wait until daytime. If all else fails, use your powers to cut down some trees. We can then put the supermarket in this forest." No one said anything. They could only hope to get out soon, because they didn't know if they would have the strength to use their superpowers by then. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the 5 people walked, supporting each other. Erbewu was still in good spirits because he had a good sleep, So he took the responsibility and supported whoever was exhausted. It was 6 o'clock, and the sky was gradually getting brighter. Idiot really wanted to cry. For the first time, he wanted to curse the main system because the hosts Yin Chi and in Ming Ming he saw had their ponytails tied in messy knots and were carrying backpacks that made their backs hunched, their eyes dull, and their mouths dry and colorless. Yi Sun and the other two were not much better than Yin Chi and the other two. Only Kong Shengqing had his feet off the ground and was flying like it, but his face looked very ugly as well. The five of them relied entirely on their will. Erbewa flew up and looked forward. Host, friends, there is a bridge ahead. It will take about 20 minutes to walk there. Erbewa couldn't help but jump for joy, and Yin Chi and the others also became more energetic. Finally, they were about to get out of this damn place, and they quickened their pace. After walking for about 20 minutes, everyone saw the bridge in the distance. Another 10 minutes passed, and everyone walked out of the forest. Yi Sun and Air Baiwu went forward to check the bridge. No, it just looked big, but the wooden boards were very small. Is this for me to cross the bridge? Why is it so small? Idiot was extremely surprised. And Ming Ming didn't even look there. She just looked around. This place is big enough. Hurry up. Let the supermarket out. I need to wash, eat, drink water, and sleep. Yin Chi let the supermarket go, and they went in, locked the door, drank some ice-cold water, and went upstairs together. No one wanted to say anything more. They just wanted to wash up and go to bed. Yin Chi and his companions woke up because they were hungry. After they cooked some dumplings and ate them quickly, they finally became interested in the bridge. Brother Sun, what happened to the bridge you mentioned this morning? And Ming Ming asked while drinking dumpling soup comfortably. To be precise, it's not a bridge for us. It can only allow idiots to pass through, and it looks like it hasn't been used for a long time. If we stand on it, the bridge will definitely collapse. They looked at each other and became even more curious. 10 minutes later, everyone came out of the supermarket and walked towards the bridge. Chapter 74, Glowing Butterfly. The two sides of the bridge were made very wide and large, and it could be seen from afar that it was a bridge. However, the wooden boards used to build the bridge were indeed small. Yin Chi gestured and found that they were about the size of her palm, and the distance between the two ends of the bridge was about 4 meters. It looked like no one had used it for a long time, and Ming Ming stretched out her hand and shook it, and the whole bridge shook with it. Idiot, do you want to try and see if you can walk? Yin Chi touched the edge of the bridge and looked at the other end of the bridge. The idiot was incredulous. Host, you want me to leave? Cross this bridge that has been there for who knows how many years. Host, you don't love me anymore? The idiot took out a handkerchief from somewhere and kept crying while biting it. And Ming Ming was heartbroken. No, I won't leave. Oh, my baby, I feel so distressed when you cry. And Ming Ming looked at Yin Chi accusingly, with the word bad in her left eye and the word person in her right eye. Think of other ways. We can't walk on this bridge. Yin Chi was confused, wondering if he had forgotten that an idiot could fly. Duncan, who was squatting nearby, said in amazement, Look at this river water. This is not ordinary water, right? Yisun also squatted down. Are you wondering if this river water is also chocolate? I don't care whether this is chocolate or not. I just want to cross the river. Yin Chi said, and took a foot forward and stepped on it. And Ming Ming yelled, Sister Chi host, are you crazy? Yin Chi stepped on it carefully and then shifted his whole body weight to that foot little by little. The whole bridge was shaking, and Kong Shengqing pulled it back. You're really crazy. This just doesn't look passable. But we've been here for 4 days and haven't seen a single person. We also don't know anything about what's going on in this dimension. Yin Chi wanted to go crazy. She was really tired. These 4 days were physically and mentally stressful. And Ming Ming sniffed the bridge and was about to go up. This is chocolate, Sister Chi. This must not be passed. Chocolate is not acceptable. Yin Chi's madness came to an abrupt end. Okay, it was actually all chocolate. She looked across and saw lush grass and a winding path. There is a small path on the other side, which shows that there are people there. It's so beautiful on the other side, I really want to go. The bridge was definitely impossible to cross. Yin Chi and Ming Ming sat on the ground, holding their cheeks and looking across. What should we do? Yi Sun and the other two checked the area back and forth. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Air Baiwu took off by himself and slowly flew to the other side and took a walk around. Idiot, is there anything on the other side that we can get through? No, it's similar to this side except there's a road, but I don't know where it leads to. Yin Chi looked at Erbewu flying around, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. Hey, you said Erbewu and Brother Shengqing can fly. How about they take us over together? Kong Shengsheng frowned. Not much. I'm only level 2 right now, and I've used up all my powers last night. It's hard for me to get through now. TSK, TSK, TSK. All right. What a disappointment. I thought I could get to the other side without having to use my brain or hands. Let's go back to the supermarket and see if there is anything that can help us cross the river. Yin Qi pulled in Ming Ming and turned back to the supermarket, starting to observe from the first floor. Sister Qi, how about this shelf? How about this basket? This basin? And Ming Ming would ask every time she saw an object that could hold a person or allow people to walk. The two discussed it carefully for a long time, and then went to the second, third, and fourth floors. Hey, let's turn the corner of the table upside down and put it in the river. Can we use it as a boat? It doesn't seem quite appropriate. Finally, I decided that the simplest method was to find a strong nylon rope, tie one end around my waist tightly, and make a loop of the other end on a big tree. Then my companions would hold the rope, and we could cross the river. However, this means wading through water. If we want to cross the river cleanly, we should find a few more ropes. Nylon ropes were easy to find, so Yin Qi and Ming Ming went out with the ropes. We'll use the ropes to tie these 3 ropes to the 2 sides of the bridge, pretending that these 3 ropes are the bridge, and tie this rope to ourselves. Seeing the puzzled look on their faces, Yin Qi explained in detail. That is to say, you two take these 3 ropes and tie them to the bridge piles. We will tie this end to the bridge pile on this side, and tie this rope to your waist, Brother Sheng Chung. You fly to the other side with this rope, and then you can tie it to anyone on this side, or continue to tie it to the bridge pile. Those 3 are for foot stepping, and this one is for hands to support. After that, everyone thought about the feasibility of the plan, and finally decided to give it a try. Yin Qi and his companions went back and packed up a space with food, water, and other supplies. No one brought a backpack and traveled light. Yin Qi put away the supermarket and looked at the 4 ropes dangling in the air in front of him. Shall I go first? No, I'll go first. If I can pass it, then you can definitely do it too. Duncan stopped Yin Qi from moving forward, and Kong Shengqing stood opposite him and signaled that they could start. Duncan stepped up with 1 foot sideways. Since there were 3 ropes, it was easier to walk sideways. He held the ropes tightly with both hands and walked step by step. Although it's difficult, it looks very stable. I'll be the second one. Yin Qi was already eager to try. Duncan on the bridge was about to reach the middle, and he was shaking with every step. Duncan was already very careful, but his whole body still leaned backwards. Kong Shengcheng suddenly straightened the rope on the opposite side, which made Duncan stand up straight. This trip took half an hour, and I managed to get through it safely. The second one was Yin Qi, the third one was in Ming Ming, and the last one was Yi Sun. Yin Qi took even longer, almost an hour to walk the 4 meters. He even missed a step in the middle, and his whole body was about to fall. It took in Ming Ming and Yin Qi almost an hour, and Yi Sun about half an hour. After Duncan left, it was the 2 of them who pulled Yin Qi and the others. It was hard work for them. Not only were they extremely nervous, but they also had to exert a lot of strength and stay steady. The 5 of them crossed the river together. It was already around 7 o'clock in the evening. They didn't plan to walk in the dark all night, so they just followed the path. After about half an hour, their eyes lit up and they could smell a faint smell of chocolate. Not only did the view suddenly become clear, but there were also unknown flowers sparkling, illuminating the entire land. Wow, is this the real chocolate world? And Ming Ming lowered her head and gently touched the glowing flower, which also trembled slightly. Yin Qi also relaxed his heart because it was so beautiful. Just like a fairy tale, the grass was covered with colorful flowers, fluttering in the wind. The light emitted illuminates the grass. The grass is not flat, but like small hills undulating. What should I do? I can't bear to pick them. They look so happy. Yi Sun squatted down and pulled out a piece of grass to taste, then smelled the fragrance of the flowers. No, it was the fragrance of chocolate, so sweet. More than 10 minutes later, small butterflies gradually flew over from the distance. The kind of glowing small butterflies. They danced gracefully on the flowers, and everyone was intoxicated by it. It's so beautiful. I feel that the 4 days I've spent are all worth it, and now I can see such beautiful scenery. Several people strolled on the grass. The smell of chocolate in the air was not strong or greasy, just right. Yin Qi and the other for all looked relaxed. They were having fun catching butterflies and playing with flowers. Yin Qi was really glad that he had to cross the river today. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the little butterflies gradually flew away. Shouldn't we rest now? But there's grass all around here. It's grass, but there are cute, glowing chocolate flowers on them. Duck Neck was not happy to step on the flowers in the supermarket. Then let's go back to the junction of that small path and this meadow, okay? Of course. After the supermarket was released, the few of them entered the supermarket in the most relaxed manner in the past 4 days. They locked the door one after another, went upstairs, washed up, and went to bed. Because we were in a good mood afterwards and we also got some exercise in the afternoon, crossing the river, all 5 of us slept well. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, everyone got up one after another. It wasn't a big rush. After all, we had seen such a beautiful scenery, so why rush? The 5 of them washed up, ate their meals, and came out. Yin Shi waved his hand and closed the supermarket as usual, because he didn't know if there was anyone living nearby, nor did he know where they were going today or how far they were going. Chapter 75. The Oompa Loompa People. The 5 of them walked along the path for half an hour, and Ming Ming kicked the ground under her feet and said, "Isn't this path too small? Why is it so narrow and small? It doesn't make sense to say that no one has walked on it. This path looks like someone has walked on it, but why is it so narrow that even 2 people can't walk side by side? Maybe it's because this isn't in the city, so there's no need to build a road that's too big and wide." There were a few small trees and flowers here and there along the way, and the scenery was quite nice. After another 20 minutes, a fork in the road appeared in front of us, one left and one right. Which way to go? No one was sure, so they asked Erbewu to choose again. Erbewu flew to a height of more than 10 meters again and looked forward. "Host, let's take the road on the right. I see a waterfall and beautiful flowers at the end of the right side. The road on the left doesn't seem to be any different from this road." Everyone agreed, so they went to the right. There were more and more leaves. "Idiot, are you sure we're not in another forest?" No, you'll see when you get to the end. It's very beautiful." Yin Chi was a little confused. Didn't he say he was looking for someone to trade with? If the end of the road was a waterfall, then there would be no road and no one. Glancing at the happy idiot, Yin Chi still didn't ask the question. They walked for about half an hour, and it was almost noon. The smell of chocolate became stronger. They thought they were immune to the smell of chocolate in the past 4 days, but they didn't expect it to be stronger. You will see it after crossing this small slope. Several people walked across the small slope one after another, and Yin Chi and his companions were dazzled by the scenery in front of them. The most intuitive thing they saw was the chocolate waterfall cascading down, the river of brown chocolate syrup flowing continuously, the lush chocolate grass, and the chocolate candy flowers all over the mountains. Duncan picked a small flower nearby. There was an Oreo in the center of the flower. There was a chocolate-flavored candy sandwich between 2 cookies. Duncan put it in his mouth and chewed it. "This is delicious." He ate another petal, the chocolate flavor with a light floral scent filling his taste buds. Yin Chi also ate one. This flower was completely different from the one on the lawn yesterday because the center of the flower was an Oreo. This place was simply a paradise for chocolate lovers. Yin Chi ate 3 flowers in a row, and Ming Ming and the others couldn't help themselves and went to the chocolate waterfall. And Ming Ming reached out and scooped some brown chocolate syrup into her mouth. Stunning. Fragrant but not greasy. Sweet but not greasy. And Ming Ming felt that she could eat chocolate for 3 days in a row, not even a week. The 5 of them lay on the shore, drinking the sweet but not greasy chocolate river water intoxicatedly. "I love this plains so much. It is simply a blessing for us chocolate people." The only trouble was that their hands and faces were covered with chocolate syrup. They wanted to rinse them off, but water was chocolate, so they had to take out mineral water to rinse each other off. "What kind of monsters are you?" "The monster is coming. They look a bit like us. Not an ordinary monster." Kong Shengcheng heard a strange voice and looked around, but there was no one there. "Did you hear anyone talking?" Yi Sun pointed at their feet and said inexplicably, "Here." Yin Chi and the others all looked down at Yi Sun's feet and exclaimed, "Little dwarf." At Yi Sun's feet, there were 4 dwarfs as tall as his calves. The dwarfs had red faces and white eyebrows, and they were running around in a fuss. "We are not dwarfs. You are the giants. The giant is coming. The giant is coming." One of the dwarfs shouted as he crawled into a straw curtain. Yin Chi and his companions then noticed that there were several large, raised areas right next to the chocolate river. These hill-like things should be their homes. Yin Chi looked at the dwarfs in front of him, then looked around at this fairy tale environment, and a movie flashed through his mind. Oompa Loompa! They are the Oompa Loompa, the dwarfs in Charlie's Chocolate Factory. Yin Chi pointed at the dwarfs excitedly and told a few people. The remaining 3 dwarves were originally on the defensive and were extremely surprised to hear Yin Chi's words. "How do you know us Oompa Loompa people? Do we know each other?" "They really are Oompa Loompa people." Yi Sun and he looked at each other in shock. This was too unbelievable. So, we're in the chocolate factory? And where's Charlie? That explains why the bridge is so small and the road is so narrow. Do they live on chocolate every day? Forget food. Where's the purified water? How do they survive? Are they the same species as all of them? Seeing that the dwarfs posed no threat for the time being, the 5 of them chattered about them, which made the 3 dwarfs furious and felt that they were being ignored. The 3 dwarfs hit Yi Sun's feet hard, and it really hurt him. "Hiss, you little guys, what are you doing?" Yan Qi squatted down and said, "Hello, we are not bad people. Sorry, we accidentally broke into your place. We are from far away. Are you really Opalumpa people?" The dwarf closest to Yan Qi saw that Yan Qi's face was a girl and was a little shy. "I'm from Opalumpa. It doesn't matter. You are more beautiful than the girls in our tribe. It's a pity that you are too big." And Ming Ming also squatted down and poked the little dwarf in the face. "Oh, this little guy is still shy." Before Kong Shengqing could reply, a lot of dwarfs came out of the 5 or 6 hills. Yan Qi saw with sharp eyes the weapons in their hands and couldn't help but wonder, are these weapons made of chocolate? Can you eat it? All the dwarfs surrounded the 5 of them, and the 2 leaders came out separately and made a salute that few of them had seen before. "Everyone, we are the 2 chiefs of the Opalumpa people. Where did you come from? What do you want to do when you come to us? Please don't hurt our people, otherwise we will not be polite." After he finished speaking, he waited for a reply from Yan Qi and the others. Kong Shengqing wanted to take a step forward, but a group of dwarfs next to him sternly stopped him from moving forward. If he moved again, they would attack him. Kong Shengqing stood there helplessly and shrugged at Yan Qi and the others. Duncan coughed, unable to bear to watch. Although it seemed that a war was about to break out, the problem was that they were too small. Several of them didn't feel any threat at all. Even Idiot was looking at those dwarfs curiously. "We came from the meadow on the other side of the forest on the other side of the bridge." Yan Qi said this, betting that they had never walked that far, and might not even have walked out of the forest. When the dwarves heard this, all their faces changed. They actually passed through the bad fruit forest and came to us. Bad fruit forest? Chapter 76. 2 Patriarchs. Bad fruit forest? Are you talking about the forest they walked through for 2 days? The forest with the tentacle monster? Is the bad fruit forest you're talking about the endless forest on the other side of the bridge? It is definitely endless. They could walk for 2 days. If it were these Oompa Loompa people, it would take them even longer and they would definitely not survive. The 2 clan leaders signaled all the little people to be quiet and then looked at them in surprise and awe. "Yes, it is that forest. I didn't expect you to come from that side of the forest. You are true warriors." The 2 chiefs easily realized that Yan Qi and his 4 companions had no ill intentions, so they relaxed a lot and asked all the dwarves to put away their weapons. "Hello, we are the Oompa Loompa people, and I am their chieftain, Guogwowa. I am the 2nd Patriarch, Bubu." Yan Qi also introduced their names to each other because he felt that both sides were too tired to talk like this. So Yi Sun stretched out his hand in front of the Patriarch and said, "Do you want to sit up? We can communicate on an equal footing. Don't worry, I won't let you fall." The chieftain looked to be a male dwarf in his 40s. Although some of the tribesmen around him disapproved, Guogwoha still stood in Yi Sun's palm, which was exactly the size of a palm. Yi Sun also placed him steadily in front of him. Duncan followed suit and made the 2nd Patriarch stand in the palm of his hand. Yan Qi and others also felt itchy, except that the idiot was only slightly older than them, so it was not easy. Each of the 5 people found a dwarf and placed it in the palm of their hands. The 2nd Patriarch looked very excited. 3 minutes later, the dwarves calmed down. "I didn't expect there were giants on the other side of the bad fruit forest. None of us has ever been to the bad fruit forest. My last tribe leader took his tribe members there before. After a month, one of his tribe members came back with serious injuries. That tribe member told us that there were monsters that ate people in the bad fruit forest, and the monster died within 7 days. Since then, we have never crossed that bridge again." "Yes, but did you all make it here safely? Are there really monsters in the bad fruit forest? Do they really eat people?" And Ming Ming nodded and told all the dwarves present with lingering fear, "There really is a monster, a tentacle monster, and it only appears at night. It will drill out from the ground, wrap around your body or hair, and drag you underground to suffocate to death." 2 of my teammates, Sister Chi, had their hair pulled by the tentacle monster for the first time. Yan Qi showed everyone his hair. "Look at my hair." It was because the tentacle monster was holding it tightly that my teammates immediately cut off my hair to save my life. "And he?" Yan Qi pointed at Kong Shengqing and said, "At night, when we couldn't walk anymore, we sat back to back and slept for a while. The tentacle monster directly rolled up Brother Shengsheng and dragged him underground. If it weren't for the concerted efforts of several of us, Brother Shengsheng might have been dragged underground. Moreover, none of the 5 of us could have killed the tentacle. Your tribesmen must have encountered this tentacle. The 5 of us had to travel day and night for 2 days before we saw the bridge. If you all... And Ming Ming shook her head. Although she didn't say anything, everyone knew what it meant. There was definitely no possibility of survival. The Opalumpa people all looked pale and terrified. We will not go there either. I will restrain my people. Yen Qi thought of the mission and asked Erbe. They should be the ones doing the deal this time, right? Idiot also hesitated. That should be the case. We have been walking for such a long time, and we only ran into them. Yi Sun carefully asked the chieftain, Are you the only Oompa Loompa people here? Are there no other races? Where's the farthest place you have been to? Are you the only ones here? The chief replied honestly. This valley is inhabited only by our people, but you should have seen another path when you came here. There are also some Oompa Loompas over there, but we are not from the same place. If you're talking about giants like you, we have never seen them. The farthest place the young men in our tribe have been to is near the bridge. It seems that there are really only these little people here. What do you usually eat? What do you drink? Then Yen Qi observed their clothes and found that they were all made of fine grass, flowers, or leaves. The second patriarch covered his chest and said carefully, The food here is all that is in this valley. Our clothes are also produced in the valley. We can eat anything here. We have always eaten these flowers and plants and drank from this waterfall. Kong Shengqing couldn't help but ask, Don't you eat rice? The first and second patriarchs looked confused. What is rice? Doesn't everyone eat this? And it's delicious. We like this food the most. No diabetes? Yen Qi and Ming Ming looked at each other and said, Maybe their digestive system is different from ours, so they just need to eat these. Then who do we sell our supermarket food and the like to? Yi Sun took over the conversation. I don't think they necessarily dislike our food. If they can really survive on just chocolate, we still have all kinds of candies and fruits. Then Yi Sun said to Yen Qi and asked her to take out a bottle of mineral water. Would you like to try the water we drink? Although it has no taste, it is very thirst-quenching. Yen Qi poured a bottle cap of water. The first and second patriarchs smelled it hesitantly and tasted it. Several people carefully observed their expressions, neither liking nor hating them. Your water has no taste and is not delicious. Yen Qi took out another bottle of sports drink and filled a cap. Although the first and second patriarchs were not very expectant, they still gave face to a few people and smelled it. It was visibly that their expressions became very subtle. The first patriarch and the second patriarch took a sip together. Their eyes suddenly lit up, and then they rushed to finish the whole bottle. Several people solved the case. They liked all sweet things, so that was easy to deal with. Yi Sun asked the patriarch again, Do you want to wear our clothes? Come and touch them. Some female Opalumpa people standing underground became excited. They had already noticed that Yen Qi and his companions were well-dressed and looked unique. The chieftain reached out and touched it, nodding secretly. It was indeed much better than what they had on. We really want to wear the clothes you have on us, but what will it cost us? Yen Qi secretly gave him a thumbs up. It was good. This clan leader was quite rational and knew that there was no free food in the world. How about this? We put the supermarket, that is, the place for doing business, outside the valley, and you can come out and trade with us. Okay. You can use the flowers and plants you have here, and everything else. Of course, if you have valuables, you can exchange them. The first and second patriarchs were a little confused. What supermarket? It's like this, we came here this time just to exchange items with you. Yi Sun did not say much, but just raised his voice and told all the Opalumpa people, We have set up a supermarket outside the valley. You can exchange anything you want for things in the valley. You can also come and see what's available first. Trust us, you will like it. Chapter 77 Fruit. The Oompa Loompa looked at each other in silence, half comprehending what was going on. Yen Qi and his companions put the dwarfs on the ground. The first and second patriarchs thought about it and told Yen Qi and his companions that they needed to think about it. Yen Qi also understood, so he didn't say anything and went out with Yi Sun and several teammates. They walked to the entrance of the valley, looked left and right, and picked a place. It was not facing the valley directly, but sideways. Yen Qi took out the supermarket and restored it to its original state. And Ming Ming looked at their huge supermarket and thought of the dwarfs. She said worriedly, Our supermarket is too big. How can all those dwarfs go around in this supermarket? Do we have to carry them around in our arms? It is indeed a problem, but there is no way. We allow them to wander around the supermarket and climb on the counters as they please? But what about the safety issue? Duncan thought of a solution. Why don't we have them all line up and come in? We set a route for them so they don't run around. After all, there are only 1,000 of us. We have 2 months to complete our goals safely and steadily, and we will definitely exceed it. It's just that we have to work harder. After all, they're too small. Our main concern is to take care of their health and prevent them from accidentally falling off the shelf. The 5 of them agreed on this method and began to plan the route, including which way to go into the supermarket, where they wanted to shop, and whether the shelves were easy to climb. The 5 of them agreed to open the first floor first, with each person responsible for a place, to get things and food for them, and also to ensure their safety. As for the Oompa Loompa people, they also saw the huge monster that suddenly appeared. Everyone was screaming in panic and running around. It was the 2 chiefs who suppressed everyone. Don't be afraid, everyone. That should be the place where the giants said they wanted to exchange things with us. First team, follow us and take a look. And pick some flowers and grass to trade. Because that flower needed 2 dwarfs to carry it, and the first team only had 30 people, so they each took half of the responsibility of carrying the flower and holding the grass. The first and second patriarchs also had their own worries and selfish desires. Although Yin Chi and the others said very nice things, everyone was still not sure whether they would be deceived. But if they wanted to destroy the entire clan, it would be just a matter of moving their fingers, so they had no choice but to take people to do the deal that Yin Chi and the others mentioned. The second patriarch was trying to calm people down in the valley, while the first patriarch came over with 30 people in an uneasy manner. They looked up at the rooftops that seemed to have no end, and were filled with awe. And Ming Ming also spotted a few people the first time. Come in, this is the first time we do business with you, just take whatever you want. If you can't take it, we will be responsible for delivering it to your door. As she spoke, she led the dwarfs in, according to the route they had specified. She first asked all of them to stand in the carts. Then Ming Ming pushed them to the innermost part of the first floor, which was the vegetable and fruit area. Duncan and Yi Sun also came over to help introduce it, and in order to better demonstrate it, they took a peach and asked them to taste it. The smell of the peach was something the Oompa Loompa people had never smelled before, and it made them feel happy. Duncan urged them to try it. A young man couldn't help but take a bite. It was like he had discovered a new world. The taste was better than the chocolate food they usually had. Seeing this, the patriarch did not hesitate and took a bite. Really? After living for so many years, this was the first time he tasted this delicacy. He decided to bring it back for his parents to taste. The elders ate while inviting the young people to eat. In less than 5 minutes, the peach was finished. Some of them ate the most and were so full that they didn't want to move anymore. The chief still pointed at Hua Hua, feeling a little ashamed of his previous petty mind, and said, "Thank you for the food. This is our reward. We will give you more when we return. You can take it. Thank you very much." And Ming Ming stepped forward and took away the flowers and grass from the cart, and said with a smile, "Is Tauzi's family full of food? We still have a lot of delicious food." The patriarch also began to look forward to it. Yi Sun didn't waste any words and directly took another bunch of grapes, washed them specially, and motioned for them to taste it. Well, after tasting it, those who had just eaten too much peaches regretted it, but they still forced themselves to eat a few grapes. The patriarch restrained himself and ate 3, as he guessed there was something better. Sure enough, Yi Sun and Duncan then brought apples, bananas, lychees, kiwis, and other fruits, which overwhelmed the Oompa Loompa people, and they couldn't eat anymore. It seems that we can't finish shopping for fruits this morning. So Ming Ming also told the patriarch tactfully, "How about we give you 2 peaches, grapes, bananas, lychees, apples, and kiwis each? Is that okay?" "Of course you can. Of course you can." Yi Sun put the fruits in the cart, and then Ming Ming pushed the cart out. She winked at Yin Chi and the others and said, "Done." Although those fruits were not much for Ming Ming, they were a lot for the dwarfs. 1 fruit could provide a full meal for a family of 5, the kind that would fill them to death. And Ming Ming held the fruits and followed the patriarch to the valley. She personally placed the fruits at their doorstep. After observing for a while, and Ming Ming found that they seemed to be living in a rock. They use stones as houses, and the stones must be chocolate stones, so they are easy to get through. I just don't know if it will rain here, otherwise what should they do? But it shouldn't rain. And Ming Ming was thinking about all these messes and didn't say anything to the dwarfs. She just asked them to come often, and they only stayed for 2 months before leaving. And Ming Ming went back happily. The men, women, old and young here also carefully surrounded the patriarch and his family, looking at the fruits full of various sweet flavors with restraint. Although they had never eaten or seen anything like it before, they still had to wait for the patriarch to give the order. "These are exchanged for things from our valley, for flowers and plants that are everywhere. I won't say anything else. Everyone come and have a taste and pick a fruit for yourself." The chieftain extended his hand and introduced them. "These are apples, kiwis, bananas, lychees, and peaches. You can eat any of them you want. Don't worry, we have already eaten them for you. There is no problem. They are all kind people." Under the organization of the Great Patriarch and the first team, about 1,000 tribesmen, women, young and old tasted the fruit within half an hour. The Great Patriarch did not insist on 1 or 2 bites, as long as everyone had to have a taste. Looking at the happy expressions of the tribesmen, the Patriarch also made up his mind to do this business with Yin Qi and others. The second Patriarch also understood the expression of the first Patriarch, and the two of them spoke in unison, carrying out various propaganda and asking all of them to move to pick flowers and plants, or catch butterflies, or collect river water. The two patriarchs knew that if Yin Qi and his men wanted to take it directly, they would not be able to resist, not to mention that Yin Qi was giving them new food. The supermarket was so big, and the food inside was innumerable. The patriarch was a little confused and guessed that Yin Qi and his friends simply wanted to trade with them. Chapter 78 Meeting. Realizing that Yin Qi and his companions not only had no ill intentions but also had good intentions for them, the patriarch supervised everyone to move the things properly. He also keenly discovered that what Yin Qi and his companions needed was all their tribesmen to trade, so the patriarch also told the tribesmen that as long as they picked flowers and plants, or had flowers, plants, stones, and precious things stored in their homes, they could trade. In fact, apart from this naturally grown thing in their valley, people don't need to hunt, there is no war, and they don't have to worry about food and drink, so it is normal for 1,000 people to live there. But because everyone is content with the status quo, it is also normal that there is no special thing. Fortunately, Yin Qi and his companions just wanted to trade with them, so they didn't care about these. These Opa-Lampa people were very polite, and after Ming told them that they could only enter the supermarket in batches, they all lined up obediently. Most of them sent several people over from each family. One family here was very large with 5 generations living together, so they came in batches in the valley. There are still 30 people on a small cart, and Ming and Yin Qi are responsible for pushing it, and Wu and his friends are responsible for promoting it. During the entire afternoon, Yin Qi and his companions entertained 5 waves of Opa-Lampa people. There could have been more, but the last 2 waves were all young men. And they found that Yin Qi and his friends were really good-tempered, so the last 2 groups not only visited the fruit area, but also the vegetable area. Of course, they did not go to the snack shelf in the front. They just spent an afternoon browsing the fruits and vegetables. But the Opa-Lampa people were so moved that Yin Qi and his companions were sent to save them. Yi Sun also guaranteed that for every 30 people, no matter how much they brought for trading, he would give them 10 fruits or vegetables. Anyway, Yi Sun and his friends didn't even care about the flowers and plants they brought. They just wanted to complete the main target and even exceed the mission goal. After 5 o'clock in the evening, the timid Opa-Lampa people no longer dared to come over here, and Yin Qi and his companions closed the supermarket. Valley in front of the stone house. All the Opa-Lampa people sang and danced as if it was New Year's Day. There were many fruits and vegetables piled around their houses, but because the food was too big, it was impossible to fit it into their own homes. The chief and second chief happily held a meeting, admonishing the tribesmen to work hard to exchange food starting tomorrow. It would be best if they went in groups, including men, women, young and old. That supermarket is like a miracle, and it's huge. If you don't go, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Our benefactors don't stay here forever, so everyone has to go, including our grandparents. If they're not feeling well, their grandparents can go with them. What the patriarch said was meaningful, and the old men all agreed. After all, they were also tempted. Moreover, everything in their valley, especially the flowers and plants, if pulled out, will soon be replaced by identical grass, so everyone is happy to exchange these foods. After the meeting, everyone had a sumptuous dinner. Everyone was determined to exchange food tomorrow. Some of the smarter ones started collecting flowers and plants throughout the valley after dinner. On the 5th floor of the supermarket, idiot, take a look at how many people have traded. I think we should have reached our goal because we have 60 people in one wave, and that's a lot of waves today. 5 waves of people. There should be 300 of them. Barefoot didn't hesitate. He opened the screen and looked through it, grinning from ear to ear. Host friends, today we have completed the transaction target of 300 people. We have already completed the transaction target. We have even exceeded the target, but the excess is a little small at the moment. So if we trade with all the Oompa Loompa in the valley, we can definitely bring robots with us next time we travel. Yin Qi and the others also raised their glasses to celebrate happily. Yi-sun thought for a moment and said, "These Oompa Loompa people may not have seen much of the world. Although they have some small thoughts, they're still very simple. And this afternoon I also found that because of their good behavior, we don't actually need everyone to be here." Seeing that everyone was confused, Yi-sun explained, "I think it would be better to leave 3 people in the supermarket and let the rest go out to look for supplies. We can only rely on those dwarves to pick a few flowers. Even if we pick them for 2 months, it will not be as cost-effective as in the previous planes. We don't have enough crystal cores in the apocalyptic plane." "You're right. Our country is vast and rich in resources. We are not afraid of having too many things, but we are afraid of having too few things." Kong Shengqing pointed at himself and said, "Why don't I, Brother Sun, Brother Ken, and I go out tomorrow to explore the way and find some supplies, and you 3 stay in the supermarket. After we come back, you can go out one by one. We can't waste 2 months in this valley." Yin Qi and the others had no objections, but, "Brother Sun, are you sure you can come back within a day?" "I'm not sure, but don't worry. We will be gone for 7 days at most. We will definitely come back within 7 days. If we can't come back," Yin Qi interrupted quickly, "you will be able to make it back in time. You have protective shields on you. Don't say anything discouraging." Everyone decided on this for the time being, and Yi Sun and his friends began to pack up the things they would need for tomorrow's trip. This time there was no space for Yin Qi, so I could only carry the quilt myself. However, I had never experienced this during the previous night journeys, so I just took a quilt. We would still sleep together, and one of us would be on guard. The most common thing they brought was mineral water. They also brought some food, as they just ate chocolates and other things directly. They mainly brought water to replenish their water. There were 3 people and 3 travel backpacks. Yin Qi also took a suitcase to store water, so that if it had wheels to pull it, it wouldn't be too tiring. Early the next morning, Yi Sun and his 2 companions went out. Their first plan was to go to another fork in the road. He remembered that the Oompa Loompa people said that there were their kind there as well. However, the main purpose is to find out if there is anything that is not in the valley. On Yin Qi's side, the 2 of them also had a clear division of labor and waited for the Oompa Loompa people to come, and the Oompa Loompa people came after breakfast. In fact, for 1,000 people, the 50 fruits and vegetables they had yesterday could only provide them with 2 meals, so they really needed the food. Yin Qi was surprised to find that all the people who came today were old women and old men. After listening to the old people's explanation, they said that they wanted to build a large place to store food in the valley. All the laborers were mobilized, and the women and children were picking flowers and plants. Yin Qi expressed his appreciation and did not show any dissatisfaction. He went over yesterday's process with Ming Ming. They currently plan to sell all the fruits and vegetables on display to the Oompa Loompa people, leaving the ones in the warehouse alone for the time being, and then buy them drinks and various candies and snacks. In fact, Ming Ming and the others were very curious about why they could survive by drinking chocolate syrup instead of purified water, and why they could be passed down for so long. But the old people are not sure either. Maybe this is the survival ability of their people. Chapter 79. Gratitude. The whole day long, the old people came to exchange food with Yin Qi and his friends. All the Oompa Loompa people knew that with Yin Qi and his friends' abilities, they could just find some of these things at will, but they still let them find them. Even these flowers and plants that can be seen everywhere in their eyes, although they are edible, how can they compare to the big supermarket of Yin Qi and the amount of food? All we can say is that Yin Qi and his companions were simply helping them. However, the patriarch was not an ungrateful person. He went to pick flowers and plants himself, and even invited Yin Qi to pick chocolate syrup from their river as much as he wanted. Yin Qi also agreed, but of course she would wait until Yi Sun and the others came back before going to make the choices. Otherwise, the 2 of them would not have the energy to run the business, clean up the supermarket, and pick out chocolate syrup. Yin Qi and Ming Ming spent the whole day pushing carts back and forth, introducing things, and helping the elderly deliver fruits and vegetables. I also heard that the Oompa Loompa people eat vegetables raw, even green onions and ginger. They eat them raw, because they had never seen or eaten these foods before, and they didn't know how to cook them. They didn't even have fire. Their ancestors had been eating food produced by nature for generations, so anything Yin Qi sold to them was strange to them. Yin Qi looked at the children eating ginger bite by bite with a wooden face. Then he thought of a question. If even the water is chocolate, how can they take a bath? Thinking of this, I asked. The clansmen at the door were confused by Yin Qi's question. What does it mean to take a bath? It's just bathing, it's just cleaning your bodies? A little girl said weakly. There is a kind of red ball growing in the hills behind us. We use it to rub our bodies and hair. Where are your clothes? How did you make them? Eat it. Yanqi couldn't explain clearly what he felt. He just felt very painful. Force yourself to leave with a smile and build up yourself along the way. It's okay, maybe this is how their tribe survives. You can't just go and give them a bath just because you don't like it. What if you destroy their survival and they leave in 2 months? Where will they find water? Where to take a shower? No, they couldn't say anything. Food had changed them a lot, but even if they took away all the food, it might not last them for 10 years. They had already decided to give their clothes and quilts to the Opa Loompa people. These were the things that could last them a long time. And Ming Ming saw Yanqi coming in dejectedly, but because Opa Loompa was still there, she didn't ask anything and waited until the evening to ask what happened. The whole day passed as they sold food and helped deliver food. At 5 o'clock in the evening, when no more Opa Loompa people came, and Ming Ming asked, Yanqi sighed. Do you think we are doing the right thing? I asked them today if they take a bath, and they said they use some kind of ball to rub their bodies. We can see that their skin is not dark, so this thing should be very useful. So I asked them if they wash clothes, and the girl said that clothes can be eaten. Aunt Xuan, an idiot, didn't know what to say. It was indeed edible, but didn't they mind that it was dirty? I thought we had water and could give it to them, but what would they do after we left? So I gave up the idea. In fact, we have already affected their survival and their food. Even if we sell all the food to them, I don't know how long they can eat it. By then, will they still be able to eat the chocolates they see everywhere? Host, you can't say that. Our coming to this plane is our opportunity, but it is also their opportunity. At present, they are obviously very happy to have these foods. And Ming Ming put her arm around Yanqi's shoulders and said, Sister Qi, don't worry. We also have seeds. We have all kinds of vegetable seeds, flower seeds, fruit seedlings, and rice seeds. We can let them plant them. If they really can't plant them, we can only say that we have tried our best. In the end, they can only survive by eating chocolate. There is nothing we can do. Yanqi finally came back to his senses and agreed with Ming Ming's suggestion. He decided to take out some tomorrow and let them plant them, whether they will succeed or not. After 2 months of planting them, at least some sprouts will appear, right? The two of them stayed on the first floor until after 7 o'clock in the evening, but they didn't see Yi Sun and the others come back. They also knew that they would not come back today, so they locked the door and went upstairs to rest. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Yanqi excitedly took Erbewu and Ming Ming to look for various seeds, taking 1 or 2 of each kind. He went to tell the patriarch in person and planted the seeds outside the valley under the guidance of Idiot. The patriarch originally wanted to plant the seeds near their tribe. Yanqi also knew that these were not things from this world and was worried that there might be something bad in them, so he refused. There was a circle of crops planted around the valley and the supermarket, and the Opa Loompa people who came over did not hide it when they asked, so they knew throughout the morning that Yanqi was planting food for them, but they just didn't know if it could grow. Yanqi has been working on this the whole day. The supermarket is run by Erbewu. Fortunately, these Opa Loompa people are very obedient. They do whatever they are told to do. Even if they are not allowed to enter the supermarket, they will line up outside. There will be absolutely no queue cutting or forcing one's way in. The second patriarch and the young tribesmen also cleaned up a simple shelter within 2 days and were responsible for transporting the fruits inside. In fact, it doesn't matter whether they cover it or not. There are only a few small butterflies in the whole valley, and there is not even a bee. When Yanqi thought of this, he felt that it was impossible for the fruits and flowers that needed pollination and fertilization to grow. So there is no possibility that someone would steal their things. They just have to consider that fruits and vegetables will rot if they are not eaten. Yi Sun and the other two did not come back that day, so Yanqi and the other two had nothing to worry about, as they would come back sooner or later anyway. Speaking of which, this plane is not very tiring. It is not at all like the first and second brothers' planes, where people come in groups, and it is very necessary to maintain order. The same thing happened on the third and fourth days. The two of them repeated their lives and became friends with the Opa Loompa people. Yanqi was very interested in the red ball that could be used for bathing. He found out that the red ball, like these flowers and plants, could grow again after being pulled out. Yanqi also told the patriarch that they liked and were curious about the red ball and hoped to use it to trade with them. The patriarch had no objection and directly ordered people to pick the fruits in groups. Yanqi also saw it. It was a red ball the size of an ordinary thumbnail, and it didn't smell like chocolate. The Opa Loompa people told Yanqi that this was the only thing they ate that had no taste and could cleanse the body. And Ming Ming touched a handful of spicy strips and tried to rub her hands. Miraculously, the spicy strip oil disappeared. Well, Yanqi was not worried anymore. This in the human world was no different from taking a bath. Chapter 80 back. However, Yin Chi and the others were more interested and told the Opalumpa people that they needed this thing, they really needed it, and they wanted a lot of it, and then pointed to the carts. It would be best if we could fill 10 of these carts. We will exchange clothes with you. The Opalumpa people were stunned. They didn't expect that these giants were so interested in the things they used to rub their bodies. But it didn't matter. It could be said that they could help them. Moreover, Yin Chi also planned to sell the clothes he was wearing to them. Starting from the 5th day, only 30 boys came to buy things. The patriarch asked all the remaining members of the tribe, including himself, to go to the back mountain to pick red balls. Yin Chi was having a hard time with the clothes. They're so small, and all our fabrics are so big. What should we do? I don't know if they have sharp tools like scissors to cut the clothes. Yin Chi thought of the first day they came here, and the weapons they held were pointed. Yes, their weapons are pointed, and they also need to make clothes on a daily basis. At worst, we can cut the clothes into small portions and give them to them, so they can make them themselves. Okay, that's a good idea too. At night, because it was the 5th day since Yi Sun and his companions left, Yin Chi and the others were a little worried. Even though it was the bad fruit forest, they still managed to get out in 2 days. It would only take 4 days to go back and forth, but thinking that they might not be in danger and would walk slowly, I suppressed my worries. After the red balls are picked, they will grow again overnight. So on the afternoon of the 6th day, the patriarch and his large group of tribesmen came to the supermarket in trance, each holding a red ball in their arms. And Meng Meng quickly found a cup, asked them to put the wine in the cup, and then she poured the wine into the bucket 1 cup at a time. Wu was responsible for accompanying and Meng Meng on the 1st floor, while Yin Chi was responsible for receiving the patriarch. Yin Chi asked the patriarch and 40 other people to squeeze into a small cart, and then took them directly to the clothing area. She told them that she could give them some of them, but it was too late at night, so she would be responsible for cutting them up, and they would need to go back and make clothes or quilts with the rest. Yin Chi originally wanted to give them a quilt, but wouldn't that quilt crush the entire Opalumpa tribe to death? So we just gave them all the clothing fabrics and let them distribute them themselves. Yin Chi also gave them a pair of nail clippers and a small pair of scissors that came with the nail clippers. These made the patriarch very excited. He was not a fool. He knew that if he wore these clothes, not only would they look good, but they would also be of better quality. It's just that I can't use your chocolate syrup to wash my clothes. We understand. We don't use it to wash clothes on weekdays. Yin Chi pulled out 10 short-sleeve shirts and 10 long-sleeve shirts and no pants. This amount of fabric was enough. She meant that it would be enough for her and in Meng Meng to cut into small pieces for a long time. After the patriarch and others returned to the 1st floor again, they carefully took the small scissors and went back, preparing to deliver the red balls to Yin Chi and others after they grew again tomorrow. Now they also had to direct the tribesmen who had delivered the red balls to go back and continue picking flowers and plants. Over the years, they didn't have to worry about what to eat and drink, as they had everything they needed at their doorstep. At most, the men would patrol the valley from time to time, while the women would look after the children and make clothes. There weren't any big activities, so this was a better way to bring the whole tribe together. The Opalumpa people knew that Yin Chi was busy cutting cloth for them, so they tactfully decided not to visit. Yin Chi and Meng Meng were so stupid that they each made a shirt by cutting some large and small pieces of cloth. These were easy to make, and the 2 of them finished it in less than an hour. Seeing that it was almost 5 o'clock in the evening, I didn't go to look for the Opalumpa people. I just thought about sending it over tomorrow. Hey, Sister Chi, do you think we should collect some of their hair? I think our biologists will definitely be very interested. Besides, this plane is full of all kinds of chocolates, which I don't think have much value. Yin Chi was also tempted. In fact, the chocolate plane visible to the naked eye could only be used by scientists to make something to eat. However, why don't we go and scoop up the flowers one by one? We have a lot of empty flower pots in our flower shop. Living flowers are more valuable, right? Sister Chi, I have another idea. If we can catch that tentacle monster and bring it back, whether it's dead or alive, it will definitely be more valuable. Yin Chi opened his eyes wide. You really dare to think so? I also want to kill that tentacle monster, but the problem is that even though we have superpowers, we can't do anything to it. That's really unacceptable. Let's wait and see. We still have a month and a half left. If we have searched all the nearby areas, maybe everyone will agree to return to the Barefoot forest in the end. After the 2 of them settled these 2 things, they also realized that Yi Sun and the others had not returned yet, and they began to worry. They even waited for them on the 1st floor while practicing. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening, and no one came back. Everyone locked the door and went upstairs in disappointment. The next morning, the Opalumpa people came to deliver flowers and plants, and Yin Chi took the opportunity to go to the valley, piled up the cut cloth into a small hill, and gave it to them. You can make clothes, or you can spread them around your home, on your bed, etc. Of course, you can also keep them. However, we still have a lot of them. How about you pack up some clothes for yourself first? The entire Opalampa people were grateful to Yin Shi, and the chief asked everyone to pick the red balls and flowers quickly. The girls, women, and old ladies from each family selected cloth and used the sharp stones they made and the scissors given by Yin Shi to cut it into the clothes they wanted bit by bit. There are 1,000 tribesmen, and I don't know when it will be completed. But these were not what Yin Shi should worry about. When she came back, she saw Yi Sun and the other two sitting on the sofa in the supermarket in an ungraceful manner. Well, isn't it back? Why are you so tired? Where have you been? What did you get? Are there any other dwarves? Or creatures? Animals? Yin Shi's series of questions made Yi Sun and the others not know which one to answer first. Okay, Sister Chi, why don't you let them go wash up first? I haven't taken a shower in the past 6 or 7 days, and I can't accept it. Duncan rolled his eyes and went upstairs. Let's talk about it after we have rested. It's nothing. Yin Shi then felt relieved and continued to do business with the Opalampa people. At present, they have not started trading fast food and other items on the shelves, but have been buying fruits and vegetables. In fact, there is another point that is, after seeing their survival, Yin Shi is not very brave to make a lot of changes all at once.